Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome to Prague, a city filled with history. When people visit for the first time, there's a lot of assumptions. You walk around the city, you see the wonderful architecture. You're going to find more than a couple of surprises. And the same can be said for this Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional happening in the city this weekend. We've got the post-rotation format. We've got Perfect Order legal. A lot of assumptions have been made about what's going to be good and what's going to be winning. But we've been here for a day. We've seen Phase 1. We're getting towards the end of Phase 2, and things are not looking exactly as they may appear. Taking you through the rest of Phase 2 and your top cut today before we crown a champion is myself, Frost, joined by the lovely Freya, Shay, and Joe. How are we all doing today?
Lovely and fresh, just like, you look around, right, and the overview shots just in general, Prague is so green. Have you guys noticed that? There's like trees and grass everywhere. It's so nice.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous city, and had a great time in the evening last night having a great meal out. It's just a great place, a place for Pokemon fans that haven't been to for many years. So most people are experiencing it for the first time if they're just traveling for Pokemon tournaments, which I know a lot of us do. So getting an excuse to come to Prague has been a real treat. And also we were treated to some great games yesterday as well.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. I haven't been to Prague before. I know we had events there years ago. So when I saw that we were adding Prague to the circuit, I was very excited. So I'm very excited to be here. And what an event it's been so far with post-rotation and perfect order. You can't ask for more than that.
It is hard to ask for more than that, but there is more coming. There are more events. We are not done with the season yet.
Yeah, you know, we are currently at Prague. We're at the business end of the season now, though. Let's be honest, we've still got Utrecht and Turin here in the EU for your regionals and special championships. But then look at those last two events. It doesn't really get much bigger than that. North American International Championships there in New Orleans. That's your last chance saloon if you are going for a Worlds invite. And you're going to want to get to Worlds this year in San Francisco, 30th anniversary. First time we get Pokemon XP there as well. Not 100% sure on what's going to happen, but you don't want to miss it. I'm sure it's going to be very exciting.
If you do miss it, then you're going to have to put up with all the people telling you how wonderful it was after the fact. And I've been to Utrecht, I've been to Turin, I've been to New Orleans. I've never really been to San Francisco. So, except for a flight layover, which doesn't really count. So I'm a little bit excited to head on over there as well. Now, it is quite important that you guys come and join us. You can register to compete or to spectate if you're not feeling up to competing at rk9.gg/event/Pokemon. Freya, give us a reason people should be coming to these events.
Because it's a gosh darn large amount of fun, as you might say. It's always a great time coming to a Pokemon event. It's not just about the competition. There's so many side events and other activities to do, even if you're not playing. So whether you're spectating, whether you're playing a trading card game, or if you want to play one of the other games, you can maybe do that as well, to the video game or Pokemon Go. But it's a fun time no matter what game you enjoy. And I mean, I went to my first tournament all the way back in 2011, and I've been coming back ever since, having a great time, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I turned up to one little tournament, just kind of on a little bit of a whim. I think it was 2008, 2009, and it snowballed from there. But if you come to these tournaments, you might do quite well. You might get yourself some championship points, and they are pretty important to get towards the World Championships.
Yep, you're absolutely going to require those championship points if you want to head to the World Championships. Top 135 in the European region, and if you're outside of the region, you can have a look there for the Masters division as well. Essentially, you need to get a whole heap of championship points, and you're going to do that by having great results at the regional level and the international championship level. Here, we're dishing out 350 championship points for the winner and an auto invitation. But as you can see, those points generously filter down to those high placements as well. That will really change your season if you have a big finish this weekend.
Championship points are good, but sometimes we need a little something more. Sometimes we want to go home with some cash money, but we can do that as well.
Yeah, come on, if you're the winner here at Prague Regional Championships, you'll be going home with a nice bank-busting $10,000 US. That's what it's all about. I know it's cash will cascade all the way down there, top 32. Juniors and seniors get in the mix as well. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here, Ross. It's not just some money. You walk away with a ton of booster packs as well.
I cannot stress enough how much I enjoy opening booster packs. And it's Sunday, you've had a long weekend, you're busy, you're tired. Sit down, make yourself comfortable, crack open some packs. I mean, we just saw somebody open a Fancy Lizzie, a special illustration rare, just over there backstage a minute ago. Cracking packs is fun. But it's not just about championship points for world invitations. You can also use them to get yourself travel awards to make traveling to those international championships a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is a big part of the appeal of making sure you have consistent performances throughout the whole season. The season is basically divided into like 3 segments, you could say, and depending on how you do during those segments, you can earn yourself a travel stipend to go to the next international championships. You can see the qualification time periods here at the bottom, and yeah, if you're depending on where you placed, you can get a nice little free $3,500, and it goes all the way down even to the top 32 for those different segments. You still get priority registration, which means you're less likely to miss out on registration for these events as well.
And that is something that the top players want. They want to make sure they are at all of those good events. Speaking of top players, let's take a little bit of a look at a nice little selection, if you will, of players that have made it through phase 1 into phase 2. Somebody pick a name out from there.
Well, I mean, it's quite a few. Shout out to Julius Breinfeld, we had on stream yesterday playing that festival lead, still doing fantastically well with that deck. We have Tord Redcliffe again doing rather well at this event, doing it a bit stealthily. Haven't got him on stream yet, but he's in the mix, as he often is. Alessandro Camisoli, well known for playing a lot of controlling archetypes, might not be on that this weekend. You know, Piper Lepine, we had her on stream as well, fresh off a world top cut finish. Quite honestly, there's loads of good players on that list.
Yeah, really impressive win from Salvatore there that we got to see yesterday on the Alakazam archetype. Magnus Pedersen also on that same deck. Solmit making it over from the States, also having a great run right now. Johan Bartosek, who had a crazy season last year, is once again in that equation to make their way towards top cut once again. So it's a lot of great players towards the top.
There's a lot of great players towards the top, and we're seeing, you know, quite a lot of festival lead. Julius there having a great run. There are a few players on that festival lead, but why would I tell you players that are doing well? Why don't I show you players that are doing well? Here is the most up-to-date standings. This is after round 11 going into round 12, and we can see a player who's a little bit less familiar sitting there on a phenomenal 10-1 record.
Yeah, Maibra Sako, not a name that we featured on the stream before. I think they weren't even on stream yesterday, were they? So we were talking yesterday about how this tournament seems to be a big mix of like, you know, old hands and some new names creeping to the top of the standings, and this top 16 kind of exemplifies that really well, I think.
And our 2 top seeds, that's Raging Bolt and that's Arbeliever, our 2 players on 10-1 records. We've been talking all about the Dragapults and the festival leads. It seems like these 2 players have just had the 1 loss and then snuck their way up, so having a good round of the first early rounds of Swiss here today.
Absolutely, they are. There is more of a mix than you might have expected. There was a point yesterday where it looked like it might just be a Dragapult party here in Prague. And then over the course of a few rounds, don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of Dragapult, I ain't gonna lie to you, but there's plenty of other decks hanging around, making things a little bit interesting. But we picked out some players at the beginning of this event, some players to watch throughout the tournament. Now, unfortunately, neither Rune nor Daniel had the best tournament, but Ryuki's been having a little bit of a run today.
Yeah, Ryuki's doing rather well. We had him on stream yesterday. Didn't quite work out well for him there, unfortunately. But ever since, he's been on a roller coaster right up to the top table, still in the mix to do rather well. So we'll keep an eye out for him. He'll be fresh off winning EUIC.
Well, we've got an 8-3 record at the moment, so probably going to fall just short of cut, but having a great tournament, having a great phase 2. And don't worry, they did win Brisbane Regional, so they've got their direct invitation already locked up, just in case anyone was worried.
Also, I know for a fact that earlier at the start of the day 2 contention was playing against Piper Lepine and did beat her. So if you're cheering for Enzora for Piper, unfortunately, she's also not having the best day. I think also at 8-3 currently. Yeah, either way, there's a lot of really, really great new players that we can feature, and it's always nice as well to see that even if you put in, if you put in the work, even if you're not as experienced, you haven't been to as many tournaments, if you put the effort in, you can still have a big result.
No, you absolutely can. I was got a little bit distracted. Pikachu is in the building this weekend, folks. So yeah, don't look over there. We got a job to do right now. But Pikachu is over there doing a little bit of a meet and greet. Always lovely to see Pikachu hanging around.
You can't just say Pikachu's over there and expect us not to look, Ross. Come on, like.
That one might have been on me, if I'm honest with you. One thing we can have a look at right now, however, is the Phase 1 metagame. This is what players were playing coming into the day yesterday, and we can see there quite a lot of Dragapult, but some new faces we didn't have pre-rotation.
Yeah, and for anyone who was tuning in yesterday, we've done a little bit of a shimmy on Arcanine to get some of those unclassified back into the right category. So this is a more up-to-date Phase 1 than you may have seen yesterday, meaning that we've really fixed some numbers there. You can see there's a bit more Team Rocket's Mewtwo this time around, that 6%, and it really does feel like Dragapult versus the rest. There's going to be 25% of these two builds of Dragapult, the sort of straightforward, just Dragapult, sometimes a trapping package, but usually just more Monkey Dory in that mix and more Crispin. Then there's a Blaziken build, and also there will be some Dragapult Dustoir, previously the most played build, now the least played coming into the rotation metagame. And then there's 12% combined of these fighting variants. They haven't really been on our stream featured too much. They seem to be having a tough time despite being quite popular picks this weekend.
They're not doing as well as some people may have hoped, but Alakazam, that was a hyped deck coming into post-rotation, not doing too shabby. But these were not the only decks played in Phase 1. If we take a look at the best of the rest here, well, we have some other decks to have a little bit of a chat about.
It's interesting because once you take Dragapult off the equation, there's literally a 2% difference between Raging Bolt at the bottom of the graphic and the next most popular deck. So it literally is just Dragapult versus the world. And it seems like almost every other deck has been, rather well represented. Raging Bolt are there. You got Tilmos, Ogerpon variants. Enzoroark that's got, massive buff there. That Zekrom still in the mix. But the Tilmos Meganium decks are something to really keep an eye on, including the Arbeliever as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that as we get into this Phase 2, we're going to start seeing that wave of grass coming in, whether it's these various Teal Mask builds that are doing well, but actually some single prize stuff is making it into our Phase 2. Festival Lead really has been a talk of the tournament. Many players on really, really strong records. And actually, I was going through the numbers, I was thinking, oh, they're just dodging these Dragapults. No, they've been beating Dragapults.
Yeah,
most of our top-seeded Festival Leads right now, they're going really positive into Dragapult. Really impressive stuff.
And I think a big part of that is that inclusion of Rabska that we saw in Julius's deck list. It makes such a big difference because the reason why Dragapult is so good against you is because that Phantom Dive damage takes multiple knockouts, but Rabska just stops that.
I do want to point out, if we have a quick look at the rest of the rest on Phase 2, if you want to do a little bit of number in here, or maths as some people call it, you'll see that you got 36% in total between those three Dragapult variants. So let's not bury the lead. Dragapult is still absolutely here, but there are a lot of other decks creeping in. And just a quick note for people watching at home, you may notice a slight difference between the graphs yesterday and today. We've had some people working in the background over at RK9, doing their magic and changing a little bit of how the decks are picked up and put into here. That's why there's far less unclassified that we're seeing here, because decks have been recategorized by the lovely folks who know what they're doing behind the scenes. So it's just made the graphs a little bit better. Shout out to those guys for being awesome.
Yeah, love to see that. But also, once again, representation of the fighting decks. Definitely Lucario having a really tough time from that phase 1 to phase 2. But this conversion rate really digs into the true best performers. And Crustle, no one wants to talk about it, no one wants to take against it, and it's having a fantastic time.
47%. I don't know if I've ever seen 47% conversion. There's 20 of them that made it into phase 2, and only 23 that didn't.
That's absolutely wild. 47. That means almost half the Crystal players that turned up to the event have made it in day 2. I also want to give a shout out though to the Festival League conversion. Not far behind that actually, at 40%. Could that have been the pick for the event? As we do say, a lot of people would have come into this event thinking you have to try and bob and weave the Dragapult. But as we've been keeping an eye on as this phase 2 has been panning out, the top seed Festival League players have been battering through the Dragapult.
It's insane as well that some of our most recent Swiss rounds, it's been Festival League up against Crustle, and it's just like so bizarre that these two decks have had to come up against each other and just shaking the hand immediately. Like, you can't win that as Crustle.
Well, we had it on top 4 in Seville on the stream, and it did go largely as you might unfortunately expect it to. That is a very favourable matchup for Festival League, but there's a lot of fun stuff going on in most events. A 28% conversion for Dragapult. We look at that and go, oh, that's a nice conversion rate. It's not even close to the top 2 in this particular event. Now, of course, there are plenty of other events going on. LA will have a regional in the not too distant future, so make sure you head on over to pokemon.com/broadcast, the website that my computer tells me I visit often, to make sure that you never miss a broadcast, because otherwise there might be a broadcast and you don't watch it, yeah, you might feel a little bit silly.
Yeah, missing broadcast is not something you want to do.
May is jam-packed full of tournaments all across the globe as well, so it's a really condensed format, this perfect order meta, but there's so much action going on. There's literally something every week.
Absolutely, but we also want to hear from you, lovely ladies and gentlemen sitting at home, and we have plenty of ways to do so on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, with Pokemon and Play Pokemon, and of course that hashtag Play Pokemon. Show us where you're watching, show us your pets. I know a bunch of you are at home watching with your pets. Send us a post, or I don't know, get in touch with us in any of those ways. Show us your pets, and we will try and share some of the best ones as we go through. And do make sure you are following on both the appropriate channels on YouTube and on Twitch. We don't care where you watch, it's fine. Just make sure when we have a vote, you go to Twitch. Have Twitch loaded up for the voting, all right? Just do me a quick favor there. But go on YouTube, go on Twitch, however you want to watch is fine with us, as long as you're watching through this wonderful action we've got on our second day of action here in Prague. We have one more round of Swiss in phase 2. Then we're going to go to the asymmetrical top cut, top 8, top 4, and then we're going to be crowning a champion. It's going to be fun. You don't want to miss a second of the action. But before we get back into the action, just take a quick look at the format in which we're going to be playing.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
We made it, just in time.
We made it. I had to run a little bit. It's not far to get from the couch over to here, but we made it, Joe. I'm ready, and I'm a little bit excited. I've been watching what's winning so far. There might be and I'm waiting for confirmation. There might be a Starmie, a Mega Starmie EX on a win and in. People are crunching the numbers and looking into it for me, but it might be happening.
Yeah, there's even more interesting decks up there as well. The Hops Trevenant archetype doing well, also on that same record as Starmie, perhaps.
Did it
if
win?
they were able to win their final round, they'll be in that same position. So those match slips are just going to start filtering in now towards the end of that round 12 of Swiss, and that's when we start looking at these archetypes that were sneaking under the radar, certainly not popular out there, but are having a good time of things.
That's going to be fun. Hops Trevenant, I'll be honest with you, I was talking about Okie Dokie, and I was talking about Mega Starmie. Even I wasn't thinking that Hops Trevenant could be making a run in this tournament, but it is out there. We've got a bunch of other Hops stuff in the deck. There's a Cramorant and a Snort, the kind of things we might expect. But Hops Trevenant? Doing well, that is something I did not expect to see coming.
I've seen it a little bit in drips and drabs online, but really not too popular whatsoever. Using that Phantump as an early game attacker with all those damage modifiers you can use with the Hops Pokemon. You get to use the Hops bag to grab those basics when a lot of these other archetypes, obviously losing Nest Ball, don't have easy access to those high hit point Pokemon. So the Trevenant and that, being a Psychic type, being so strong into those Dragapult players, it's actually sneaky pretty okay into the format.
It is indeed. Speaking of the format, we are heading into rotation. GG to G Block. I think that was one of your ones there, Joe. And of course, G Block is rotating out. That is the big story this weekend. Yes, we do have Perfect Order legal, but even bigger than that is this rotation coming in, getting rid of a whole bunch of older cards.
Yeah, I think it's a massive shift to the TCG. Not just those archetypes, the Charizards, the Gardevoirs, the Golden Goes that have been so prevalent for so many months now, even years really, with Gardevoir and Charizard. Golden Go being the premium, like, aggressive deck of the format. Losing all of those seemed to be such a big deal, but then you look at the patterns of play of other decks. Losing Nest Ball, losing out on a ton of different Pokemon, the Squawkabilly EX, the Mew EX, the Pidgeot EX, the Engine Pokemon. They simply leave the format, and that just removes a ton of the Turbo Engine Pokemon in the first instance, but then also Pidgeot with that inevitability, such a big ability that was crucial to so many archetypes in the game, mostly, of course, that Charizard variant, but seeing these archetypes leave a massive gap in the meta.
It really does. You know, my boy Miraidon finally rotating out. No longer can I predict it to win every event. I'll have to find a new best friend, maybe Starmie. We'll have to wait and see. But there's a lot of cards, you know, that Baxcalibur had a little bit of a run for a little while.
A while ago now, yeah. But it was very playable.
It was for a while. That one kind of fell off. But you look at those cards like Pidgeot, Mew, Squawkabilly, the Engine Pokemon, as you've put it. And then we got attackers like Golden Go, Charizard, Gardevoir, Iron Hands, which won many a tournament on its own. All of these cards just gone. There's no more chance to be playing around with them. And then things like, you know, Mimikyu is a basic safeguard Pokemon.
Yeah.
We just don't have that anymore.
No, it's all about that Crustle now, and it's doing really well. But this is where I think the biggest impact really lies. Losing Arven, Ino, Research. This was the core of, like, just those three supporters were in a lot of decks, as the only supporters available. And then, of course, Lily's Determination came in, started to shimmy around the ratios that little bit. But Arven and those three technical machines, you can see those tool cards, integral for setting up basic decks like the Absol Kangaskhan deck just for energy acceleration, or using that technical machine evolution. Such an important tool card that subverted Itchy Pollen. That was the big reason to have the TM evolution. It meant that you could still work your way towards stage 1 and 2 Pokemon, even under item lock. And we saw, Ross, yesterday, a lot of the time, Itchy Pollen was really stunting the development of all sorts of archetypes because all the ball search immediately becomes shut off. They have to find those physical counts. So losing TM Evo, absolutely huge deal. Losing Research and then also losing Earthen Vessel, that's a lot of our discarding synergy effects as well.
Yes.
Meaning that we're really just reliant on Ultra Ball in the format. So we have less easy means of grabbing different energy cards, but also a lot less discard synergy. These are some of the big differences, I think, of the meta.
And another one which has really been, you know, kind of obsessing me over the past couple of weeks is this combination of Professor Turo and Penny.
Yeah.
They were how you pick cards up. I know Piper talked about this in the interview yesterday after her win on stream. Just the fact that now you cannot fix your bench. You cannot deny prizes. These are cards that were great. Oh, I've started with something I don't really want. Oh, that's really annoying. Doesn't matter. I can pick it up later. I've got a heavily damaged Pokemon that I don't want to give up easy prizes. That's okay. I can pick it up and not worry about it. Now you can play Scoop Up Cyclone to have that once per game and have no other race spec. So I like to look at themes of rotation. evolution, and it's hand disruption, comeback potential, that discard engine you've mentioned, and picking Pokemon up. All of this is infinitely worse, and then, like I say, TM evolution is really its own thing, but yeah, that's a huge loss for evolution decks.
Yeah, a lot of engines feel that little bit shakier, but having to use Team Rocket's petrol, they don't have the free bonus of getting tool cards compared to an Arven. So even engines that are still established and still in the format, look at things like Solrock and Lunatone. Part of the reason they were so powerful was the early pressure that a Solrock could provide, because one Arven could get you one of the two rocks, but also a pivot with Air Balloon to get it into the active to start swinging and attacking. So just because we don't have Arven in the format, it also changes the patterns of play for certain archetypes, whether it was setup or regression, because Arven was so flexible with what tools it could grab, that immediately changes the meta as well. So a lot going on in terms of the early stages of the metagame with so few actually good supporters, basically just Lily. Lily is like way above everything else in terms of how premium of a draw option it can be. It means that just with 4 copies, many people look towards the Meowth EX from Perfect Order to be able to Ultra Ball find that card, because it simply is better than everything else out there right now.
No, agreed. The other draw cards out there are just either not as good or they're very, very specific.
Yeah.
You know, we got some good ones in Team Rocket.
Oh, yeah.
If you're playing entirely a Team Rocket deck.
That's the downside.
But we're talking a lot about Megas this weekend. We have a community prediction bracket that we've been working through, and I think it might be time to carry on. Now, yesterday we went through the whole of round 1. We had Frostlass, Lucario, Kangaskhan, and Diancie. Moving on, now we need to start off with round 2. We've got Lucario and Frostlass we're going to be starting with. And you know I want Frostlass, Joe.
Yeah, I'm still reeling from the loss from yesterday with Absol somehow losing out to Frostlass, and it was by a large margin, so a lot of people were backing your argument, so I'm going to have to step up my game today. Luckily, I'm quite familiar with Lucario. I've been playing it myself to some tournaments, so I think I can give a good argument for this deck.
I do like Lucario, actually. Lucario was my favorite Mega back in Mega Evolution, but my Stage 1 single energy, no ability Water Megas have come around, and, you know, between Starmie and Frostlass, that is my jam at the moment. And, you know, that Starmie that we're seeing, it's got a 9-1-2 record now. I believe it is on a winning in. So, that, you know, might be seeing Frostlass in that. You never know. So, I mean, can we get rolling? Have we got the go-ahead to start?
I'm ready. I think so. I think count me in, and I'll get going. I'll get the gloves on for Lucario.
Right, let's hope somebody behind us is setting a 30-second timer. I'm going to count you in, Joe. Tell us why Lucario is the choice in 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, Mega Lucario has the best engine in the game. You get to play the Solrock Lunatone package, so you're just naturally drawing a ton of cards. For 1 energy, you can accelerate 3 to your bench as well, so that can set up your next Lucario or set up a Hariyama, a really powerful single prize Pokemon. So the archetype already is fleshed out just from the fact that you have this one Pokemon immediately taking knockouts on Fezzitipsy and Meowth. That's in so many decks in the format. And then you can Mega Brave, you can hit for 270, buff that up with Premium Power Pros. The deck builds itself, you get all the fighting mons in the equation, suddenly you're knocking out anything in the format, and you got 340 hit points as well.
And then you stop because you're out of time. All right, not a bad challenge. Look, I like Mega Lucario. In other arguments, I might be on your side, Joe. Against, you know, if we're talking Mega Lucario going to like Venusaur or Lopunny, I'd just be sitting here. I wouldn't even make a counter argument. I would concede.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I would concede. But today, I don't even need to worry about that. No concession necessary. Count me in, Joe. Let me tell you about the wonder that is Mega Frostlass EX.
30 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1.
It's got 2 attacks. You don't even need a second attack. No one cares about a second attack. What Mega Frostlass does is it makes you play the game badly. How many games have you won because your opponents misplayed or they did something they didn't want to do to try and stop you? That's what Mega Frostlass does. 50 cards for each card in your opponent's hand. Drawing cards is good. No! Drawing cards loses you the game because Frostlass will punish you. Hey, play all those cards you want to save for later now so that I don't KO you and then you've lost the game if you played the cards at the wrong time. Frostlass will punish you.
And there you go. That's your time up, Ross.
There you go.
I can't believe your argument was people misplay. That's crazy.
It's not that people misplay. It's that you force them to misplay. That's the key of Mega Frostlass. You make them play suboptimally and then punish them if they don't. Like, if they play properly, you win. If they play suboptimally, you win.
Well, those are our arguments. Get on over to Twitch. The poll is open. We've made the case for 2 cards. Last time I was feeling pretty confident just because I had Absol thinking it was the better option. I'm once again up against you arguing with Frostlass. I still feel like I have the better option, but Lucario has had a really tough weekend. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it. It's been one of the worst converting decks in the room, but I still think that just inherently the deck is so just like on paper powerful. It's got a very good progression. It can pivot pivot from a 3-prize to a 1-prize deck really nicely. That acceleration is something you just don't see on other cards for such efficient cost. And there's so many boasts for fighting right now that it's a really difficult deck to look past.
So what you're saying is basically any fighting Pokemon could be good and there's nothing special about Lucario?
No, it's exactly Lucario that can take the best advantage of it because it celebrates the use of Lunatone so well. It gets to use the new Rocky Fighting Energy, which I think is a really good card right now. It means that you're not going to get sob trapped or, corner trapped on your Pokemon, which is excellent, and it's great into Alakazam. I just feel like there's too many elements that fighting gets to boast, and the Lucario is the most efficient way to take advantage.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you 2 true or false questions. I want 1-word true or false answers. True or false, there is a deck with Mega Lucario in position for top cut at this tournament right now?
That is false.
That is false. True or false, there is a deck with Mega Frostlass in position for top cut in this tournament right now?
Okay, that is true.
That is true. So, if you ever needed a better argument, there we go. By the way, make sure you are voting on Twitch. We did say this in the intro. The votes we have to do on Twitch, so have it ready on your phone. You want to watch on YouTube? We like YouTube. You might already know that. We're fans. But the voting is on Twitch. I actually just have Twitch on my phone. So if ever there's a vote, to be honest, I normally vote while I'm at the desk, but I kind of got in a bit of an argument. I feel like I might not have time now. But you do! Make sure you go and get that vote in. And if Starmie loses by 1 vote, it's because I was too professional and didn't vote on my phone while I was supposed to be working.
Yeah, all these Megas, they seem to finally be making that big impact. I think for a while it was just Absol and Kangaskhan that were just so powerful in their own right. Yeah. They've had to have a bit of an adapting period. I feel like Kangaskhan much more of an engine Pokemon that sort of just waves, says hello, draws its cards, then pivots back to the bench a lot of the time. And Absol has become a bit more obscure, but it feels like the evolution Megas are having much better time of things now. Yeah,
Lucario is a legit card right now. Mega Starmie is a legit card. Mega Frostlass, Mega Venusaur is out and about doing quite well. Mega Diancie slipped off a little bit because that was mostly attack in Gardevoir decks, which obviously aren't as good right now. Right, results are in. Show me. Come on, let's keep
this. Couldn't happen again.
Keep it rolling.
Surely.
Let's keep it rolling. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh my God.
It happened again. Frostlass is unstoppable. And a bigger margin of victory than last time.
Yeah, even better. Well, I mean, Lucario's had a bad tournament, I suppose, which might come into people's minds, or just people agree that everyone misplays into Frostlass. I don't understand.
There is a world, Joe. There is a genuine... I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying there is a non-zero chance this happens. I predict Starmie to win. I get Mega Frostlass to the champion in this bracket.
Which is the most important part of the whole
weekend.
I wrote
an article on PCOM about Mega Starmie.
Which everyone read to then build the deck in the first place.
I hope so. And then Mega Starmie with Frostlass wins this event, and I have the best weekend of my life.
It's all coming up, Ross, right now.
It's all coming up, Ross.
And the Lucario is the deck that I've been backing a lot. I've done some content on it. I've played it to a League Cup for a victory. I've been trying to push the Lucario as best I can, and it just fell on its face this weekend.
It has. Although I will say, now the voting's over, I do love Mega Lucario. For me, it's a top 3 Mega EX. The funny thing is, the 2 above it for me are Starmie and Frostlass.
Well, that is awkward.
They are legitimately, talking 100% honesty, the only Mega EXs are more than Lucario are Starmie and Frostlass. I think it is a top 3 Mega, and I think everything you said is absolutely right. I think we're talking about this kind of off air yesterday. One of the things Mega Lucario does so well is it basically auto wins every game where your opponent stutters. Any deck that doesn't have a fast start, and I think Starmie works for this as well, incidentally.
It does, yeah.
If your opponent does not have a good start, by the time that they take 2 or 3 turns to draw a supporter, you've already won.
Yeah, because you just put on that pressure so effectively, and the prize map that you can put into your opponent in terms of pivoting from that 3-prize Pokemon. Even things like Riolu can knock out Meowths.
Yes.
With Premium Power Pro.
I love it.
1 energy Meowth, couple of mods, bring that up with a Hariyama or something, that can really change a game. So the fact that you can sit as that single prize board state and still represent multi-prize knockouts is one of the only things that Lucario can do better than anything else, outside of maybe Festival Lead, I suppose.
Yeah, Festival. I love Festival Lead as well. It came out of Twilight Masquerade. That was the 6th Scarlet and Violet set, and then we kind of went all the way through to 10, and then we had Black and White, and then we're into the Mega Block. My point is, Twilight Masquerade is old at this point, and it's just finally that Festival Lead deck is coming around doing well. But we talked a lot about ace specs this weekend. Why don't we have a nice look at some of the aces in the hole for your deck? We've picked out a dozen for you there. I'm going to put you on the spot, Joe. What's your favorite ace spec?
My favorite right now is Scoop Up Cyclone, although I have to confess that Unfair Stamp seems to be in a league of its own in terms of its importance. It's the single best way that you can disrupt your opponent for a turn, and the format very much feels like there's only a couple of roadblocks you can put up against your opponent. If they've had the earlier start, the better opener, the earlier starts the prize race, there's only a couple of opportunities you have to try and make that comeback. And I feel like the unfair stamp is the only really way to do that. I, however, do still love that scoop up Cyclone. We mentioned the loss of Penny. We mentioned the loss of Professor Toro scenario. The versatility of scoop up Cyclone being sometimes a healing card, sometimes a way to pick up a liability EX Pokemon like Meowth, for example, which is so relevant right now. Or the way that you could try and fix a board position where you've had to put down certain Pokemon to play around your opponent's lines of play, but then you need that board space open back up. It's really only Scoop Up Cyclone and Area Zero Underdepths, if you happen to be playing Terrors, that can do anything like that for you. So those are the two premium options, in my opinion, right now.
And that actually links in beautifully to our rotation discussion earlier, with the fact that those are the two things that we lost in rotation, being able to pick up Pokemon and being able to hand disrupt. And I got to give a shout out to the card designers right now, who probably aren't watching this, but if you are, you guys are awesome. Because one of the very first A-specs that got revealed was Prime Catcher. And we've had these one in your deck of any type cards in Pokemon before. I think back to Radiant Pokemon. It was overwhelmingly Radiant Greninja, with a few others popped in here or there. Right. Whereas here, I looked at Prime Catcher and I said, well, I mean, this is just going to be the default. Like, unless we get a bunch of phenomenal A-specs, everyone's just going to be playing Prime Catcher. I think it might happen again where everyone just plays the same one, and oh my word, it did not. The variety of frankly broken cards, and essentially the brief seemed to be, make a broken card, it's okay, they're only allowed to play one of it anyway, and they ran with it, and they made kind of every type of broken card you could. And it's wonderful. When we had A-specs back in Gen 5, it was computer search for the vast majority of people, little bit of dowsing machine, and very little others saw play. That has not been the case this second time round for A-specs, and I just think that is a credit to the card design team. I have loved watching A-specs evolve.
Yeah, it's almost in a way that you can build a deck entirely around that A-spec, whether it's a Precious Trolley or a Legacy Energy, Enriching Energy, and Alakazam. Like, they now define the deck. The fact that this A-spec exists and has such powerful effects, but then the trade-off is very much felt. You're then choosing not to play Hand Disruption if you're not going for the unfair stamp routes, or if you're going for a secret box, you can have this strange medley of cards. The variety of tools, the variety of stadiums, the variety of supporter cards then completely changes thanks to that secret box. I think that's been the most intriguing from a deck builder's perspective. The secret box opened up so many interesting lines of play, and you could build in very, very different ways in the format. I think it's a bit weaker now that we've lost Arven, but I still think it can really allow some decks to take full advantage. I really feel it's a great option still for Grimstar, for example.
Yeah, Secret Box was wild to me because that card was revealed and I was like, well, that card's broken. And for a few months, like, nobody played it at all. And it was kind of NAIC in 24, the year we were there. That was kind of when a lot of Gardevoir players decided on Secret Box. And there was the ancient Toolbox decks as well. Yeah. And it almost felt like that was a moment where players went, wait, searching out one of every type of trainer card is actually very good for setting up. And since then, we've seen a lot of it. My latest obsession, A-spec-wise, Legacy Energy. I love Legacy Energy. The idea that you can play an all-mega deck and your opponent KOs 2 megas, but one of them had a Legacy Energy. Now they've got to KO a third mega, or even just playing a single prize deck and forcing your opponent to take a pointless KO.
Yeah. Okidogi, for example, loves that, yeah. Another great user, you're obviously going to mention it if I don't already, Starmie from the Perfect Order expansion, a great user of that Legacy Energy. You get to get one Hilda, immediately get both of those pieces, and suddenly it's a 330 hit point, 2 prize Pokemon. Such a difficult one to deal with, especially with a fairly irrelevant weakness right now. It's a really difficult Pokemon to clear off the board immediately, and the more time you give the Starmie, the more it can set up damage across the board.
Yeah, and I think that is a really big selling point. It's a very uncommon weakness. You can even play around with things like Wally's Compassion, if you like, just bounce 1 energy to hand to heal it completely. There is a lot going for it, but this is Perfect Order. It's not giving us a lot of cards that are making a big impact, but it is giving us a few, and I've got to say, Telepathic Energy and Meowth, those are game-changing cards.
They absolutely do. Telepathic only limited to those Psychic-type Pokemon. When you attach this energy to a Psychic type, you can then search your deck for 2 Psychic Pokemon and put them immediately on your bench. That's a huge boast. That's part of the reason why we're seeing a steady flow of Alakazam this tournament, and plenty of them towards those top tables as well. Then it also breathes life into some less consistent builds. You simply get to play the game as a Slowking, for example. That's a really big beneficiary. Also, we haven't seen too much of it this weekend, but a Mega Diancie Jellicent sort of Dust Noir build is so intriguing. When I first saw this Telepathic Energy, I thought, wow, a lot of our support Pokemon are already Psychic types. You want to have Latias EX in play. You want to have additional Monkey Dory in play. You want to have those Duskull on the board. So the fact that you get that on a free attachment replenishment is absolutely insane, and it's really transferring the vibe from Psychic, where previously Gardevoir EX was basically how you built the best Psychic deck no matter what. Now it feels like we have a lot more versatility with Psychic, but it all stems from this new energy.
No, it absolutely does, and it's so huge. And Meowth, of course, just going and searching any supporter card. There's two obvious uses for it, and that is turn one, oh, I've got nothing. Let's go get Lily's Determination, shuffle, draw 8. We've seen that a bunch this weekend. The other one is, it's late game, I really need Gusting to win. Oh, hang on a second, Meowth for boss's orders and win. But then there's all of those other uses throughout the game, picking out those one-off supporters, and that's the thing what something like Meowth does. It allows you to play one-off tech supporters, knowing that you don't have to draw that supporter, you have to draw that supporter, or your Meowth, or any Pokemon search, like an Ultra Ball or something like that, and then it just gives you so many more outs. Now, I'm having a little bit of a look as results are coming in.
Go on then.
I'm trying to see in 32 as a cutoff right now. It might not be, that is not official. If we see that, there's at least 3 Crustle, who are on winning ins next round.
Oh boy.
I'm having a look at the top tables. There's a lot of Dragapult. There is that one Starmie, but there's a lot of Crustle right now, sitting around that 28, 29 point mark. I don't know if 31's going to be enough. I've not run the numbers, but there's a couple. There's 3 Crustle right now on 29 points, having just 1, and there's at least 2 others on 28 points. So there could be a lot of Crustle hanging around those top tables. It hasn't really been there in such big numbers so far.
No.
There's only, I think there's 43 coming in, 20 in phase 2. At least 6 of them are after this round on 28 points minimum.
That's crazy. What a run for Crustle. It's just this deck that no one really wants to respect, I suppose. Like, just because it's not easy to get through, especially with the amount of healing with Jumbo Ice Cream, with spiky energy ticking away on the few single prize Pokemon you do choose to put into your deck list. And just the fact that it can be Heroes Caped up and be such a mammoth amount of hit points, it's a difficult Pokemon to get through. And then every now and then there may be a few other Pokemon in that mix as well to help you overcome the single prize threats to then allow a late game Crustle to stonewall out the game. It's a very difficult customer to come up against, and most people would choose to have a more consistent deck, especially in this format where you really need to rely on having good opening turns a lot more of the time. I feel like in this format, it feels like more simplified games of Pokemon seem to be your better strategy to win, just have maximum counts of everything you need. Most people want to go down that sort of safe direction into a wider field than really respecting Crustle, because oftentimes it demands like 3 or 4 cards going into your deck just to have a chance.
No, I agree with that entirely. Now, I've done a little bit of crunching there.
Go on.
Now, I'm actually looking. I think 32 might be a bit high. I think 31 could be the cutoff.
Wow.
So if 31 is a cutoff, now that does bring in an extra 2 or 3 Crustle that will be on winning ins next round. But it does bring in another Starmie. There is a Starmie on 28 points right now, Joe. So
it depends on the if there's natural ties or if there's wins from where I'm seeing it.
So just to be clear, we are not giving you any confirmed information. We're having just a quick look. I know when I'm watching a stream at home, I want to have that little bit of an idea. It's 31 or 32 points is what we're looking at here in terms of the cutoff. We don't know exactly what it's going to be now. But we're trying to give you a flavor of the tournament. And right now, the flavor is a lot of Dragapult, quite a lot of Crustle, and then there are a few decks hanging around under there. Some of the festival leads, unfortunately, taking losses in that last round. So not looking as healthy as an archetype as it was going into that round.
And I think it means we can both be a little bit smug with our cast predictions for the weekend, Ross. Because it seems like you've got a Starmie in touching distance. I've also got currently on second table, most likely in a position to intentionally draw to 32 match points, is going to be that Arbeliever EX. We only really got to feature it once on stream yesterday, and it immediately was stonewalled by a Shaman, so it's far less impressive than you would like. But the pressure of this stage 2 Pokemon coming into play suits this Ogerpon Meganium build so nicely. It had a huge performance in the Champions League in Fukuoka, got a second place finish really early on in this format over in Japan. So the fact that we get to see this once again on high-level play is really exciting to me. That Oil Salvo is such a dangerous attack for a number of players. It's terrifying for any Team Rocket's deck. A number of Tarantula can be immediately knocked out. It's terrifying for any user of Budu as well, which I think is, for me, the key element of Arbeliever. The fact that it can take an easy single energy knockout onto 2 Pokemon, one of them being Budu, so your opponent sometimes has to then re-establish a Budu if they want to continue to item lock, or you can try and pressurize multiple evolving Pokemon taking one prize and then setting up another one so that just evolving into their stage 1 isn't going to be enough hit points. They have to find a rare candy on demand, otherwise this chain of attacks is really going to start putting the pressure on. I think the Oil Salvo is a really underutilized attack in the format, and I'm really happy to see one towards our top tables.
I agree entirely. For my caster prediction, I went for the easy one in Unfair Stamp, but that was really just my way of saying this is the A-Spec for this tournament. When Chaos Rising comes out, we can talk again, but in the Perfect Order format, it is all about Unfair Stamp. There are other A-Specs available, but Unfair Stamp is a pretty clear number 1. Megastar Meet, that's a passion pick. I love that card. I want it to do well, and there is one on a win and in. Now, what is really interesting here, I'm having a little bit of a look. There are 4 players who are going to...
Yeah, here are our standings.
Okay, this is cool. So we got the top 4 players. Thank you to the people back here making my job so easy. Those top 4 players are going to ID onto 32 points. Those top 4 players, unless something bizarre happens, they will be in on 32 points.
And just quickly, that's 1 Raging Bolt, 1 of the Arbeliever, and 2 Dragapult players. So that's locked in.
Superb. Thank you very much. We then have 4 matches of 29-point players. If all of those matches end on a natural, 30 or 29.
Yeah.
If all 4 of those end on a natural win, we will have a straight top 8 cut, 32 points or above, very clean. If one of those ends in a tie, then things get incredibly interesting.
Oh, it could all be chaotic here. So this final round of Swiss really is going to make a big difference. Seeing Sander Wojcik up there as well, 9-1-2. Not really a player that we've spoken about too much this weekend, but is a real great historic name who has always brought really awkward decks to the table. And this weekend, he's playing Crustle.
So you know how like 10 seconds ago, I said, if there's a tie, things are going to get interesting? There is a tie
on 30.
Over on table 203, we have a tie putting 2 players onto 31 match points.
Wow.
Which means we cannot now have our clean. We could have had a very clean top 8, 32 points or above. That is now no longer possible. So the cutoff, I think, now is guaranteed to be 31, and things are getting...
Oh, boy.
I'm not doing any more maths. It was clean. It was easy. It was nice. It's now just gone... I'm out.
Yeah, who knows at this point? It all comes down to this final round of Swiss, and that means there's a lot of variety towards the top of as well. It really felt like it was the Dragapult and Festival lead show of all things.
Yes.
It feels like we were in a carnival sort of vibe yesterday, but now it feels like there's a lot more diversity towards our top cut. I think for me, at least, that's a bit of relief. I thought there was going to be like, the only variety would be which form of Dragapult we were going to be seeing throughout our top cut rounds. Now it feels like this really is a good celebration of the new format, where it is going to be really diverse strategies, and it feels like there are more answers to Dragapult than meets the eye.
Well, you know what's really funny? So I'm just having a little bit of a look. We're at that stage of the tournament where the matchups really matter. There are 4 win and ins potentially here, although one of them has already ended in a tie. One of them is Crustle against Dragapult.
Yeah.
One of them is Crustle against Dragapult.
Yeah.
One of them is Crustle against Dragapult.
Oh.
And then the other one is Starmie against Garchomp.
Yeah.
So 3 of the 4 win-and-ins are Crustle against Dragapult, but one of them has already been submitted as an intentional tie. That one is not going to be played out. That is going to throw the whole cut into disarray. But yeah, a lot of Crustle. 3 of them made it to win-and-in.
Wow.
All against Dragapult.
And the Crustle builds, they are quite intriguing. Just having a quick look at Sanders' build, he's got the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, which I think is a really big deal. Might have been really good into Festival lead, actually, surprisingly enough, because they have a lot of abilities on all of their Pokemon. They're going to be having to attack with Applins. So that's not ideal. They play a lot of damage modifiers. They can still Black Belt and do all sorts. It does hit for weakness, so it's not all done. But yeah, that would have been a pretty wild game to have to watch. When you're having to, here we go, let's see the Phase 2 breakdown, just to sort of drive that home. The 8% of Crustle in the room are really floating to the top.
There's 20 of them in Phase 2. 3 of them made it to the win and in on the last round of Swiss. The conversion was 47% going from Phase 1 to Phase 2, but then having about a 33% Phase 2 to win and in conversion is also remarkable.
It looks like a good representation for the Team Rockets archetype as well. I feel like this is an inevitability with the Team Rockets deck. It feels like it does have good answers into most matchups. I feel like Festival Lead, the only difficult one on this whole conversion rate here, in terms of it can have really good answers to Dragapult. It can have weakness. It has Articuno to protect a lot of its bench. It has Lily's Clefairy. It has answers into Crustle, because of course you have the Spidops attacking army, which can be really useful.
Yeah,
it can really deal with a lot of nonsense and gets to boast its own entire engine. But having no draw-based Pokemon in the entire deck does mean that sometimes you can have that weak underbelly, and every now and then lose a set even into a favorable matchup, or when you do hit those unfavorable matchups, you are just going to crumble because you don't have that much unfairness going on in your deck. You're quite like routine Pokemon. Like, it feels like going back in a time capsule, like almost 10 years, where you're playing like, yes, a good single prize attacker, yes, a good 2-prize attacker, kind of echoes of maybe Blacephalon with Naganadel, for example. That's sort of how I feel about the archetype, but it doesn't quite have the staying power in terms of consistency to have these ridiculous records in my book.
It's one of those ones, it forces you to go what we refer to in TCGs as tribal. But when we say that, what we mean is you have to play a particular type. In this case, the tribe is Team Rocket's Pokemon. And the problem is, you're kind of forced to play full Team Rockets. But like you say, there's no Team Rocket's Pokemon that gives you a draw engine, but you can't just start randomly teching in, you know, things like the Dunsparce or Drakcloak, which a lot of other decks will randomly do if they're desperate. You can't really do that because it makes the entire deck weaker, and now all of a sudden, like you say, you are a little bit stuck. Well, the good news is we are getting ready for our last round. Where we are in the tournament right now, we're going into round 13. This is the final round. After here, we will be on our asymmetrical top cut, and we've got Lorenzo Zanti against Neddy Kosak, and I'm a happy boy because we are getting our Starmie matchup, although literally the only options were this or a Crustle against Dragapult.
I think they made the right decision here, as we do have Neddy, as you can see, some top 16s and top 32s over the last couple of seasons, so very consistent performer, has been really nailing those good performances in many seasons now, many formats, so definitely accustomed to the top tables. We've had them on the stream a number of times. Great to see them back here at a top performance, with Birmingham being that most recent regional top 32 placement. And it's an archetype we haven't really seen much of this weekend with that Garchomp.
Wow, Lorenzo here, bit of a newer player, 443rd at EUIC, 305th at Lille Regionals. Both of those are from this year. Both of those are in the top 256, top 512, or top 512 really, region. So a newer player, presumably, who's had a couple of decent phase 2s, now looking to try and get that big finish. Already their best result ever from what we can see. But if they win this, they will be in the asymmetrical top cut. They will be on 32 match points. So we've got Neddy on Cynthia's Garchomp. We've got Lorenzo on Mega Starmie. These are underrepresented decks this weekend, both of them looking to try and make it into top cuts.
And normally you'd say that Garchomp would have that like inherent advantage, especially with those Cynthia's power weights, to really buff up the hit points, to try and neutralize the early spread pressure of Starmie. But Ross, but there is a Mega Frostlass EX in the equation.
There's two, Joe, there's
two of them, and the early attack from Cynthia's Garchomp forces you to draw up, so you may, so you don't have to draw up to 6 in your hand, but that would be a way to really increase your hand size, but also just generically taking knockouts onto these Mega EX Pokemon force you to take those prize cards that can really help out. Already I'm seeing a really interesting dynamic where there's 2 copies of Larry's Skill in the deck for Neddy. That might be a way to completely reduce your hand size down and negate the action of a Frostlass. That's going to be such an intriguing supporter interaction that you don't see too often.
Yeah, you can discard your entire hand to search for a Pokemon, a supporter, and a basic energy. Play the Pokemon, play the energy, 1-card hand, completely nullify Mega Frostlass. I'll be honest with you, Joe, I haven't made this big a deal about Frostlass and Starmie this weekend to finally get it on stream in a win-and-in scenario and watch it lose, but we are not in control. Although, a couple of mulligans here from Neddy. That's going to give Lorenzo an advantage starting.
Yeah, you don't actually play that many Pokemon within the deck. It's just the Gible, it's just those Roselia, and then the 1 Spiritomb to cash in when you have lots of damaged Cynthia's Pokemon across your board as a really powerful single prize attacking option. But it's fairly straightforward in terms of what you're trying to do with a Garchomp. You're trying to get into your Gabite as quickly as possible, cash in on the Champion's Call ability that can search out additional Cynthia's Pokemon. Usually as soon as you find 1 Gabite, then suddenly every Pokemon starts flooding into play. And
you have Dragon's Exalted all over again.
Yeah, it really is. It's that great echo back to the older card. A bit less versatile this time, but still very, very useful. And then we're trying to buff up that Garchomp damage output. Naturally, it won't be able to reach into these Mega EX Pokemon. You're going to rely on the Cheer Onto Glory ability from the Cynthia's Roserade, in addition to some Premium Power Pros, to try and reach these big Megas.
That is what you're going to be needing to do. While we've got starting Pokemon from both players here, let's see some prize cards come down, see if there's anything terribly relevant. Well, haven't shown us anything yet.
We'll try and get a little peek of that, but here we are, there we go. Nothing too awkward. A couple of those darkness energy used for Monkey Dory on the side of Lorenzo, but ultimately not too bad on either side here. Very manageable.
We are good. We are rolling. Final round of Swiss. There is a fist bump. Lorenzo and Neddy, Starmie and Garchomp rolling here in the final Swiss round. A win and in for your asymmetrical top card. Lorenzo starts with a Star U, goes and uses a poker pad to go and search a Pokemon. And essentially the way Lorenzo's deck works is like this. You've got Starmie. Star Ross is the French name. I'll be using it occasionally. Does 120 to the active and 50 to the bench. You've then got Mega Frostlass, who you may have heard me talk about already, does 50 damage for each of your opponent's cards in their hand. You'll notice that there is a Risky Ruins in play. That's putting 2 damage counters on all of Lorenzo's Pokemon and a Legacy Energy right away. I love this turn 1 for Lorenzo.
Especially that Risky Ruins. It really changes the dynamic of everything going on here because now, immediately, even with this Buddy Poffin, these Gible are going to start taking 2 damage counters immediately. Even coming out of the deck, the Risky Ruins can still damage your Pokemon. So straight away, a lot of these benched basic Pokemon are going to be under threat from a turn 2 Jetting Blow attack from the Mega Starmie EX. So finding this early Stadium card, not only useful for the Monkey Dory that we already see on the bench, but immediately it's allowing Lorenzo to threaten a 2-prize knockout without the help of Cynthia's Power Weights. That's the only thing that could change the dynamic.
Absolutely. One of the worst things about Starmie is it's hitting 50 to the bench when you really want to hit 70. 70 is the key number for KOing all of these evolving basics. Well, Risky Ruins puts them from 70 down to 50, putting them in range of Starmie. And it's worth noting, stop me if I've made a mistake here, Joe, I don't see a single Stadium in Neddy's deck.
Nope.
So Risky Ruins is going to be there, and it is literally just Cynthia's Power Weights that can stop them taking that damage of being KO'd.
Yeah, that's one of the few concessions that Garchomp has to make when you're playing such a thick line of a stage 1 and stage 2, and you're trying to skimp out on your energy attachments as well because you're so low in your attack cost with your Garchomp that normally you have to just say, I'm not going to play any Stadium card because there isn't really one that would be useful for consistency. It would just be a sort of disruption Stadium card. Maybe it could help you bounce some Jamming Tower. That's one of the most scary Stadiums for you to see.
Yes.
So at most you play like 1 copy just to protect yourself from that. But in this case, nothing from Neddy. So we are going to see a lot of damaged Pokemon coming out. I think the idea from Neddy here is, well, if they're all going to be damaged, I may as well get as many of them out as possible so that maybe on turn 2, as soon as I find a Gabite, I can then evolve up all of these into stage 1 Pokemon and have more hit points to work with.
And that is going to be the scary thing. Gabite, of course, got that ability lets you search for Cynthia's Pokemon. So get a Gabite, search another Gabite, then search a Roserade, and then all of them are stage 1s. Of course, one of them should be going down next turn if Lorenzo can go and get a Staros, and that's going to help. I mean, Lorenzo should be on 2 prizes next turn unless something screwy happens.
Yeah, it really does have to be those Power Weights to make things a little bit easier. And here we go, Pokegear to try and help find a supporter card. We're just going to bring the Pokemon into shot for you there.
Now, just a quick rundown of Neddy's deck here. It is all built around Cynthia's Garchomp. That is your main attacker. But we've got Cynthia's Gabite, which searches for any Cynthia's Pokemon. We've got Cynthia's Roserade, which lets your Cynthia's Pokemon do 30 more damage. And then that Cynthia's Power Weight, which gives you a nice HP boost, gives an extra 70 HP to the Cynthia's Pokemon it is attached to. And then Garchomp hits harder, has more HP, and round we go. There's a Rocky Energy.
Ooh, nice.
And there is the Power Weight onto that Gibble.
That's massive, because otherwise you wouldn't have a means of protecting your energy attachment, especially with the Roselia in the active position. You're going to need to find an easier route of bringing your Gabite into safety so it can't be just taken out immediately by the Starmie. It would force a boss's orders, for example, as we're jumping back up 70 hit points. That's one of the key selling points, really, of this Garchomp archetype. That Cynthia's Power Weight, a plus 70 hit point buff is really, really crazy.
That is absurd. Like, bearing in mind, the A spec gives you plus 100.
Yes.
And that is an A spec.
And you can play 4 in this build.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And the only other thing you can do is, you know, think you've got like the one that the cape that gives you an extra 100, and then you give up an extra prize. Mm-hmm. Like, it is 70 is absolutely absurd. Now, a boss from Lorenzo here could absolutely wreck the board for Neddy.
Oh, another Power Weight as well, Ross.
Oh, what?
You can protect another Gibble here.
Oh, my word. Okay. Can no longer completely wreck the board.
Is that 2 power weight in the hand? It is!
No.
3 power weights, turn 1 here for Neddy.
If you get 3 Gibble, all with power weights, if I'm Lorenzo, I am not a happy bunny here. Because now you've got a boss just to KO one of them, and that's the best you can do. It's another one.
That's incredible. There's really a lack of draw engine in the deck for Garchomp. It really is just that early corkscrew dive attack that every now and then you can weave in. So the fact that you can find these so early, just naturally drawing through the deck, has been massive for Neddy. I'd love to see the 3rd power weight come onto Gibble.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because if you don't put it on, it's going to get KO'd by Starmie next turn.
And even if there is a 2-prize knockout from Lorenzo, it's ignoring the Gibble, and that's always something you would prefer. Even though you oftentimes try and work your way through the game with just 2 Garchomp, especially in a spot like this where there's going to be multiple.
Hasn't attached it, Joe. So he's left it. He knows it's going down with just a Starmie. We see an evolution. Now, a boss plus Starmie here would be absolutely huge. Could take out 2 of those Cynthia's Gibbles, leaving just 1 with a power weight on with no energy attached. I don't know if he's got the cards in hand, but that's the dream. So we're using Buddy Buddy Poffin. We are not grabbing a Starmie. You cannot grab that, but we are grabbing a Snorunt here.
Yeah, there's multiple stage 1s going in through that Frostlass line, not just the Mega EX, but also the Freezing Shroud Frostlass is in that equation. And that's going to be a really important ability to keep an eye on, because Neddy wants to utilize the Gabite and wants to utilize the Roserade, both bench-sitting ability Pokemon. So the Freezing Shroud is also going to be ticking away naturally. So I really like Lorenzo's choice of floating that additional Snorunt. So now you're threatening both Freezing Shroud, but also that Mega EX as well.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. Now, what we've got is we played a Hilda here, went and searched for the Starmie and the Darkness Energy. So now the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory is online. That can move 2 damage counters from one of those Pokemon to one of your opponents. So in theory, you should be able to KO the Roselia in the active. You should easily KO that benched Gibble on the bench, and then you move a couple damage onto the one which is inevitably going to come and attack next turn. There is a Lily's Determination in hand, so choosing to actually go after the Roselia there, basically saying I can't take out all the Gibble, but I can start working on these Roselias.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable choice. Neddy might still just attack in this turn with a Gabite, because that would still set you up for a knockout potentially later on with a Draconic Buster. But one intriguing thing about Neddy's list, his A-Spec choice is the Unfair Stamp rather than the sometimes seen Neo Upper Energy. So he doesn't have an easy way to get a Draconic Buster in. So that's something that he's going to have to navigate here, try and float enough attachments to set up damage this turn with a Dragon Slice, but then also have a means of getting a Draconic Buster off next turn.
And here we do see the cascade as we expected. One Gabite, went and searched another Gabite, went and searched another Gabite, and now we've actually still got one available to go and use there. But damage-wise, it's going to, energy-wise, it's going to get a little bit awkward. You're going to have to start splitting them up and just, one on the bench here and just, well, hope your opponent doesn't at some point manage to get all of them off the bench, because that's going to be annoying.
Yeah, and it's one of those strange situations where you don't really ever have an opportunity to bench any additional Gibble or Roselia for the remainder of the game.
Nope.
Basically, these are the only Pokemon you will ever see come into play, other than potentially a Spiritomb that could come down in one turn and then also launch an attack.
Yes.
So Neddy is essentially board locked simply because of the Risky Ruins right now. He's going to use that last call to grab the Roserade. So now Dragon Slice from Gabite will deal a solid 70 damage and set up this Mega EX.
And that Risky Ruin's so good, because anything that gets benched, now this is the 4th and final Cynthia's Power Weight. That is right, yeah. No, that was the third one. That was one he didn't attach last turn. Okay, so there is still one available in the deck. Here comes Lily's Determination, and the only way you can bench another basic Pokemon is to bench it with that final Power Weight attached immediately, or else 70 becomes 50, and 50 becomes lunch.
And two of those Roselia already discarded one of them in the prize card, so we really are locked into just this one Roserade right now on the bench. So I'm not even sure if there's any other Pokemon that will ever hit this board for Neddy. He's just going to try and make it as difficult as possible from this stage towards getting multiple Garchomp in the future.
That is what they're going to be trying to do. Yeah, there's no Pokemon recovery in the deck. You don't expect to see it, honestly, but it's not in there. So we have got the Gabite in the active. That is going to be able to attack. It's got a single energy 40, but of course we've got Roserade sitting on the bench, so that 40 will then become 70. And then you're working, like you say, on that Garchomp for next turn to come in and finish things off. We are searching out a Gibble with the Poké Pad here.
Yeah, you have to assume that's just going to be held in the hand.
Yes.
because you are going to be suffering another single prize knockout this turn. You don't want to give them the free Gibble as well to go down to 2 prize cards. Then you just have to get through 1 Garchomp. That's too easy for Lorenzo. You've got to make life more difficult. But Neddy already sort of has his head in his hands and is thinking that there is this ticking away of damage with Monkey Dory in the equation as well. The Jetting Blow is getting a lot of value here as we do see that 70 damage prod, setting it up for a Draconic Buster next turn.
Wow. We can now go back over to Lorenzo. He's eyeing up something. I don't know, see what card he grabbed there. He's going to do something. What's he got, Joe?
Well, I feel like a second Monkey Dory would be the absolute best thing you could get into play here.
Agreed.
Because then you can try and target down the Gabite on the bench that currently has 80 remaining hit points. And that's exactly what we're going to search out with Ultra Ball. I believe there's also a Hilda in the hand, so we should have access to a Darkness Energy. Although, one was taken from prize card. So yeah, there is the Monkey Dory combination. And now we can take some damage off the Starmie EX as well, putting ourselves back up to a healthy 320 hit points, whilst now targeting down that Gabite. And suddenly, Lorenzo's going to be going down to 2 prize cards.
Yeah, I love this for Lorenzo here. Now, the good news is you've moved 3 damage. You don't need to move any more into that Gabite. That Gabite's already in range. So
now we set up the active to also be knocked out because we're only doing 120 to the active. And with the power weight, fortunately, you now will be getting that KO.
And this is going to be double Gabite KO, so there's only 1 Garchomp, but there's only 2 prizes remaining. Lorenzo goes through this Garchomp, and it will be game. But if Neddy never benches another Pokemon, you do have to go through the Garchomp. That Roserade will not get you any closer to winning the game. So
but how does 1 Garchomp get you 6 prizes from this position?
I'm not 100% sure it does. And the thing is, now that you're out of range of getting KO'd by Garchomp, that basically gives you an extra 60 damage from these Monkey Dory next turn. The good news is Garchomp doesn't have an ability, but you've also got to watch your hand size here. How much is Neddy watching his hand size is something we need to be aware of. There's quite a lot of cards in hand right now.
I think there's the Unfair Stamp in the hand as well, Ross, which might be one of the big pivots here.
I agree.
Maybe if you can just launch a decent amount of attacks, Lorenzo doesn't have access to something like that Mega Frostlass. If you can hand disrupt them, then you're giving yourself a chance. Because I think we should have a means of knocking out this Mega Starmie, because I believe there's Premium Power Pro also in the hand. So we can bump up this Draconic Buster from 260, currently at 290 thanks to the Roselia. Then you can use your Premium Power Pro, score that knockout.
There we go.
You can do it alongside Hand Disruption. Here it is, the A-Spec coming down, the Unfair Stamp. This is the swing turn in the game for Neddy, as Lorenzo only has 1 powered up attacker right now. It's going to be a 2-prize fight back from Neddy, whilst also giving Lorenzo only 2 cards to work with.
And this, I think the swing turn is exactly right. Essentially, if Lorenzo stalls for a turn or 2 here, Neddy will just run through whatever's there using this Garchomp. And of course, with the KO, that's going to leave you're going to be moving 2 damage per Monkey Dory rather than 3. However, if Lorenzo draws out of it, and Hilda would do it, nice and easy, there's a bunch of outs.
Hilda could be the game.
Hilda could be the game. You draw out of it nicely, and then all of a sudden, you are going to be able to just go ahead and win. So that Garchomp is at 400, -2 is 380. And then you can bring it down to 340 using Monkey Dory. So we're talking 7 cards in hand for Frostlass.
Yeah, that's not too tricky. And that's why you're seeing Neddy just burn these resources. Going to use that Buddy Buddy Poffin for no effect here. And just shuffle up instead. Getting a quick scout of Lorenzo's hand. I believe there's an Ultra Ball there. And he is playing a Meowth EX within his deck. So that could be a way to get a last-ditch supporter and really unlock this board. So there's the big knockout. 2 prize cards. And importantly, 2 cards coming into Neddy's hand. That now gives him 6 in hand, 5 in hand. So we can't knock out cleanly with Mega Frostlass, even with the help of the Monkey Dory damage output.
Now, we have hit an Ultra Ball here. We've hit an Ultra Ball and 2 cards that we can discard to play it. So we can go and find ourselves a Pokemon. You know what your Pokemon you could get?
It's got to be that Meowth.
For a Hilda. Just putting that one out there.
Could be Larry Skill as well. Larry Skill also in Lorenzo's list.
Annoyingly, well, what you really want is a Boss's Orders Starmie Energy. That wouldn't actually, yes, I would do it with Monkey Dory. We're not, unfortunately, there yet because you need to use Hilda, but you just go Starmie in an energy here, you hit the active, and the good news is, because there's no, this is what we were talking about earlier, did never get time to bank energy. So Draconic Buster isn't coming out. So this Starmie surviving this turn. So you hit the Garchomp, you KO the Gibble just because you don't want to give your opponent an option to, bring up a fresh Garchomp. and then next turn you should be able to win the game. I assume you KO the Gibble.
Yeah, I would like to see that, and we're just piling in as much damage as we can into the active position, take the Gibble off the board.
There we go.
Going down to a single prize card remaining, and there's still going to be some Monkey Dory damage floated, so if you do still find access to boss's orders, you can still try and close the game that way.
Yep.
Neddy now 180 damage on his active Garchomp, no energy to speak of, so limited to a corkscrew dive. The only really effective option would be taking out the Meowth EX here to keep himself one turn away from winning. There is a boss's orders and energy in hand, but does he think that 220 remaining hit points on this Garchomp is enough to survive the turn?
Well, not if a Frostlass comes down.
You can lower your hand size as well here.
But you take 2 off the Meowth, so we've got 220 left. It's only going to be 4 cards in hand to KO with a Frostlass next turn.
Yeah.
Time the Monkey Dory damage comes down, I think it's going to be 4 cards in hand for a Frostlass. So that's 2 in hand if you KO the Meowth. Can you get his hand down that low?
There's a lot of items in here. Pretty sure there are. There's boss's orders. There's another Buddy Buddy Poffin. There's a Poker Gear. Oh, there's 2 copies of boss's orders. So yeah, you can't play around Frostlass here. You cannot play around Frostlass.
Nope.
The only good news is that Lorenzo is sat on 1 random card from his prize cards.
Yes, that is actually wonderful, because he's still only going to have 2 cards in hand going into his hand. So it's all very well and good saying Frostlass will get the win. You got to get the Frostlass energy to make that happen. And if you don't do it...
Well, even then, the Starmie has that 2 retreat cost. So actually, the winning card would be Ignition Energy to use the second attack on Starmie to deal Nebula Beam for 210 damage.
Yeah,
that would be the critical pickup.
I think you're right.
For Lorenzo. He plays a couple copies of Crispin in his list. He plays those Hilders, has Poker Gear and a physical copy of Ignition. That would be the winning piece for Lorenzo next turn.
So
but Neddy essentially has to play this boss's orders because you can't 2-shot this Starmie. It's too slow. You have to win in 2 turns.
Well, he is trying to 2-shot the Starmie, but even that won't win the game because there will still be 1 extra prize card needed.
Yeah.
You're giving more time to Lorenzo because he has
to take the Meowth there, surely.
I would have gone for the Meowth, but then there's still 2 more prizes that do need to be taken. Oh, but then Draconic Buster could potentially 1-hit the following turn, so...
I guess you couldn't... You would have to rely on Spiritomb to get you there.
I can't see what the card is in hand.
There's a Darkness Energy.
What's the supporter?
Is that a supporter? If it is, a lot of them win the game outright.
I thought it was a supporter. I did not get a good enough look. I think it was a supporter. I think
we're 40 damage away from knocking out the Garchomp. If we put both Adrenabrain onto the active, so instead we're going to target down the bench with both Adrenabrain here, healing this Starmie.
And then next turn, you can potentially just Monkey Dory for the win anyway.
Meowth. Yeah, exactly. Now Monkey Dory is going to be setting up this checkmate next turn with 50 additional damage coming onto this benched Roserade.
The
damage counter's really racking up now for Neddy.
So it's already 300 on Garchomp. Garchomp's got 100 left.
Is that 70 remaining on the Roserade right now?
Yeah, I think, 70 remaining on Roserade. It's just the Cynthia's power weight. And you're not going to do 70 with Monkey Dory. Although, are we actually... No, Meowth's got a free energy attack, Tucktail. Because legit, Meowth could have won the game.
You can use Spiritomb here. It's a Darkness Pokemon, so Risky Ruins won't damage it, and it has 70 hit points.
I mean, I think we might be looking at an Adrenabrain for victory next turn. Sorry, not an Adrenabrain, the attack.
A Mind Bend?
The Mind Bend.
But we don't have Psychic Energy. We've lost our Legacy Energy. That can't be the win. It has to be from a stage 1.
Oh my goodness.
If Neddy can use Spiritomb here, take a knockout on this Starmie, you're still just sort of crossing your fingers that Lorenzo can't have any sort of attack launched. But Lorenzo is sat on basically a null hand. There's nothing going on. They're reliant on a top deck here.
And the Cynthia's power weight is basically saving both Garchomp and Roserade from Monkey Dory shenanigans. There's only realistically 4 damage... If Starmie gets KO'd, there's only realistically 4 damage counters coming out. Does Neddy have a second energy? I'm kind of assuming Draconic Burst is coming. Yes, he does. Okay.
There is the energy, but if you Draconic... Well, I suppose you can burst through the Starmie now and then still have boss's orders to win the game next turn.
I think that's what you got to do. Because there is no attack coming down from Lorenzo. As it stands, Lorenzo doesn't have game on board.
I think a Crispin could win the game, and then you could attack with Meowth to win. You could do the 40 damage from both Monkey Dory, Crispin to the Meowth and win.
No, like Meowth is a legit attacker at this point. If you get the energy on, it does perfect numbers because there's 100 left on the Garchomp. So here's the KO on Starmie. Free energy going to Neddy's hand. Hilda will win the game.
Oh, wow. Promoted the Snow Runt Does that give us
it
the
is a Hilda in
indication?
hand. So Hilda is going to go and get Mega Frostlass, and is going to get an energy, and is going to do a bazillion damage, and Lorenzo is going to take game 1.
And Ross is jumping for joy, as is Lorenzo right now, with a really, really solid performance there in game number 1.
It was a supporter in hand, Joe.
It was a supporter in hand. Phenomenal scenes. A great win there from Lorenzo. Really great early pressure. Obviously, finding that legacy energy makes such a big difference here. But the early risky ruins I found was even more impactful. Setting up your own damage earlier on in the game, but having such vulnerable Roselia and Gibble really locked Neddy out of so many options.
And that's the thing we found here in this game 1. Those Synthia's power weights made everything difficult for Lorenzo, but he took 4 early prizes. We saw 2 Starmie attacks, 2 jetting blows early in the game to take 4 prizes. And then this last KO from Lorenzo was a slog. It was a bunch of Monkey Dory, it was a bunch of jetting blow, and then finally finishing off in a second you're going to see with that Mega Frostlass. But because of those 4 early prizes, everything changed. We saw 300 damage, but that's when we saw that Hilda, it's a card you've called out on stream already, gets you a Pokemon and an energy. It's Frostlass and an energy. And there was something like 6 or 7 cards in hand that only needed to be 2. It was hugely more damage than you needed. Huge KO. And then we move on to game 2. Half an hour remaining, and a reminder, a tie does neither of these players any good.
Correct.
It's not going to put either of them into top cut.
And I think you've also seen one of the best weapons that Neddy actually has in the deck. Not just the Cynthia's power weight, but also that unfair stamp. It almost caught Lorenzo cold, having only that Meowth option to get into the game, but even then was reliant on top decks and reliant on those random prize cards that he was choosing to take. That still will be a really integral piece of weaponry that we have on Neddy's side of the board. That unfair stamp is so critical against a deck that plays no draw engine Pokemon.
Absolutely. So we're here now, starting off in game 2. Over to Neddy. Roselia in the active. 2 Buddy Poffin. And that means all of these Pokemon are going to be coming out with no risky ruins on the board.
That's absolutely huge. And obviously, it's just much better to go first as Garchomp as well. There's no rare candy in the stage 2 deck. So just getting to go first, getting into your Gabite more cleanly, and being safe from early Starmie pressure for an extra turn is like that bit of breathing room you really required. Lorenzo got very far ahead with those early jetting blows. It's going to be far more difficult immediately this game because of the early search. A quick scout of those prize cards, it's awkward to have the unfair stamp and the power weight, but fortunately, they are sort of early enough in those prize cards that Neddy should be able to access them in this game.
Absolutely right. Now, bit of an update here while we're playing through this first turn. So, table 1 ID'd as we expected. We had the Crustle Dragapult IDing as expected. Tord and Margarita, both sitting on 31 points. They have not submitted a tie yet. I believe we do not have an intentional tie there. Plus, we've got a game where a player could go to 32 if they win, but the other player could only go to 31. Things are getting a little bit screwy. We still don't know if it's 31 or 32 points to get into Cup. We've got results that we're waiting on for that decision. But both of these players are on 29. A win will guarantee Cup for either of these players. A tie will guarantee neither of these players make it into that asymmetrical top cut, as of course will a loss. Neddy, fantastic setup there. Free Roselia, free Gibble. That is the perfect setup. Lorenzo goes second, but with no risky ruins. We love the Buddy Poffin. We grab a Snow Run and a second Staryu. But with no risky ruins, things are a lot more difficult this game. It's a bit late now, Lorenzo.
Well, you can still start damaging your Monkey Dory. You don't want to overcommit too much damage, especially with early prod attacks from the likes of Gabite next turn. That's really the only pressure attack that the Garchomp deck has available to it. So keeping those bench Pokemon a little bit out of range, still pretty reasonable, and just action passing back over to Neddy.
Oh,
First
no
question
energy.
is, well, yeah, no energy either, but you have such efficient attackers, it's not too big of an issue for you. The first question for Neddy is, though, is there access to that Gabite? That changes everything on the Garchomp side of things.
Getting 1 Gabite will turn into 3 Gabite and a Roserade. It will be absolutely huge. And then next turn, those last 2 Roserade will come down. Now, the unfair stamp is in the prizes for Neddy, it is worth noting. Although it's also worth noting it's low down. We expect it to be picked off the prizes early. But Lorenzo missing the energy turn 1, I really don't like. Because back in game 1, you had the energy on Staryu early, and that allowed you turn 2 to get the energy on Monkey Dory and start throwing that damage over. Why were you in, Joe?
We've got the Larry skill of the Poké Gear for Neddy. a really, really cool option because the hand was otherwise really dead. And now we can get exactly what we require, a supporter for next turn in addition to a Gabite right now.
Yeah, I love that. And of course, Gabite isn't really Gabite. It's 3 Gabites and a Roserade.
Yeah.
And you'll get the energy. That Larry skill's not a card we see too much.
Oh, wow, look at that, going for Boss's Orders.
Oh.
Sitting on a 2-card hand with one of them being Boss's Orders. That is aggressive from Neddy. You know why? He can rely on the corkscrew dive attack from Garchomp to top him up on cards.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I will corkscrew dive next turn. And the thing is, if you've got, well, you draw before you take the prize, don't you?
Yeah.
So you have to have a Cynthia's power weight, or else you'll have 7 cards in hand and you'll be in range of a Frostlass. So I want a second Snorunt coming down here really badly.
There's the knockout then with the damage buff from a Roserade. We can retreat out of our Roselia and get a quick Dragon Slice knockout in. And it's a really different game state at this position. Lorenzo has no easy 2-prize KO on the board unless he can find a Crispin turn to attach to both Monkey Dory and Starmie. It's what you mentioned, Ross. Missing that early attachment really changes the dynamics of this game already.
I think we need Crispin very badly. I'm not seeing it in hand.
I really don't see much. I see Pokepad. No, it's a concession.
Yes.
We go to game 3.
Okay, concession from Lorenzo. Going to game 3. I was going to say this in a moment, Joe. Congratulations to Neddy there for winning game 2. If I'm Lorenzo, I'm only playing a couple of turns of that game.
Yeah.
I know I have to win to make top cut. I've not made a top cut yet. I am desperate for my first top cut. I want, and that game was going badly. Let it go badly in 5 minutes and give yourself 25 minutes to play out the game 3. So here is game 2, very, very quick. And it was all just Neddy going first. It was double double Buddy Buddy Poffin, double Fight Gong, got set up absolutely beautifully. To the point where Lorenzo's just sitting here, and you know, you get a bit set up, you get Monkey Dory, but no turn 1 attachment means no double KO, no Risky Ruins means no double KO. Neddy gets all of his Pokemon out, and Lorenzo goes, I'm not taking a 2-prize KO, I don't care, let's just move on. Didn't even have an evolution into one of those Megas.
And it's really hard to, again, make comebacks with this strategy. It likes to capitalize on those early prize cards as best as possible. It wants to be the aggressor, the sort of tempo deck, by having that really consistent turn to attacking option. When you lack that, there's very few ways that you can start making that comeback, especially against a Garchomp that can get to a point of hit points that's just unsurmountable at that stage. But I really like that recognition. Give yourself over 20 minutes to complete this 3rd game. And of course, now you have the benefit of going first again. And that was so massive, so vital, a stark contrast between games 1 and 2, not just based on how strong the hands were, but also those vulnerable targets that Lorenzo could pick off.
Agreed entirely. I was going to say that, but Lorenzo didn't give me time to say it. I don't blame him. He's in the middle of a game. He's probably got other things on his mind. But the point is, it's one of those things where there's a lot of situations where you lose this game with 5 minutes left, end up in a tie and miss cut. You could still end up in a tie here. You could lose, but it really depends on what you want as a player. Are you going for, I just want to have a good top 16, top 32, whatever it might be, in which case a tie might be enough. Right. Or are you desperate for your first top cut? And if I've never had a top cut, I'm desperate for my first top cut. I will risk the loss here because I want the win that badly. So let's go to game 3. And remember, in game 1, we had a couple of mulligans from Neddy. Lorenzo, desperate to hit Risky Ruins turn 1. We've just had a mulligan. That's one more chance. That
really will improve the odds there. There's 3 copies of that Risky Ruins Stadium card that we know once it comes down is locked into play for the entire game. So the sooner the better for Lorenzo. As Neddy is once again having a quick draw of his fresh 7 cards with no basics found just yet, but finally does get himself into some Roselia. So we'll have a playable hand here, and we're going to be getting into our final Swiss round, game number 3. Win and in action here to our asymmetrical cut.
And we see the prizes coming down. Legacy energy for Lorenzo, not ideal, but it is quite low down, so at least we've got that. There is the fist bump. We are rolling in game 3. Lorenzo, can you show us a Risky Ruins? That is a huge card. Has he got it in hand?
There's Risky Ruins. Could be the first action of the game here. There it is.
There we go.
Straight into the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well.
Oh, I love this. This is what we're looking for. This is what Lorenzo wanted. Risky Ruins, get some of your basics down. And it really is quite simple. All you really need here is Starmie, You really like a Snow Run as well, and an energy attachment. You pull that off, you're looking good. I don't love that you started with Monkey Dory, so actually that energy might end up being a pivot rather than an energy you can actually use.
Right.
Actually,
Is there even an energy in hand here?
Oh, we need an energy.
No, there
bad.
isn't.
Oh, that's
a
bad.
little awkward. Yeah, that turns your turn 2 Starmie attack into no attack. That's not ideal unless there's the one air balloon found or a Crispin combination with a stage 1.
Yeah, we need Crispin stage 1 or we need to hit that air balloon. I'm not loving it. Other than that, it was a great turn. You got double star you had your Monkey Dory, which you want. You had the Risky Ruins. Now, here we go. Also worth noting, in Game 1, Neddy did hit 3 Cynthia's Power Weight super early. You're not supposed to do that.
No, definitely a fortunate opener for Neddy in that game number 1. Is already clutching onto one of them, though, so can at least have a safe route into one of these Gibble. But already, seeing no energy on that turn 1 will give Neddy more confidence to put down as many basics as he can here. And even in the face of the Risky Ruins.
Absolutely, and there are 3 Monkey Dory in the deck, 3 Snow Run, 3 Star You, so you should start with Monkey Dory as often as you do Snow Run or Star You. It is one of the downsides, one of the risks that you take. So we get 2 Gibble coming down and a Roselia. All of them go down to 50 HP, which is tantalizing for Starmie. But you need to get in the active and you need to be attacking first. Here's a 3rd Gibble. That will also take those 2 damage counters from Risky Ruins. No counter stadium, no way around it.
It's the 3rd and final Gibble because one of them is in those prize cards. And with no Pokemon recovery, the stark contrast between getting the Starmie out and start pressurizing those Pokemon and not is going to be so massive here. So Neddy has to keep looking for more of these Cynthia's Power Weights this turn, as we are going to see the energy attachment of Rocky Fighting Energy. You have to imagine the tool will accompany that to protect the Gibble.
You have to. I don't really like attaching an energy without the Cynthia's Power Weight because...
Oh, wow.
Oh, we're putting it down on the Roselia instead. Basically saying, I don't want to lose all of my Roselia. Oh, and here we are getting a Larry. And I imagine we're going to be going for a Gabite here, plus an energy and a supporter for next turn.
Yeah.
Just kind of guaranteeing that you're going to have that cascade of Cynthia's Pokemon. There we go.
And, of course, needs to find that supporter card as well.
Boss, 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 boss.
No, in this case, I feel like you have to go for the Lily's Determination, surely.
You absolutely do for that new hand of 8.
You just want to draw into more Power Weights, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you get those, the safer you're going to feel.
So there's a huge turn from Lorenzo here. Air Balloon or Crispin, and you are feeling really good. Because even with a Crispin, you can at least attach to Monkey Dory, use the ability, and then retreat. But Crispin or Air Balloon outside of that, you're not feeling great. It's another Risky Ruins. You like the first one, the second one's a dead card in hand.
Yeah, and can we Meowth for Crispin here and then also Ultra Ball for a Starmie and actually launch an attack? That would be how you take out the Gibble this turn.
I think if there's an aggressive... Again, and I am a very aggressive player by nature in how I play, not in my temperament. That's what I want to do. Here, my goal is I want the attack with Starmie. I'm willing to overcommit a little bit if it gets me the attack. Now, that's not what we've gone for. We've gone Lily's Determination. With no Crispin, we have to hit Air Balloon and we have to hit Energy. If we whiff either of those, there will be no attack coming down. You're giving your opponent a turn to evolve everything, get more Power Weights down, and I'm not feeling anywhere near as confident.
Yeah, I really feel like the advantage is now towards Neddy, unless there's that one Air Balloon in the deck found from these 8 cards.
That would change the entire game. Let's see. 8 cards coming down. That is quite a lot, but there's only one Air Balloon in the deck. No, 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 no.
It was unlikely. It was always an unlikely option.
Didn't even hit an energy.
Wow, that's so bad. It's not having an energy card. There are some Pokegear for next turn to still be able to Crispin, but still no guarantees of that.
Nope.
You can go wider on the board and at least get some of these Snow Run down as threats.
I think you do. I think you get these down. If there's any way to get a second monkey... see if you haven't even got the energy, though. The energy is a huge problem
You're so
here.
behind on attachments, yeah.
I know the Crispin was going to be awkward, and I know it wasn't ideal, but you would have got 2 cards off the prizes. You would have taken out a Gibble and a Roselia. And I know you had to put Meowth down, and that's a 2-prize liability. And, you know, I know that you're not necessarily maximizing your hand for next turn. It wasn't some kind of, like, perfect, faultless play, but it would have got you a 2 single-prize KOs, and that, for me, was a priority. Here comes Gibble. Here comes Gibble. Wait for it.
Gabite.
Oh, Gabite, sorry. Here comes Gabite.
And one more Dragon's Call to go before we most likely attach to the active position to retreat and get Dragon Slice in. Alternatively, because you can't reach onto that Monkey Dory, that's why I think Neddy was taking so long thinking about whether or not it was going to be a Lily or going to be a Boss's Orders. If he'd gone for that Boss's Orders, he would have had the easy option to KO one of these vulnerable Pokemon. Now might have to just forego an attack altogether. May end up spreading his energy attachments to his bench Gabite here, and so that he's not going to have a pressure prize.
Yeah, I don't. If I've ever got a chance to just start spreading damage around, because if you can spread, energy. If you can spread energy around in the early game, then you've got the potential to just stream Draconic Buster 2 or 3 turns in a row. Free retreat on Cynthia's Garchomp, so it's much easier to do. And then you are in a much, much better position.
Wow, 2 energy onto this Gabite, and I think Neddy's only really allowed to do this because there are no energy on the board. So Lorenzo can't move this Monkey Dory and use a Boss's Orders at the same time.
Unless he hits Air Balloon.
Yes.
Which, again, is even less likely this turn than last turn. Now, that would be a phenomenal play. It's not very likely.
Yeah, Neddy could still find a Power Weight and protect this Gabite that little bit more, but not found actually the worst outcome, which is you've drawn into a bunch of Pokemon. You could find those for free at any points with your Gabite. So those are really dead draws.
And 2 Buddy Poffin when you've got your entire bench full and you have no more need for those cards. So yeah, not a great hand there from Neddy, but it feels like we saw in game 1, we saw how Starmie wins. We saw that redonkulous start. Game 2, it wasn't going your way, so you just concede. Here in game 3, you didn't have that good start. And there's no conceding and moving on. We have a Hilda, which is great. But yeah, I think here you've got to dig for Crispin. Here goes your Pokegear 3.0.
Yeah, there are 2 of them here. So 2 options to try and find those Crispin. 2 copies within the deck.
There's a Hilda.
So still not high odds. The Hilda's not the hit you're looking for.
That is not the hit you're looking for.
So we are going to shuffle things up and try again here, you have to imagine, because we already had access to this supporter card. And we're still not going to be using it. We're going to try one more chance for Crispin to launch an attack here with Jetting Blow.
Then the only other option is you just Lily like you did last turn and you just hope to hit the Air Balloon. It didn't work last time, but it could work this time. You never know. Do we hit the Crispin or, oh, nothing?
No, complete whiff this time for Lorenzo. Tough break from him. Some very awkward hands in this game number 3.
I think it's Meowth time.
That's it, yeah, absolutely. Ultra Ball. We can get rid of a spare Risky Ruins and Hilda. Yeah, Meowth is the only way you can fix this situation. A Darkness Energy and Water Energy coming to the top of the deck means Meowth will be last-ditch catching a Crispin into this equation, so you can at least start to put some damage on this board.
But now my problem is, and this is what makes me worried for Lorenzo going through this game, this is a play he could have done last turn.
Yeah.
He could have done this last turn. Now, he does have a better hand than he would have if he'd done it last turn. There it's not exactly the same, but it still feels like you're just doing what you wanted to do a turn behind. Either way, you can use Adrenabrain here quickly. You then will have to lose the energy to retreat. And then we
yeah, you definitely want to use that.
Yeah.
Try and protect your Starmie as best you can. Put the damage onto the active, so now Jetting Blow will take the knockout cleanly on this Roserade. And you can also target that Roselia once again and try and limit Neddy to just one of these abilities for damage modification and try and make your Starmie more difficult to deal with.
Agreed. So we got the 2-prize KO like in game 1, but it does not feel like game 1, unfortunately. But he's out. He's striding along. He's having some fun. He's jetting blowing. He's taking a couple of prizes. We have a game on our hands, which is more than we can say for game 2. So in comes a Gabite, not the Gibble, into the active. Couple of energy on there. Can we get Draconic Buster over the line?
Yeah, we only have access to 1 Roserade here, so it would have to be both of the Premium Power Pros. There's only 2 of them in the list. So this Starmie might be hanging around that little while longer.
Yeah, 330 rather than 320, huge difference. And also, if you didn't use Adrenabrain last turn, then it would only be 1 Premium Power Pro. That's a very different proposition.
Yeah, Neddy might be in this position where he's thinking, can I instead take some cheeky prizes on the bench, let these Garchomp gain a huge amount of damage on multiple of them, to then weave in a Spiritomb later on. That's one of the other sort of weapons that Neddy has available. If you can have a lot of Garchomp sat around tanking a bunch of damage, as they all are starting to evolve up now, at least 2 of them have evolved via the Dragon's Call from Gabite.
I mean, if you're not going to bench any more basics, which you're probably not going to, surely there's a strong argument to just Yeah, I suppose you keep it open in case you want Spiritomb in the future, potentially, but no, we are just going straight up to the Garchomp. Just basically don't give your opponent any easy outs. And now, presuming the Spiritomb will only be used as a game ender, now Lorenzo has to go through 2 Garchomp to win the game. That is, again, very different to what we saw back in Game 1. Not evolving up yet, though. We're using Pokegear 3.0. Do you think we're searching for a boss?
Boss's orders would be huge here. There are 4 copies in Neddy's list.
There's one.
That's the Team Rocket's Petrol there.
Oh, I meant a supporter.
Yeah, grab the supporter, but not... Oh, there's already a boss's orders in the hand. So I'd like to retreat out of this Garchomp. It has free retreat. You can manually attach to another Garchomp and just punch into this Starmie for 100 damage, or 130 damage, I should say. Ooh, benching this Roselia with Risky Ruins, that's going to immediately be knocked out. I don't think you can time this until you expect your opponent to not use the Mega Starmie.
Well, okay, so we're going for
the unfair stamp early on.
But you still need to KO the Starmie in order to bench Roselia. Now, if you bench it with a Symphia's Power Weight, I'm fine.
Yeah, I much prefer timing the unfair stamp alongside a knockout rather than just punching into a Pokemon, because then your opponent sort of shrugs and goes, well, at least I'm attacking this turn.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes you can have a complete reprieve from anything. Also, the timing of this Roselia doesn't seem right to me until this Starmie's dealt with. I'd love to time this stamp a little bit later in the game.
But if you play the Roselia here, and it takes the 2 damage, and then you play unfair stamp, you're basically saying, and it's not just giving up a prize. If you don't hit the Symphia's Power Weight, you change your opponent's entire prize map in a way that massively benefits them.
We're attaching to a Gabite here rather than the Garchomp on the bench, so now we're going to be launching an attack with our active Pokemon, and the unfair stamp is coming down. Neddy knew that there were draw supporters in Lorenzo's hand based on how he Ultra Balled away some for his Meowth in favor of a Crispin. So Neddy is at the very least aware of the fact that Lorenzo had options on the next turn, so we'll be starting to disrupt that after a couple of those Roselia were KO'd.
Absolutely. So we do see that unfair stamp is going to be a new hand of 2 for Lorenzo, 3 once he draws for turn. New hand of 5 for Neddy. Worth noting that we have used Meowth for Lorenzo, and there's no draw Pokemon in the deck, so very much in top deck mode at this point, with the only Meowth having been used. Here comes the Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, just another fail.
Hand.
Again, it's full awareness of that Mega Frostlass. Maybe that was also playing on Neddy's mind. Oh, intriguing. Going to try and use a single prize attacker here and just Dragon Slice for the 70 here. It does seem like a decent setup, but when there's still Monkey Dory available, that can still be quite awkward for you.
But that now opens up a KO potentially, you know, so you can KO the Roselia on the bench, and then you only have to KO one of the Garchomp. And at some point, Frostlass could end up getting you over the line. What we are owing, Joe?
Done his thing. 2 Pokepad and a Frostlass in the hand. Lorenzo is in a really tough position now. Will evolve up into one of the Freezing Shroud Frostlass. Will thin the deck with this Pokepad. Probably has to play both of them here.
Oh, absolutely.
You're revealing the information that your hand is dead, but you'd rather just give yourself better top decks than just have the -1. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't just play another one here just to thin the deck. You need top decks at this stage. Yeah, there we go. Second Pokepad coming down. Neddy rubbing his hands saying, yes, I have caught my opponent with nothing.
Now, there's a plus and a minus here, Joe. Good news is double Freezing Shroud is going to take out that Cynthia on the bench, that Cynthia's Roserade on the bench much more easily.
Yeah.
Downside is Mega Frostlass not an option now.
Yeah, that's completely something that Neddy can now walk through these prize cards with much less fear. But it's all Lorenzo really has available to him. So we'll take the Jetting Blow KO on the active position. We'll put 50 damage onto this Roserade and then just start to tick it down. I feel like he's going to put damage onto the Garchomp instead here.
Now, there's also a very important point, and this is that
so
you kind
damage
of
now has to come onto Meowth and Monkey Dory as well from the Freezing Shroud.
Is there ever an argument to take out the Staryu this turn and Starmie next turn and just try and cut off the attackers with no Frostlass coming down?
I mean, you're definitely taking out the active. You know your opponent's got a dead hand.
Yeah, and then that Staryu next turn is just going to be, you know, if they don't draw out of it, I mean, they're going to be...
There it is. Simple and effective. A 3-prize knockout for Neddy. Half his prize cards in that big Draconic Buster attack. Knowing that your opponent is in absolute top deck mode here. Lorenzo already with a massive headache. Has to promote Staryu and hope for the best. Freezing Shroud going to continue to tick down his own Pokemon as well here.
Now, if we don't
Buddy Poffin, it's awful.
It's Monkey Dory, Buddy Poffin. This could be the end of the game. You don't even have a way to get Staryu out of the actives. You actually have to Buddy Poffin here just to go and grab a Staryu or a Snow Run. I don't think there's a Staryu available. There's one in the prize cards.
Yeah.
And one in the discard, one in the prize cards, one in the active. So you have to go and get a Snow Run here just to give yourself a potential attacker. Problem is, your opponent knows your only potential attacker next turn is based on cards in your hand. That's a great position to be in for Netty.
Lorenzo shrugs, action back over to Netty. Here we go, already has the free retreat onto Garchomp, so can continue to launch attacks. There's more ticks of damage coming down from Freezing Shroud as well. Pokepad now from Netty, going to be able to thin the deck that little bit more. He has the opportunity to weave in a Roselia here without the fear of a Mega Starmie anymore, because he can be taking out the Staryu this turn. Also is eyeing up which supporter to use here. It's going to be the Larry skill, actually, discarding everything.
Yeah, perfect, because again, the only real attacker your opponent has next turn is Mega Frostlass, so why not have a terrible hand? If your opponent top decks a Hilda, they're not getting a good attack off with Mega Frostlass anyway, so you can take out the Starmie and make sure that your opponent has no good attack coming down next turn. Yep. There isn't even any energy on the Monkey Dory to throw an Adrenabrain around, so there comes the energy.
And Netty's holding on to game. Boss's orders will be the game next turn. He just has to announce an attack onto this Staryu. Lorenzo doesn't play any hand disruption either, so it's looking like it's all closed out here, Ross.
And might I suggest, even though we know he's got in hand, maybe don't draw until you got 6 cards in hand.
I'd say no.
Maybe just leave your opponent with absolutely no potential options, but with 3 prize cards remaining. Wow, that Roselia, if you had a way to get rid of the...
I mean, you are technically allowed to, just because your opponent taking a 2-prize knockout doesn't change anything. And then if randomly your Roserade gets trapped for a turn, you might want an energy in hand. But it looks like going to debate, no, not taking any... Yeah, he's going to draw up. I feel like drawing up is safe because your opponent still has 3 prize cards. Yeah.
And the chance of Frostlass coming down is very slim. And you're right, there's more chance of something like a Boss's Orders, potentially, that you
can go around anyway. Boss's Orders.
There is
the only real thing Lorenzo can do at this point.
But we're not going to need much to get that out of the active. It's got a retreat cost of 1, so an energy and a Boss would win the game.
I think we just top deck the switch, Ross.
Oh, he has top decked the switch, so let's do this. There's the switch into the Garchomp. There's the Boss's Orders onto the Meowth, and Netty is going to take the final 2 prizes, win this match 2-1, and book their place into the asymmetrical top cut, or maybe top 8, of the Prague Regional Championships. Congratulations to Netty Kosek taking the victory with Cynthia's Garchomp.
A really, really intriguing set there from both players, and congratulations to Netty making his first top cut at the regional level. Amazing scenes here to see him finally plug away and get that victory that he's been looking for. And now with that Cynthia's Garchomp on his side, this is how it all played out. In game number 1, Lorenzo was in a commanding position. That early risky ruins and a very, very fast jetting blow coming into the equation, taking out, crucially, getting rid of those Roselia, making it difficult to knock out this Starmie, especially with the early heals of Monkey Dory. Even with Netty having damage modification, it was still taking a number of turns. And Netty had the power weights, was still able to build up into his stage 2 Pokemon, but just wasn't enough, Ross.
Unfortunately, it was not enough. Lorenzo in game 1 showed us the power of Mega Starmie, those 4 early prizes in 2 turns, and then it was just, I've got time to work on my last KO, and it was Mega Frostlass coming down, taking that giant KO. Over into game 2. Game 2 didn't take very long because it was a very different game. Netty had double Buddy Poffin and double Fight Gong on turn 1, set up just a perfect plan, and Lorenzo had...
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing.
That wasn't a dramatic pause. That was a list of good stuff Lorenzo had rolling on. Game 2. But I love the fact that Lorenzo decided to concede this game nice and early. He knew he wasn't going to win game 2, and he had to win this to make top cut. Super early concession. I've got much better chance of winning in game 3. The problem was starting that Monkey Dory. A bad start, really compounded with Monkey Dory in the active, and that gave Netty time to get rolling and get evolving. And then Lorenzo ended up in full top deck mode after we saw this KO. We had the unfair stamp coming down, and then Netty was just able to avoid absolutely everything and just take these KOs with Garchomp, and by the end of the game, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and if you're not a believer in unfair stamp, there you go. You've seen it. It can certainly be devastating because Lorenzo went from launching all sorts of attacks, having a lot of options in his range, to basically having nothing usable in the hand whatsoever. That is one of the only real issues of this Starmie Frostlass archetype. No draw engine whatsoever. You rely on your other abilities in the deck, so you can be caught cold at times.
You can indeed. Well, congratulations. There's an interesting little subplot going on, Joe, because you know how I said Tord and Margarita did not ID?
Yeah.
It was a proper non-ID. Tord won that game. Tord is now locked as the #1 seed all the way through Top Cut, which means under the new rule, which is established for the first time in this event, Tord gets to go first or second, his choice, every round of Top Cut he plays. Tord could have ID'd and guaranteed asymmetrical Top Cut. Instead, played it out. Margarita, not eliminated, as it happens, but Tord locked as the top seed. Now, things are getting wild over here, but it looks like we're going to have a 31-point cutoff, and that means that we've got May on Raging Bolt, Aladsmir on Dragapult, Tord on Dragapult, Margarita on that the Teal Mask Ogrebon Arbor Lever deck, Xander Wojcik on Crustle, Neddy on Cynthia's Garchomp, Jack Moore on Crustle. All of those players are on at least 31 points. One game we're waiting on the result. Matus with Dragapult against Kato Arai, also with Dragapult.
Yeah.
The winner of that game will be on 31 if Kato wins, 32 if Matus wins. That should be your players in the asymmetrical Top Cut.
There's a lot of players on that 31 match point record, Ross. It could be a massive asim here.
Oh, actually, yeah, there's more. Sorry,
There's a lot.
Yeah, I apologize. 31 goes much further. Carry on.
Yeah, there's some Marnie's Grimstyle in here. There's Dragapult Blaziken. There's Alakazam Dunsparce as well. Not something we looked at too much this weekend. Just had one highlight reel moment, but there could be some in ASIM.
There could be. Well, ASIM is getting a bit wild. We just watched a wild game, though. So maybe we take a break from trying to work out the asymmetrical Top Cut, and we have a chat with a player who just made it into Top Cut with Cynthia's Garchomp.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ross. I'm joined with our last round winner, Neddy. My first question to you, my friend, is look like this will be your first ever regional Top Cut. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, it just feels amazing. I had my downs by losing the winning in for Top Cut already for 3 times. I've been this season in the asymmetrical Top Cut in Birmingham, and I'm so glad that I finally broke the curse and got into the top 8. So yeah, it means everything. It was like my dream since I started to playing to get to the last 8, and I hope I'm gonna take it all down. Maybe we'll see.
Okay, we shall see. Well, I want to give a massive congratulations for you for finally making it into your Top Cut there. So I want to walk us through a little bit how that last round played out. So you know this is a winning in for your asymmetrical Top Cut and beyond. And in game 1, that Mega Starmie put a lot of pressure. The game was over quite quick. What was going through your head as you were shuffling up for game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think I underrated this deck. Once I saw it, I didn't expect it to pop off that much. And by him taking down my Roserates, I knew it is going to be over only if I'm somehow gonna bring him out of the unfair stamp. But I don't know if it was a top deck, but I think he drew the Hilda for the game after the unfair stamp. But the pressure for the Starmie was like amazing. So I was a little bit scared. Shuffling for game 2, I was a little bit nervous because I was hoping of winning the match. Yeah, but I took him down, so I'm glad for that.
Yeah, no, you took him down fantastic. Well, obviously, game 2 went super fast. And then going into game 3, it was a lot more of a closer affair. We really saw the power of your unfair stamp. Now, that's a card that, you know, some Cynthia Garchomp lists sometimes play a Neo Upper, for example. What's made you want to play unfair stamp this weekend?
Yeah, so what made me play unfair stamp? Let's take this also as a shout out to Daniel Magda Garchomp that I'm running almost the same 60 as him. We just swap like 4 cards. We have the similar wrist, and we just figured out that unfair stamp is more strong into the weaker matchups. I mean, Neo Upper is really strong to get then, if you miss an energy attachment or something, to get the full power, but the unfair stamps, I think it's just a little bit better. And as you can see in the last game there, I think it just bricked him out completely and winning me the game. So I think that's better. Oh yeah, 100%. The unfair stamp was definitely the reason you won that game 3 scenario. So you had a little shout out there for Daniel Magda. Of course, you're here. This is your hometown regional. Does that change anything when you're playing in your home country at all? I mean, once we arrived to Prague, it didn't feel real that I'm playing in the regional in my home country. it just feels that I'm going for a cup, but then it started to kick in when I was going to the higher tables, getting the day 2. I started to realize, oh yeah, we're in the regional, we need to lock in, and I'm glad I'm defending my home country, and I'm hoping that I'm going to take it all for them and win the whole event. We'll see.
Yeah, of course. I was just about to ask, you said it was your dream to finally make it to a top cut, and now you've done it in your hometown. Does that, your home country, I should say, does that make it feel extra special for you?
It is. I'm going to be remembering these regionals for a long time. It's just a dream come true. All my friends were cheering from the stands, so I was really glad for that, and it's making it special that it's here in Prague.
I love that for you, honestly. I'm so happy for you. It's turning out this way. But it's not over yet. Hopefully you can take it all home. Got a few more matches to go. One more question before I let you go. Do you play much local leagues here?
We actually travel to some of the Prague League Cups. I think it's the best way to practice because you're playing against one of the best players in the whole Europe. We can say even in the whole world.
Yep.
We have really strong players here. The cups are huge here, so we always like to arrive and play some cups here in Prague. Yeah, so I would leave it like that.
Yeah, we love that, love that. So let's give it up one more time for our last round winner, Neddy. Congratulations to yourself and good luck in Top Cut and beyond. And if you're watching at home, you heard Neddy say it himself. Locals is the best way to test. So if you want to get to locals, you should watch this video, find out how.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
I cannot recommend highly enough going down to your local Pokemon League and having a little bit of a play. You can trade cards, you can meet players. One of the things I used to do in the very, very, very early days, I'm talking my first or second League match, what I would do is I'd go along to League and I would literally just play games against people, chat with people, and I would just make a list of good cards. I had a little notepad and I would write down a list of good cards, and then I would use them to change my deck. It took me a long time to start making good decks, but I think it put me in good stead. There is, of course, a QR code there. Scan that to find your local event. Joe, tell us how good leagues are.
Oh, leagues are perfect. For me, I like to experiment with archetypes that I maybe shouldn't be. I like to try out those archetypes that may not always work, but when they do, they flourish. That's what I want to be taking to the leagues, and really surprising players with these wacky strategies and seeing what you can make come together. And then I can pivot to being serious when I'm at these major tournaments instead. I always like to play the top meta archetypes when I have the opportunity, but I always get those bad habits out at League.
No, I think you're absolutely right. It's always fun to be playing around with unusual decks at League, so make sure you go and check out your local league. Now, we're not going to go into too much detail here, but we just want to give you a little bit of an update. We've had a bit of a look through. It looks like, now there's one game we're waiting on a result for.
There is.
There's going to be 13 or 14.
Oh, it's actually concluded. It's 14 players.
Okay, so we have 14 players in asymmetrical top cut. That means your first and second seed will be in, and then the other 12 players are going to play for the last 6 spots. Now, this means Tor's decision to win, or to play, he didn't decide, his decision to play, which resulted in a win, there we go, rather than just accept the ID, that has done 2 things. It is guaranteed he will be one of only 2 players to skip asymmetrical top cut, and it means that when he gets into the top 8, he will have his choice of going first or second. We've got a wide variety of decks, and one of them is a Starmie, no big deal. So we're going to have a chat about all of that later. For now, some of you at home are watching this thinking, these players are really good. How do I get better at the game? Don't worry, we got some tips for you.
My pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends, that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results. And I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round one.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
For 4 energy turn attach plus enough for the KO, and Daniel Magda will take our top 4 feature match here.
Oh my goodness! There will be a concession. Daniel Magda going to take home the gold at Gdansk Regional.
My name's Daniel Magda, and it feels pretty good. Phase 1 was very rough. I didn't play to the best of my ability, but I was able to regain my mental and push forwards. Phase 2, I faced some tougher matchups, but I drew fairly well and it allowed me to get into top cut. I paired 3 Grim Snows, and I lost 2 of them. One was due to my own mistake, and one of the Grim Snows I had a repeat in the in top 4. That was an interesting matchup for sure. And I also paired one of my good friends, Leo Lata, in the same 59 mirror, and I was able to be the luckier player. I decided to play Goldengo EX with Sorok and Lunatone. It's a comfort deck for me. In Lille, I played Garchomp, and from this year's World Championship, I had a lot of experience on Goldengo, so it was a comfort pick for me to play. I didn't prepare much and had a week. I played like 10 games total, almost none on live. But I have experience on the deck before the set even released. I had to keep Briar in mind, and then I need to formulate my game strategy around being able to win even when Emma can play Briar to even out the price trade. A big problem in the Flyron matchup specifically is the Wellspring Mass Ogre Pawn, but Emma didn't get to use it. So that was pretty lucky for me. And I was also surprised by the inclusion of Black Belt to KO Goldengo with a charge up Ursaluna. I'd like to thank my mom, my guardian Milo, Drew Stevenson for giving me the deck, my high school teacher for letting me play live during his lessons, and yeah.
All right, Pokemon fans, if you're picking us up here, you have picked the perfect order time. Because here at Prague Regionals, we're getting ready for some top cut action coming at you fast and furious and very soon. I'm Shay Burton, I'm joined by Freya Pierce. How are we this morning?
I am mega hype. Our first post-rotation plus perfect order top cut, and also our first top cut with our new top cut rules, which I think we should explain to the folks at home for those who weren't here yesterday.
Yeah, the top cut rules are very interesting now. As you progress through top cut, the higher seed will get to choose whether they go first or second in game 1. Before, that would be done via randomization. Whereas now, you get to choose. And that right there has given our players who have battled all this way through this weekend up until this point a reason to make sure they try and get as many match points as possible. So draws, not as helpful. Wins are.
And to that exact point, I had a little bit of a sneaky peek at what was going on at the top table. So that last round, normally at the top tables, we would see a lot of intentional draws, right? Just to secure that asymmetrical top cut spot. There were two IDs, two tables that decided to intentionally draw in the entirety of the top table area.
So that just shows just how impactful this rule change really is and how it is drastically affecting playstyles. So people basically saying, you know what, I'm not super content with just making this asymmetrical top cut. Sounds crazy to say out loud. I want to catapult myself as far in as possible and give myself a maximum chance of taking the whole event home.
Yeah, and also not only that to be excited for, but I've been also having a sneaky peek at the standings. We're not quite ready to show you them yet, but if my calculations are correct, we're in for a very big asymmetrical cut this weekend.
Yeah, and why is that? Tell the people why.
So basically, the way that it works now with the asymmetrical top cut rules is, if a record that you have is equal to or better to a record of someone that made the top 8, you make the asymmetrical top cut. So as long as one player, say they can be even in 8th place, but if they have a number of match points that matches yours, you make it into the asymmetrical top cut.
And that right there, and because as you said, we're going to have a very large asymmetrical top cut because one person snuck in, is looking like, I've confirmed, Jake, we'll confirm soon, one person snuck in with, was it 31 match points,
yes,
I believe.
31.
So, and because of that, that's opened up the floodgates for everyone else to get involved as well, as we do look here at our Master Swiss rankings, Freya.
Yeah, and one of those tables that I saw did not tie. Tord Reklev, he could have taken the intentional draw and made it through guaranteed, but he wanted that top seeding, and now that means every single game, because I mean Tord's #1 seed, so it doesn't matter who he goes up against in the top cut, he will get to choose whether to go first or second, and he's got to be feeling good about that advantage.
Tell you what, if there's anyone you don't want to have advantage going into a top cut situation, I think Tord Reklev has to be high up on that list if you're the opponent. But yeah, let's have a look at the rest of this, how it's panned out. Sander Wojek is a name that stands out to me, Freya. You know, a player that is very traditionally uses decks that are a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Let's just go with kooky for now, you know.
Wins in controlling and stall archetypes.
Yeah, wins in alternate ways, you know, not traditional. One of probably the best player in the world at doing so, find himself there at the 5th seed. Neddy, who we just had on stream as well. Margarita, well known in the community. I believe this is her first ever top cut, so congratulations to her. But yeah, some big names there. Looking like Piper Lepine. Did she make it in 30? Doesn't look like it. Actually, just missing out.
30, not quite enough. But Piper's still going to be very happy with that finish. 15th place, nothing to sneeze at. A nice little paycheck to take home for a weekend of playing Pokemon.
For sure.
And considering how her day 2 started, I think she's going to be pretty happy with still finishing in the cash.
Yeah, definitely. You would imagine so. But yeah, especially what you don't want to have happen when you travel across the world and and you play in an event. What you want to have happen is make sure you get a good result. I think a top 16 is very nice. Just narrowly missing out there with your caster pick, Enzora.
Yeah, absolutely. We're feeling pretty happy about that. But to be honest, I'm feeling pretty happy about both my caster picks. There is a lot of grass in the asymmetrical top cut from what we've seen so far, either in, you know, pure form or, I mean, even Festival Lead right now, it's sort of teal mass deck, but it's still grass, and also Raging Bolt making its way into the top cut too.
Yeah, Raging Bolt was my caster pick there. We'd love to give a shout out to that. I think the real story of this event has to be, though, as you said, that Festival Lead with that, you know, that boom, boom, grooving all the way up there into asymmetrical top cut. Navigating through, we've seen as well some tough matchups. You know, on paper, you would think if you're a Dragapult player, you would love to see some Festival Lead, but we've been seeing, you know, that inclusion of that Rabsca protecting your bench Pokemon. All of a sudden, the Festival League can have a good game against that Dragapult EX.
And the thing you have to remember as well, we didn't talk about this earlier, but the fact is that Rabsca, because you have, of course, that Boom Boom Groove engine to search any card you want, you can play a 1/1 line and search it out and set it up very easily as well. That's the thing. It's not like it's a hard combo piece to find.
Yeah, you can easily pop it out turn 2, and all of a sudden, now we've said multiple times that Phantom Dive is probably the best attacking format, right? I think a lot of us can agree with that. If it's not the best, maybe in the top 2 or 3. However, if you was to look at Dragapult EX and it just said, for 2 energy, Phantom Dive, 200 damage, no other text, all of a sudden, it's not actually that great of an attack, right?
No, it's the 6 damage counters on the bench that really make it. And not only that, but the skill ceiling as well, because where you place them is what makes it really so powerful. But yeah, 200 for 200, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not exactly game-breaking, is it?
Not the sort of thing you want to evolve up into a stage 2 normally without using rare candy and attach 2 different kinds of energy for. I can tell you that for free. So we'll be seeing if Festival Lead and Rabscut and Boom Boom Groovin will be battling their way through the top cut. And as we had a look, actually, were there any other sort of surprises?
Well, I mean, Crustle is another one as well. It's kind of been the other surprise, you know, grass deck emerging, a bit more of a stally, control-y kind of thing. I mean, it's more attacking control, I guess, in a sense, because you're doing damage, but you're just stopping your opponent from hitting you.
Yeah, the Crustle's an interesting one. That mysterious rock in, basically saying if your opponent is playing any EX Pokemon, Crustle can just sit there and just sort of bob and weave the damage, shrug it off a little bit, and then that superb scissors comes back. And you play a lot of healing stuff. But one thing I really like about the Crustle deck is that you're forcing players. So let's say you were playing Dragapult, for example. I'm playing Crustle. You're thinking, oh no, I can't use my Phantom Dive. But I'll tell you what I can use. Dragon Headbutt. 70 from the Dracula, and then I just use my little ice cream, I healed off that 70, thank you very much, and then you get back in with this superb scissors. And I find it interesting because, in these post-rotation formats traditionally, I've been saying all weekend that, those sort of solved decks can do well. Another kind of deck that can do well, which you've sort of seen with the Crustle, with the, 47% conversion today too?
It's crazy.
People kind of not forget about Crustle, but maybe not respecting it. You're thinking, oh, I've got to watch out for Mega Starmie, I've got to watch out for Dragapult, and then Crustle just comes in. You got to watch out for me as well.
And, I mean, to be honest, as long as Crustle doesn't run into too much festival leads in the top cut, that's the main thing you're scared of right now, right? Everything else, you're probably thinking you have a pretty good time into it.
For sure, yeah. You do have to try and boom groove away from those festival leads, that's for sure. But again, anything else, you've definitely got yourself a tricky matchup on your hands. And like I said, Sander Wojek, popularized the Mewtwo V Union deck of all things, Umbreon VMAX Sun and Moon Badge, Cheryl Loop of all things, Life Shaker Gengar of all things. So you give him a card as powerful as Crustle, I'm sure he's had a lot of testing, some tips and tricks. He's definitely going to be a tricky person to navigate around.
Yeah, just to really drive that point home about the Crustle, let's do a little refresher for ourselves and the folks at home about the day 1 metagame breakdown, because I think this is it's very important to hone in on this as we go into these top cut rounds, just how much of a conversion rate it had. Where is Crustle here on this phase 1? Where is it?
Let's have a look, folks. Let's go left to right or right to left. Let's say Dragapult, unclassified. It's not in there, I promise you that. Cynthia's Garchomp. I'm not seeing it there, Freya.
There's a negatory on the Crustle, and again, it's not part of the unclassified, I can tell you that much.
It's not there. So that was our phase 1 metagame breakdown. There's definitely no Crustle there. Alakazam was there, but no Crustle. So, but yeah, moving into phase 2, as we saw when we opened up the show.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. There we go. Look at that, jumping all from off the graph up to tied third. No, third place. That is ridiculous. That is an incredible conversion. First of all, Lee doing a similar thing as well there, by the way. Wasn't on the phase 1 graphic, was it?
No, I don't think it. Maybe in 6th, they were towards the end.
Okay,
I'm not entirely sure. Technically, actually, it's not tied for 3rd. 21 versus 28%, but 1 deck difference, so it's actually technically 4th.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. I was looking at the percentages now.
But
you
still,
are correct.
The point still stands, right? It went from Nowheresville to suddenly in the top 4.
Nowhere. I like that. Nowheresville. I'm going to use that myself. Nowheresville up there into 4th place. Yeah, incredible deck. Mysterious Rocket in. Festival, again, as we did say as well, has been... And this is the big one, though, guys. Deck convergence. What we're looking at here, right, if we look at these percentages, we will use Crustle for this. Basically, what this is saying is that if you entered this venue yesterday and you were playing Crustle, 47% of you got into day 2. Now, let me just reiterate for you at home, if you don't really know how these percentages work, that is a ridiculous conversion.
I think that might be one of the highest conversion rates we've seen in a very, very long time. 47% is absolutely absurd. And let's face it, Festival lead as well at 40%, not that much further behind on the absurdity scale.
No, really, it really is as well. Like, if you were to pretend Crustle wasn't on this graphic, we would be making the same amount of excitement and be in awe of Festival lead at 40. That is a ridiculously high amount. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Dragapult as well, a 28%. What? Team Rocket's Mewtwo, very high 24. 4. That means 1 in 4 Team Rocket's Mewtwo making day 2 is also rather high.
Also, I want to point out, technically speaking, there's a grass Pokemon in 5 out of 6 of these, and really it should be 6 out of 6 because we know the Budu is in Dragon Ball Blaziken as well. But yeah, it is the grass's rotation to take, it seems.
It's interesting as well because outside of what Enzoroark, is that the main card you're hitting for weakness now with grass? It's not like you're playing grass to hit for a certain weakness, really, is it?
I mean, Cynthia's Garchomp is also into grass, to be fair. So it's one of the big reasons why there was a lot of hype about Cynthia's Garchomp going into this tournament, and it saw a lot of play. But again, you scroll through people's like tournament reports, X3 drop ended up with running into too many grass decks. That was kind of the story of the weekend.
Yeah, no, that exactly, because you'd be scared if your opponent plays over Tilmar Skogapon, you're like, ooh. If your opponent plays over Olive, or you're like, ooh. There's quite a few cards you got, or even the Team Rocket Spit Ups, you're like, oh, gotta watch out for that one. Now, also carry on.
So with the, because the one thing that you can do if you're the Cynthia's Garchomp player, of course, you do have that Cynthia's Power Wave, which can boost up your HP. But against Tilmar Skogapon, that's not even enough to get you out of one hit KO range most of the time.
You need a little bit more than 40 hit points to get out of that Murad Leaf Shower. I can tell you that for free. So let's keep.
I mean, it's 70.
Oh, was it 70?
Yeah,
oh,
70. Cynthia's Power Wave is 70, but that's what I'm saying. It's still not enough.
Yeah, still not. Not quite. The maths works out kind of scarily. Now, speaking of top cut and brackets, we've been having our own little bracket here, haven't we? Our community choice bracket. Oh no, we're going to look at the top cut here. So let's actually have a gander and see how this all pans out. So, coming into our top 16, we have an asymmetrical top cut here. So, Tord Reckless, as it was top seed, he auto advances through to top 8, as does May at the bottom as well. However, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 asymmetrical top cut games there, where the winners of those will advance into top 8. That has to be one of the highest asymmetrical rounds you've ever seen, right?
Yeah, I think it's been. You have to go all the way back to the Lille, I think, where there was so many asymmetrical top cuts. You had Drew Stevenson missing out in 17th, even though he technically made it, because the asymmetrical top cut round does cap at 16th. So Drew bubbled out of asymmetrical cut in 17th.
Yes,
and the dubious honor of being one of the only people to do that.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to do, is it? That would be very sad. So is there any sort of standout matchups to you there, Fred, that we're sort of looking at?
Oh, I mean, okay, again, full personal bias admitted here, but a good friend of mine, Nicholas Rosu, actually managed to recover in day 2, and he is in the asymmetrical top cuts.
Well, I've got some good news for you then, Fred.
Oh, yeah?
That's going to be our next feature match.
Let's go! Now, I've got a bit personal. I'm going to be professional, of course, as we always are. I know when we've commented over Dimitri's matches in the top cuts, well, a similar thing. But I am, regardless of that, I'm really looking forward to this match because it's a deck we've not seen on stream before.
It is that Marnie's Grim Snarl, a deck that has been stronger in previous formats. Hasn't had as much, I'd say, hype and or attention in the post rotation format, but it's a deck that's very strong, so that will be fun at the very least. And he will be playing against a Dragapult.
Ooh, okay.
Deck. So that's to be fair, that's you're definitely going to have a game plan at least, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, that seems like a kind of, it could go either way depending on how both players approach the matchup kind of match, I would say.
Yeah, so as we move into our top cut and beyond now, Fred, I want to pick your brains a little bit again. As a player that has made top 16 at Worlds twice, come on, Fred, come on.
I'm glad I didn't have to say
it. What's going through your head as you've finished your Swiss rounds? You know you're going to be in top cut now. What's going through our players' heads, do you think?
God, goodness me. It's you do feel the weight of it for sure, especially if I think back to, I mean, granted, I bubbled out of top 8 at Worlds in 2016, but I remember feeling that winning in feeling during my last match where if I won, I could have made it or not. And you definitely do feel the weight of that for sure, because especially in my case, that was the first really, really big finish I ever had. And you do feel that pressure on you, but like I was saying yesterday, I was repeating again today, you just have to focus on the game in front of you. Even more so now, because it's single elimination. You don't get any more chances now. You're in top cut, you lose, you are out. So if you need to win the game in front of you, and if you're in the asymmetrical top cut, do that 4 more times and you win the whole gosh darn tournament.
There we go. That's what our players are thinking. I want to draw a little bit more attention though as well, because asymmetrical top cut is a relatively newer thing. Do you think that changes anything for how our players and how they're feeling? Because technically, you kind of want to get into the top cut, really. Do you think that changes how they approach this match?
Well, I guess maybe in a way you can think about it as like a nice, consolation prize. You think, okay, even if I lose out here, I still put in a really, really good finish. So maybe it helps to, you can kind of adapt a positive mindset and think, okay, I'm in the asymmetrical top cut at least. I have a chance to make it into the top 8 that I might not have done otherwise if this didn't exist. So I'm just going to play my heart out. And hey, if I end up losing this match, I still go home with a top 16 finish, which is really, really good.
That is really good. You're getting some cash money prize and getting a lot of championship points as well. So let's see how that will pan out for our players. Now, one of our feature match players there, Mateus, is a player that's done really well in past events, a previous regional champion. And I believe for you viewers at home, he actually managed to pick his brains for some deck building tips. Let's hear from him.
Hey everyone, hope you've been enjoying the day of Pokemon action so far. We're going to take a moment now to speak to one of the greatest deck builders in our game, in my opinion. I'm sure a lot of people will agree with me. Mateusz, you're here, our Stuttgart regional champion last season, known for being one of the people who makes the most unusual decks and pilots them to top finishes. Tell me about the few decks that you've had success with, the Palkia Vikavolt and the Burnett. What made you come up with those ideas?
Okay, so the first thing when I look at the cards, I'm thinking if someone is just fun to play, it's something really cool, then you want to test it, like it's a common thing. So I look what can make deck fun, and after that I'm just trying to build it as consistent as it can be. Like it's one of the strongest things in the game, just being consistent. And if you have also the unique deck, then one game someone can break, one can be surprise factor, so it's also really good. Yeah, the surprise factor. I spoke to a few people who played against you at Lille where you were piloting the Burnett deck, and they wanted to know what was in the list. They needed to know because they felt like they might have been able to win if they knew. So that's a big advantage for you when you turn over your card and they think, oh my goodness, what does that one do? Yeah, a lot of people just struggle to do any game plan against it. I'm always like surprised when someone misplays and then, okay, I'm playing like something new. It's normal thing. Yeah, I mean, you're the one who knows exactly how it's meant to go and they have no idea whether they're misplaying or not at the time. But of course, with that kind of deck building, you need to be smart enough to know all the cards that aren't in the most popular deck. So what do you do to try and find those new cards that you're going to try out at an event? Usually I'm trying to figure out the scenario that I have. I'm trying to find the problem of the where the setups struggle. Is it or early game, mid game, late game? Then I'm trying to find the cards that works exactly on this scenarios. So like I'm struggling with the basic. I will add 4 Nesballs. Just cut all the text, test it, and if it's okay, then I'm trying to get back the text cards. I see. So you play it out enough times where you think, right, I'm not quite hitting what I need at this point, so improve that area there. So with the Burnett deck, which part was the bit you struggled with the most when building that deck? It was definitely early game. Earlier, I had the Colress with the Sableye engine, with no confis, so it was really cool. But then I found out that Colress isn't good enough. There need to be some kind of Arven research. Seal stones were very important. So that was the main point. Yeah, I mean, this kind of deck building is something that a lot of people won't even be able to put the time into it. But you have that ability to test your deck without having to put lots of repetitions into playing it. You're more of a think through the matchup player than a practice the matchup, right? Yeah, I'm usually in a free time thinking, okay, this can work against this against this. And if you build like a lot of decks, then it's just naturally going through your head. I'm just looking at the cards and know exactly, okay, this can work. I just need to make sure if it's really the fact. So. Yeah, you've helped me a lot with some of my decks recently, and one of the things that surprised me the most was when I asked you one of my Arceus decks, I went, how many energies should I play? And in your head, you already know, if you're playing Trekking Shoes, this many. If you're not playing Trekking Shoes, this many. So you've just had so many opportunities to learn the ways to build the decks with all the different archetypes. I guess the last question is, are you going to be bringing anything spicy to the event here today? I'm still trying to build it, something new, but if not, then I will try at least in the Stuttgart. So
Yeah, well, we'll hopefully see you at various regionals in the future, bringing some interesting decks. And everyone, make sure you watch out for Mateusz. If you're up against him on one of those tables, you never know what you're going to play against, because those creative deck builders are looming around the hall. So make sure you look out for them, and we'll see you later on with more Pokemon action.
Yeah, looks like we're going to head straight down to the table where we can see Mateusz in his asymmetrical top cut round. Previous World's top 8, Stuttgart Regional Champion, Gdansk top 8, and a World's top 64 in 2023 as well.
Absolutely stacked player, Mateusz is, and really, we're going to get into the deck list a little bit later, but the things that we heard Mike ask him about in terms of like creative deck building process, that's definitely coming into force with the list we're seeing here as well.
Yeah, he's a very creative player. Him and his testing group hailing from Poland, they have been known to create some massive decks out of nowhere, stuff like Banette, you know, Vikavolt, which he won that Stuttgart Regional with. These are all coming out of his testing group, so they're very creative. And as you do say, we'll get into the list later, it's definitely panning out here. And this is actually interesting. They get to consult the deck lists.
This is a bit part of the Top Cut rules. This is a change earlier in the year, of course, that in Top Cut you get to look at each other's deck lists. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we had Nicholas, who has been punching at it for a while. Really, he started playing a little bit more recently. Like I said, I've tested with him over in Malmo, and he has been there in the day twos, top 128, top 128, top 256, and now he's in asymmetrical Top Cut. He's got to be feeling chuffed with himself.
Yeah, the top 128s aren't the easiest thing in the world to do with this increased regional size, you know, so they're definitely no achievements to sniff at. But yeah, congratulations, Nicholas. No matter what happens here, my friend, you have yourself a new best finish. But I know you know Nicholas a lot more than me, but I think he would rather turn this top 16 into a top 8, a top 4, a champion.
I don't think you have to know any Pokemon player that well to make that very educated guess about how well they want to do in a given tournament.
Yeah. So what do you think our players do? Obviously, they're consulting the list, for example, but what do you think is going through their heads right now then, Freya?
I think it seems like it's a situation we've seen crop up before, right? Someone who has been there before, who has gotten many top cuts, has even outright won events, and is very familiar with it. On the other hand, we have Nicholas, who this is his first time really on the big stage, so he's got to be thinking, I want to keep calm, I need to make sure that I don't let the nerves get to me, I'm just going to play my best Pokemon, and hey, if it ends up getting further, even great, but I can't let that thought get to me, I just need to focus on what's in front of me.
Focus in front of you. Okay, as they are shuffling up here, if you are just joining us here at the Prague Regional Championship, you've picked yourself a perfect time because we are now in our asymmetrical top cut round. Mateusz on the left, piloting that Dragapult EX archetype with a little bit of spice for your life that we will cover shortly, versus Nicholas Rossu, who is playing out Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck. The winner of this round will advance into top 8 and hopefully and beyond. The loser, their Prague Regional Championship run will end here.
Marnie's Grimmsnarl is an interesting one. We've not seen it on stream this weekend yet, but it is one of those decks that was around pre-rotation and survived into post-rotation, not really losing that many pieces, to be honest.
No, but one thing, well, I guess we can talk about it now, is that one of the biggest tools it had in its toolbox pre-rotation format was that TM devolution. Now that's not an option. How does that change how it plays now?
It means you have to place damage not with a mind to devolve and KO things, but to actually spread damage on the board with a mind to knock things out as they are. So it does maybe change how you place your damage like a little bit, but I'm sure, I mean, if Nicholas has made it all the way to top 16, I'm sure he's thought that through to get to this point.
Yes, and thinking about the matchups here, as we do say, Marnie's Grimmsnarl was a deck that was very popular. It hasn't had as much noise in the post-rotation format. However, Mateusz's deck, Dragapult, the complete reverse. We all know it's probably the best deck in this format. How do you think that changes things? Do you think Mateusz has a game plan against Marnie's Grimmsnarl? Because we know Nicholas will have a plan against Dragapult.
I think that the game plan against Marnie's Grimmsnarl is basically the sort of the average Dragapult game plan. That is just get in and set up as well as possible behind the Budu and just get the first Phantom Dive off, right? If you're the first one spreading damage, chances are you're going to be able to snowball from that aggression. And I think it's going to be similar from Nicholas's side as well.
Yeah, because, you know, does play 2 copies of the Budu there, does play the Shaman, that will be super relevant in this matchup, of course. Does play the Clutch Yveltal, so can get in there and try and slow the game down for both players. Well, I say for Nicholas. So, yeah. And the consulting the lists, here we go. We are going to see the deck cuts. Here we go, and it looks like our top cut match will be starting here very soon here, folks. Remember, the winner of this round will advance to top 8, top 4, hopefully the finals, and a regional champion. But we could be looking at our Prague Regional Champion net. Speaking of Yveltal, there it is. interesting one. I mean, it's not a bad lead.
No, not at all.
Cost, of course, but it doesn't evolve. Low hit points.
So hold on a second. There's something else very important we need to talk about.
What's that?
I do believe Mateusz was the higher seed in this. So in this match, he's going to get to choose whether to go first or second. I do believe.
Yep, you are correct. All right, so it looks like... Oh, not quite yet. Oh, teasing me. Gotta get on top coat already.
Hold your horses.
Yep, hold your horses. So both players do have a basic Pokemon, though. There will be no more mulligans now. So the game will be starting with both players' hands here. I believe have prizes been put down? It doesn't look like it yet.
So I think both players got ready to put down prizes, but not quite ready to put, slide them over to our camera yet. So they're just there waiting to be slid over.
Yep. Both players just communicating with the judges. I want to give a massive shout out to our table judges and judges for all their games. Without them, we wouldn't have any events here. So always thank your judges. We're going to be in safe hands here. The Prague Regional Championship top cut feature match here. Mateus on the left, Nicholas on the right. Mateus playing that Dragapult EX archetype. Nicholas on the Marnie's Grimstyle. Let's start the prize cards here then. Dreepy, Energy, Crispin, and a Monkey Dory. And for Nicholas, one Budu and an Impy Dimp Marnie's. 2 copies of Palpad Pokepad could be interesting, but I think both players would take those.
It's a classic. I've prized, excess copies of cards that I play multiples of that I probably don't mind. But here we go. There's the fist bump. We are kicking things off in our asymmetrical top cards, and it looks like Mateus has chosen to go first.
Okay, here we go. Mateus is going to kick us off here with the Buddy Poffin. Now, as he consults the deck, let's have a little rundown of this Dragapult EX archetype and the little bit of spice that Mateus is running. So, we've said it a few times here this weekend. We believe Phantom Dive is the best attack in the game. Why is that? Well, it's coming from a behemoth 320 hit point dragon type Pokemon with no weakness. It's attack for 2 energy, 200 damage, and you can spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. In combination with cards like Monkey Dory, who can maneuver damage around with its ability Adrenabrain, you can just dissect your opponent's board at a scarily fast pace. However, that is not the spice I'm referring to here in Mateus' deck, because he is playing a 2-2-1 line of the Dunsparce, using that for his draw engine, that runaway draw, letting you shuffle the Dunsparce away back into your deck, and then you get to draw 3 cards. However, you might have seen in the hand there as well, as the Buddy Poffin is going to conclude for 2 Dreepy, a turn attachment, and then a Pokepad for the Dracloak, is that Mateus does play the Dunsparce EX as well. Tenacious Tail, 60 for each EX Pokemon your opponent has in play.
Yeah, an answer to a lot of different things in the format. And when we say, a 2-2-1 line, we don't mean that, the Dunsparce can evolve again. It's a split here. So the draw engine with the runaway draw, the Dunsparce, and then the Dunsparce EX as an option to just, hit things with big damage and punish big, wide EX boards. Now, over to Nicholas's side, who sets up with a Buddy Poffin of his own. And here in the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck, we're kind of seeing a similar strategy in a way. So
yeah, for sure.
The Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX has that Shadow Bullet attack. It does 180 damage to the active, and then 30 damage to a bench Pokemon. Not quite as much bench damage as Phantom Dive does, but still, absolutely no slouch in that regard. But what Nicholas's deck has, which Mateus' deck doesn't, is a couple of tricks up its sleeve. First of all, that Spike with Gym, which is a stadium card that lets you search for any Marnie's Pokemon. That's an amazing consistency boost. That's invulnerable to Item Lock, very importantly.
Good point.
And not only that, but you have the backup of the Frostlass with that Freezing Shroud ability that lets tick damage counters up on Pokemon with abilities. So you're racking up damage on your opponent's ability Pokemon as well as your own ability Pokemon to fling it over to your opponents with your own Monkey Dory with Adrenabrain. And all that combines together to do a ton of spread damage, and in a similar way, but kind of through a different path, overwhelm your opponent's board.
And I think it's worth noting that because of the ability Punk Up on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, it's probably the best Monkey Dory abuser, since you can power up your Marnie's Grimmsnarl without using a turn attachment, so it's very easy to maneuver your Monkey Dory into play. This right here has been a fantastic start there for Nicholas, by the way.
Yeah.
Double Buddy Poffin has got out the Tatsuguri, that Order Up ability, or Track Customer, I should say, letting you almost like a Poke Gear when it's in the active, but has also got out a Snorunt, the Marnie's Impy Dimp, and the Budu as well. That's a fantastic turn. Looks like we are going to see the free retreat into the Tatsuguri that attract customers. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck. Grab a supporter card and put it in your hand. Did I see a supporter there?
The Pet Team's Rocket's Petrol, the last card grabbed.
Oh, we like that if you're going to be under item lock. Now, does he have a way to fire off the Itchy Pollen here?
I don't think he does. I think he prioritized, because he just retreated there into the Tatsugiri. I think he prioritized finding a supporter over the item lock.
Petrol could find a switch if he plays it, but it is just going to be the Petrol for the Lilies. So we are no Itchy Pollen this turn. But I don't mind it. If you are expecting your opponent to itchy pollen you, what you want is supporter cards there, right? So you've got a guaranteed lilies no matter what. Then you can lilies, use attract customers again to back up the lilies, have a supporter for the next turn as well. Turn attachment to the active, and I believe we'll see a pass.
Yeah. The other thing to kind of add on to your point about it being the best user of Monkey Dory, the fact that your attacker, like with that punk up ability, you're attaching dark energy, means you can incorporate Monkey Dory without needing to put any different energy types in your deck as well.
Yes.
So it's really just the synergy is absolutely there. But
hold on, just to cut you off a little bit there. Mateus with a hot draw is going to Ultra Ball for a Dracloak, adds another Dracloak in hand, and is now consulting what to do. Turn attachment Psychic into the empty hand Lily Freya. That's going to be 8 cards. I think they're just saying you have to shuffle your deck after the Ultra Ball before you can draw. But Lily's Determination, probably the best supporter in the game right now. Shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 6. However, if you have 6 prize cards remaining, draw 8. Incredible at the start of games.
Yeah, and this is why Nicholas, in an ideal world, knowing it's kind of a lose-lose situation because you know under item lock threat, you need to find a supporter, but you also really want to item lock your opponent ideally. And we saw that with no item lock established, Mateus was able to really easily find 2 Dracloak.
Now, one thing I want to draw attention to, as we are going to see the Lily's Determination being played out here, is that the Dracloak are very important in the Dragapult EX deck. A lot of the time, the stage 1s aren't that great. It's safe to say even the stage 1s in Marnie's Grimmsnarl aren't that great either. But here in Dragapult, the Dracloak have the ability to Recon Directive, which you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 in your hand and 1 to the bottom. So you can see extra cards throughout the game, which is what we're seeing Mateus just use here. As we are going to see another Buddy Buddy Puffin. Going to find a Dunsparce. Maybe a second Dunsparce could be the, I was going to say could be Budu, but it looks like, we've seen a turn attachment actually, so we can't maneuver Monkey Dory this turn. So it is just going to be a Dunsparce.
Yeah, and is there any way to establish Budu this? No, I don't see any Latias in the list, so actually Nicholas is going to get another turn of items here. He's going to be feeling pretty good about that.
I think you are correct. Was that Boss's Orders and the A-Spec? Oh, where's the A-Spec? Is it Unfair Stat? Oh, it's Hero's Cave.
Oh, spicy deck building. Hello.
Hero's Cave.
So valuing the extra bulk on the Dragapult over the hand disruption potential.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. Like I said, Mateus is a bit of a spicy deck builder. He lives in his kitchen with his pots and pans. It is over to Nicholas now, though, who has a rarity against the Dragapult deck. A turn 2 with items. Here goes the Lily. We are going to see Freezing Shroud Frostlass hit the field. We are going to see Marnie's Morgrem hit the field. That Frostlass is a scary one, Freya. Freezing Shroud in between turns during Pokemon Checkup. Every Pokemon with an ability takes 1 damage counter. And when both players are playing Monkey Dory, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Very impactful.
Yeah, another impactful thing, of course. Not so much in this matchup, that Shaman, of course, doesn't protect you against the residual bench damage from the Phantom Dive. But hello, this is going to be very effective here. Maybe heads up from Nicholas. And, of course, this is something you do with the deck list knowledge.
That's a failed attract customers, I should say, though.
Yeah, failed attract customers. But I don't think this matters here. Nicholas looks over Mateus' deck list and knows there's no way to get this Monkey Dory out of the active. And so is prioritizing Clutch, knowing it's going to give him another turn.
And that's interesting. I said because your Marnie's Grimmsnarl can accelerate to itself by a punk up, you've got more license to use attacks like Clutch and attach to your Monkey Dory, because you know if you do want to attack with your Grimmsnarl, you can just use punk up. So we are going to see Clutch there, which stops your opponent from retreating, 20 damage, and then stops your opponent from retreating as well. And we are going to see the Pokemon Checkup as well, because of that Freezing Shroud, everything with an ability taken 10, including your own Pokemon, might I say, which is why Tatsugiri has that as well.
Yeah, I'm just doing like a triple check to make sure that I am not just, talking rubbish. And yeah, there is no out to this retreat lock in Mateus' list.
Interesting. And this is where, we do see a Crispin.
I mean, yeah, sure, Crispin can attach a couple of energy, which is nice, but...
Do you ever threaten a Mind Bend to confuse your opponent? I mean, maybe.
I guess it might be the only thing going for you if it just makes sure that it gives you a chance to avoid retreat lock for another turn.
I just want to draw attention, if you're wondering why that Monkey Dory has taken 50 damage from the Clutch, it's weak to Dark, so it's 40 damage, 20 times 2, and then 10 from the Freezing Shroud. So that is how we have taken 50 damage on the active there. Crispin, what does that do, Freya?
So Crispin, maybe one of the strongest supporters in the game currently, was strong enough before, even more so now. Get 2 basic energies of different types from your deck, put 1 in your hand, whack another one on one of your Pokemon.
And it looks like it's just debating on which 2 to take. Has to be different types. We're going to turn attach there. Or
no,
use
that's from the Crispin.
From the Crispin, I should say.
Okay, so we're not going to be seeing a Mind Bend here.
We're not going to be seeing a Mind Bend. That's 60 damage from Mind Bend, and it confuses your opponent. I wouldn't have minded it. Sort of stop this clutch. Well, on a coin flip, if you stop the clutch lock. But it looks like we are going to see the Recon Directive now. Hero's Cape does enter the hand. Boss's Orders enters the hand. Dragapult EX is in the hand as well. Do we? We don't. We definitely haven't got a way to maneuver Monkey Dory.
No, unless there is a card in Mateus's hand which isn't in the deck list, which would be a whole other problem.
That would be a different ball game right there. So let's hope that's not the case. But it looks like we are going to see the pass because the Freezing Shroud is going to take effect. Do you reckon that's why Mateus wanted to evolve the Dragapult early to get out of Freezing Shroud damage range?
That would make a lot of sense here, just to make sure that it becomes Pokemon Invincibility. Oh, here comes the Spike with Jim, though. This is the Stadium card that I was talking about earlier. A huge consistency boon, and you can see Nicholas readying everything already. So can find that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, and yes, with that Punk Up ability. Oh, he's going to rare Candy.
He's going to rare Candy, the other one. Punk Up. Let you grab 5 energy from your deck and attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon. We are going to see 3 getting attached there. So that means now the Shadow Bullet is live. Or are we going to see some more clutch? We'd love to see. Did we play a supporter this turn? No, I was going to see a clutch. Oh, for the KO, of course, with Freezing Shrouds and the clutch and the weakness. That means Nicholas taking our first prize card here in our Masters Top Cut game. 5 more to take. Is over to Mateus. We haven't seen any Itchy Pollen yet. He has promoted that big, bad, scary Dragapult EX. What is he going to do?
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate thing for Nicholas that he had to KO there because of the weakness.
Yeah.
He really would have liked for that Monkey Dory to stay in the active for 1 more turn. Unfortunately, with the 40 damage for weakness and then the 1 tick from the Freezing Shroud, 110 is exactly enough. But I'm sure Mateus is going to be very happy about that, as we do see 1 more Recon Directive being fired off. And we are going to see a Phantom Dive this turn. Now, the key thing here is going to be, what does Mateus decide to target?
Yep, he definitely has a Boss's Orders in hand. Nice stretches to get back that Monkey Dory safely on the bench where he wants it. Doesn't want it in the active. Does have Hero's Cape available to him now, which is actually rather irritating if you're Nicholas, because that's an A-Spec that's going to really undo what you want to do, pushing up the maximum hit points by 100 when it's attached. We're going to see a Boss's Orders, into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And we are going to see Adrenabrain going to move off 30 damage onto the active, it's looking like.
So there's a bit of a debate here going
on. Nicholas's bench slot. No Monkey Dory right now.
No Monkey Dory right now. And I think, yeah, recognizing that a 2-shot in the active with 2 Phantom Dives will work, is actually just going to target down this Morgrim instead. However, 6 residual damage of a Phantom Dive won't quite be enough. It's going to leave it 10 short of a knockout.
Yeah. We can pick that up via Adrenabrain next turn, though, right? Yep. Or Adrenabrain with any of this freezing shroud damage. Mateus on the board here, well, not evening it up, but yeah, board state's looking quite even. Got to keep an eye on this attract customers Tatsuguri. 70 hit points, I believe, right?
Yep, 70 hit points. So if you want 3 shrouds, we'll do the trick there. But Spike with Jim coming in, and it will very nicely evolve up that other Marnie's Morgrim into Marnie's Grimmsnarl, get that out of range. But this does potentially open up a double knockout for Mateus next turn. I do believe with some Adrenabrain shenanigans that should get there.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on that. And the Budu there is eating up a bench spot. That's 30 hit points. That's because that is Adrenabrain food at any point in the game. But if you are Nicholas, you have got 2 Marnie's Grimmsnarl out here. You have got a Freezing Shroud. Strategy is working.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering if benching this Budu here might end up coming back to bite Nicholas a little bit. He got it out. It's almost like instinctual, right? That you end up playing it because you think it might be useful, but he's not actually attacked with Itchy Pollen in this game at all.
He hasn't. It's just eating that bench spot. Here we debating to play a Boss's Orders. Is Monkey Dory the threat here? I think it looks like has just promoted the Monkey Dory, so I'm guessing
it absolutely
makes a lot of sense.
Monkey Dory is the thing that's going to enable Mateus to be able to do shenanigans with damage manipulation to take multiple prize turns. So very, very smart for Mateus to Nicholas to prioritize KOing that rather.
And I like the damage onto the Drac. Look, you're sort of pressuring that to evolve early. That means you're giving up Recon Directive as well. I like that a lot. And this is going to be a head-scratching game, folks. There's a lot of maths going on. At any point, if you make a mistake, the game could get out of hand. That's why Mateus, head in the hands, trying to work out how do I get out of this. Remember, he does have that X factor of the Hero's Cape. At any time, he can boost one of his Pokemon hit points by 100 by attaching a tool. Here it is.
Hero's Cape. So yeah, that is going to put that Dragapult to a massive 420 HP.
420 hit points. If you thought Dragapult was already scary, how about a 420 hit point Dragapult, as we are going to see Budu getting sent to the bottom of the deck via the Recon Directive. Now, does Nicholas play any tool removal? Doesn't look like it. We are going to see the big bad Phantom Dive into the active.
Oh no, actually, it's just going to be...
Jet Headbutt.
Yeah, because Mateus doesn't want to clear this Marnie's Grimstyle off the board and give an option for something like Serendipity if it doesn't mean you're taking a KO. I mean,
or Monkey Dory even.
Yeah, Monkey Dory is very more like, actually, they looked at each other's list. There is no Serendipity EX in Nicholas's list. So
one thing I want to keep an eye on here, that poor Tatsuguri will get knocked out coming out of this turn.
Yeah,
because of that freezing shroud. So that does feel the bench spot.
Yeah, that could be very ugly for Nicholas, because it means that Mateus is staring down a potential 5-prize win the game. Just, you take out the Marnie's Grimstyle on the bench of a boss's orders, and then the residual damage will clean up the rest.
I think you are correct. That could be an absolute mammoth 5-prize card turn for Mateus. What can Nicholas do? Is playing Lady's Determination, has taken 2 prize cards. This will be for 6. I mean, do we play any form of no Pokemon pick up either? Let's have a look then. What can we do? Oh, Shaman.
I don't see anything that can help here.
Okay.
There's a Shaman, there's a Spikemuth Gym, a Petrol, a Pokepad. There's not really anything you can grab with the Pokepad that would be relevant here. I think you just have to hope that, I mean, Nicholas would have really wants to find an unfair stamp. That's what he was looking for, just to disrupt the hand.
He can KO the bench Dracloak with the Shadow Bullet damage, but there goes Tatsuguri. Oh, and it KOs itself because of the freezing shroud damage. Boss's orders, yep, as you did rightfully say, Freya, that's going to wrap up the game. KOing Budu and the benched Marnie's Grimstyle EX, and Mateus wins our game 1 here in our asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, made it look absolutely easy, and really just placing the damage counters really carefully. And I think Nicholas really, he kind of came undone there. I think in the early game, just benching too many of these weaker things just gave Mateus too many opportunities to build up the damage. It's something he's got to bear in mind going into game 2. But let's look back at this game 1.
Yeah, this is the game 1 here. This is where the game was slowing down with the clutch play, the weakness from the clutch, kind of coming up to undo a little bit there because you had to KO the Monkey Dory when you didn't want to. But I think you're right. Early game, getting the Budu into play without actually using Itchy Pollen, instead going for the attract customers, 2 Pokemon with low hit points. That's what you don't want to give against Dragapult. Another thing you don't want to give against Dragapult is KOing your own Pokemon due to freezing shroud, as we do see here, and that just opened up the doors for a big, nasty, essentially 6 prizes in one turn, in between turns, and that was all she wrote for game 1.
So, going into game 2 now, if you're Nicholas, you're a game down, and if Mateus, you're a game up, you're thinking, that felt pretty easy, right?
He was in the driver's seat, yeah.
So Nicholas is going to have to really change his game plan if he wants to, go even further and make his way into top 8. But so Mateus is in a commanding lead here, I think.
And I think, I'm going to say, did see Hero's Cape, but I know he's seen it before, technically.
Yeah.
So we'll have to play around that a little bit there as well.
It actually makes a big difference, because it
really
kind of
does. Scary.
180 twice is not enough to KO a Hero's Cape Dragapult.
Scary to say. Looks like Mateus has actually mulliganed. Now that is what you want. When you're one game down, trying to progress through a top cut, you want to have some mulligans. In case you don't know, viewers at home, if you go to start your game or Pokemon trading cards, you draw 7 cards, happy days, but there's no basic Pokemon in there. That's not happy days. You reveal that to your opponents, they can check. They say, okay, and then if you choose, if you're the opponent, you can start the game with 1 extra card in your hand for each mulligan. Extra resources is never a bad thing.
It never is. And so another interesting thing here is going to be whether Nicholas, of course, having lost game 1, he gets to decide whether he goes first or second for game 2. I imagine, given what we've seen, the trend over this weekend in general, he's probably going to end up picking first. It seems to be like the new favored way to start.
Yeah.
But so we'll have to see what he ends up deciding. Maybe he thinks that maybe going second is still better.
All right, here we go. Let's consult some prize cards then. Budu, Monkey Dory, Budu, Dunsparce, and Dragapult. Not the end of the world again, but here we go. Game 2 getting started in our asymmetrical top cut here in Prague. And wait, who is going first?
It is Nicholas.
Oh, it is Nicholas. Okay, so we are going to see Snorunt in the active, bench Marnie's Impidimp, Spikemuth Gym, which you can use, obviously, search your deck for any Marnie's Pokemon, put it in your hand. I imagine could be the Impidimp again. Could be a Morgrem, could be a Grimmsnarl. Let's find out together.
This is actually a pretty decent start going first. So with the Poképad in hand, can go ahead and grab another non-rule box Pokemon as well. So this is pretty much what you want. If you're going first, you really want to just see as many items as possible and set up your board without the supporter, of course. And I think Nicholas is going to be able to do that nicely here. And that's one of the reasons why this Spikemuth Gym is such a boon to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. It's another way to get more set up, even if you're going first, because it's a stadium that you can actually play.
And we do see the Poképad as well, so grab any Pokemon that hasn't got a rule box. Monkey Door, which we didn't see for Nicholas last game, by the way, immediately gets a Dark Energy on it and the pass over. That's a fantastic turn one, I think, if you're Nicholas. Is over to Mateus now. What can he do now? Does he? He only plays one copy of Budu and it's prized. Only plays one copy, Mateus.
Goodness gracious me. I mean, I guess you have to find the room for the other stuff somewhere, but that means that Nicholas doesn't know it yet, but he's guaranteed items next turn.
He's guaranteed. I mean, no, he did have that last turn. Wait, did he have that? Yeah, he did have that last turn
game,
as well.
But
again, he had a lot better of a start now, so that could be rather impactful. Poképad to open return there for Mateus. Gonna grab that Dreepy. Looks like he's gonna just consulting what cards have been prized. Now, I think if you're playing against Dragapult, and your opponent doesn't get down the Budu, I'm thinking, finally, I get a little bit of respite here. This might be the opening Nicholas needs.
And as you rightly pointed out, Shay, this is a much stronger board against Dragapult here. Like, you've not got a Tatsugiri building up damage, and you've not got a Budu that can get easily Monkey Doried for a KO. This is a lot stronger setup from Nicholas, and it's only turn one.
It's only turn one. This is a very different game. And I guess if you're Nicholas, well, you see, oh, hold on, turn attached to the Dreepy, that definitely means you haven't got Budu, because normally you would attach to the active, so you can retreat. So Nicholas is already thinking he could be making reads here, which is what you want in a game two.
So let's see what Mateus can find off of this Liz Determination. Going to be 8 cards drawn. Good chance to see something here. Oh, yeah, we see Buddy Boppy. He is off to the races.
Yeah, we got the Monkey Dory, we got the Poképad, we got another Dreepy. We've got some Dracloak as well. I mean, that is, you know what? If you haven't got Budu, that's the hand you want for a turn two.
Yeah, just to set up all your little guys ready to go to fire off as many Recon Directive as possible the next turn to find your resources to set up the perfect board.
Yeah, that is what Mateus is after. I mean, hasn't got the Budu, but has almost everything else, I feel like. The only thing is had led that active Dunsparce. I mean, but I guess you can always run away, draw it out the active when you want to. A good way to remove damage as well.
Yeah, and is that all 4 Dreepy going down? The 4th one's in hand. He's thinking about it, but maybe he's just going to wait.
I mean, hasn't prized any, or has prized one Dragapult EX, I guess, but it looks like we're going to get the whole gang down. Go on, Mateo. No, go on. Look at the whole gang down. I mean, we saw how important bench Pokemon was in the last game for Nicholas there, so maybe don't get too ahead of yourself. But that is going to be the turn one for Mateus. It's over to Nicholas now. What have we got?
We have a Morgrem.
He's Morgrem.
We have a Buddy Poffin as well.
Poffin. Veil Search on the mindset. Okay, I think Nicholas has definitely learned his lesson from last game. He's thinking, I'm not putting any low hit point Pokemon down if I can avoid it.
Yeah, like the thing is about putting down Pokemon with abilities with low hit points, it's fine as long as you can actually move the damage over. But there was no Monkey Dory last time. Nicholas is adapting well and realizing more Monkey Dory in here equals more winning, so I'm going to save the bench slots for those.
I think you are correct. Let's see. I mean, there is a world in which you can actually start using a Shadow Bullet, right? Rare Candy, Marnie's more Grimmsnarl.
I'm sure that he would love to see that, but it looks
like that's not the case.
Yeah. Only 2 Rare Candy in the list, so it's a little bit hard to find.
Has prized one as well.
Yeah, has prized one as well. So I think he's going to be pretty content with this setup all the same. Can also go ahead and attach a Dark Energy to the Snorunt. Going to find another Marnie's Pokemon as well off of the Spikemuth Gym.
Probably be a Grimmsnarl here, I would imagine, for next turn, right? Yep.
Get that ready.
Love that. Does he have Budu in hand? The way he's... No?
No, he doesn't. There's not a Snorunt, and there is another Monkey Dory. I would really like to see another Monkey Dory possibly come down. You can't attach to it because you're already committed to the Snorunt, of course, but just getting it there just feels like a nice threat to present.
So it is just going to be the pass back over to Mateus now then. What can he do? Let's have a look. Got plenty of Dracloak in hand, Poképad in hand, Ultra Ball in hand. The world is Mateus's shoulder right now, I feel like. So we want to see one evolution into Dracloak and a Recon Directive. I think it was Lilies and something. Didn't get to see which one it was, unfortunately, but one of them got sent to the bottom.
You can see a very kind of deliberate procession with how Mateus is putting down these Dracloak. He recognizes that every other Dracloak that he puts down is another thing that Freezing Shroud could take damage onto. So he wants to make sure that he just puts down exactly as much as he needs in order to get what he wants to do done.
I think you're right, especially if one Dragapult EX prize, that means you can't even panic evolve them all if you need to. Looks like he's debating to put the whole GP gang down. It's going to be another Dracloak, though. Okay.
Brock scouting and something else which took to the hand. Archie, it's the Dunsparce EX.
Not
okay.
as helpful in this matchup, I feel. Here we go, the third Dracloak. Wow. Love that. Imagine if there was a world in which you got the whole gang out last turn and he ended
That could have been fun.
4 Dracloak. That would have been so impressive. Yeah. But you're right, they do eat the Freezing Shroud damage. So Ultra Ball, basic Psych Energy. And it's like basic Psych Energy will be taken here.
There wasn't another energy in hand, so definitely both important to find that and prioritizing that makes a lot of sense.
We are going to see Ultra Ball for the Dunsparce. You might see our first runaway draw here. Remember, that is a stage 1 Pokemon with that ability runaway draw, letting you shuffle itself back into the deck and you draw 3 cards as well. Can do it from the active spot as well. Fantastic draw engine, a recursion draw engine. You can use it as many times as you want.
It's kind of both a draw engine and a pivot in one go, right?
Yep.
Because when you use it in the active, it shuffles itself into the deck, and then, of course, you have to bring up another Pokemon.
Yep. And because of the way it is, you actually draw first, then shuffle, so you don't draw it back. Fantastic. It's going to turn attach to a Dracloak. Buddy Puffin as well. Okay, so can develop the Dunsparce here as well. Again, there we go. Luckily, that Dunsparce hasn't got an ability, so it won't be taking for a Freezing Shroud damage.
Yeah. And the last bench slot is going to be maybe filled by this Monkey Dory. Yep, does put it down.
So.
We saw it would come into... We saw it was important enough for Nicholas to target it down with Boss's Orders last game, so definitely something you want to at least threaten. And then, again, with Lily's Determination for 8. This is one of the reasons why Dragapult is so strong as a deck. It is one of the decks that can draw 8 off of Lily's the most because it can be so patient with when it actually takes knockouts because it does the spread damage.
Yep, I think that's a safe thing to say. One of the best abusers of Lily's Determination for sure. So we're going to draw 8 cards here. I can't imagine as much else we can actually play this turn. We've evolved everything we can apart from active. We've returned attach. We played a supporter. We are bench locked. So it is just going to be the pass now. Okay, Nicholas, my son, you have yourself an opportunity to catapult yourself in the lead here. What can you do?
I think one thing that we saw was actually really effective last game was clutch retreat lock on this Monkey Dory. That could buy you a lot of time, especially if you want to take up Freezing Shroud damage. If that's a line that Nicholas is able to take, it's definitely worth considering.
I think you are correct. That was very impactful. It's a shame about the weakness, but he has got Monkey Dory now to where he can try and manipulate damage a little bit here. Just looks like we have got a little something going on at the table. So let's bring it back. Over here, what are we? Oh, looks like we are playing.
Yeah, I think we're already off again.
Oh, no, we are playing again. Right, let's try and keep you back in the mix here. We actually have seen Amani's Grimmsnarl get evolved there, so we are using Punk up now. That's where we can attach up to 5 energy to your Marnie's Pokemon. Oh, I'm only going to go for 2 here. 3, I apologize, onto the other Marnie's Morgrem as well.
And did turn attached to the other Monkey Dory as well.
Look at this, player. Is this not a different game to game 1 for Nicholas? Triple Monkey Dory develop, pay retreat, immediate Shadow Bullet, remove the Monkey Dory, get damage into play.
Love to see this. Boss's Orders target the Monkey Dory. You know, winning the Monkey Dory war is basically how you win this matchup, so super heads up here from Nicholas.
Go on, Nicholas. If you can evolve this Snorlax as well, this has to be the perfect. This is, honestly, triple Monkey Dory. What you're basically saying is, if you dare use Phantom Dive against me, 90's coming straight back on you.
Yeah. So
90 would KO a Dracloak on 1-on-1.
Yes, it would.
Oh, scary. But yes, Nicholas is on the board there. Phantom Bullet, Shadow Bullet, I should say, KOing Monkey Dory. Massive weakness, 30 damage on bench Dracloak. Over to Mateus.
When we say that Marnie's Grimmsnarl was one of the best users of Monkey Dory and Adrenabrain, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Yep. No other deck can really develop triple Monkey Dory. No other deck really. So I want to see Recon Directive number 1. That found the Dunsparce. Recon Directive number 3. Psychic Energy and Lily's just debating what's in the hand here. That hand is pretty stacked. It's very big. I think that was the energy.
And so here's the thing.
It was the Lily's, I should say.
The difference compared to first game, right? So if Mateus evolves into a Dragapult EX and doesn't attack, he can put on a good bit of damage on the board, no question. But unlike last time, Nicholas can flick 90 of that damage right back at Mateus.
Honestly, being able to just flick back 90 is insane. It basically means Jet Headbutt is no longer a thing. Phantom Dive, you can either move 1, 2, or boss. Okay, this makes sense. Yeah,
you have to.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah. We're basically saying you can't let your opponent just bounce back 90 damage. You have to remove the threat.
Yeah, Mateus very smartly recognizing what the biggest threat on the board is. It is not the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. It is denying Nicholas as many Adrenabrain as possible. So Boss's Orders wasting no time targeting at least one of them down. So maybe you restrict Nicholas to 60 damage from Adrenabrain instead of 90.
Yeah, I mean, 60 can basically just completely erase the spread damage on the bench if it's split up in a 3-3. But yeah, let's see how this does get split. So it looks like So we are going to see a triple split. So you can't just bounce it all. Fantastic heads up play there.
Yeah, you have to do it this way because otherwise... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I was going to say, you have to do it 2-2-2 because then that way 2 Adrenabrains can do a maximum of 40 rather than 60.
Yes. Okay. So Mateus, we were getting excited about triple monkey door. That's not going to be a thing yet. Just debating on what to do with this Phantom Dive damage. Actually going to split it up as a 2-2-1-1 split.
Kind of thinking a few turns into the future about how the Freezing Shroud might take over and how that might combine with his own Monkey Dory and Phantom Dive. Deciding that's the better way to go. But no time wasted.
Does actually play Energy Switch as well. So we could see a triple use here. Maybe not the correct turn because the damage has been spread out so nicely, but
I think that's exactly why Mateus decided to do the 2-2-1-1 because now he's thinking to himself, if I do it that way, even if Nicholas finds his Energy Switch, which Mateus knows Nicholas plays, it's the maximum of 5 instead of 6, which makes a big difference.
Wow. Nicholas, my friend, you have got yourself a very different game too here. Lily's determination does only draw 6 this time. It does draw into Freezing Shroud Fosslas. Going to see Spike Muff Jin. Thinning is winning.
Don't believe that the Energy Switch was found. Only is it one copy?
It's there. It's in the deck. We can see it.
And there's only one copy in the deck. So yeah, was not able to find that. Would have really liked to find that if possible, but it's going to have to make do without. And that does mean, having said that though, 2 Monkey Dory still around. You can still go ahead and target down this Dracloak on the bench for a potential damage KO.
You can, because you can move off. What can we move off here? 40. That would take it up to 70. Shadow Bullet. Another 30. That would be a KO Dracloak.
Is there anything else you really want to play here? I don't think there is, so it's just going to be, Adrenabrain number 1, going to go ahead and move 2 damage counters onto the Dracloak, and then Adrenabrain number 2, just heal at the Monkey Dory, right? You want to prevent a double knockout on a Monkey Dory as much as possible.
Ooh, going for a bit of spreadums.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. You actually, if you do it this way, the residual damage with the Shadow Bullet, you can, it'll get the KO on the Dracloak between turns.
And that would stop any Presentipity. Not that Mateus plays it, but that would stop that as well. So we're going to see the Freezing Shroud Pokemon check up KO there for Nicholas. 4 prize cards remaining. Does have to take the Freezing Shroud damage on that bench Dracloak as well, of course.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of an argument. So, no, it was free because there was 2 before, and then because there was 2 moved over, and then the Freezing Shroud is free. So free is correct.
Yep, you are correct. I said both players keeping tabs on that. We've got our fantastic table judges there as well. Now, Mateus is in a very different spot here from game 1. Does have the Hero's Cape in hand, so can use that, obviously, to boost up your hit points. Not as impactful now, though. There's double, potentially triple Monkey Dory next turn. No, you can almost erase a complete Hero's Cape with triple Monkey Dory.
That's exactly why Nicholas recognized, especially after seeing not just seeing the Hero's Cape, but also seeing the difference it made, recognizing that establishing more Monkey Dory is the way you can actually turn a free shot into a 2-shot with the Yamana's Grim style.
We are going to see Mateus Ultra Ball here for his own Monkey Dory. That is a very accordion-like hand. Is there a Dark Energy that you would love to... Oh, just going to use Spike Muff to consult that your deck. You can do that.
Yeah. This is an important thing about the Pokemon TCG. The contents of the deck are always private, so you can use a card like Spike Muff Shim. Even if you don't have any Marnie's Pokemon in the deck, the game state doesn't know that, as it were, so you can still use it to check the deck quickly.
Recon Directive, Dracloak. I think that was a supporter.
No, it's a Pokepad.
Going to play Pokepad to find the Dracloak. Fair enough. Spinning again.
Let's do it that way.
And evolve into it. Okay. Ultra Ball being eyed up here. What would you go for the Ultra Ball? Do you ever early evolve that Dracloak with the Fire Energy just to get out of this freezing shot? Because the thing is, these Dracloak with 30, that is in scary range right now. That could easily get KO'd.
It's something that is going to be on Mateus' mind for
Dark
sure.
Energy, what a find there. I think we needed that for the Monkey Dory. Did he have one in hand? Maybe he did, actually.
No, I'm not sure if he did, actually. I think that Dark Energy was kind of vital because now you can go ahead and set up this Monkey Dory, and Adrenabrain is going to be life for you, and that is going to make that Dracloak a lot safer on the bench.
Just find boss's orders. Dark Energy is huge.
Yeah. Oh, no, there was already one in hand. You're right.
There was in hand. Hero's Cape. That is a heroic Dragapult EX now. Plus 100 hit points. Boss order like Monkey Dory. This is what you got to do.
Yeah.
This is what you got to do.
Mateus knows what is up. He knows what the biggest threat is, and he is laser focused on taking down that threat. Deny as many Adrenabrain as possible, because if you do not do that, Nicholas will be able to overwhelm you. So this is super smart and heads up from Mateus.
It isn't. It looks like it might be trying to eye up That bench monkey.
Oh, that's going to be enough for a double knockout because, of course, with the freezing shroud between turns.
The freezing shroud, of course. Double monkey dory removal. Removing 2 monkey dory. Nicholas only has 1 there. Freezing shroud coming back to bite you a little bit. That is a scary thing about freezing shroud. It works for your opponent, but it also works on your Pokemon as well. Mateo's taking 2 prize cards there. Is over to Nicholas now. Those monkey dory have been successfully dispatched. That's 3 in total now. What can Nicholas do?
He would really, really like to find an energy switch this turn to do a double monkey dory play. Having said that, I think it's going to be very tough. I'm not sure how much recovery he plays, actually.
Couple Night Stretcher, I think.
Yeah, okay, 3 Night Stretcher in the deck, and then none have been used yet, so he's going to, with the amount of monkey dory that's been KO'd, he's going to need to start to find those Night Stretcher. Pokepad will be able to find something to fit in the deck at least, but no, actually not going to even get anything from that. Is it just going to be Petrol, Petrol for the unfair stamp? Okay.
Ooh,
here it is, the big baddie of the format in a spec form, unfair stamp. Shuffle, both players shuffle their hands into their deck. The person who played it draws 5, and the opponent draws 2.
Yep, we've seen it many times on this stream, how impactful this can be. Now, Mateus does have, 2 copies of Recon Directive, does have the Dunsparce available to upload, to evolve into, to use the runaway draw as well. But unfair stamp can steal games. Let's see how this pans out there for Nicholas.
It's going to be a very important 5 versus 2 cards. What does Nicholas find? Tatsugiri, another snow run to Buddy Puffin. Is that a Petrol and a rare candy? Not really anything that useful for him.
Energy there, really, didn't we?
At the very least.
Minimum. So but that's not even a KO, is it? Because of the Hero's Cape. Oh, Mateus. You're leaving Mateus a little bit of an open door here.
Oh, and you can't not do this bench damage either, so you're going to give even more for Mateus to work with the Adrenabrain. Let's see, what does Mateus draw? Off of this unfair stamp, it looks like a Psychic Energy.
Pokegear. Oh, he's really clicking those fast.
I think it is just 2 Psychic Energy and a Pokegear.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Wait, he does have Recon Directive ×2 to use, though. Ultra Ball, Budu. Yeah, Budu, you definitely can't put that down. Yeah. And then, Runaway Draw.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's an amazing find.
Yeah, there was, so it was 2 Psychic Energy.
2 copies of
2 Psychic Energy and a Pokegear. Runaway Draw, a fantastic find.
Wow, what a find.
Be able to find 3 more cards there.
Didn't get to see that. I think there's a couple supporters, though. We'll have to shuffle. Oh, going to consult the discard pile there. We'll have to shuffle that deck. Unless we are going to play the Ultra Ball, of course. Oh, Crispin. I don't think that's as in. I guess you could try and develop another Monkey Dory if you really wanted to. Use the Crispin to help you do that.
I think he's kind of debating whether it's worth doing that or whether he wants to pursue something else instead. So, yeah, an Ultra Ball could find... Oh, hold on. He's doing maths in his head. Does he think he has the game already, or is he thinking over a couple of turns?
4 prize cards remaining. I don't see a way we could take 4 prize cards.
Not with how healthy the 2 Minis Grimmsnarl are.
Yeah.
But I think he can set himself up for a checkmate next turn.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely rid over 2 Phantom Dives. I think that might be what he's just trying to RP. Ultra Ball is going to be for Dragapult EX. We are going to turn attached to that. We are going to Lilies. Okay.
Yeah, and the problem is, if you're Nicholas, is that it is very easy for Mateos to take 3 prizes over 2 turns.
Yep.
I don't think you can say the same with Nicholas taking 4 prizes over 2 turns.
No, not with that Dragapult EX, having an effective, what is it, like 300 hit points on the bench there. You'd love for like a Meowth to come down or something, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that Hero's Cape is really what's saving Mateus right now. There is exactly 320 damage on that Dragapult EX.
Yep.
Were it not for that, that would be in the discard pile right now.
I think we could be looking at a win there for Nicholas if it wasn't. We're going to see Adrenabrain use #1. Now, where does this go? Where does this go?
Well, if it goes onto either one of the Monkey Dory or the Frostlass,
there's only one Monkey Dory now, right? There's only one Monkey Dory.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying depending on which one you pick.
Sorry, I'm with you. Yeah.
So, but it's going to be Phantom Dive. Actually, just going to whack it all in the active, and then the Adrenabrain onto the active, and then Phantom Dive coming in, putting all 6 on the Monkey Dory.
That Monkey Dory is going to get KO'd with the Pokemon checkup or going out of his turn, right?
Oh, and it's you put Nicholas on a 1-turn clock here.
Goodness.
This is the checkmate we were talking about.
Yeah, this looks scary. That bench Monkey Dory will get KO'd from freezing shot unless you have a dark energy. I don't see it either. Petrol, I guess you could Petrol for energy switch off a Grimmsnarl perhaps, but then your active really needs to... Oh, this isn't looking good, Freya. I'm trying to think of a way out of this, and I'm struggling to think of one.
Like, the problem is here, there are 2 Dragapult ready to go with Phantom Dive. You can take 3 prize cards, but you cannot prevent another Phantom Dive from happening. And if you can't prevent another Phantom Dive happening, you lose this game.
Right, so let's think about it. The problem... Yeah, so is this going to find energy switch then, is my first question.
Yeah, of course.
It looks like it is.
There's no other card in the deck that progresses your game state right now. At least not in the one you can play immediately. So I think Nicholas is recognizing that. He's looking through it.
Oh, he's just going to concede, and Mateus wins our asymmetrical top cut feature match here, advances to the top 8 with his heroic Dragapult EX.
Huge congratulations to Mateus. A honestly masterclass display, both in his skill pipe and Dragapult, and also, I've got to point out, the Dunsparce bailing him out of Unfair Stamp. I think the Dunsparce had just sold itself in that one move.
Great point, actually. That Unfair Stamp could have got a bit dicey had it not been for the Dunsparce. Let's look back at our replay. In game 1 here, after some questionable benching from Nicholas that ended up biting him, Mateus was able to just navigate his way through and just clinically dissected Nicholas' boards throughout the game. You know, was just picking up his Pokemon slowly but surely. That little Budu there, unfortunately, came back to bite him right at the end for a massive... Oh, was it like a 4 or 5 prize card turn at the
not
end?
even just the Budu and the Tatsugiri, really. Just too many easy things to pick off, and Mateus finishing things off there just way too easily with a boss's orders. Yeah. So then that was all she wrote for game 1. Game 2, Nicholas adapted. He recognized what he needed to do and set up a wide-border Monkey Dory, but Mateus was sort of counter-adapted and just was laser focused on targeting down his Monkey Dory, and that absolutely won him the game.
It really did. Those Monkey Dory were not long for this world. They were immediately getting sent to the discard pile. Mateus, with his tricky A-spec of choice, that Hero's Cape, was just pushing that Dragapult out of range. That could have been a very different game had it not been for that Hero's Cape. Could have been a very different game if after the Unfair Stamp, the Dunsparce wasn't found or even in the deck to begin with. So Mateus, I says he's always in the kitchen with his pots and pans. He's cooking spicy food, and it comes out here to win him the game. Hero's Cape plus the Dunsparce combination was all he needed to get out that Unfair Stamp, and Nicholas realizing, I can't get out of this one. I extend my hand. Congratulations to you. My run ends here. Massive congratulations to Mateus.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Mateus. And really experience winning out in the end, right? Experience both in piloting and deck building. And again, slight bias, but I've got to say, huge commiserations to Nicholas as well. Played his heart out to get this far. And you know what? I got a feeling it's not going to be the last time we see him on stream somehow.
No, like I said, a couple, 128s and a 256, right? They're not easy to do in this day and age of regionals this size.
He has day 2'd most regionals he's played this season.
There we go. And now he's got a top cut finish. I don't think we still got 2 events here in Europe, I should say. I wouldn't be surprised to see him catapult himself further through. I think had that been a more regular Dragapult EX deck, I think he could have had a good go in that game too. But the Hero's Cape plus the Dunsparce just really put Mateus over the top.
I mean, we literally saw it there. It was right there. 320 damage. The Hero's Cape was the only thing keeping that Dragapult not knocked out. And it really made all the difference. That and bailing himself out of the Unfair Stamp with that the Dunsparce runaway draw.
Yep. And that laser clinical focus on removing those Monkey Dory. Because as soon as we had triple Monkey Dory on the board, we were like, that's 90 damage coming back. That essentially means Phantom Dive would do 110 into the active. That's no good. Mateus immediately recognized that and said, nope, not today, Nicholas. Sorry, mate. I'm going to KO one. I'm going to KO another one. I'm going to KO another one. And Nicholas just wasn't really able to reload and sort of get over that final hurdle of that heroic Dragapult EX.
Hero's Cape, that's... There's been a little bit of talk about it, not so much in Dragapult, but there's definitely some people talking about it in Enzorok, for example, in a similar kind of concept, just to boost up the HP of the Enzorok EX. Maybe that was the A-spec we needed all along.
Maybe coming into a newer format, right, where things like a Jamming Tower and Tool Scrapper aren't on everyone's priority list, maybe this is where Heroes... This could have been the one event for Heroes Cape, thinking no one here is worried about Heroes Cape. People are worried about, trying to Shamans or Rabskas or stuff like this. So this might have been the event for Heroes Cape. But I think it's time we're done rambling to you. Let's hear from my asymmetrical top cut winner, Mateus. So let's kick it down for an interview.
Thank you, Shay. Yeah, I'm here with Mateusz, who's quickly becoming the hero of our story with that Hero's Cape inclusion in Dragapult.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you back to that first game because it really felt like you were capitalizing on your opponent's board position in that game and locking out those Monkey Dories. Was that the strategy?
Yeah, I saw in game one that he overembarrassed himself so much that I knew I already probably won. I just can't kill anything until I just won the game with 6 prizes. So
yeah, especially when we saw the head belt get involved, there was clear indication that you were trying to punish your opponent. That's definitely a new factor of the post-rotation metagame without the Penny and the Professor Turo scenario. Is that one of the key differences of post-rotation?
I think there are like a lot of key things. First is, I think Dragapult is like better if it's obvious, which like makes every deck need to try to take for it. So before rotation, I think we had like more good decks in general. So all decks are just focused on this, and like there is no Iono counter catcher, so you really need to adapt to how you want to build the deck.
That's really interesting because you're playing quite an off-the-wall brand of Dragapult. You say it's obvious it's the best card, but the partner isn't quite so obvious. You've made a great case for the Dunsparce, though. Tell me about that.
So basically, me and a lot of friends, mostly Anteklishik, came with an idea of creating Dragapult, but let's try to win the mirror. So I thought the cape is like obviously plus 100 HP, it must be good. It was okay. I think Stamp is also similar in case of how strong they are in the mirror, but mostly the advantage I have in the mirror are no 2 prizes. I play 0 Pheasantipity, Latias, or anything like that, 0 Meowth. I just don't have 2 prizes on my board. I can set up such a clean board state, Dunsparce shuffles them back into the deck, so I don't have any liabilities on the bench.
I was going to say that the temptation is obvious with Meowth. It's such a shiny new toy. It gets you into so many games, but I guess that's a testament to how you've built around having multiple stage 1 draw engine Pokemon to still get you over that line. And then looking at that Hero's Cape in game number 2 especially, where you were able to take 2 hits into a Grimmsnarl, the same thing would happen in the mirror match. Has that been just an amazing inclusion for you?
Yeah, sometimes in the mirror it's a bit sus because they can double monkey, back onto Dragapult and try to knock it out, but it's also very helpful to protect your cloaks from getting wiped, sometimes on the monkey. It has like a lot of cases, but it won me a lot of games by just attaching it to the Dragapult and they need to free shot it, so...
And there's one other sneaky tech card, but I was looking through your deck list, the Acerola's Mischief.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get to see it in your stream matches, but has that been another clutch card? Definitely a surprise factor there.
Yeah, I won a lot of games with it. It's a very good card, I think. In a format where there is low disruption, you can try to like stack it in a hand, so your opponent can like always just disrupt your hand, so they need to choose if they want to do it in the early game, mid game, or the late game. So I think that's like very important, but instead of playing like a judge, I think Acerola is better because you can just protect yourself. There is no way they're going to draw if they can just KO it.
And I suppose that again comes back to your factor of saying no to Meowth, no to Pheasantipity. You can secure that board state a lot more. So that only really comes with your initial thought process to not play those pretty traditional EX Pokemon. Yeah. And the Dunsparce EX in the deck list as well, is that mostly a walling answer or has it been useful in more other situations?
It won me a game against Crustle. Other way you just lose. It's good with the first attack against like Slopbox and the whole EX stuff. I didn't hit any of those, so I was mostly using it against Crustle. Sometimes against Team Rocket Mewtwo it's okay because they can't copy the Dunsparce with the Mimikyu and they can't one-shot it with Spide-Ups. It's been good.
Well, it's actually becoming more and more of a story of our asymmetrical cut with so many Crustle in there, so you've got to be feeling good about that one. Well, Mateusz, I really enjoyed picking your brains. You're such an innovative deck builder, once again in a top cut position with a very, very cool deck list and playing expertly today, I must say as well. So that was amazing to watch and hear from Mateusz. If you're more interested in learning to play yourself and watch the TCG yourself, we've got something for you.
you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
We're wandering around the hall here in Prague. I've got all my casting buddies, and we're fishing for content because we found actual super rod fishing. Shay, how are we going to do this?
Well, we have 2 lovely contestants here. We have Joe, we have Freya, and they're going to be fishing for Magikarp and Shoulder. At the end, points will be totaled up, and we will decide the Prague Regional Champion of Super Rod Fishing.
This is not one of those everyone has a go. This is a competition, and I expect you to take this as seriously as it demands. Let's get fishing!
Let's get fishing. Oh, Joe immediately with the shot. Oh, he's going for a 2-for-1.
Oh, he's getting cheeky. Now, is there a point difference between the Shelder and the Magikarp?
I think there is. Shoulders are worth more.
Shelder's worth 2 points.
2 points. Magikarp worth 1. Joe, do you have any strategy going into this?
Well, Shelders mathematically are better, so worth my time to do Shelders.
Freya, let's have some fighting words for Joe.
You may have won a regionals more recently than me, but I am taking you down here.
I don't know, Joe is going for it. He has got this
fish
fighting
down. Words for Freya, Joe?
I'm too focused. I'm locked in on the fish right now. Oh, I've missed.
Do we have a time limit? Should we count them down? Should we give them 5 seconds? 4, 3, 2, 1. Get them fishing rods down, Joe. No, don't get me one more Magikarp. We don't need one more Magikarp. Shay, I'm going to ask you to have a look in Joe's bucket there. Tell me what we've got.
Okay, so let's have a look. We got a lot of Shelders here, Ross. Joe's strategy was the Shelder. So we got some Magikarp as well. Right, let's get them all out and then we count them up. So, total points for Joe. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Shelders. That's 10 points on the Shelder. And 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points in total over here, Ross.
No. Well, over here we have 6 1-point Magikarp. We have 2 2-point Shelders. That is unfortunately only 10 points. So your champion of Super Odd Fishing is Joe Bernard.
All right then, Joe, give us some, what are your thoughts right now being the first Super Rod Fishing champion?
Well, all the time I put in, it's paid off. It's really all worked out for me here. The technique was grab the Shelders. I feel like that's definitely the meta if you're coming over here to do the Super Rod Fishing. They're not that much more difficult to get than the Magikarp, so really happy with my process, my gameplay throughout the challenge. I kept my nerves at bay and just let the practice do the talking.
One more question for you. At the start, you tried to reel 2 Shelder in at the same time. What made you give up on that strategy?
Well, I thought it was going to be a great way to essentially make the most and have less lag time to grab a lot, but because of the positioning of them, it doesn't quite work out. So I had to abandon my initial strategy, but I adapted on the fly.
Adapted on the fly with an absolutely stellar performance, 15 points versus 10. What an inaugural Super Rod Fishing, Ross.
I mean, only Joe Bernard could use the word metagame when referring to a Super Rod Fishing competition. But the competition here in Prague is heating up with all of our lovely TCG players. So don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more wonderful action coming right at you. Welcome back to Prague, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. We're getting ready for top 8 here with myself, Ross Gilbert, and the champion of Super Rod Fishing, Joe Bernard.
I'm still reading from that experience. It was absolutely incredible to be a part of, and it meant so much to me. That's bragging rights against Freya for a long time.
Oh yeah, she is not going to live that one down for a very long time. But we are getting ready for top 8 here in Prague. Like I said, of course, we had our 2 top seeds who were immediately put into top 8. They didn't need to go through the asymmetrical round, but the other 12 they were playing. We saw, of course, 1 on stream, and well, we've lost our last Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Nicholas unfortunately falling. So let's have a look at the bracket and see if we've got any updates coming in here. We do have an update. Elmar with Crussell has defeated Margarita Cabaneri 2-0. Crussell's in top 8, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sami's in top 8.
Sami is also in top 8. That's another Crustle falling. Joao has a really good time against the Crustle matchup because, of course, Mega Starmie EX can attack through all effects of Pokemon, essentially making the Mysterious Rock in useless. So Joao might end up having a full run of Crustle. If Elmer can also defeat Tord, which is a fairly reasonable matchup for Crustle, into Dragapult, Joao could then keep going through an army of Crustle because Jack Moore up against Brennan, Jack is also on Crustle. So it could be Starmie farming these Crustles, the lone savior out there, the only deck that has answers.
I mean, it's already beaten one, could go and beat another two. So there's a 2-0 victory. So we've got Tord on Dragapult, is going to be playing against Elmar there.
Yeah, Crustle versus Dragapult.
I went to Crustle, thank you very much. We got Jal there, who has already got through with Starmie. And then at the bottom, we've got May, of course, who is Raging Bolt. That was our number 2 seed, did not have to play in top. In the asymmetrical top cup. Going to be playing against Matus, who we of course just saw win on stream with Dragapult.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, especially with that Dunsparce engine. He made a great case for it there on the interview. Just adding more draw power is never a bad thing, but also it meant that he didn't have any liability EX Pokemon on the board. It feels really risky to not play the likes of Vesidipity EX and Meowth EX. His abilities have been so core throughout the entire weekend. How many times have we said that Meowth has been a bailout option for players?
Yep.
But he said that that downside can really affect you in the longer term, and giving Dragapult just more time to Phantom Dive is just too good to say no to.
And that is something we have seen on stream. We've seen Meowth give and we've seen Meowth take.
Yeah.
We've seen the wonderful supporter that wins you the game or keeps you in it, and we've seen the 2-prize liability. But we are going to be in this next round. I think we're going to be watching Tord, and we're going to be watching Crustle, and that is a matchup I'm a little bit interested in. We've not actually seen Crustle on stream yet this weekend.
We really tried to avoid it for as long as we could, but now we're in the elimination section of our tournament, and Crustle has done so exceptionally well that it's time to show off some Crustle. This deck is terrifying for a reason, and it actually looks quite different in the post-rotation metagame, Ross, because it's often using that Mega Kangaskhan EX to help draw some cards.
Yes, and that's something we did not see. When we saw it pre-rotation, and we did see it, representing very well, made it to top 4 in Seville, it was for Dwebble, for Crustle. There were no other Pokemon. It was a straight Crustle.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen some lists kind of coming out of Japan post-rotation that were a little bit more involved, like, say, with Mega Kangaskhan, a few other little tricks in there. Well, that's what we're seeing here. And that is, it's going to be fun seeing that. Before, however, I'm going to have a little bit of a chat with Tord. However, I kind of realized that I cannot be in 2 places at once. I tried, it didn't work. Very embarrassing. What I did instead was I had a chat with Tord about 20 minutes ago. So let's go over to me talking to Tord. Top 8 action from Prague is going to be coming up very shortly indeed, and one of the players we know we're going to be seeing in top 8 is, of course, Tord Reklev. How you doing, Tord?
Feeling great, yeah.
How has it been going through a whole tournament, winning a lot, being top seed, and not having been on stream once yet?
I was thinking a little bit about that earlier, and it's been kind of relaxing actually. I just gone to my table and sit down and play Pokemon, and my Ponce's event has been fantastic as well. So just had a good time.
Indeed, you got that tie early. You got off our radar a little bit, but you are back on our radar now. Now you're the number 1 seed. You made an interesting decision in your final round. You could have intentionally tied. You would have guaranteed top cut, but instead you played out. You won. You ended up as a number 1 seed. What went into that decision?
I mean, I was debating it as well. In the end, my opponent wanted to play regardless, so then I didn't really have to think about it anymore. So that was all fine. But I guess in the position I was, if I did, then I get to play asymmetrical. So, and if I lose, I also get to play asymmetrical, just from a different seeding, right? So I guess, in knowing that, you should 100% play in the same position every time, because you just get, say, 2 tries to go through the asymmetrical. But now you obviously have the, how much impact do you let winning the coin flip as the higher seed in Top Cut impact you, right? But I don't know, I feel like you just want to get into the top 8 first, and then you take it from there.
No, I agree entirely. Well, winning that game put you straight into top 8, guarantees that you win the coin flip in every round that you're going to be playing in top 8. Now, of course, we're also in post-rotation here. First post-rotation event. Now, if I remember correctly, you're on Dragapult. That's a deck that was good pre-rotation, presumptive best deck post-rotation. Can you tell us about your thought process as to how you landed on Dragapult?
I've just been testing a lot of Dragapult for, my students lately. So I decided to just play it because it was the deck I had the most experience with. And it is arguably just the best deck right now. It's the deck everyone is trying to beat. It's the deck the whole meta kind of rolls around. We lost 3 out of the other big 4 decks to rotation, and Dragapult is the last one standing. So I think it makes a lot of sense to play it, but obviously there are a ton of counter decks there as well. So
there's a few out there. Crossell is everywhere this weekend. Now, we've been around a while, like some of us have. How does this rotation compare, do you think, to the rotations we've had for the past few years?
I feel like this one was especially big because we lost, essentially a way of playing, because both Iono and Conte Catcher, two big comeback mechanic cards, was essentially what the whole Pokemon TCG rolled around for the last couple of years, I feel. And after losing those, I feel like your whole mindset now has to shift with how you play the game, because before, you deliberately actually wanted to give away a prize or two.
Yes.
Because, then your cards are, like, the good cards, Iono and Conte Catcher, are more effective and they last longer. And thanks to them, you're more than likely going to make your opponent miss a critical turn and then come back into the game, and and then it works out for you. But now you actually want to be the one to take initiative and take the prize lead, because there are now less options for your opponent to actually come back into the game again.
No, I think excellently put. All right, last question then. Rotation's coming. We all know it's coming. How soon do you start prepping for rotation? And obviously your preparation is quite legendary for being how intense it is. How do you prepare specifically for post-rotation?
I mean, I don't prepare before I have to. It's like I want to make sure I am done with all the current format events before I start prepping post-rotation.
Fair.
So some people like to start like months in advance, even though there's still events going on, but I don't usually do that. I just wait until rotation actually happens and then, recalibrate from that again. But my testing process is a lot of solitaire, a lot of ladder grinding. Cannot recommend ladder grinding enough. You should be playing more Pokemon TCG Live. Although it is some buggy sometimes, it is a great way to test, and with more people playing it, then you also get very high quality opponents if you grind the game a lot. So
get up to the high ladder, play against the good people, perfect everything, then get to the in-person testing. Sounds like a plan. Well, thank you very much for your time, Tord. Good luck in top 8. And the good news is, top 8, it's not very far away. Don't go anywhere. Well, I do hope you didn't go anywhere. We didn't exactly give you very much time. Of course, Tord, one of the most storied players in the history of the game, maybe the most. And, look what we got there. 3 international championship victories and a world's finalist. Bearing in mind there's 2 international championship victories that we didn't have room to fit on there. Just an embarrassment of ridiculous finishes over many, many years.
Yeah, unquestionably our most decorated player. And then coming up against Elmar here with some decent solid performances as well. A very recent top 16 placement in Sevilla. Also some other great day 2 finishes, landing in really good spots for some great championship points. So Elmar now with this top 8 position is looking really primed for his World Championship invite.
Absolutely. All those in the past kind of 3 years, all of them looking quite tidy. Have a look at some prizes. Ooh. We've got a couple of missed energy.
Yeah, now this is going to be a pretty intriguing matchup. The Crustle versus Dragapult. Tord's already been in a bizarre final in Las Vegas where everyone on paper thought it was going to be an exhibition match. When he was coming up against when he had Cornerstone Mask Ogapon in his deck up against an Enzorok, it felt like he had no way to lose that, and it still became a very bizarre best-of-3 series. In this position, Tord has very few answers to Crustle. That Mysterious Rock in really denies all sorts of his key attacking options. He's going to be limited to using Dragon Headbutts and Monkey Dory's Mindbend attacks. This should be an exhibition match on paper. Let's see how Tord can make it more intriguing.
Well, we are going here with top 8 at the Prague Regional Championships. Tord on the right with that Dragapult. Elmar on the left with that Crustle. Tord just gets a Dreepy with an energy, with a doing the active to start off. We're now over to Elmar here, and we got ourselves a Dwebble, and we've got Buddy Poffin. Now, this is not your granddad's Crustle, by which I mean from like 2 weeks ago in Seville. This is a little bit different because we've got non-crab-based Pokemon. We got Cornerstone Mask Ogapon and Kangaskhan, but the core of the deck is essentially, hi, I'm Crustle, I take no damage by attacks from opponents' Pokemon EXs, I beat EX decks.
And immediately, taking a look at Elmar's hand, just 1 energy is enough to have an excellent turn here, as he will have access to the Ascension attack, searching your deck for a card that evolves from this Dwebble and immediately evolving, so we can get straight into that Crustle immediately on this turn. But before that, we do still have a Pokegear 3.0. Some interesting supporters within this list. There are going to be some Chorus's Tenacity in here. Lots of the Team Rocket's Petrol supporter as well to cherry pick some more healing cards very often. So it's a very odd draw-based deck. Like, you rely a lot on that Kangaskhan to draw cards. Todd's only real hand disruption is that unfair stamp, so he's gonna have to try and time that very, very cleanly to make something work. As we are gonna see a Pokemon Center Lady coming out there from the Pokegear. You really are just playing a whole mesh of bizarre cards, but it only works because Crustle is such an awkward Pokemon to deal with.
Well, that Team Rocket's Patrol is coming down nice and quickly here, and it is actually going to search out a Hilda. So we've got a Hilda, we've got a Pokemon Center Lady, essentially stacking a bunch of supporters in our hand for future turns. And the goal here is just get your Crustle up. And, I mean, this is why you play the deck. It is supposed to have a very good Dragapult matchup. This is supposed to be, like you say, Joe, on paper, a rough matchup for any Dragapult player. But Tord is going to have tested against Crustle. He's going to know the matchup. Question is whether he can put it into play. Now we see an energy on the bench Dwebble and a pass without an Ascension.
Yeah, an intriguing choice there, not going immediately into the Crustle, but clearly this is something Elmer's come up against a number of times and is under no immediate pressure from Tord. So can get away with this just about, as Tord is going to launch Lily's Determination to see a fresh 8-card hand. Tord is playing quite an aggressive build of Dragapult. He's playing 3 copies of Rare Candy, so actually has decent odds to try and get an early Phantom Dive in here for some damage.
Wouldn't need very much. Rare Candy, Dragapult, Fire Energy. That would be enough to get this Phantom Dive rolling. It wouldn't end the game.
No.
But it would leave a Dwebble with 10 HP remaining as the only thing on Elmer's side of the board, which isn't too shabby. Shame there's no Horlucha, but I feel like that might have rotated.
That's no longer an option for us. But Tord is going to have to get creative with this matchup, no doubt about it. Even just going for a Dragon Headbutt early into this Dwebble could be an option here if you can find Fire Energy and Dracloak. It does look like we found both of those pieces. And Tord has just seen the deck list. Of course, we're in the asymmetrical top cut at this stage, so you always get to the full knowledge of your opponent's deck list. He knows that there are no copies of Crispin in Elmar's list with no Monkey Dory shenanigans or anything else, so you can freely attack into this Dwebble knowing that you won't be hit with a Superb Scissors next turn.
That does mean you can potentially go after some energy as well, although the attacks are going to be at a premium. It all depends what you can attack with, because anything that's an EX trying to deal damage will not work. We see, I believe it was a boss's orders gone and grabbed off of the Recon Directive. There is that Fire Energy attached, so you can then go ahead and attack with the Dracloak. We see a Monkey Dory hitting the bench, and as predicted, we retreat the Badoo, and we just KO that Dwebble with that Dragon Headbutt.
Tord has already done better than I expected in this series. He's taken a prize card straight away. Elmar, though, does have the option to Hilda and can start slowly building up the Crustle. This is exactly the right approach because you don't have that energy acceleration. You didn't want your Crustle to start taking on a bunch of damage without committing your, wanting to commit all your healing cards. Instead, you can now have 2 energy on this one Dwebble, evolve straight up into Crustle, even the A-Spec Hero's Cape, jumping us up into a 250 hit point Pokemon. Now this one Crustle against the world might just do it.
Unfortunately, it might. Unfortunately for Tord. Fortunately for Elmar here, X-Scissor is going to come in. It's not X-Scissor, is it, Joe?
Superb.
How silly of me. Superb Scissors. Better than your average Scissor. But that's going to start just hitting consistent damage every turn, and Tord is going to have to find a non-EX. We've also got that Mist Energy, of course, so that's going to be stopping some damage counters, potentially, if it ends up on the bench. Although 2 of them are prized. Something to keep an eye on. But you said this one Crustle against the world might be as simple as that.
Yeah, because Tord is limited to how many Dragon Headbutts he can do. He's only got 3 Fire Energy, 3 Psychic Energy. So even with the reload of the couple of Night Stretcher in the deck list, you can only announce Dragon Headbutt so many times. And Mind Bend similarly, especially with the Mist Energy now attached to the Crustle. Doesn't have to be concerned about any effects of attacks either, so it would just be a vanilla 60 damage. So he's going to be really limited to the amount of attacks he has. And I've got bad news for Tord. There's a lot of healing in Elmar's list. There's going to be those 4 Jumbo Ice Cream. There's going to be the Pokemon Center Lady as well. There's even a Super Rod in the list. So this
Super
one
Potion
Crustle can continue to heal itself a lot.
Yep, Super Potion, Jumbo Ice Cream, Pokemon Center Lady. They are going to be coming around pretty regularly, unfortunately. So we are using Recon Directive here. We're looking at 2 cards. One goes to your hand, one goes to the bottom of your deck.
Is that the unfair stamp? There it is.
Yep, unfair
that could
stamp
be huge.
and Meowth.
That's something you have to do here. Tord's going to have to try and time it as best he can. you have to make sure you're using the hand disruption whilst you're doing a reasonable amount of damage into this Crustle, and try and create that window where there's a lack of healing cards in hand for Elmar.
Well, we see Brock Scouting coming down here. You can go and get yourself 2 basic or 1 evolution Pokemon, however you want to go and play it. Does look like we're going for a Dracloak here, which is going to go and get you, well, a couple of cards, well, 1 card out of 2 with Recon Directive. It's not the most efficient use for a supporter ever, but if that's what you need, that's what you need.
Todd's been a real believer of the Brock Scouting ever since it came out. It just seems to open up so many decent opening turns for you. Then it is also not quite fantastic on those like mid turns, but it can do just enough, especially when you have such great evolution Pokemon like Dracloak. It seems to just be serviceable in other situations, and Todd's going to set himself up with a Pheasantipity EX in the hand, as well as a Dreepy that can come onto the board, filling up his entire bench here with essentially his premium attacker in this situation. Additionally, can stash an energy onto Monkey Dory. That's going to be useful to Mind Bend next turn, and Todd has laid the trap, that Unfair Stamp waiting in hand.
Unfair Stamp plus Pheasantipity is going to give some nice options when you do get that Dracloak KO'd. Superb Scissors, of course, will have no trouble getting the KO here. Does 120. Dracloak is stuck there on 90. So you play Lily's Determination. That's going to give you a new hand of 8 cards. Probably the last time that Elmar is going to have the opportunity to do this and get the full 8. That's going to give you a bunch of options. You then hopefully KO the Dracloak. And then you just hope Tord doesn't have a way to start responding. The good news is, with 90 HP remaining on that Crustle, there's not really, I don't think, any good way for Tord to come and do 90 next turn.
Well, it's 180. It's a big caped up Crustle as well.
Excuse me.
That's not going anywhere for a while, especially with, here we go, the Jumbo Ice Cream immediately coming down from Elmar. Going to be able to heal 80 from his active, as it does have 3 energy attached to it. There's only a certain number of those to get through, but there's even more hit points modifiers as well, because there's also the Growing Grass special energy card as well that can increase the hit points even further. And that's the first prize card for Elmar. Tord is immediately on the clock now, as there will be a Superb Scissors announced every turn from this point on.
We do also see that Forest of Vitality while we're talking about grass tricks. That will allow him to immediately go from Dwebble into Crustle in future turns, just to take away any easy prizes that might otherwise be stranded on the bench. Tord plays that Pheasantipity as expected. Flip the Script will give him 3 more cards. We see a Rescue Stretcher. That's going to go and grab an energy, a Psychic for Monkey Dory.
Yeah, we have to keep launching attacks here. We simply have to.
Absolutely. And maybe an Unfair Stamp, or is it too early?
Well, I mean, what else is in his hand? You know, he kind of has to. He has to work towards his own Dracloak here so he can keep finding that flood of energy. Tord literally is not allowed to miss an attachment at this point onwards. Even with his Monkey Dory getting knocked out, he's going to have to weave in some Itchy Pollen and just hope that that can be reasonable. That can even be blocked by Elmar finding additional spiky energy to attach. The Budu would end up knocking itself out with the spiky energy, dishing back damage onto it. So Tord really has to try and keep up a surplus of energy attachments, and finding these Dracloak will be a big help.
Yeah, spiky energy, of course. When you attack into a Pokemon with spiky energy, you take 2 damage counters. If you put 2 spiky energy on, then a Budu, as you say, would knock itself out. Essentially, it would run into the spikes, fall over, and that would be the end of Budu. So, 2-card hand for Elmar, 5-card hand for Tord. We flip the script to put Tord up to an 8-card hand. We've already got the attack loaded.
Already have energy in hand for next turn, already a Dracloak in the hand as well. So it's more or less all Tord could have asked for. That being said, he's still in a really awkward situation. Even did find an Area 0 Underdepths. Bouncing this Forest of Vitality may still be worthwhile for him, because you don't really want Elmar to have an opportunity to evolve up into another Crustle.
No, you really don't. Here comes a Pokepad going to get a non-rule box Pokemon. And essentially here, what you're trying to do is string together a few attacks in a row. And it is going to take a few attacks to take out this Crustle. And you're hoping your opponent doesn't get another one. You're hoping they don't get a bunch of healing. You're essentially hoping they just draw a bunch of unplayable cards, so that you can buy yourself a little bit of time. It's not the best plan I've ever heard, Joe.
It's what we're going to do at this stage. I think it's worth talking about Tord's overall build of Dragapult, because I do think that is a big discussion around this weekend. Everyone assuming this is the best deck in the format, but how is it best to be built. And Tord is going for a really straightforward approach by literally just having Dragapult, then has a bunch of basic EX Pokemon, has Blood Moon Ursaluna, Pheasantipity EX, Latias EX, Meowth EX. That's been a patented combination he's used in the past, thinking back to the likes of the NAIC, and then just has Monkey Dory and Budu in there as well. Has Chien-Pao and the Aero Zero Underdepths, which I think is a really intriguing choice from him compared to any other stadium.
Well, there is the Area Zero Underdepths. Now, both players, if they have a terrestrial Pokemon out, can have 8 bench spots. Tord, of course, could if he evolves up into Dragapult. Almar, well, does have the Cornerstone Mask, so could potentially do it. I don't think he ever would need to. It seems pointless, but...
Second spiky energy attachment. Also the Lily's Determination. So there's the unfair stamp.
Oh, no.
Straight into a Lily's Determination. That is the one thing Tord did not want to see. His only hand disruption this entire game didn't work.
Yeah, and I think didn't work might be an understatement. Your opponent gets their best supporters draw the most amount of cards.
Oh, boy.
And even gets spiky energy. So now we got that situation we outlined where Budu, in order to turn off items, would have to essentially run into Crustle and then fall over and give a prize.
You don't do that now. You certainly don't. Maybe you just pass in the active with Pheasantipity next turn, because Tord has to keep finding energy attachments for these Dracloak. They're his most effective attacker in this situation. Is there any additional healing cards for Elmar here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, actually, there is an ice cream.
There's an ice cream at the front, but I think he's just trying to do the maths here and going, well, I can heal 60 now, or I can heal 80 next turn after he hits me. I'm not going to be in any danger of being knocked out, so just KO that Monkey Dory. That is a second prize for Almar here. And hold on to the ice cream. You just had one last turn, a little bit full. Let it settle. Give yourself some time. Just like I say to my kids, have another one in a minute if you really want it.
There is so too much of a good thing. So just take your time with the Jumbo ice cream, especially now. Elmar knows he's seen Tord's deck list. He knows there's only one hand disruption option. That's been used. Now he can time everything to perfection from here on out.
Well, we see the Crispin. That is going to allow a Dracloak to get completely up and running in one turn energy-wise. The biggest problem Tord's got here is that he's relying on 2 energy attacks while his opponent is one-hit KOing everything.
Well, I think his biggest problem is he can't deal with his Crustle.
But this is, but this is one of the reasons he can't deal with a Crustle, Joe.
Yes, I agree. He's got bigger problems. The fact that he's using headbutts is the real problem here. But yeah, Crispin is the only way he can keep this chain of attacks going. He's still cycling through as much of the deck as he can. With Flip the Script, also has those Recon Directive available. And like you said, finding that final Crispin could be pretty useful here. So we can launch another Headbutt. Actually, are there even any energy remaining in the deck for additional Crispin?
I didn't see many. There might be no energy left. I didn't spot any. I didn't have a perfect look at the deck. He's certainly starting to run low.
But regardless, he can at least punch into this Crustle. It currently has 190 remaining hit points. 70 gets him on his way. Yeah, Tord's drawn into so many of those basic energy cards. He won't be able to Crispin effectively next turn by the looks of things.
That is a bad situation, because that's the only way you're going to be able to get an attack launched next turn. If you attack with Dragapult this turn, it is going to get KO'd by Crustle, and you won't get 2 energy down next turn. We see an Ultra Ball off of the first Recon Directive. Second Recon Directive is going to give... Well, there was 1 energy in the deck.
Yeah, the Darkness energy there. He might need to keep it in the deck. Now he's going to take it to the hand. Now he has a ton of these energy. He's going to Ultra Ball away. A Meowth EX. There's a couple of those amazing new Meowth EX artworks. Gorgeous cards.
A second Ultra Ball. Going to search out a Pokemon that is a Dracloak to evolve up that last bench Dreepy.
I mean, Tord has complete access to his deck. It's just unfortunate that nothing is useful right now.
What a way to put it. He can get anything he wants, but nothing's going to help him.
Nothing's great. It's pretty awkward for him. Here comes the final Recon Directive.
I think you made a very good point earlier in the stream, Joe, in that pretty much any deck can beat Crustle if it wants to. The problem is, in order to beat Crustle, you have to put a significant number of cards in your deck aimed at beating Crustle, and that is going to make your deck less consistent and basically make every other matchup work. We see the Dragon Headbutt here for 70. Crustle is now up to 130. Wouldn't even get the KO if he didn't have the cape, but he does. Here comes the ice cream to put him down to 50. That is actually healing more damage than Tord just did in the last turn. So Tord just did minus 10 damage. And Yeah, that Superb Scissors is still going to take a prize every turn. Team Rocket's Betrayal comes down, and that is going to search out a trainer card of your choice. Looks like a Lily's Determination for a future turn.
Yeah, he's sat with a bunch of supporters in the hand already for Elmar, so he's going to give himself more options in future. Why not? At this stage, again, fully aware that there is no hand disruption, so give himself the chance to get a reload of cards. He's slowly running out of these healing effects, but every turn he's taking an additional prize card. There may be a moment where he has to work on making another Crustal, and seeing as though he has 4 energy already committed to 1, going to get a cheeky draw with the Team Rocket's Factory, by the way, in his list. But no, with no access by the looks of things to an additional Dwebble, it's just going to put the Growing Grass energy, the new special energy card from Perfect Order, onto the active to push us up even further into hit points. Now this Crustal, even with damage on, is sat at 220 hit points remaining.
Yep, 270 total, 220 remaining. Superb Scissors does KO that Dracloak exactly as we expected it to. Badu comes into the active, but Badu cannot attack. It would be giving up a prize to do so. Might I suggest not the best
Don't
plan?
advise it. Do not advise that. Tord could try and promote an EX Pokemon at this stage, maybe get his turn attachment onto a Monkey Dory, so then at least you get not only a Mind Bend on the following turn, but also you can use at least one Adrenabrain. So we are going to see the flip the script now from Tord.
It would at least give you some damage to then throw back with Adrenabrain, which could make things a little bit easier.
It's about as good as it gets. It turns your 60 damage into a 90 damage for 1 turn.
Whoop, whoop. Well,
Yeah,
here comes your Pokepad. That is going to go and grab a Monkey Dories. This is what you suggested, getting a monkey down, getting an energy attached.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you have to do here. Tord is pretty devastated if there's a Boss's Orders next turn from Elmar, because it's going to take 2 turns from this point onwards to make any meaningful attacker. As you mentioned, the Crispin no longer a viable choice for him with so many of his basic energy in the hand, that if there is any gusting effect at this stage on either Dracloak or Monkey Dory, it's going to feel backbreaking.
I have bad news.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of them in there.
Yeah, there is actually, well, there was one in the front of his hand. He's flicked it around, but he does have a Boss's Orders in hand ready to go, does Elmar. Which is not ideal for Tord. Yeah, there's one in hand, 100%.
Yeah, there's even a Mist Energy Dwebble in the hand as well for Elmar if he wants to do that next turn and start making a second
Is his first one not doing enough for you, Joe?
It's doing good.
Is he not putting in enough of a shift for you?
Doing good. There's the Chen Pow coming out from Pokepad for Tord. That's Snow Sink, a really interesting ability, being able to discard your own stadium card, so you have some shenanigans afoot with Area Zero Underdepths. It becomes that pseudo healing card. It's a way to remove your Meowth and Pheasantipity at spots as well. Not really so useful in this situation, unfortunately.
Nope. You do get the energy on the Dracloak.
We are doing the retreat into Fez. Yeah, we're just hoping to set ourselves up for some Adrenabrain at some point. It's about all you can really do here. Going to try and limit some draw power from Elmar. That's his final stadium used now, so the Area Zero Underdepths will be sticking around.
Well, here we go back to Elmar here. Are we going to see this Boss's Orders coming down? We have a Jumbo Ice Cream, but, we got another Mist Energy. I feel like at this point, and here we go. It is Boss's Orders onto the Dracloak. That means that the Dracloak will go down. More importantly, the only energy will be taken off. Tord back to being 2 turns away from launching an effective attack. Elmar with only 2 prize cards remaining in a phenomenal position in this game. This feels like the kind of game where, Tor was talking about playing on TCG Live. I feel like if he was playing on TCG Live, he might have already gone on to his next game.
Yeah, where's the top right of this desk? Got to start clicking that as quickly as possible. Try and get that concession in.
Unfortunately, there is nothing else after this. We are in top 8, and how heartbreaking for Tord to be, to win that final round, put himself as a top seed, skip the asymmetrical top cut, get that guaranteed choice of first or second every round, and then run into this on your first game in top 8.
Tord's often one of these players that goes in 2 directions. He either builds a deck as simplistically as possible and consistently as possible, or he has this options box where he wants to have answers for everything. It just so happens that this weekend for this tournament, he's gone for the simplistic approach and he's hit one of these awkward matchups.
Unfortunately, he has. Kossel is out there. It is a boogeyman of the format right now. And we saw how many of them. We had 3 in the asymmetrical top cut. So one of them's already fallen to Starmie. Remember, the winner of this game will be playing against that Starmie EX deck in top 4. So that's an interesting little subplot here.
Elmar going to take a look at some remaining resources, while Tord is going to shuffle his hand in and draw 6 cards. Helpfully, that does put some of those energy back into the deck, so maybe he can still get an effective Crispin in at some point. And I think this turn he will once again be doing the retreat into an EX strategy and hope to dodge a boss's orders, as he's already established a Darkness Energy on that Monkey Dory to try and weave in some Adrenabrain damage.
Do we have another boss's orders for next turn? Doesn't look like it yet. There are a full 4 in Elmar's list, but none available for next turn as it stands at the moment. Pokerpad there. We do have that Blood Moon Ursa Luna on the field as well. It is an EX, unfortunately. It can tank a hit, which is cool. But that is about the best we can say. It is going in the active to try and tank a hit here. We pass back over to Elmar, who, I mean, it can actually tank 2 hits for what it's worth, unless we get some damage modification. Another Growing Grass Energy. So,
look at the absurdity of this board, Ross.
It's up to 290 now, I believe.
That's 7 energy on this Pokemon?
It's more than he needs, Joe. It might be 8.
8, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it is 7. 7 energy.
7 energy and the cape.
2 Growing Grass,
and
2
the boss's orders, by the way. The boss's orders is huge. Another energy off the board. Elmar just 1 prize card away from winning this game number 1. Tord really stranded. Not many options whatsoever. He'll be back into passing mode for at least another turn with an EX Pokemon in the active position.
Yeah, and the last 2 turns, that didn't work because Boss's Orders grabbed a Pokemon off the bench. Boss's Orders will end the game now with Elmar down to just 1 prize remaining. It's a Badoo with an energy. Are we going to see, we're getting rid of the stadium. Are we going to see the sacrificial Badoo? Do we attack and knock ourselves out for a fun little ending?
Might end up being the case. I mean, Tord can wait around for a Boss's Orders, make sure Elmar has it, because it feels like, yeah, he's going to shuffle his hand in and draw 6 cards. I think effectively Tord is just trying to run the clock down as best he can here, knowing that it's so difficult to beat Crustle 2 times over.
Yes.
So he wants to try and have possibly a longer win in game number 2, and then he doesn't even have to take 6 prize cards to win in that game number 3. He simply has to be ahead on prize cards. So he's still doing everything he can, even though it looks a little bit goofy right now.
Well, right now we're getting a Cold Resist Tenacity just to go and grab a Rocky Energy, just because apparently Crustle didn't have enough energy. And
yeah, just going to pass. I suppose don't want to fall prey to any random Adrenabrain. He just wants to wait until he finds a Boss's Orders. Elmar plays 4 copies. I believe he's played 2 so far, so he just has to wait until he draws Boss's Orders.
And he's got Patrol that can go and search for it as well if he needs to. He's got Pokegear 3.0 that can go and grab it. So he's got outs, and essentially he's going to let Tord do what Tord needs to do. There's no energy. There's 2 on a Badoo. I feel like this might be too much energy on a Badoo. We top deck the Patrol, so that is going to go and get the Boss's Orders for next turn. It's still going to be 1 more turn before Elmar wins. But that does pretty much guarantee. Oh, and is willing to attack this turn.
Well, I don't think it matters too much at this stage, and Tord knows it. He's going to take a look at the hand. Nothing is usable. It is the pass.
No,
it is going to be the Crispin. Okay, there's no energy in there.
Plays Crispin, looks at his deck. There's nothing relevant in there. We're just waiting for Tord to pass this turn. And it is going to be a concession. He says, look how bad my hand is. And he passes over to Elmar to win game number 1 with Crustle. And if you're a fan of this deck, I've got wonderful news. If you think it is less fun to play against, I've got less fun news.
Yeah, that was a really good display from Elmar there. Looking a little absurd at times with 9 energy on a Crustle.
That was a lot.
And you can already see the reaction. And Tord's like, well, that's a lot of healing cards you got there. That's going to be a challenge.
Oh, and I feel like we could take a lot of different replays from this game, and there'd be a lot of very similar board positions. It is Crustle setting up, taking prizes off of small Pokemon, preferably with energy on. We hit, they KO. Everything that can mount a reasonable attack into that Crustle is instantly KO'd by Superb Scissors, and that is what we see over and over again. Elmar just attouncing Superb Scissors, taking out smaller Pokemon. Tord tried to buy some time with EXs, but Elmar gets the boss onto the Dracloak. Then we saw shortly afterwards, Tord tried to buy some time with a Blood Moon Ursa Luna, but Elmar had the boss's orders onto the Monkey Dory, and with 1 prize remaining, it was then just a waiting game to see how long it would take to find that last boss's orders, and then Tord conceded with a hand of Dragapult, 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 boss, boss, boss.
Yeah, nothing usable there at all. And that's why Crustle is such a strong performer. 3 of them in our asymmetrical top cut. It's taking Mega Starmie to slice through them, because only a handful of archetypes will have those correct answer Pokemon. Mega Starmie just happens to have that second attack that, hey, is really useful. The Dunsparce is thrown into some of these builds as well. Mega Lopunny not really showing up this weekend. Those are normally those core answers people look towards.
Yes.
And they're really not showing up this weekend.
They are not showing up very well at all. And well, Starmie's already beaten one Crustle. This is the winner of this is going to be waiting for Starmie in top 4. So it's going to be interesting to see where we go from here. So, well, that's if Starmie beats a Crustle it's currently playing against. That's not actually in top 4 yet, let's be clear. Nothing too relevant in the prizes, nothing horrendous. There is the fist bump, off with game 2. Pheasant Dipty star for Tord.
And more importantly, a 3-prize Pokemon for Elmer, that Mega Kangaskhan EX. This is the only means in which Elmer can draw some cards. Now, we realized that Tord only took 1 prize last game, so even giving up this 3-prize card Pokemon may not be the end of the world for Elmer, because it's so difficult for this 1 Crustle to be knocked out. So it's not hugely detrimental that they've started the 3-prize Pokemon, but it does at least give Tord some access to some additional prize cards this game.
It absolutely does, and it's also just, it's so hard to take 6 prizes off a Crustle deck.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to take 3 prizes, but it's at least easier. It just means that if you can take this out, well, then it's only 3 Crustle you need to go through. Maybe you can get a random Dwebble at some point. Maybe you can make it work. It's difficult, I cannot stress that enough, but it at least helps. We see a Buddy Poffin going and grabbing a couple of Dreepy for Tord. The setup has begun.
Yeah, this is pretty much all you can ask for as a Dragapult deck. Even in these awkward circumstances, this is still going to be your go-to option. We've seen that Dragon Headbutt is the best opportunity for Tord to get damage in, so it is going to be an energy attachment to the bench Dreepy and a pass, and Elmer immediately has access to the Buddy Poffin, so we'll be able to search out 2 of the Dwebble here. Just that vulnerable 70 hit points. Won't be able to use the Ascension attack, but as we saw in game number 1, was happy to be patient with these Dwebble in the back and slow evolve up into these Crustle to protect those energy attachments in the first instance. So that may still be his priority. I don't see any. Is there 1 energy in that hand? There's 1 Spike energy in the hand right now for Elmar. And that is going to be committed to the bench right now. And it looks like it might be a Lily's Determination before using this run errand ability.
Don't mind that at all. And that, you know, absolutely Tord could get a KO onto that Dwebble. He would need an energy, a Cloak, and a boss, and a pivot option to get the Pheasant Dipty out the active. It's possible, but it's
He's actually holding on to all 3 pieces.
Oh, is he?
He's holding on to Boss's Orders, Psychic Energy, Cloak. That's the combo in hand.
But does he not need to get the Fez out the active?
Yeah, you're right. He does also have to move out the active. So he needs a Latias EX as well.
Yes.
So it'd have to recon or top deck into an Ultra Ball.
But it is
that would be crazy.
I mean, maybe go after, you know, after the energy. Maybe, I mean, if you can get a couple of Dwebble before they evolve into Crustle and then finish off with the Mega, it's at least an option.
There's the fresh 8 cards then from Elmer before getting those additional 2 from the run errand. The 10-card hand's not bad to sit on going into that next turn. Starting to pick up those additional energy cards, which is always a relief. Going to also use a Pokegear 3.0 proactively to grab a supporter card for next turn.
Got a boss if he wants it. There's a Lily in there at least. Also grabbed a Mist Energy off of that run errand, so do at least have that for next turn. Team Rocket's Patrol coming down.
That's definitely handy. There's 1 copy of Switch in the list. That could be a way for you to switch your Kangaskhan to get the Ascension off. Could also be searching out an Ultra Ball to still evolve up into Crustle on the bench. So a really nice supporter card for this engine.
Absolutely. Go and get whatever you want, or even just play a boss. Oh, I need another boss. Patrol for a boss. I know it's not the fastest way to do it, but Crustle's got nothing if not time. Here comes another Pokegear, going and searching out another supporter, knowing that there's only that 1 hand disruption coming down, and you don't mind if it comes down, because then there's no more hand disruption for the game. It is a Cold Resist Tenacity, and essentially Almar's got a lot of options coming in here.
Yeah, he's sat on a ton of supporter cards, and he knows, once again, that there's the only disruption is Unfair Stamp, so until he takes a prize card, he knows he gets to hold on to all of these options, so he's certainly going to play patiently and give himself access to all sorts of routes in his deck here. He's holding on to a ton of supporters now for future turns. and is happy to pass the action over to Tord.
So Tord here, there is an outside chance of KOing that Dwebble with the energy on. It's not going to be easy, but it could be something to think about. We at least do have the Dracloak in hand, so that's going to give a recon directive. Now we get the evolution. Now we get the recon directive. Look at the top 2 cards. One goes to your hand.
No Ultra Ball. That's what he needed. He needed the Ultra Ball or the Latiasi X, the dream combo.
And there's no other ways to draw cards without using your supporter, which would then get rid of your gusting.
So now I believe he might have to just spread his energy onto the Dreepy and then just launch another Lily's Determination here for a fresh hand.
But you might
Could also think about using Crispin just proactively and just thin the deck of as many energy as possible. Use a Lily next turn. Hope to find Latiasi X on the other side of this hand.
I don't mind it at all, because, I mean, it's energy. If you can, and again, it's asking a lot, but if you can start streaming a few attacks together and Almar doesn't get the healing or maybe doesn't get the free energy on fast enough, that is a way you can wear down one of these Crossel. And if you can wear a Crossel down, you might have a couple of free hits on the next one while the energy isn't quite there yet.
Ooh,
so
look
getting
at this.
energy.
Crispening to the active.
I don't hate this, Joe.
Trying to get Pheasantipity's Cruel Arrow into the equation, making it difficult for Elmer to evolve both of these Pokemon. This is how we get those cheeky prize cards. That's what we've been talking about, Ross. It's so much trouble to deal with a Crostal, but if you can just catch Elmer on a strange hand, sometimes you can force him into weird positions where you take these free prize cards.
Well, free energy, and you get to do 100 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Well, a Pokemon,
active,
any of them. It could be the active, but it's going to be the bench in this situation.
Yeah.
So we're hoping... Oh, he's hit an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and there was already the petrol, so there was always ways to get into these Crostal.
Yeah, it was one of those, like, it was always really a hope. Of course, Crostal's ability is not one that just works in the active, works on the bench as well, so soon as it's evolved, even Fez cannot go and hit it on the bench. Oh, and we are actually using Petrel here, and oh look, it's going and grabbing a Hero's Cape. That's going to give an extra 100 HP.
Yep, that's going to put you nicely out of range of a Cruel Arrow attack, I'll say. And we also have our Team Rocket's Factory to draw an additional 2 cards. It's going to give us some healing options with another Ice Cream coming down. And there is going to be an Ultra Ball now, going to get rid of the Rocky Fighting Energy and that spare Mega Kangaskhan EX. We're evolving instantly into a Crustle on the bench.
As one would expect. Wouldn't mind evolving the other one, but see, even if you never evolve the other one, you KO Dwebble, there's 1 prize. You KO Kangaskhan, that's 3 prizes. Well, yeah, that's 4 prizes. You're still 2 away from winning, and we saw how hard it is. Essentially, there is the main Crostle, Big Daddy Crostle, as I like to call him. And
9 energy Crostle.
Yeah, and that's what we're building up here. The one that's got the Hero's Cape, the one that's got enough energy to attack, and then you get extra HP with your grass growing energy. That is the one you need to KO. Everything else on the board can be KO'd and you don't lose the game. That is what Tord needs to go through, and that is the problem here.
Yeah, that is one tough nut to crack. That Crostle is really revved up now. Additional hit points, missed energy to protect from any random Phantom Dive damage counter placement. Also doesn't have to worry about confusion at this stage. It's really taking the game down to a position where, once again, Tord is limited to 60 or 70 damage a turn at best.
And then every attack can be undone with a Jumbo Ice Cream. Some of those attacks can be undone with a Pokemon Center Lady or a Super Potion. So it's not really kind of 4 attacks to go through. It ends up being nearer to like 10 attacks, maybe.
And 10 should be enough time for Elmer. That's how
you would like to think so.
Yeah, that's what we saw, at least in that game number 1. And it's panning out in a very similar way by the looks of things now. Tord is going to get a fresh hand, hasn't taken a prize card, so we'll get 8 cards from this Lily's Determination, and did commit his turn attachment to the active, so we can get a Cruel Arrow in, either choosing to take a Dwebble for a prize card or setting up some Mega Kangaskhan EX damage.
I think you have to go after the Dwebble while you can. Just take a prize card. It's really not ideal. Does also make your Lily's Determination 2 cards worse, but if it evolves up, it's going to be so difficult to get hold of. So Tord, looking at his new hand after Lily's Determination, plays a Poker Pad here, presumably for a Dracloak.
Yeah, that's what we saw him try and perform in that game number 1. If he's going to win this game, it has to be still a slow win, because he still has to somehow get ahead in a prize race in game number 3. So it's not enough that it's going to be having to find a win here, but it's going to be a long, drawn-out victory, which is going to be so tricky for him.
That is the way. You lose a game, hopefully quite slowly. You win a game, hopefully quite slowly. Your ideal scenario is you have like 5 minutes left in a game 3 and you take the first prize.
Yeah.
You KO a Dwebble, maybe 2, while your opponent is still setting up. They don't get the energy on fast enough, and you can win in that regard. Winning 2 games organically is so difficult here. But being able to sneak 1 and win on time. We do finally see the Latias.
Yep.
A bit late, but it's there.
Let's point at that Dwebble and take a prize card. Once again, Tord can pat himself on the back for taking 1 of those 6 prize cards. Action back over to Elmar now then, who sat on a ton of healing cards. Does have boss's orders in the hand. There's the run errand coming in.
Oh, I like the growing grass energy.
Yeah, that's going to allow us to start launching some superb scissors attacks. Do we have a Team Rocket's Petrol for the 1 copy of Switch in the deck right now? Or are we happy enough to pass action over?
We have Tenacity.
Tenacity, yeah. It's going to grab up more energy and a Stadium card out of the deck.
Forest of Vitality and a Mist Energy are the choices here. We'll need a pivot to get that Kangaskhan out the active. I mean, is there any world in which Tord can try and deck Elmar out by just bringing that Kangaskhan into the active continually?
I'd be surprised, and I think that's why Elmar's not just going to do a proactive switch. He could just start attaching to the Kangaskhan if Tord chooses not to deal with it, and then he can start using rapid fire combo.
That is what I would be thinking here, because honestly, if I'm Tord, I think I'm not going through that Crossel, but having a big Pokemon that's hard to move, I know my opponent's only got 1 switching card, we're open deck list, I'm aware of this. There is a potential to try and just deck my opponent out, and that would give the long win that I'm looking for.
And intuitively, sort of looking to get the first hit, as it were, in on the Crustle before it gets to launch attacks into your Pokemon, that normally would sound great, but when you're staring down like 7 healing cards plus a ridiculous-sized Crustle, that first hit isn't impactful enough to be worth chasing.
No, because that first hit just means the first ice cream your opponent uses.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to stick there. The first hit never sticks on a Crustle. A Jumbo Ice Cream really has been an impactful card. It's made decks like this so much better.
Yep, absolutely perfect combo for Crustle, where people are limited to these backup, not even backup attacks, just these attacks that you've got no other option to use. These little prods just do not get it done very often. I think we're going to see Tord more than likely still Cruel Arrow into the active and just do that over a couple of turns, while Elmar sort of waits to get that out of the active position. Then Tord will stop trying to deal with it, as he is going to poker pad out a Budu here, just thinning his deck as best he can. Still wants that full access to the deck. He's been very diligent at this in both of these games.
Well, there is always a possibility that Budu could kind of turn off items for long enough to sneak a KO at some point, just so long as a second spiky energy does not go on to the Crustle. Tord here using a Recon Directive, goes and grabs a Fire Energy over an Ultra Ball. All 3 Recon Directive now having been used. So now the question is, does Tord just attack into this Kangaskhan with Pheasant Dipty?
I've got to feel like that's the option. Better than passing, no doubts. Yeah. There's 100 damage coming in.
And even if you're going for a deck out scenario, you can still put some energy on there to threaten a KO if you need it later, without ever actually KOing it until you need to. Back over to Elmar here then, drawing a couple of cards with that Mega Kangaskhan, growing grass energy and a boss's orders. And now, yeah, it is time to start attaching 2 Mega Kangaskhan. It might be a wasted attachment, but there was a lot of wasted attachments last game. That didn't slow him down.
Yeah, it just forces the issue.
Yeah.
Tord is like almost feigning the option of taking out this Kangaskhan, but might not even go for that approach. He's probably going to Cruel Arrow it again in the active here over a couple of turns. But Elmar basically saying, I'm not falling for anything. I'm just going to slowly build this. If you want to take the Kangaskhan, that's fine. This Crustle is still just sat there, not having to worry about a thing. You can't hand disrupt me until I start taking prize cards. So he's really content with the situation.
No, absolutely, he is. And like you say, if you take out the Kangaskhan, well, that might be your win con gone. So I think hit it one more time, get it on the verge of being KO'd, and then, I don't know, just really hope. Because honestly, I think you're more likely to try and strand and deck out Elmar than you are to take out the Crustle. I'm not saying likely.
No.
I'm saying more likely. Because taking out Big Daddy Crossall last game did not go well.
It did not go well, but at least in this situation, Tord has that surplus of energy he's looking for. There's one Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory. There's already a Fire Energy stashed on multiple Dracloak. So at least he can have this chain of attacks that we were hoping to get in that game number 1. He had to break that chain a couple of times, and it just gave Elmar way too much time to make something come together. What Tord's going to try and do is time his Unfair Stamp alongside some reasonable damage and hope that even if Elmar does have a couple turns to win the game with this Crustal, hopefully at some point there's just a lack of healing cards and Tord can sort of 3 or 4 putt his way to one knockout.
And that is what we're going to be looking for, like you say. It's this 3 or 4 hit KO. And just hope your opponent doesn't draw healing, but your Unfair Stamp is going to help. But now we see a second Growing Grass Energy coming down onto Elmar. That puts us up to 290 HP, which is a lot.
And it shows Elmar's awareness of the situation. Just protect the Crustle will still be his best way to win. You can commit these missed energy to Kangaskhan, but always still commit the healing buff to the Crustle when you can.
Oh, 100%. That Growing Grass Energy does not go on Kangaskhan.
No, the bonus hit points is like a third of the damage Tord is doing each turn, so you may as well get that bonus hit points in. Basically safeguard yourself against the inevitable Unfair Stamp that comes at some point.
It is coming, it is inevitable.
You just have so much time with this amount of hit points.
You're just not worried, and that is the big problem here. You are just not worried.
Oh boy.
If you're Crustle.
Here comes the Area Zero Underdepths evolving into Dragapult EX, so now we have the additional board space for Budew, and we will begin the Itchy Pollen attacks by the looks of things here.
Okay, well, he knows that the only switching option is Switch, and he knows that with Itchy Pollen you can't play a Switch, but there is a possibility that Elmar just goes for a Spiky Energy onto Kangaskhan to shut this down.
Yep, that would be pretty sad to see, no doubt about it. Tord is going to grab that Snowsink Chen Pao.
Having said that, we've got 2 Chorus's Tenacity. At least one of them is in a discard pile now. So maybe it's going to be too hard to find that Spiky Energy.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those situations where even attaching additional missed energy and Elmar eventually KOs with Kangaskhan, it then forces Tord to Boss's Orders plus the Unfair Stamp as well. I don't know. It's what Tord is trying to do to make it a little bit more enticing and more questions being asked of Elmar here, but he's been pretty consistent with his answers. I'm going to keep growing this one Crustal. Now, is that 310 hit points now?
310. 150 plus 100 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 310 HP on, and I cannot stress this enough, a single prize Pokemon. It's actually got more HP than Mega Kangaskhan right now, Joe.
It's absurd. Oh, what a mission. What a difficult Pokemon to get through at this stage.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain. I'm not going to lie to you, Joe. This is, well, I think less than ideal would be a mild way to put it. Here we see another Itchy Pollen from Tord. 10 more damage goes on to Mega Kangaskhan. Item still not allowed. The 4th and final Growing Grass Energy. A 330 HP Crustle. We're up to stage 2 Mega EX territory now.
Yeah, that's absurd. This is not going anywhere. There's no doubt about it. And that's the final, I believe, the final Growing Grass Energy.
That is all 4 now.
Yeah, so now Elmar will start committing energy to the active, you have to imagine.
Oh, yeah. It's going to happen. Asta just keep an eye. But then, you know, you got the things like Lily's Determination, so you can just let your hand build up to like 20 cards and then put it down to 6 if you're worried about decking out.
100%. So Elmar's gone completely the right direction about this. No need to get the Crustal into the equation too early. You've made it as big as you physically can with the cards in your deck. And now you can start to work on that Kangaskhan, even if there is that one Unfair Stamp disruption. Tord's now going to pivot into the Pheasantipity by the looks of things.
Could take the KO here. That's going to put Tord down to 2 prize cards remaining, but this was never the problem. The problem was never Tord taking 4 prizes. The problem is, as it always has been, Big Daddy Crustle. This one Crustle that has now got 4 Growing Grass Energy and a Hero's Cape and a Spiky Energy for what it's worth. 2 Spiky Energy, sorry, I misspoke. Well, there's another one on there now.
Sure is.
And this is just going to, and you know, we've had all of those healing cards built up in Elmar's hand here. So this is where Elmar makes a stand. The last 4 prizes given up did not matter. It is whether Tord can get through this. The good news is there's a lot of energy around the board. can fire off. I can see 3 Pokemon with which you can realistically attack.
Yep.
But if Elmar just heals out of it consistently, it's not going to work. Will Unfair Stamp change things?
That's the question we have to ask. Elmar still taking his time to think, is there any random pitfall that can be a bad situation for me at this stage? There's not many cards he can filter out of his deck. And he has a bunch of cards that are just really not useful for draw.
Oh, and his boss is ordering. He's going to proactively go after one of those energies. Superb Scissors takes out the Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
More importantly, it takes out a potential future attacker from Tord's side of the board. Elmar is behind by 3 prizes, but it sure does feel like he's ahead in this game right now.
And Tord's second Darkness energy is on the active Pheasantipity EX. You can't retreat that to remove the energy because of the Skyliner from Latias EX as well. So with that choice of boss's orders, Tord will only be able to establish another Monkey Dory if he starts finding those Night Stretcher. Tord's going to go into Itchy Pollen and knock out his own Pokemon and go into that Pheasantipity EX in this spot.
Just to buy time to get another energy onto the Dracloak. Double spiky energy, of course, deals 40 to Badoo. So Badoo dealt 10. Took 40, went away, but it was just a turn where Elmar cannot use any item cards. What he can do, however, is boss onto, say, the 2 energy Dracloak, which is exactly what he is doing and exactly what I would have done. And now we're going to see a second KO here. And a Rocky energy, which literally does nothing, but it is technically attached to Crustle.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right thing to do. It means it's another card you can't draw from the eventual Unfair Stamp that might come at some point. But yeah, I mean, this is the situation. This Crussell's not going to go anywhere at this stage. Tord simply doesn't have enough damage to get through this Pokemon. Even with a crazy amount of Adrenabrain and Elmar randomly just not having access to boss's orders at some point in the game, it's not going to be enough healing to be a huge issue.
I don't think it is. So we've got double Buddy Buddy Poffin being played. I think they're just being thrown away for the time being. We have an Ultra Ball coming down. That's going to fit another couple cards from hand, a Brock Scouting and a Meowth EX. We see another Ultra Ball getting rid of a Rare Candy and a Monkey Dory, and another Ultra Ball getting rid of another Brock Scouting and a Lily's Determination. Show me one more Ultra Ball. Oh, and then an Unfair Stamp coming down after all of that. All of those Ultra Balls were failed, and it was just Tord thinning out his hand before the inevitable Unfair Stamp. This is it. It is as simple as this. If Tord can string a couple of attacks together and Elmar can whiff healing, Tord has a chance, but 2 of the potential attackers Tord had were proactively taken out by Elmar.
Yep, and he just discarded Monkey Dory with one of those 3 Ultra Balls, so there's not even any hope of any Adrenabrain action at this stage. I'm really not seeing much of a chance at this point, even with no cards drawn from Elmar, essentially. We're still sat at over 300 hit points. It's going to be a pass from Tord in this spot. There's another energy you can attach for the turn if you'd like. Is that another Lily's Determination in the hand?
We're up to 9 energy now, which, if anyone's counting, is more than last game.
Elmar going to take a moment to pause and think, is there anything else I need to do here? Well, he's going to use a Hilda.
Hilda for an energy and a Pokemon. But we are at, Spiky Energy. I kind of like Spiky Energy. Having 3 on there will do 60 back. These are all just kind of like a little bit of dressing. They're not going to have any real material impact on the outcome of the game at this point. It's more just, this is correct sequencing. A lot of players get into good habits, don't they, Joe?
Oh, yeah, that's all you can do at this stage. Give yourself the maximum odds. So often,
and that is going to be it. Tord picks up his cards, and Elmar Tress takes this 2 games to 0. Crustle, too hard to KO. Too rocky, too hard to get through. Dragapult gives up, and Elmar heads on into top 4, where he could be facing against another Crustle, or he could be facing into Starmie.
Well, I think I know which one I'd be preferring, but right now, Elmar has to be so pleased with his performance. That first time in top 8. Tord pretty resigned to that situation.
Wasn't a good matchup.
No, definitely not a bad matchup. Yeah, I mean, that says it all, right? I can't even explain it better myself. And Elmar just sort of laughing his way through it. And there was no even jeopardy in this one. We tried to make it as entertaining as possible. Tord tried to make it as entertaining as possible by trying to ask some questions of Elmar, who basically stuck rigidly to the one thing he had to do, which was build an undefeatable Crustle, the immovable object. And that's exactly what it was here.
Yeah, absolutely immovable. This was the thing in both games. It was just get a Crustle up, get free energy on. And, you know, Growing Grass energy is a nice little bonus, get some extra HP. Spike energy is a bit of a bonus. But the other thing we saw here was continued use of boss's orders. Bring up that Dracloak, go and get a KO. Don't just give Tord extra attacks. We bring up this Monkey Dory, we take a KO. Tord had to get 2 energy on a Monkey Dory Orator Cloak to launch an attack, and Elmar could just KO it right back, but all the way along he's going, let's not do that. I am going to proactively, I'm going to hunt down your energy to stop any potential attacks coming down.
And in game number 2, we saw a slightly different approach where that Mega Kangaskhan EX is really the backup engine this deck likes to lean on, but you can see exactly how Elmar makes the most out of it. The game went really long with Tord, still not really, quite hesitant to deal with this Mega EX Pokemon, so much so that by the time it was dealt with, this Crustle had a ridiculous amount of hit points, a ridiculous amount of energy attached, and Elmar was sat on a ridiculous hand size, so when it was finally time to pivot into Superb Scissors, it was taking out the key threats here. Tord getting a little bit creative, attacking into those spike energy to take his own knockout, and at this point you could see that he was resigned to the result.
And unfortunately, it was just a couple more boss's orders taking out those Pokemon. Here we see the 2 energy to Cloak being taken down. Shout out to the 4 grass growing energy on there. But then Tord just goes, I'm going to go for a big, going to get rid of all of these cards, lots of Ultra Ball all at once, play down that unfair stamp. But then at the end of it, it didn't really do anything, and that put Elmar through. One other result, which is now confirmed, Matus with Dragapult has defeated May Brazasco with Raging Bolt.
Wow, okay.
So our last Raging Bolt has exited the tournament, and we do have at least 1 Dragapult in top 4. So top 4 confirmed, we have Matus, and we have got Elmar with Crustle. The other 2 games, no recorded results yet, but we do think that Mega Starmie is quite favourable into Crustle in one of those other games. And then we got Vincenzo's Dragapult against Neddy's Garchomp in the other.
Really intriguing that Mateus and also Joao, who's on the Mega Starmie, they're both playing answer Pokemon to Crustle. The Mega Starmie EX and the Dunsparce EX turn out to be really, really good options into this matchup. It's like a little extra bonus sometimes. You're like, oh, this is a secondary attack that I guess I just have an answer to. It means I don't have to deck build in any specific way. I just naturally have a chance into this matchup. And that's going to serve them really well as we progress through this top cut.
Absolutely. The thing about Crustle is it's a phenomenal game. We just saw it there. If you're against a deck that doesn't have the answer, it is phenomenal. But it is a deck that's quite easy to tech against sometimes, and if your opponent has an answer, then you just end up as a free energy stage 1 to do 120. That's not good. It is all about the ability. When the ability fails, the deck fails. But as we just saw in our top 8 game there, when the ability holds, oh, that is a very powerful, hard-to-beat deck.
And I think you have to be taking note. Players who are going to be coming up in tournaments throughout the month of May and going on even into our future tournaments, you really have to respect that archetype. It's going to be those tech inclusions, things like Mega Lopunny EX coming back into decks and whatnot.
I've got an update, Joe. Starmie in top 4.
That's not too surprising. Like we said, Starmie has the answers, and Crustle looks quite unimpressive when it can be cracked through.
It can, and that does mean that Zhao has taken down Crustle in ASIM, taken down Crustle in top 8, and is heading on to face Elmar's Crustle in top 4. Starmie in an excellent position to make a run to the final here. Now, there is that one game we yet to have a result for. That is Neddy's Garchomp against Vincenzo's Dragapult Blaziken. But 3 of our top 4 are set, and Starmie has taken down Crustle. Starmie has taken down Crustle, and now Starmie is looking to take down Crustle one more time to get to the final, where it will not, if it gets there, be facing against Crustle.
Yeah, that's finally some variety for Zhao, which would be quite nice, but I'm sure he's happy sitting back with this situation, and that's going to be the next game that we're going to be featuring. It's going to be Elmar once again on that stage, up against Joao, so we get to see the effectiveness of that Mega Starmie, and I think it's time, Ross, that we salute you, give a bit of your praise, that was a great caster prediction from you this weekend.
It's a deck I really genuinely believe in. Now, I will be honest, my personal build of Starmie is a little bit ridiculous. I like playing around with Salvatore and going full aggro, but Starmie is a deck I genuinely believe in. You know, I did the article for Pokemon.com last week, and I was very honest in that article. I do believe it is a great build. It's a good deck. When it first came out in Japan, when Nile Zero Zero, the equivalent of Perfect Order, came out in Japan, for the first weekend of City Leagues, it was the clear number 2 behind Dragapult. It was a very strong deck. Dropped off over time and things like Lucario jumped it, but it is a deck which I do believe is very well positioned. Partly, it's got a decent matchup spread, but partly it's got that thing which we've talked about with Lucario. It just wins any matchup where your opponent has a slow start. You are going to win that 90% of the time. It's a deck I think is great, and it's got a great chance to get to the final, so I'm really excited to see how far Starmie can go here. When it gets to the final, very good chances up against Dragapult. I'm predicting a little bit here. Let's wait for it to play out. But you've got to imagine they're prepared for Dragapult because that's the best deck coming in.
Yeah, and it's going to be a build that doesn't play the Starmie, it's playing Dusknoir. It's an explosive build of the Starmie, so trying to really cash in on those basics before there's even any sight of those Stage 2 EX Pokemon. So you're really trying to sweep the game under the rug straight away. A very cool build.
Yes, it is worth noting it is not the more traditional, I say traditional like it's been out for more than a week, but it's not the more traditional version with Frostlass and Monkey Dory and then Risky Ruins. It is very much a Dusknoir, Dusclops kind of build where you're already doing 120 to the active, 50 to the bench. If we can start building up a bit more here with Dusclops and Dusknoir and giving up those extra prizes, doesn't matter if you're clearing your opponent's board. So, when I make these caster predictions, I know sometimes it feels like I'm being flippant. I promise you, lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, my caster predictions are always sincere, even if Shay will sometimes mock me for predicting Miraidon too much. Yeah. And I just thought Starmie, I like Starmie in this format. If I was here this weekend playing, not casting, I would have been on Starmie.
Well, Zhao agrees with you. What a great choice for this weekend. And you're going to want to see his deck list because it sounds explosive. That's coming up next.
My name is Ted Tobin, and I won the Seville Special Championships in 2026.
Tobin is going to be your Seville Special Championship winner, winning a regional level event for the very first time, taking another direct invite to the World Championships to a UK player. Congratulations to Ted Tobin.
Why do I love Monkey Dory, and why is it the best card? It's the best card because it sort of allows you to completely outplay your opponent using mostly skill. Because you can take knockouts in a delayed fashion, your opponent gets really punished for being aggressive because you can stunt their draw power or take multiple knockouts at once, which allows for a lot of skill expression in the card. And as quite a strong player, I think that's sort of the best thing that I should be leaning into with my deck. And that's why Monkey Dory is the best. One of the decisions in that game that sort of led to my victory was in that first game, I chose to just take a knockout on the Applin with Mind Bend instead of continuing to item lock, which wouldn't have taken the KO. If I decided to item lock, he actually had a Thwackey in hand, and the game would have been a lot closer. Were there any surprises? I mean, my finals match was about as surprising as it can get. Festival Lead is not a deck you would ever expect to see in the finals, but there it was. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't have been more surprised. Pokemon impacted my life in such a massive way. It's where I met almost all of my friends. It's what I spend all of my free time doing. I don't know where I'd be without it. If I were to try and coach a junior or something, I'd just say to be careful. When you're making your plays, just think them through one more time. That's the most important thing, because if you make a mistake, it just completely derails your game, no matter how good your position is. What does this win mean for me soon? It means I'm going to Worlds for sure, so you'll see me there, and it means I'm going to keep trying to win again.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokemon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokemon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Okie Dokie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch, using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in format, such as Squawkabilly EX, Luminion V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Okie Dokie being a single-prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy! So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's classroom.
Welcome back to the wonderful, the wild, and the sometimes wicked world of competitive Pokemon at Prague Regionals. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Freya Pierce, as we are getting ready for some top 4 action here. How are we feeling?
A little bit surprised, to be honest. Namely, I think if you said to any of us at the start of the day, what would we be staring down as we progress to top 4? I don't know if this is the matchup we would have necessarily expected, unless maybe your name's Ross Gilbert.
Yeah, no, Ross is absolutely fantastic. That Mega Starmie has been catapulting itself through this top cut via Zhao. But yeah, multiple Crustal have been doing well. This could be Crustal's event with that mysterious rock in. However, we just saw Elma last round topple the one and only Tord Recklef. We'll have a very different matchup, we feel, here going into top 4.
Yeah, it's almost like reverse fortune, right? Dragapult, the matchup you basically want to run into all day long. Mega Starmie has an attack that goes through Mysterious Rock in.
Yeah, that attack, that 3 energy, 3 colorless attack Nebula Beam, which we will be announcing, I imagine, quite a lot moving forward in this top 4 match. There's a crisp, clean 210 damage, good number, and goes through all effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. So it can't hit for weakness, can't hit for resistance, that's not important, but it goes through that Mysterious Rock in, and that will be something that Elmo will have to try and navigate.
And also 210 damage, I mean, it's one, if there's no HP buffs, so like a Hero's Cape, it's a one-shot, but even if there's all the HP buffs in the world, it's still a 2-shot on a Crustle. And yeah, the Crustle is not exactly doing a lot to the Mega Starmie in return. It's not weak to grass.
No, it's not weak to grass. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough.
It's going to be really tough. Now, we mentioned that Crustal is not something that many of us predicted, but let's have a look at how the Phase 1 metagame did actually pan out and see how Crustal, how many people turned up with it, and if it managed to sneak onto this top part of the graph And the answer here, Freya, is no.
No, it's a resounding no, in fact. I mean, not even a hint of this. And actually, going back to something we were wondering about earlier, we were trying to remember, was Festival Lead on here in the front here of the graph? And no, it wasn't there either. So 2 of the really big stories not present on the first 6 of the metagame breakdown.
Yeah, it just goes to show you in this post-rotation format, if you can sort of really adapt to the metagame and predict it well, you can sort of really catapult yourself really far through the event, as we do see the 2 names of this event, or big names of this event, I should say, with that Crystal and that Festival Lead appearing on this graph at 8% and 7% respectively, both having an astronomical conversion rate at 47 and 40% respectively, meaning that these players really have their finger on the pulse of this metagame.
Finger on the pulse, and that's going to be having potentially a very big payoff as yeah, we're now seeing 2 basically the only meta decks that are really sort of left in terms of what was on the front of the metagame breakdown. We have a Garchomp still in the mix. There's 1 more top 8 match still ready, so still being contested.
Okay.
So maybe that could come into play there. But then we see Dragapult EX otherwise being there in 2, well, 1 confirmed spot and 1 contested spot. But this conversion rate graphic really does just say it all.
Yeah, and let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. We've been screaming a lot about Festival Lead and Crystal, rightfully so, by the way, because these conversion rates are astronomically ridiculous, might I say. But let's not forget about the big, bad, scary in the room. Dragapult EX is still knocking on the door, as you do rightfully say, is still knocking about in this top cut. So we'll have to see how that Dragapult pans out. I think coming into this event, Dragapult is the deck that people would say are the strongest, as we do actually get to look at the top 8 decks here. Tord Redcliffe, we just saw, got knocked out. May also has been knocked out. Elma, obviously, we saw beat Tor moving forward into the top 4. Well, how do you pronounce that again, sorry?
João Pires.
João Pires, I want to give that an honest effort. He has advanced into top 4. Mateus is still in the mix. Neddy, as you do say, is in the mix. And then, so who else is left out of Vinso and Jack?
So, what was it? So, Jack was knocked out, of course, by João. That was a similar thing going on. Of course, Megastarmie is clashing. So, it really is, we have Mateus in top 4, we have João in top 4, and Elma in top 4, and it's really just Vincenzo versus Neddy for that last top 4 spot.
Right, that's what it's saying. It's got 1 more top 8 match panning out. So, how do you pronounce it again?
João.
João has had a really nice way through this. I'm trying my best. Let's try through this top 8 and top 4, getting us against 2 Crystal. Can he do it again? But I believe our stage is ready now. Let's get some top cut action started here. Top 4 here at Prague Regionals. Elma on the left versus Ra on the right. Here we go.
So Elmar, we just, of course, featured winning, beating the mighty Tord Redcliffe in. Granted, didn't set a foot wrong in what was a very favorable matchup, but still absolutely earned that win. And this is now his new best finish by some margin.
Some margin there. Seville top 16, Lille Regional top 64, Dortmund top 32, Birmingham Regional top 128. All very recent finishes, but will be able to add another one to the mix.
Yeah, and then on João's side, again, this is by far the biggest finish that he's had. Got top 64 all the way back at Sheffield Regionals in 2020, but then Stuttgart Regionals 365, so in the top 512. So this is by some margin a special result yet. And you know what? If this matchup goes how we think it might, it could go a step further still. But let's not count anyone out yet.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Let's consult some prize cards there for João. What do we have? Budu, Meowth, 2 copies of Lady Determination, Hilda, and a Dark Energy. I don't think that's necessarily too bad. Is the only copy of Meowth, though, so we'll keep an eye on that, and is the only copy of Budu for what it's worth.
I mean, I don't think those aspects matter as much. In this matchup, João really just wants to set up a Megastarmie and just start announcing Nebula Beam as fast as humanly possible. That's going to be how you win against the Crystal deck, I think.
Yep, for sure. You can also utilize those Curse Blasts as well. They can go through that mysterious rocket. So, as we did see in the previous match, Elma was able to make some Crystal with a ridiculous amount of hit points, to the point where the Nebula Beam might not actually be enough, but Nebula Beam plus a Curse Blast, now that will be enough.
Oh, hold on a second. I do believe I see on our screen down here 2 mulligans already from Elmar. So João's going to get 2 more cards to work with at the start of the game. That's not what you want to... No. In an already unfavorable matchup, you don't want to be giving your opponent more resources.
No. In case you don't know the rules, if you are going to start a match of Pokemon trading cards, 7 cards you start with, right? If you haven't got a basic Pokemon, it's a shame. You reveal that to your opponent, and then if they so choose, they can start the game with 1 extra card per mulligan. So if João has 2 extra cards to start this game already, And it looks like, yeah, it's going to be 2 extra cards there for Elmer, for Joe, I should say, as he does have a starting hand now for Elmer. Let's see what Elmer's prize cards are. Nothing too bad. 2 copies of the energy could be impactful, though.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Elmer needs to really consider is whether he can buff up the HP of the Crossel enough to get out of range of Nebula Beam. Growing Grass Energy is one of the ways to do it, and he just doesn't have access to 2 copies of it.
Yep, and that's the Ice Cream Cone as well. But we are getting started here in our Masters Top 4 feature match here in Prague Regionals. The winner of this game will advance to the final. Elmer is kicking us off with that Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active. Buddy Puffin gonna grab 2 Dwebble. Real quick, let's run through Elmer's deck. It's rather one-dimensional, but it does it rather well. Crystal has that ability, Mysterious Rock In. It is immune to damage from EX Pokemon. That is rather awkward. We saw it in the last game. Some decks just can't deal with it. So Elmer's plan is very simple. Get some Crystal and try and wall for as long as possible.
Yeah, you really just, you're walling with that ability and then just, constantly announcing superb scissors just to do enough damage to KO your opponents where they're not able to touch you.
Yep.
Now, on the other hand, from Joel's side, normally the Mega Starmie deck is kind of a deck that aims to do like a little bit of tricks, like a little bit of Dragapult. You do some damage to the active, you damage to a bench Pokemon, of course, with that first attack. But in this matchup, it's just going to be all about that Nebula Beam. 210 damage and ignores all effects on the defending Pokemon, so that Mysterious Rock In will be for naught.
Yeah, we'll get run through the Mega Starmie deck as it comes out. We are going to see the run errand from the Mega Active. The active Mega Kangaskhan get there eventually. We are going to see a turn attachment there as well. And the pass over Shizuo does have the Duskull in the active. Now, he is playing that Mega Starmie deck, as you do rightfully say, with the normal attack we normally see from that being the Jetting Blow, 120 damage to the active and 50 to the bench. However, has that very good attack Nebula Beam for this exact matchup that deals 200 damage, 210 damage to active, I should say, but goes through all effects. So that means Nebula Beam can just bob and weave that Mysterious Rock In and make life awkward.
And as you also rightly said, normally the Mega Starmie deck, is partnered with some other stuff, like maybe the Mega Frostlass or the Freezing Shroud Frostlass for more damage sticks. But no, this version of the deck is partnered up with the devastating Dust Noir with that Curse Blast ability. We've seen it used in Dragapult and so many other archetypes. Knocks itself out, puts 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that combined with the Mega Starmie is going to make for some fearsome board wipes.
It's like if you really wanted to tailor a deck to beat Crystal, I don't think it's going to look much different than what Joao is playing. Got to start off with that run errand ability on Mega Kangaskhan, letting you draw 2 cards when it's in the active. Now we saw the turn attachment, and here is Elmer basically thinking, right, Mysterious Rockin' isn't going to be as effective. We do see the Petrol being played. They're going to search Hero's Cape. Now, if we see Hero's Cape get attached to this Mega Kangaskhan Freya, I think Elmer might be saying, right, Crystal's no good. So let's get some rapid fire combo in the mix. 200 damage and flip a coin until you get tails. You do 50 for each heads. Could Elmer basically be saying, right, as we do see the Hero's Cape get attached to us, an extra 100 hit points on Mega Kangaskhan. Elmer pivoting strategies here. This is what we like to see.
I think you might be right. And although granted, I think it makes sense that this is the way that Elmer's going, but Joel is not like he can't reach for the damage again because he's playing that Dust Noir line. If he wasn't, I think it might be a little bit more worried for him, but with that Dust Noir line, it doesn't take that much to reach for a KO, even into Mega Kangaskhan with 400 HP.
Yeah, because what Nebula Beam does 210, right? So 210 plus the 13 from the Curse Blast. What does that get us? Oh, that actually doesn't. Does it get us there?
No, it doesn't get us there. But
doesn't get us there.
But you start off with a jetting shot, and like you can get there with a 2-shot fairly easily.
But it does play a lot of healing.
True.
Does old Elmer. Here we're going to see pay Richard. I think you're right. We are going to see the jetting blow here. 120 damage into active, 50 to a benched Pokemon. Oh, we're going to see the... Oh, okay. Boss's orders. Okay, interesting. A counter to the counter. Yeah, so it's going to be a KO into the active, 50 damage on the bench. Now, Nebula Beam plus Curse Blast will be a KO.
That's very clever there. Just deal with one of the Dwebble before it can become anything more annoying, and then go ahead and soften up this Mega Kangaskhan with the 50 damage already on it, and then suddenly you are in range of getting rid of it next turn.
Just saying, we could see a triple head flips here.
Oh, hold on a second. You're right.
It's on the cards. Run errand. Here we go. We do obviously play a lot of healing as well here for Elma. If we do attach one more energy, the Jumbo Ice Cream would be live. Pokemon Center Lady is currently live. Does have the energy and the Jumbo Ice Cream.
Okay.
Rapid fire combo, 200 damage plus 50 for each coin you flip heads.
So this is like one of those points in the game where we have to bring back a concept we haven't talked about much this weekend, but it's important to mention here. The idea of not playing to not lose, but playing to win.
Yeah.
Going for the rapid fire combo here.
Yeah.
It's flashy, it's a stream highlight, but it is absolutely how you're going to win this matchup.
Well,
so I really like that Elmar's going for this.
Even if you don't one hit KO it, you two hit KO it.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would be a stream highlight. We are going to see the spike energy. Are we going to see Jumbo Ice Cream?
I mean,
think
why not,
you kind of
right?
have to, but you have to protect yourself.
Oh,
We're
no,
not.
just
Here we go.
now.
Rapid fire combo, 3 heads.
One.
There's one. No, he's not.
Oh! One head is where it ends.
250 damage. That's still rather strong, though. Wow, it is. It really is.
Given that there wasn't a KO there, I think might be a universe where Elmar really regrets not playing the Jumbo Ice Cream, you know?
I was very shocked he didn't. I'm going to be honest. Does Joao play Rare Candy? He does not.
No, okay.
So we are, and actually he probably knows that looking at the list.
Oh, they've looked at the list.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we know there isn't going to be any threat of a big Curse Blast this turn. Elma, pivoting strategies here. How much hit points does Tommy have? 80. We'll take 20 back from the Spike Energy.
Oh, true, yeah.
Keep that in mind as well. Okay, Ignition Energy. So we could get to Nebula Beam here, if you so choose.
I think he really wants to set up definitely more Staryu and more of the Dusknoir line, because you know that Elmar is going to have a little bit of a tough time going through your stuff. And of course, the Wally's Compassion could come in as well.
Could come in. Maybe not this turn, because we did see a Lilies. Keep an eye on that for the next Starmie, though. Legacy Energy could also be rather impactful, reducing the amount of prize cards a card gives up when it's KO'd. I don't think that's going to be a problem now, though. We are going to see an evolution into Dusclops from that Pokepad. Curse Blast, in case you don't know, viewers, is an ability. When Dusclops uses it, it knocks itself out. Oh, no. But you do get to put 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. That's good. Dusknoir, however, does knock itself out. Oh, no. But it puts 13 damage counters. Here's that Ignition Energy, I should say. So Nebula Beam is now live.
And I think it still makes sense to go for this attack now,
Yes,
you know,
definitely.
because
Yeah,
then next turn you can follow up with a Curse Blast and take a mid-turn knockout, which we know is so strong.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Massive Nebula Beam there for 210 damage. We'll take 20 damage back because of that Spike Energy.
But I think that's fine, because they're going to get KO'd anyway, right?
This doesn't really matter. So now, how much healing has Elma got? You would love to try, well, I guess at the bare minimum, yeah, you want to try and get out of another Ignition Energy Nebula Beam, right? At the bare minimum, because at the minute you currently survive the top attack, the Jetting Blow. You want to try and stay out range Nebula Beam, but you've got Curse Blast getting developed here as well.
Yeah, and then of course, and it doesn't matter if you're Joel. It doesn't matter if you target down this active with the Dusclops and then just deal with the Crossel later, because the Crossel really isn't the threat here.
Yeah.
Elmar's correctly recognized that the main way for him to have a chance in this matchup is to focus on this Mega Kangaskhan. And yeah, this Jumbo Ice Cream would come in.
Jumbo Ice Cream, that would be healing 160 damage. He has one in hand at minimum. Has he used one Errand yet? Actually, I think he has. Actually.
Yeah,
He has. Okay.
See a little tilt sideways. It's been used.
Okay, so there's one. Heal 70 damage. No, it's not. It's heal 80 damage for a Pokemon that has 3 energy attached to it or more. There's the second one. That's 160 damage. Remove anything else there. No, we are going to see a turn attachment to Crustle.
This does mean that a Nebula Beam plus a Curse Blast would get there in terms of the KO.
It does.
And that's going to be what Elmar's afraid of. But here we go.
A big rapid fire combo KO there. 3 prize cards for Elma. Wow. The rapid fire combo coming in clutch here. Over to Joao. Can he piece together the Wonder Turn here?
There's the Mega Starmie. That's piece number 1. We see a Pokepad as well.
So that's going to be for Curse Blast. So how much hit points does the Kangaskhan have?
So currently it's taking 100 damage, so it has exactly 300 left.
Okay. So we are outside of range of Jetting Blow plus Curse Blast. So we need to find Ignition Energy off this Lily's Determination.
And it's going to be a tall order. One's already been used, and there's only 2 in the deck.
Okay. We do have Flip the Script available as well.
And the other Ignition Energy is not prized, we know, so there is one left in the deck that he could find, but it's going to be a tough order. Having said that, the deck is pretty thin, so maybe he can get there.
That Ignition Energy counts as 3 colorless energy when it's attached to an evolution Pokemon, but only it does get discarded at the end of the turn. Not there yet. We have a bit of thinning is winning before we can use that flip the script, though.
Also, I'm not going to lie, did draw the Legacy Energy. Not a bad consolation prize, really.
Legacy and... It's interesting because you give up 2 prizes, but then you can never use Curse Blast.
Yeah.
So might not be as impactful.
But maybe
Wally's Compassion is in hand, though.
Oh, yes,
that's something to keep an eye on.
And also, at the very least, it can maybe let you attack with 1 more Mega Starmie. That would be sure you can't use Dustin anymore, but if you can go ahead and do another Jetting Blow, maybe that makes a difference, and then it's all good.
So we are going to see Ultra Ball there for the Dusclops.
Just standing up those Dusknoir lines. Lickety spit. And now after this, there's going to be flip the script for free. I know he's already used it, of course. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have. But so he's not found the Ignition Energy.
Has not found the Ignition Energy.
And that was a Dark Energy found as well. It wasn't a Water. So
does double? No, it doesn't. Does it? Jetting Blow plus both the Curse Blast. That only goes down to one prize card. Definitely left for Jowl though.
Yeah, I guess the question is, would he even want to attack here necessarily? Because if he attacks, there's actually 1 less heads that Elmar needs to flip off rapid fire combo to take the KO.
That is a great point, actually.
So there might be wisest here for Jerome to just pass, even though it does mean
you might be right there,
leaving Elmar 1 more turn of healing. But it's such a tough call.
Here we go.
Oh,
Curse Blast, Curse Blast.
I stand corrected. Here we go. Double Curse Blast is going to be 160 damage counters on. No, 180 actually. Because it's 180 damage, 13 plus 5 is 180.
Mass for the KO with Jetting Blow then.
So he's taking the gamble. He's basically going all in on this. He's saying, right, yeah, I'm going to put you to 1 prize card. And that does mean, though, it leaves a potential for a Crustle to take a KO on a Duskull to win the game.
It really does. That is a big turn there for Zhao, though, removing that threat. Double Curse Blast, wanting the Gambit here. Elmer has 1 prize card left. Now, without any energy acceleration, we know that Elmer won't be able to announce Superb Scissors next turn, but can easily try and pick up a KO on a Duskull. Ultra Ball here, what is this going to find?
I'm just looking to see if there's a way for him to take like a cheeky quick KO on this Duskull. I don't think there is. So
no, there's no energy, no extra energy acceleration.
Either that or a cheeky like Blood Moon or Saluna or something, like something along those lines. Just something that can do big damage for low energy cost. But no, it's just Mega Can, Cornerstone, and Crustle. That's the whole deck.
Look. He did just Ultra Ball for another Mechanicon. Are we going to try and set up another one? Here comes another Ultra Ball, going to get rid of Fighting Energy and another Dwebble.
Well, I mean, the thing is here, maybe Elmar's answer is just, put another big guy in front,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, because you can't use Curse Blast anymore.
No.
So he has actually put Mechanicon down. Problem is, how are we going to get Crustle out the active? I think does play a switch. I don't think we've seen. Oh, it is in hand, funnily enough, as well.
So maybe you switch, go into the run errand, draw a couple of cards, just make Joel's life a little bit harder for him.
Which is interesting. We haven't played supporter yet. Hilda potentially being eyed up is going to shuffle the deck now.
It's so interesting looking at this because this is one of those matchups where you would think that Jerome just like runs away with it, but no, Elmar does actually have some cheeky answers.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if you was to just leave Crustle in the active, you can sort of mitigate the 120 damage from the Jetting Blow, but the Canscon will still take 50. Spike Energy is on the bench. Boss's orders into the Duskull. Oh, we were so close.
Yeah,
we were close. Now, does Spike Energy work from the bench? That is a question. Nope, it does not. It has to be in the active spot. So I'm going to see Boss's orders into the Duskull. Then any other actions? We've seen a turn attachment. We've seen... Oh, it is over to Drown. I apologize. Yep. Buddy, pop him.
So I think the bringing up of the Duskull into the active is purely to buy Elmar an extra turn behind of energy attachment for Shuang, right? It just means that there's not going to be Nebula Beam happening this turn.
Did take me out from the prizes. Hilda being eyed up here. I mean, can we get a Nebula Beam off this turn? Does he play a switching? Oh, he does play Latias, actually, so he could use Skyliner.
Yeah, it would force Latias to be benched, right? And all of a sudden, that's another... I guess maybe it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, down at this point.
Yeah, so I guess that doesn't really matter. So, but it's going to be the Hilda pickup here finds, there it is, the Ignition Energy and the Dusclops.
Okay, just thinning it. I mean, we definitely can't use Curse Blast anymore.
Yeah, and
we don't want to evolve into it. We're going to try and use Latias.
Yeah, so, I mean, to me, this telegraphs that there is going to be an Ultra Ball coming to fetch this Latias, and there it is in the hand, I believe. Or actually, he discarded it earlier, didn't he? So he's getting back with Night Stretcher.
Did it get discarded?
No, it was Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory. Okay, well, we can use that to move some damage off the Starmie.
Yeah, there is a Dark Energy in the hand, so... Oh, hold on, this is quite clever here, just trying to... You make the KO on the Mega Kangaskhan a little bit easier, just move some of the damage across. Yeah, build up that damage onto the Mega Kang so that you can kind of attack it once without falling prey to the spiky energy and win the game that way. And then it's just going to be a pass it over. One Crispin here for Elmar will win the game.
Let's see, if he attached Spark Energy to the active, he actually would have been able to win. Wow, it doesn't play Crispin, does he, Delmar? He does not. No cheeky energy acceleration, so...
Well, actually, considering his focus on special energy, that makes sense. It's something we've seen in the past with Crustle, but I guess here just focusing on the special energy and manual attachment, so that makes sense with no Crispin.
Oh, this is ridiculously close. Hilda, we are going to see the turn attachment of the growing energy on the bench.
And this is exactly
missed energy.
No, but this is exactly the kind of predictable kind of more predictable back and forth that you can have as the players. When you have access to each other's deck lists, both of these players will have read the deck lists and know exactly what each player can and can't do. So they're thinking like 5 or 6 turns ahead because they have the knowledge to do so.
They really are. So Kangaskhan has 250 hit points left. Oh, we're going to see a pass back over to Joao now. Okay, Night Stretcher being... Oh no, now we see a pass. So we see Hilda in the hands. Oh, so we've got Adrenabrain that can move off 20 damage. That'll take you up to...
Yeah. Oh, okay. It wasn't an Ultra Ball, it was a Pokegear. That's why I didn't go for Latias last turn. Just did not have access to it. There's the Ultra Ball, but that's not going to be any good.
Hilda doesn't... Well, that's exactly the same as last turn. That doesn't get you there. An Evolution Pokemon and an Energy. It does have Meowth to go grab a supporter. Is there a supporter that would get you there guaranteed? No.
No, there's Lily's, Hilda, Boss, or Judge. Those are the supporter options in your deck.
Judge might not be too bad, removing the cards from Elmer's hand. We are going to see the Hilda being used here now. There was a Latias, Water Energy, and an Evolution Pokemon.
I guess you can find a Dusknoir, right? And there we go.
Yep. Such an interesting scenario. You would love to evolve up to give yourself more hit points, but then... you turns off your Latias if you do so. I mean, you could just pay retreat here this turn, all right? Which I think is what we're going to see.
That's what we're going to do. But here you're basically saying, okay, yeah, if you have Boss's Orders, it is game over. Boss's Orders plus the switch. Yeah, but we know you
it's in hand. Yeah, but Joao doesn't.
Yeah, do we see the boss in hand or not? I actually can't remember.
I don't know. Boss's Orders is in hand. So we just need energy plus switch plus Boss's Orders combination. And Elmer will be able to take game 1 here in our Masters Top 4 feature match at Prague Regional Championships. A lot of people said this matchup will be very hard. Elmer says, hold on. Wait a minute, it's not a complete one-dimensional deck as he takes game 1.
Mega Kangaskhan carrying Elmar through in that game 1 with a rapid-fire combo. Didn't even need to take a one-hit knockout on the Mega Starmie. Just a 2-shot was enough, as we saw. If we go back over this replay for that game 1.
There was the first set, and our eyes were getting wide in there. Oh, but that's all we needed. We just need a 2-shot is perfectly fine here. The 1-shot is very greedy, but Joao was able to weather the storm. This was the turn we tried to heal up this Mega Kangaskhan outside of range. Needed a little bit more of Pokemon Center Lady or anything like this. We didn't have that, and Joao was able to do the Curse Blast plus Jetting Blow combination for the exact KO.
120 damage, exactly enough. But, of course, the trade-off was he had to put down Elmar to 1 prize card in order to do that. And that meant that Elmar could just bide his time, build up energy onto a Mega Kangaskhan, use Boss's Orders on the Duskull to buy some more turns that way, and then switch energy plus 1 more Boss to bring up that Duskull for the last prize for the game.
Yep. Beautifully played there from Elmer. How lucky that Mega Kangaskhan attacks for 3 colorless energy. So you can just say, you know what? Attach, attach, attach. Rapid fire combo, see what happens. Normally here for its draw power, but can attack rather well. Here we go. Who would have thought it? The Crustle toppling the Mega Starmie deck. And I think this Mega Starmie deck is very well built to beat Crustle. Ignition Energy, Curse Blast. These are all things that Mysterious Rock In doesn't help against. But I tell you what, rapid fire combo, basic Pokemon hitting for 250 damage and upwards, or 200 I should say, while they intimidate him.
Gonna get the job done.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like there's, again, one mulligan from Elmar's side, and now in mulligan number 2, again, really not what you want to be doing in this situation. It's a little bit unfortunate in that regard. Going to give the chance for Jerome to have more resources to work with, because one way he could really run away with things, if he's able to set up multiple Dusk Gold and then multiple Dusclops and multiple Dusk Noir, then he can just wipe the entire board, and that'll be all she wrote. So Elmar really doesn't want to be giving Jerome any more resources than he already has.
No, he really doesn't, but this can happen when you're only playing, what, 1, 2, 3...
6 basics.
Six basics. Oh, 7 basics, I make it. 4 Dwebble, 2...
Sorry. It's the 1 Cornerstone Master, 2 Mega Kang, and the 4 Dwebble.
And the scary thing is, what you don't want to do is lead something like Cornerstone. That will not be very helpful in this matchup, I can tell you that for free.
Also, I can tell you something else for free. Mulligan number 3.
Mulligan number 3. Oh dear. So you don't want to give this Mega Starmie deck any ability to get those extra Curse Blasts into play. We saw how impactful they was. You know, you can try and piece together, let's say, double big Curse Blast, for example. That's 260 damage before you've even attacked that right there.
And especially the sooner you do it as well, the more impactful it is, because if you can just use it to your target down, maybe it's across on the bench. Finally finds a basic, so that's going to be 3 mulligan draws for Zhuang. We're starting with a very, very strong hand there.
Hero's Cape is prized.
Uh-oh.
That is scary. We saw how impactful that was. We are going to get a fist bump here. Game 2, our top 4 feature match here at Prague Regional Championships is underway. Has led Blood Moon Ursaluna, has Joao. However, does have Latias, can be able to try and get out of that.
I'll tell you what, though, that is a pretty... I mean, it's not an unplayable hand, but considering the amount of mulligans that Joel drew, that's really not a great opening hand. No Buddy Poffin. It's forced to Ultra Ball away resources instead.
You never want to Ultra Ball. Well, you never want to have Ultra Ball as your only search in your opening hand, because it's costly. You'd rather that try and find your evolution Pokemon or anything like this, but there's another Ultra Ball. Oh, it's going to be costly. Some good stuff in that hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's really not what you want to be doing.
Does have Night Stretcher, so can throw away some Pokemon, try and bring them back early. Well, next turn, I should say. So it's like going to get rid of a Mega Starmie and the Dusclops. With Night Stretcher, you can bring those straight back. Legacy Energy is going to get attached there.
Yeah, you know there's no threat of that Legacy Energy being removed, so might as well commit to it and use your energy attachment for the turn while you can. And at the very least, there's a Lilies in the hand, so next turn could be very devastating. But after these couple of Ultra Balls shuffling up, and then it's going to be over to Elmar, who has, I believe, a much stronger opening hand. I saw Buddy Puff and a couple of other things. So yeah, just pass it over. Let's see what you made of, Elmar. There's a Spike Energy too.
Is there a way to find that Mega Kangaskhan, though?
That's going to be the key.
I'm not sure there was. We are going to see Buddy Puff in here. That can only search Dwebble for what it's worth.
Yeah, and
he's going to consult the deck and realizing, wait a minute, there is no pink card in this deck.
And that could definitely spell trouble. We saw how vital that was in the last game. It just really made Zhuang's job of KOing that first Mega Kangaskhan so much harder.
Really did. So we are going to see Buddy Puffin concluding, it looks like. Isn't going to go for another Dwebble. Consult the hand again. Do we have a... No.
Oh, that hand is...
Determination.
That hand is giga dead right now. Look
Has
at
turn attached.
Oh, no, it's got Lilies.
Okay, we have a Lily.
Yeah,
okay,
never mind.
Cool. I guess we can Ascension as well. But the scary thing is about Ascension, we know Joao plays the Ignition Energy. A Nebula Beam next turn is possible.
Yeah.
All you need to do is find Latias and Gav Hilda.
Yeah,
and you're there.
And, well, I mean, there's no Hilda in the hand, but there is in Lily's Determination. There's going to be 8 cards drawn, so, I mean, odds are you find something for it. But Elmar's going to still do his absolute best with what he's been given. Lily's Determination is still going to draw a lot here. I mean, really, you just want to find either Mega Kangaskhan or an out to it, because we saw that was basically the game-winning plan in Game 1.
Do you even... Because do you even put it down this turn? Because it could just get targeted for the 50 damage from the jetting blow, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So would you even bother putting it down? I mean, if you can't a turn attached to it, is it worth putting down now?
Yeah, I guess maybe not in that case, but actually no, because then if you promote it afterwards, you can draw straight away, right? It's a way of just getting it into the active without having to pay a retreat cost. And who knows, maybe Joel misses the Ignition Energy.
Elmar hasn't got a 2-card hand, to be fair. 2 or 3 card hand.
Only 2-card hand, and Elmar knows there's only 2 copies of Ignition Energy in the deck. So yeah,
that is true. Fair enough.
So just going to be benching that Mega Kangaskhan EX, and then it is Ascension to evolve into that crossover with the Mysterious Rock in.
Okay. Fair turn. You'd love an energy on the Mega Kangaskhan like last game, but we haven't got that. So it is over to Joao now. Let's have a look. Mega Starmie in the hand. Nice stretcher for Dusclops. I mean, this is looking very good already, might I say. And then a Lily's Determination. Now, if this Lily finds a combination of Latias, and any way to fetch it, and ignition energy. That's a turn right there.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to deal with this Crustle before it can become any more of a blocking nuisance, and just really take the lead in that prize race as well.
Yeah,
that's exactly what's going to put you in very good stead to take this game. And given that you're down one game in already.
There's
Latias. Hold on. Do you find ignition energy?
Ignition energy.
7-8. No, it's a miss.
So the reason why that was so impactful, Latias will be able to maneuver that Blood Moon Earthloon out the active thanks to its ability Skyliner, and ignition energy you could attach to Mega Star Meter, instantly power up for Nebula Beam to get around that Crustle. Became dangerously close to the combo. Didn't quite get there. So we are going to do a free retreat thanks to Skyliner. Jetting Blow is still alive. 120 damage into the active. Mitigated by a mysterious walk-in, but then 50 damage on one of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Now, there is a decision here as to whether you end up going for either the Mega Kangaskhan or the Crustle with the damage. Now, also Risky Runes coming into play, leaving some damage on the field for Jerome to play with later with Adrenabrain. It is going to be, yeah, just target down this Mega Kangaskhan.
You have to. You have to. So now, with that 50 damage, it's now in range of a Nebula Beam plus Curse Blast combination. Here comes the Petrol. Now, I was going to say, could this find the Jumbo Ice Cream, but that's not currently live, so it's just going to be for a Lily.
Well, it has to be a Lily. That hand is dead otherwise.
That hand is, been sent to Brickington Station, it looks like. It's just going to be a turn attachment and the pass. Okay, Jao can develop.
This could be very, very dangerous.
This is what you don't want to see if you're Elmer. You don't want to see those scary ghost-type Pokemon in play, because that just gives you such a burst of damage, making you super versatile. The only saving grace here for Elmer is that Joel did have to play the Lily's Determination, so no boss's orders. Here we go.
8 cards here. Needs to find the ignition energy again. He finds it. Hold on a second. We could see a turn where both of the Crustle and the Double are wiped out.
Oh, there's another Dusclops as well. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous amount of damage we're staring down here.
Yeah, but to be fair, you could also just be patient here. You have the ignition energy. You could just attach this to the active and just, announce Nebula.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to pop our ghost now. We ain't scared of no ghosts, but here we go. Ignition energy. Nebula Beam is live, and that ignition energy counts as 3 colorless energy until the end of the turn. So that means Nebula Beam going through all effects of your opponent's active Pokemon. Mysterious Rocket in, Null and Void. Crustle sent to the discard pile. Jao takes his first prize card of the game. Elmer's in a spot of bother here with no energy acceleration. What can he do? Promotes Dwebble. Could go for the Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, I think
buy a bit of time.
No, actually, he's just...
Does he have a way to get Crustle in hand then?
No.
Pokemon Center Lady.
So I think what's happening here is Elmar's recognizing, like in the last game, I need to go all in a Mega Kangaskhan. I know if I evolve this Crustle into, or evolve this Drubble into Crustle, it's not going to do me any good. I just need to go in on the rapid fire combo.
Wait a second. Could you not go double Dust Noir, jetting below 50 damage for a KO on the bench? Does that get there? 13 times 2 is 260 plus 50. It does.
It does. That's it. Game's over.
Oh no! What a turn this will be, folks. Could we see a double Dust Noir, Curse Blast times 2, 260 damage onto the bench, Jetting Blow then, an extra 50, that would be enough to KO that Mega Kangaskhan whilst it's on the bench. Is that what we're eyeing up? We even have, oh my god, we even have mind...
just in case it wasn't enough, yeah, that's absolutely going to do it. You do Curse Blast twice, you've won the game.
Oh, well, we haven't won the game, but it would... Oh no, you would win the game, 120 into the active. Oh, wait.
What?
Hasn't done it. Have we missed something? How many prizes?
No, huh?
Okay. Maybe we're just thinking, well, we can do it next turn then. Perhaps we've done some math. Maybe we've done some bad maths.
I'm fairly sure 130 times 2 is 260, and 260 plus 70 is definitely a knockout.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, are we going to see a stream highlight here of a rapid fire combo then? Okay, maybe we've got a little bit ahead of ourselves. It's over to Elmer now, though. Has benched another Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, hold on a second. Like, you literally could have won the game, but now maybe Joel must have just missed it. Maybe it wasn't enough.
Missed it. Maybe. Yeah. How often do you get to do 2 big Dust Noirs in a turn? It doesn't happen super often. We need to see a turn attachment here. There's a Spike energy. Okay, double. So we can see a rapid fire combination, rapid fire combo. Buddy Poffin. Yeah, we can't use that now.
No.
Okay.
You've now basically given Elmar the ideal prize map. Like, now Elmar is forcing Jerome to take 8 prizes to win this game. He's not going to bench anything other than 2 Mega Kangaskhan.
8 prizes. Here's the run errands. Gets to see a couple more energy, or 1 energy there. Spike Energy. Jumbo Ice Cream. Fresh. Mega Kangaskhan. Wow. Forest of Vitality, just to remove that Risky Ruins. Could we see the rapid fire combo? How many do we need? 3, right?
Yes, 3 heads. Just
3 heads. Here we go.
Number 1.
Okay, right. 200 damage it is then. But now we could do it this turn. The double Curse Blast plus Jetting Blow. That does work this turn as well, right?
It does, but then it wouldn't win you the game anymore because
it
you
doesn't win you the game. Yeah, true.
Like,
and then I'd put Elmer down. Yeah, true. Yeah. We could still do it though.
You could.
We could, if we find Ignition, go for Nebula Beam.
Plus Curse Blast. I mean,
plus 1 Curse Blast. That does get you there, right?
I think that would probably make more sense. Oh, actually, Joe, make a lot of sense.
Wally's Compassion.
There we go,
That's a supporter card we've talked about. We haven't really said exactly what it does. Heal all damage from one of your Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. If you do, put all energy attached to it back into your hand. That means you can reuse that Legacy energy as well. That's a strong turn.
I mean, you can even, if you want to, move 30 damage of Monkey Dory first, unless you would rather make your Monkey Dory fresh and move damage off of there instead. I could understand the logic for both, but no, going to make use of the fact that it's going to be more damage moved over and go for the Adrenaline Brain, moving the damage off the active, and then, you got to imagine that you're going to see this Wally's Compassion slam down, right? There it is.
Wally's Compassion. That is a freshly healed Mega Starmie. Energy goes back into hand, and I imagine it's going to come straight back down again. Jetting Blow. 120 damage into the active, 50 to the bench. I don't think you use a Curse Blast here. You might as well just save them for a big burst play.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
they're not going anywhere.
No, now you definitely don't do it because you want to be able to take out both of these Mega Kangaskhan in one fell swoop, essentially. You want to put on too much damage pressure, but Elmer's healing cards to be able to deal with.
Okay, boss's orders found there for Elmer. Does have some energy play. Does have a Jumbo Ice Cream. You could turn attached to the active and then Jumbo use a Super Potion to heal 60, then use Jumbo Ice Cream to heal 80. That would be 140 damage, almost completely healing you there. You could do that if you like.
Yeah, that'll leave you only 10 damage on you.
But is going to turn attached to the bench. I don't think we're eyeing that up then. It looks like. Chorus Tenacity. You'd love that to find your Hero's Cape, which is currently in the prize cards. Oh boy.
Yeah, Elmar's shaking his head a little bit. I think he recognizes that
it's a tough situation.
Even though he dodged a loss basically earlier, he knows that it's still not a great situation.
Machinations. That's going to force Joao to discard. He has 3 cards in his hand. I don't think that's actually as scary as it sounds, though.
No,
I mean, look at all those Pokemon. We don't need them.
Yeah, I think if that's what you're discarding, I think you're walking away from that, breathing a sigh of relief, and it keeps like Lily's a boss and a water energy. Yeah, I think that feels pretty good.
That's fine. I think that's fine. Rapid fire combo?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, this could still be scary.
It could still be scary.
There's no... You
still need 3 heads, though, here, right? How much hit points does... Yeah, we still need 3 heads.
Yes, so...
Here we go.
Number 1, rapid fire combo. 1 head.
250.
2 heads.
300.
1 more will do the trick.
350 damage. That is a 1 hit on that Mega Starmie EX. Will only take 2 prize cards because that Legacy Energy, though. Could that be the burst turn that Elmer needs to book himself a slot in the final?
So now it's going to come down to this. Oh, but here's the thing, though. I think it might not matter because you can do
double Curse Blast into the active. That is more than enough to KO.
And then all you need is 1 energy on a Blood Moon. That's going to KO.
One energy on the
it doesn't matter.
Luna, season skill Blood Moon. And Zhao is able to even it up after the massive turn there from Rapid Fire combo. Zhao says, hold up. Wait a minute. Let's go to a game 3.
Wow. And I think... if Zhuang is going to be looking back at that game, he's going to be head-slapping himself a little bit. He knew that he very almost could have thrown that away, but the best players in the game, what they do is they recognize those mistakes and they make a plan to make the comeback, and Zhuang did that beautifully in game 2.
Woo! Here we go. We're going to a game 3 here at Prague first. Let's have a replay of this game 2. There we saw that very early Nebula B able to KO the Crustal. We were applying pressure to that Mega Kangaskhan EX. That could have been the turn where we saw the double Curse Blast combination. But here we go. Zhao managed to right the ship. What is Compassion? Reusing that Legacy energy and was able to apply that pressure once again. That was a massive turn, by the way, finding that off that Pokegear. And then this is just off the back of the massive rapid fire combo. But here we see Curse Blast, KO, Blood Moon, Season Skill, Blood Moon, game over. game 3.
Yeah, that is a lot of prize cards to take in one turn. I mean, João needed to take 8 prizes again to win that game, and he did indeed take 8 prizes.
Yeah.
6 prizes in one turn, strictly speaking.
Yeah, 6 prizes in one turn. Goodness gracious. Here we go. Consult the prizes. Mega Kangaskhan, double Lee's determination. Then for Zhao, the Dust Noir is in the prizes, and the Hilda. But here we go. It's all down to a game 3. Win or go home. And Elmer has led the cornerstone Ogerpon.
No.
You don't want that. We don't need that. That is. Wait a minute. There's no energy in that hand. There's no turn attachment this turn, Freya.
What, for Elmer?
For Elmer, there's no energy in that hand. I'm fairly certain.
Uh-oh. Is there a way to switch it to the Mega Kangaskhan to draw?
It does play exactly 1 copy of Switch.
Hold on a second.
That's going to be really bad. If you're really trying to use rapid fire combo, you need to get those turn attachments in quick. And I'm fairly certain I did not see energy in that hand, Freya.
That could be very, very dicey if that's the case. I mean, Elmer shuffling pretty vigorously there.
Yeah,
let's have a look at this hand.
Oh, no, there is a mist. There's a mist. Okay.
Whew. Panic over.
The thing is,
it's still not a great hand,
then
though.
you can't get the cornerstone out the active. And you're right, it's not a great hand either. But we are going to turn attach to the bench. And a pass over to João.
So what does João have for what it's worth? Oh, it's a Poképad. That's a good start to things.
That's the bare minimum. Then you search your deck for any Pokemon that hasn't got a rule box.
There's an interesting decision here for João in terms of what is the best supporter to play. There is a Pokegear in hand, but there is also a Judge. Now, you didn't see your opponent do much, but you don't necessarily know if the hand is amazing yet because they haven't been able to play a supporter yet. So something that João could do, which could be very heads up. We saw him looking at the Budu there. Maybe you item lock for a turn, see if your opponent has a relevant supporter, and then decide whether to judge afterwards.
Yep, I think that is a very heads up and strong play, to be honest.
But he has opted for the Staryu instead, just prioritizing his main attacker, which also makes sense.
I mean, you could still do a halfway house, right? Grab Staryu and do judge. You're not item locking. I mean, we know that Elmer's deck, Elmer needs to get an energy every turn, no if and or buts about it. Judge makes that harder. I don't mind that play. So probably something I would do, actually. Here comes the Pokegear. That probably means you're going to try and find a better supporter for him to use. There's one, his Compassion. He's going to take it. Now, so I think, was Judge the only supporter in hand? There might have been a Hilda, but that's not super helpful now.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing the Hilda, but either way.
I could be wrong then.
Yeah, but either way, now that you have the Wallies in hand, maybe you think to yourself, I want to hang on to this hand because just, the ability to keep my Mega Starmie safe is very valuable.
Yeah, that is true.
But
I guess you are judging yourself then as well. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, and I know there's no other supporter in the hand, so actually it's a very, very tough decision here. Risky Ruins can come down.
I know I would.
Maybe just for the extra draw on your side, if nothing else. And actually, going to get damage on both those. And then is it just going to be the Judge? Yeah, here we go.
It is. Okay, now this is interesting. Judge will force both players to shuffle the hand into their deck and they will draw 4. This has the potential to send one of our players or both our players to Brickington Station. Hopefully, well, if you're Joe, you would love to send Elmer there. But you do have the potential to limit your own draw power here. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, this Judge. Here we go.
Yeah, but I guess at this point, because your hand was dead otherwise, it's still a way for you to draw a card, so maybe that was just how it is.
Got a Pokegear at the very least, and an Ultra Ball.
I guess that's okay, honestly.
It's not too bad, it's not too bad.
It's not completely dead. Say if that Pokegear misses, worst case scenario, you Ultra Ball for Meowth and you're off to the races. So actually, I think Joan's going to be pretty happy about that.
Okay, it's over to Elmer. Does have a League Determination, does have a Forest of Vitality, does have a turn attachment. Okay, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Okay, Elmer was on the train to Brickington Station, but he's gone straight on. He's gone straight past it. Lily Determination, shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 8 if you have 6 prize cards remaining, 6 if you have less.
Driven straight past Brick City on the Lily's Determination Express.
There we go. Come on, Freya. We love to hear it. Now, does still have this Cornerstone Ogerpon in the active. That's
really not good.
Yeah, that is functionally useless in this matchup. Mega Starmie does not have an ability.
And also, Nebula Beam is an exact one-shot on it too for 210 damage.
And there's that as well. There is that as well. Now, one thing I do want to keep an eye on is Elmer only plays 2 copies of Mega Kangaskhan. One is prized, so we have seen him utilize as many as he possibly can. Won't be able to do that. This does have switch in hand for what it's worth.
Oh, okay, so next turn you can start doing rapid fire combo, and yeah, you really just have to bank on this Mega Kangaskhan.
Here we go, big Pokegear.
Finds the Meowth, but then does find
Oh no,
dear.
That is a Pokemon heavy top 7 cards.
So that means you now are forced to Ultra for this Meowth, and granted, the fact that you even have this option at all is nice, but in an ideal world, you really don't want to do this.
What's scary about using Meowth though, that is a 2 prize Pokemon that doesn't require any coin flips from rapid fire combo. The 200 damage is enough. But this is a new card from the Perfect Order. The last ditch catch ability, letting you grab any supporter card from your deck. So it is going to be Meowth for Lilies, Bench Staryu, Lee's Determination for a fresh 8 cards.
Yeah, I mean, it needs must, right? But it really doesn't feel great.
And if you're Elma, I'm thinking, I do have an avenue to win now. There is a Meowth in play. My opponent has been a little bit slow out the races here. You would love to announce Jetting Blow this turn. Actually, do you think it's better to do a Jetting Blow this turn or a Nebula Beam KO?
I think probably Jetting Blow is better because then you've kind of forced your opponent to have the switching card, right?
Wait a minute. We haven't got Water Energy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, the last card! We needed the Water Energy there to use Jetting Blow. The last card was that. Last Chance, Saloon, Ultra Ball, can find Mega Starmie. You can free retreat thanks to Skyliner. We have no Dust Scroll down, I've just realised. There's something we're going to have to try and change there if he's Joao.
No, yeah, he does have one in hand.
Have one in hand.
So that's good at least. So just needs to decide what to Ultra Ball here. Probably one of these Dusclops seems like a safe bet. And then, I mean, the Dark Energy you really would like to keep ideally. You want to be able to use Monkey Dory next turn. So maybe it does just have to be one of these copies of Boss or the Risky Ruins. Yeah, just Dusclops and Risky Ruins.
Yeah, I think Risky Ruins is nice, but, you know, as you say, needs must. You can't get too greedy when you are on the back foot here.
Yeah. But yeah, you definitely go to kind of fully answer your earlier question. You definitely go for the Jetting Blow here because with the Jetting Blow, you force Elmar to find a switching card in order to be able to do an attack, and then it sets up the damage nicely on the Mega Kangaskhan, so you can finish it off later as well. So it's basically just a win in both ways.
That makes perfect sense. Free retreat thanks to the Skyliner, the Water Energy, Jetting Blow, 120 damage to the active and 50 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Fantastic turn there. Did have to use Meowth, but that is what Meowth needed to do to stay in this game. Elma, we know he has to switch in hand. Does he have an energy?
There's a mist. There's a mist and a switch, so he has...
He would love to try, actually, to heal off that 50, though.
That would be very nice. I mean, if he has a switch in the energy, does he have a supporter you can play to draw more cards? Or run errand?
I'm not sure he does. Run errand.
There's an energy and a petrol.
A petrol. That could find you the Jumbo Ice Cream.
Yeah. And
heal 80.
That will completely freshen up this Mega Kangaskhan, so that's got to be a very good feeling. Yeah, well, why not slam that down? Absolutely.
And he knows that Joao does not play Rare Candy. Oh, Hero's Cape, of course. That also gets you there. Yeah, that gets you there as well. That's an extra 100 hit points.
That's actually better because in terms of efficiency, it means you're taking more damage and making your Jumbo Ice Cream heal more. So, yeah, of course you're going to grab the Hero's Cape. It's not prized this game.
Now, could you imagine if Elma does the unthinkable and rolls 3 heads in a row again? I mean, it's on the cards.
He's done it once. Let's see if he can do it again.
Can he do it again? Rapid fire combo. There's one.
Elma. 2.
Elma! Elma! What are you doing, my son? Goodness gracious me! 350 damage!
He can't keep getting away with this!
He's done it again! That is a KO'd Mega Starmie! 3 prize cards taken! Oh my goodness!
Was that the game-winning rapid-fire combo, potentially? I mean, the game's not over yet,
The game's not over, but you're on the back foot. Let's compare ourselves here. If you are Joao, did the Dusclops get evolved last turn?
No, that happened just now.
Oh, that happened just now. Okay, so we've got 350 damage. We could go for a Nebula Beam, 210 plus a Curse Blast. No, we're not quite there, are we? That Hero's Cape is really...
The Hero's Cape is saving the day here. Yeah, even if you move over...
Oh, wait, no, wait, doesn't play Psych Energy, does he? I was about to say, a Mind Bend could be kind of helpful here. If you
honestly, yeah. No, there is no way to do Mind Bend in this deck. There's no, Happy Legacy Energy. Right?
Oh, yeah, it's got the mist as well. Good point. We are going to see the Adrenabrain, to move off 2 damage. Wow. What goodness. You have to free retreat into a 1-prize Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
You have to.
Also, wait, we're talking about how Jean could reply here, but actually, his hand is completely dead. It doesn't matter. He's got nothing.
Does Elma have a boss? Does he have a boss? I mean, you 2-trade the 1 prize now, and then you 2-prize KO Meowth per game, right? Wow. Elma Tress. Navigating the... Oh, God, that was a boss. That was a boss's orders off the run errand. We've seen the judge already. I think that's the only hand disruption from Joao. So he can hold on to that boss.
Is that basically as good as checkmate? I think it might be. There's no way to pick up the Meowth. There's no way to prevent this from happening. Yeah, just petrol for Jumbo Ice Cream.
Oh, the Jumbo Ice Cream. A massive hit there. I don't think Joao can hit 400 damage in a single turn. Not with only one Curse Blast.
Here we were saying Joao was mega favored in this matchup, but Mega Kangaskhan, Mega turns the favor onto Elmar's side instead, finds a way to deal with this brutal Mega Starmie archetype that can punch through the Crustle.
Yeah, we got another Mega Kangaskhan taken from the prize cards, of course. Rapid fire combo, no need to flip any coins for that one. 200 damage, Elmar has 2 prize cards remaining. Has the boss's orders in hand, we know that. Hilda finds an evolution Pokemon and an energy. I think Joao's thinking, what can I do? We can get to a Nebula Beam, sure, but with a colossal, a behemoth, 400 hit point Mega Kangaskhan EX, it might be too late. At the maximum, we can hit with a Curse Blast, 13 damage counters, plus 210. Under normal circumstances, that would be a KO, but that Hero's Cape pushes it outside of range.
The only way for Joao to stop himself guaranteed losing is to attach his Legacy Energy to the Meowth.
That would be clever. Could you at least force a coin flip on the Latias?
But even so, I mean, that just feels like a game-losing play anyway, right? It's not advancing you any further.
Because you're not attacking at that
point. No, exactly.
Either.
And Joao has 6 prize cards left to take, so instead he just has to play as if Elmar doesn't have boss. So yeah, I like this. Just bring it to the active. Jetting Headbutt is going to do, or rather Jet Headbutt, Jet Headbutt, right? Yeah, Jet Headbutt does.
Jetting Blow.
120 to the active, 50 to a bench Pokemon, but it doesn't matter. We know
Elmar has the boss's orders and navigates out of the tough matchup to secure himself a slot in the final with that Mega Kangaskhan rapid fire combo. Make some noise for Elmar, everybody!
Shaking his head in disbelief, and who can blame him? He knows, he cannot believe he got away with that one, but honestly, he should take every single bit of credit he deserves. He knew exactly the way to navigate that matchup considering the difficult circumstances, played it masterfully, just, let the rapid fire combo flow, and it paid off with a finals placement here in Prague.
Wow, everyone, it's hard to compose myself here. But here we go. Let's look at this replay as Elmar quickly realized, Crystal, we're not going to be using Superb Scissors much in this round. How about some rapid fire combo? As we do see, there was a 2-shot on the Starmie EX, and Elmar was just able to just try and set up as many Mega Kangaskhan as he could. This was where we saw the boss order to try and buy himself a turn, and he was just able to switch, plus getting that Mega Kangaskhan inactive and boss orders to pick up the last prize card he needed in game 1.
Yeah, but then going into game 2, we saw things play out a little bit more like we might expect. Slight missed opportunity here from Joao as he didn't realize he had game on board. Went for this Jetting Blow knockout, but didn't realize if he'd gone for both the Dusknoir, that would have been the game there, but managed to play through it still, while his Compassion came in to heal off that Mega Starmie, and then another Jetting Blow, combined with the follow-up, of course, with the double Dusknoir, enabling for a 6-prize turn to take 8 prizes total and take game 2.
Yeah, taking 8 prize cards there. You don't get any bonus for that, but it is stylish, using the double Curse Blast plus the Season Skill ability on Blood Moon to KO the last Mega Kangaskhan. And this was game 3. Actually Elmar led the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Not something you want to do, but Elmar, here we go. 1 heads. 2 heads.
And 3.
And the third for 350 damage. Mega Starmie escorted to the discard pile. The crowd loved it. Elmar loved it. The only person that didn't was Joao, I'm sure. And Elmar was able to just take this prize card here, go down to 2. Joao did everything he needed to. Legacy Energy plus Mega Starmie, but he wasn't to know that the last run errand from that Mega Kangaskhan found himself boss's orders, bring up the Meowth EX, and that was how Elmar was able to book himself a slot in the final.
Honestly, considering we know one of the 2 decks that Elmar will be facing against in the finals, is this Crustal's Regional? We don't want to write. You don't want to write the storybook just yet, but
don't want to write the story.
Especially because we all tried to do it there, and look how that ended.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's thinking, oh great, we saw the Crystal beat Tornado. It's going to be a reverse in this one, but Elmer said, nah, you see, it's not just Crystal. Those were the old Crystal decks where you just play a full 4/4 line. I've got myself the Mega Kangaskhan who comes in with that rapid fire combo, and when you flip enough heads, you can win games. And I'm not 100% sure how super relevant it was there in that game. Obviously, I think it won the game 3 right there and then, but you know, with all the healing and the 2 shots, I guess what we know is sort of what is compassion, so maybe, I don't know, stream highlight moment, no, twice in the same match.
3 flips, 3 words, 3 heads, rapid fire combo.
Yep. Yeah, rapid fire combo. Turns out when you can one-shot your opponent's Mega Pokemon in 1 hit, Mega Kangaskhan's rather good.
I mean, there might be some people... Actually, with the community prediction bracket, is Mega Kangaskhan still in contention? I can't remember if it got knocked out yet or not.
I can't remember. I know Mega Starmie was still in. I don't know about Mega Kangaskhan, rightfully or wrongfully so. I mean, it definitely should be. And it's just interesting because when you zoom out, right, and you think, okay, now with the knowledge that Elmer was going to start attacking with Mega Kangaskhan, right, you think you have to attach 3 energy slowly. Mega Starmie is attacking early enough. You would think that it's not a strategy that I would think would be able to pan out, but you know, when you've got Jumbo Ice Cream, when you've got Boss's Order to try and slow the game down, and when you flip 3 heads in a row twice, turns out you can do just that.
But this goes back to exactly what I was talking about in the beginning, right? Elmar was not playing to not lose. He was playing to win.
Yeah.
He knew that his win condition, he'd have to rely on getting lucky. He'd have to rely on getting enough ahead to some rapid fire combo. And when it did, he stole the game. Simple as that.
Tell you what, there's a phrase, if you haven't been to, you know, IRL events, if you just play online, you haven't been to events, there's a phrase that you might hear quite often in the community. It's called playing to your outs. And I think Elmer did exactly that. He identified Crystal. No. What I need to do is use Mega Kangaskhan, try and flip some heads, and hopefully good things will happen. Did that, it worked, and now he's in the final.
And with a very, very good chance of taking down this entire event. Who would have predicted that Crustle was in a very good shot of winning our first post-rotation regionals here in Europe?
Not me. None of us picked it, I can tell you that for free. So could this be Crustle's? It's interesting because as we sort of said before, at these post-rotation events, you know, when players get, you know, preoccupied with, you know, Dragapult or maybe, I don't know, Festival Lead or your Teal Mask Ogerpon decks, sometimes you forget about those disruption decks, and that Crystal can just come in and sweep some matches away. And it just turns out for the matches where Crystal can't sweep itself away, Mega Kangaskhan coming in the back can help you with just that.
Sometimes it feels like the best kind of control decks, and let's be honest, I think disruption and control aren't even the best way to describe it. This is a wall, right? This is wall stall,
yes.
And but it's attacking walls because the Crustle can do enough damage. And yeah, like you said, sometimes if your wall doesn't work, come in with the Mega Kangaskhan rapid fire combo, flip enough heads, and maybe that'll do the trick.
350 damage. It's an awful lot when you think about it. I think if you're how do you play against that? I think as soon as you see that come down in that game for you, thinking, I'm now immediately on the back foot.
Hold on a second. We didn't get a chance to interview him after his top 8 win against Todd, but we have him in the lounge now. Let's hear from Elmar.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Elmar, a fantastic victory. People did not give you much of a chance going into that matchup. What did you think going into that match against Starmie?
So I was told I'm up against Starmie Dusknoir, and I did not even know that's a deck. And I did not know anything to do. A friend told me that Xander took a game from him by attacking with Kangaskhan. And then I looked at his list, and Kangaskhan seemed like the best option. But I was like stunned. I did not know what to do initially.
Well, I mean, you played it beautifully, and it did seem like Kangaskhan was the option. Crustle's no good. Starmie can hit through. Tell me how hype you were when that third heads got rolled in game 3.
I honestly could not believe my eyes. You know, in game 2, I also hit 3 heads in a row. Sadly, I also missed some math and lost. But to hit 3 heads in a row, twice in the set, it's just absurd, and I could not even work for it. I did not understand what's going on.
I mean, it's lucky, but I've said a lot. Yes, luck is important, but you've got to put yourself in a position to take advantage of the luck. That is exactly what you did. Now, in the previous event in Seville, you had a pretty good finish. You played Dragapult, and yet here we are post-rotation. Dragapult is the best deck, but you've switched on to Crossle. Tell me why.
So, pre-rotation for Seville, the meta was quite widespread. And you had a lot of potential to outplay your opponent, to make comebacks, etc. Counter Catcher and Iono were nice cards in combination with Badu.
Yep.
So naturally, I also wanted to play Dragapult for this event, and I just played on the ladder, and every Dragapult mirror match just felt like gambling to me. I did not really feel any skill component, which of course is not true, but it definitely did feel like there was a lot less outplay potential than before rotation.
Fair.
So I still figured that most people will opt to play Dragapult, and I just looked for a deck that beats Dragapult and loses to as few decks as possible.
And then you end up with Crossle.
I went up with Crossle, exactly.
I mean, it sounds good to me. Well, it served you very nicely. You're heading on into the final. Good luck in the final. You've had a little bit so far. Little bit more. You could take down your first regional championship. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Now, things are going quite smoothly for Elmar. Things do not always go quite so smoothly. We had a little bit of an emergency earlier, but luckily, we found a hero. If only you guys knew how often Pikachu had saved the tournament. Nice to finally get to showcase the heroism on stream. We've got one player into the final of the Prague Regional Championships. That is Almar. Just had a lovely chat with him, but we need to figure out who he's playing. We have one more top four, and taking you through it will be myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, where's your hype level at right now?
Oh, it's through the roof right now, Ross. That was an insane top four match, to be honest with you. Elmar really bringing some spice and coming up with a great strategy. It sounds so bizarre that you go, attach, you'll go. Attach, I'm coming. Attach, start swinging. That's all I got. That is real old school Pokemon right there. And somehow that worked out. Just an attachment a turn, a big Kangaskhan, it got it done.
I mean, if you've played a lot of theme decks and Unlimited in Pokemon, you'll have flipped coins with Kangaskhan over the past few years in a variety of different guises, going way back to the early days of the game. And now Kangaskhan is out. I do have to correct say, unfortunately, Starmie is not still in the bracket. Unfortunately, Starmie left in the first round, but Frostlass is still in the bracket. So I'm just saying there's still an opportunity to get our stage one single energy, no ability Mega Rex into so that specific winners bracket.
It's the objective you've had this entire time, it sounds like, Ross. And yeah,
there's two of them.
Yeah, there are still in the equation, so there you go. And it means that we have even more amazing top four action to bring you. It's going to be Mateusz up against Neddy. It's going to be an archetype both players now have played on the stream, we've got to see both builds. The Dragapult EX variant is also including the Hero's Cape and the Dunsparce package, some additional draw power coming in there.
Okay.
And then we see Neddy's build of the Garchomp with Unfair Stamp rather than Neo Upper Energy. So both players opting for different A-specs and really pushing them far in the event.
We have seen Neddy on stream before with this Cynthia's Garchomp deck. We saw it take down a Starmie in the win and in earlier on today.
Yeah.
So we got Dragapult, and this is Dragapult's last stand. This is the last Dragapult remaining. It does feel like both of these decks might have answers, might have things built into their list against Crustle, but that is not to be worrying about now. That is to be worrying about for whoever makes it into the final, you know, against Elmar in the next round. For now, Cynthia's Garchomp, Dragapult. Any words of wisdom going into this game, Joe?
Well, there's going to be a lot of intricate math going on, as always, with Dragapult and Phantom Dive and whatnot, especially with Monkey Dory, definitely in that equation. But I do think that Neddy has access to that Spiritomb that can really capitalize on damage floating around on multiple Pokemon. So that use of Cynthia's Power Weight, trying to push your own Garchomp into that 400 hit point range. There's going to be a lot of dice on a lot of Pokemon in this set, I imagine. And Spiritomb really can cash in on that. So it's going to be how Mateusz can target down key Pokemon in this game.
Well, let's hope that the judges have enough dice down there at the table. Let's head on down to the table. Let's get ready for our second top four here in Prague. We have got Neddy against Mateusz, and we have got Dragapult against Garchomp. Cynthia's Garchomp specifically, and this is for a space in the final. Both players have made top four. They've got excellent prizing. They've had a frankly wonderful day, but it can still get 2 steps better.
And both players are now studying deck lists of the opponents. That's one of the advantages of getting into this asymmetrical top cut. From that stage in the tournament, you get a couple minutes to look through what your opponent has access to. A few cards that might be sticking out as we look at Neddy's accomplishments. The best one to date by far is this weekend, but has been knocking on the door for a number of tournaments. Some recent top 32s and a top 16 very recently this year in Birmingham.
And a top 16 in Lille to boot. 2 top 16s, 2 top 32s, and at least a top 4. Let's see how much further, if any, Neddy can go this weekend. Moving on to Mateusz here. We've got a world's top 8 in 2025, not too shabby. A Stuttgart Regional Champion in 2023. And then we've got a Gdansk top 8 and a world's top 64 to boot. Some absolute banner accomplishments there from Mateusz. But, you know, it's been 3 years since won a regional championship. Trying to update the resume a little bit here.
Yeah, certainly one of our top performers out in Europe, especially with that World Championships performance. I think that initial victory in the regional level, getting a win with Palkia Vikavolt, turned some heads, being like, wow, this is a really creative deck builder. But then seeing Mateusz get that top 8 at the World Championships with a Zoroark build that also had its own flair, its own interesting decisions within the list, that really puts you on the map as an incredible player. So seeing them again at this stage, still pushing for another victory in a regional championships, that puts you in a really elite club.
Absolutely. There are very few people who have made top 8 at a World Championships and won a regional championships to boot. Being able to boast both of those accomplishments, like you say, does put you in the upper echelon of players. So we've both had a, well, I say we both, they both have had a chance to look at each other's deck list, and they've shuffled up, so now it is draw your opening hand, try and find a basic. We have a mulligan from Neddy to start off with. Of course, you have to have a basic Pokemon to begin the game. If you don't, it's called a mulligan. You redraw your opening hand of 7, and your opponent can, if they wish, draw 1 extra card, almost as kind of like a, sorry I made you wait.
Yeah, always a nice bonus to gain those additional cards for better opening turns. One element about the deck building process from Mateusz going in with this Dragapult build, one thing you would commonly expect, the use of Meowth EX and the use of Pheasantipity EX, but the only multi-prize EX Pokemon in the build are the Dragapults and the Dunsparce EX, which probably won't be coming out in this matchup unless there's a really weird board position. And that means that there's not going to be the easy pick-off prizes that a Garchomp player usually tries to prey on using that single energy attack cost. So that could be another thing for Neddy to be aware of. Keep on top of those attachments.
As we have a look at the prizes here, we do see the Heroes Cake for Mateusz there. That is something you're going to want to give a little bit of extra bulk. You can only play one SPEC. It's in the prizes. That is something we do need to watch, along with 2 Cynthia's Power Weight for Nettie. But there's your fist bump, and we're rolling with the second top 4 game here. Mateusz and Nettie, Dragapult and Garchomp. And we start with Nettie with a turn 1 Buddy Puffin.
This is an excellent opener for Nettie, who will be trying to slow evolve up into his stage 2 evolution line. The good news is, as soon as you find your stage 1 Cynthia's Gabite, you can take advantage of the Champion's Call ability, where once during a turn you can search your deck for a Cynthia's Pokemon, reveal it and put it into your hand. And that's not just a once per turn effect, Ross, so you can spam this ability to essentially evolve up all of your Pokemon in one turn. And as you can see, there are also some Cynthia's Roselia in the deck, because you are going to rely on the Cheer On to Glory ability from Cynthia's Roserade to allow us to push the damage output of this Garchomp, ideally to be able to reach Dragapults.
And it is a full-on Garchomp deck. We got Cynthia's Power Weight. You can see 2 of them in the prizes. Give 70 HP extra to a Cynthia's Pokemon. You've got your Cynthia's Roserade, which gives an extra 30 damage for each attack to a Cynthia's Garchomp, or any Cynthia's Pokemon, but mostly Garchomp. But watch out for that 1 Spiritomb. It does 10 damage for each damage counter on all of your bent Cynthia's Pokemon. Let's put it another way, add up all the damage on your bent Cynthia's Pokemon. It does that for a single energy on a basic. Look out for that as a tech as we go through the game.
Ultimately, it's an amazing lead here with the Fighting Gong, in addition to a Pokepad. Nettie has access to a ton of these turn 1 item cards, and because he's staring down a Budu, wants to proactively play as many of these as possible. So much so that it's actually finding that 3rd Roselia quickly here. Isn't really expecting too much early game pressure from Mateusz. Again, has had the ability to look through their opponent's deck, so doesn't have to fear any rare candy, so can slowly build up these Pokemon. Actually thinking twice about that Roselia choice, just quickly, rather than anything else. It is going to be a Gibble in this case. Well, still want to evolve these up as quickly as you can.
Absolutely. Traditionally, it's been 3 Gibble, 3 Roselia. The only other basic in the deck, of course, being Spiritomb, which you do not want to be bringing out early. Worth noting, there is 1 Gabite prized, so you wouldn't necessarily want to get all 3 Gibble out, because you go 4 Gibble out, because you couldn't evolve them all. Anyway, over to Mateusz then, and we've got a Brock Scouting as your supporter for the first term. Lets you get 2 basics or 1 evolution. Looks like we're heading for a couple of basics. Dreepy seems to be one of them, and it might be Monkey Dory, but we're having a little bit of a think.
Yeah, it depends if there's any additional Buddy Puffin in this hand, but Brock Scouting, one of these like fairly honest, happy to have supporter cards to really fill out your curve of supporter effects. You can choose to either grab 1 evolution Pokemon or 2 basic Pokemon. So in these opening turns, it just improves those hands, make sure you can get into games, because essentially if you don't have Lily's Determination, you're feeling pretty sad about your situation. But having this Brock Scouting at least gives you some sort of fallback. And once again, we have to stress, when you're looking at Mateusz's hand, if you're looking at Ultra Ball and thinking, where's that Meowth to last ditch into some supporter cards, that's not within his deck list. It's a very untraditional build of Dragapult. Mateusz has already had an interview early on in the day about why he likes to build the list in this way, but it means that we really are reliant on these extra supporter cards to help us out.
Things are a little bit different here. Now, this Dragapult deck, if you are unfamiliar, you've got Phantom Dive for 2 energy. You do 200 to the active and drop 6 damage counters on the bench. You use this to build up multiple KOs at the same time. This is an unusual list. We've got the Dunsparce that draws 3 cards and then goes back into your deck to, give you essentially a way to keep drawing those 3. And then you've also got the Dunsparce EX, which is probably not going to see in this matchup.
I really like this choice from Mateusz. It was a Brock Scouting choice of the Monkey Dory, and saying that item lock isn't all that useful. You've just seen your opponent use a ton of item cards and chose not to Pokepad for a Gabite. So Mateusz knew there was already access to Gabite in hand for Nettie, so rather than going for an item lock with Itchy Pollen and giving up an easy prize card with Dragon Slice, instead let's go into the higher hit point Monkey Dory that even has resistance to fighting. So Mateusz already trying to stop that flow from Nettie from those easy prize cards. So often you would see an early Itchy Pollen in this spot, but immediately the recognition of the easy prizes Nettie wants to take, Mateusz has made a great choice.
And there's no Monkey Dory or anything that hits the bench here in this Cynthia deck, so Badu chilling on the bench should be quite safe. We see the cascade now of Gabite. The first Gabite gets a second Gabite, the second Gabite gets a third Gabite, the third Gabite gets the first Roselia, who unfortunately doesn't have that same ability, although actually, I thought it was going to get the first Roserade. It's actually getting the third Roselia. No, it's not. We already had that. It is getting the first Roserade. So we're in a decent position here for Netty, just going and getting all of those Pokemon you're used to, and energy onto the bench. And then we see a boss's orders onto the Dreepy with energy. It's not the only Dreepy, Joe, but it is the only energy.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. And going down to a 0-card hand would feel really terrifying, not for the fact that Netty can search out a Garchomp, which can draw you up until you have 6 cards in hand with a corkscrew dive attack. So normally this would feel like an all-in play, but in this instance, Netty has a really good response, taking out the only energy and one of the only 2 Dreepy in play. Mateusz tried to make it difficult, but Netty had the answer.
And that is very good for Netty, certainly taking the advantage here at the beginning. Badoo comes into the active, mostly because it's got free retreat, so it can pivot out again nice and easily. We evolve up into Dracloak. Recon Directive looks at the top 2 cards. One goes into your hand, one goes to the bottom of your deck. There will be no Dragapult here, and you kind of want to be looking for a Dreepy here because there's a full 4 copies of Boss's Orders in Netty's deck. You don't want to lose your only Dracloak, but here is the Pokepad for a Dreepy.
And now we see a Boss's Orders on Mateusz's side, and it will be combined with an Itchy Pollen in this instance. Mateusz thinking this is the safest way to get around that potential Boss's Orders play, Ross, because he knows that Netty is stuck on a really low hand size right now, and this is the way to try and disrupt the corkscrew dive attack.
Oh, did miss out on that energy, though. No energy attached last turn. So essentially, there's just no energy on the board. Mateusz is absolutely devoid of energy right now. Not where you want to be. Now, the good news is we can still use that Gabite and use that Champion's Call to go and search 3 times for free Cynthia's Pokemon. So we have all 3 Roserade here, and we can go up to a Garchomp on the bench as well. That's quite nice. But can we get Roserade out the active? Do we have an energy to attach? They're my questions right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is there. Just the 1 prize card and the 1 top deck. Of course, under item lock, so no action is going to have to pass over to Mateusz, who has finally found some breathing room and will now launch Lily's Determination to start this turn off. That's before using any Recon Directive, so a real breath of relief there for Mateusz, who has done a really good job of trying to limit the pressure from Netty. Finally, it started to work out for him.
You didn't give up the Badoo because you put it against a Pokemon that couldn't KO it. You got a fresh hand of 8 from the from the Lily's Determination. You've got your Recon Directive and potentially a second one if you can find another Dragapult. And frankly, Mateusz in a much better position here, buying some time. Once those Dragapult got up and rolling, things get a lot better for Mateusz and a lot worse for Netty.
And does find a Buddy Poffin as well, so can start to filter out the deck even more. There is, I still believe, 1 Dreepy in the deck, as well as these Dunsparce that can always be thrown in and out of the deck for additional draw. It's a great way to safeguard yourself around Unfair Stamp, which is the A-spec of choice for Netty. So that's something that also Mateusz is going to be thinking about here. The Dreepy is actually in hand right now.
So fun when your opponent puts you down to a 2-card hand and you're like, oh wait, I've got an Dunsparce. Guess that's now a 5-card hand, but actually I drew the turn as a 6-card hand. It's a lot better than it was. Only 1 card drawn off the Buddy Poffin, saving that bench space for the Dreepy. And then it does look like we are going to see a Recon Directive. What are the choices, Pokepad or Darkness Energy?
Well, as we know, we love to evolve up into as many Dracloak as possible, but in this case we are going to keep hold of the Darkness Energy in hand. That's the only energy in hand right now, incidentally, so it means that we already had access to an additional Dracloak. And we'd prefer to be finding Psychic and Fire Energy in this position, but if you fail to find that from this next Recon Directive, you can still weave in the Monkey Dory attachment. It will be really relevant as the game progresses.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it there. It's not perfect, but it is better than not having an energy attachment. Now, that's a Dragapult. What was the other card there?
I think it was Boss's Orders.
It's not ones you want right this second, but it'll be useful for the future. I think Dragapult was taken there.
It was the boss, actually. But
it was a boss. My apologies. Dreepy comes down. You're right. There's no Dragapult available right now then, but there is a Dunsparce to draw next turn as an Itchy Pollen comes down.
And, ooh, a top deck of the Fighting Energy means we can retreat this Roselia. Couple item cards means that Netty will just use some Champion's Call here, continue to evolve up into some Garchomp. I'd love to protect this energy on the bench, rather than have it as an easy Boss's Orders target for a Phantom Dive KO. You really need to keep on top of your energy attachments because you do discard your energy with Draconic Buster. So really decent choice here from Netty to evolve up into another Garchomp. And we will just be taking out the active position Pokemon here, but then we'll be drawing up to 6 cards as well. So you finally got yourself out of this awkward opener.
Yeah, got around that awkward boss's orders. Now, Mateus did take the boss's orders off the last the recon directive, but of course when your opponent's got a 6-card hand, we don't expect it to be as effective. Also worth noting that Gabite on the bench was not evolved, even though it could have been, but it gives you options for searching something like Spiritomb later on. So 1 prize taken for Netty, puts up to 2 in total, and then we are back over to Mateus with a Dunsparce in the active. Can we start piecing together an attack?
Well, we know he's got a lot of draw power to help him get there. There's already the Crispin in hand, but you would naturally have to find a Ball Search card for a Dragapult EX here. There's already the Dunsparce in the hand as well, so a couple Recon Directive, and then the choice of the runaway draw. That's the sequencing that Mateus is now having to think about, but it will begin with Dracloak here.
Pokerpad and a Dunsparce. I think there's already a Dunsparce in hand, but we grab another one here. We Recon Directive. We've got a Crispin and a Lily's Determination.
Not ideal.
No.
Now you may be in this strange position where you run away and then hope that from your 3 cards you actually see what you're finally looking for.
Well, it looks like that's what we might be doing here. We could Lily first if we wanted to.
Yeah, but we want to play the Crispin.
We
want to be Phantom Diving.
Yeah, we do.
Headbutting is far weaker. So Mateus is going to go for it. He's going to see 3 additional cards. He does get to see the cards before choosing what to promote. Buddy pop in 2 of them and a Fire Energy.
Not great.
So there's going to be no real pressure from a Phantom Dive. But even then, you've just grown a massive hand size. You don't really want to Lily your hand back into the deck. So is perhaps attaching to a Bench Dracloak still your better option here? You can popping out those Dunsparce once again.
With a Dunsparce in hand, ready to draw again next turn if you wish.
And are we just going to Crispin and spread our energy onto multiple Cloak here, perhaps?
I think so.
Yeah, just so that if there is an eventual boss's orders coming out next turn, you still at least have access to a Phantom Dive. It's going to be a Psychic and a Darkness Energy coming out of the deck here. You can hold on to that Darkness Energy.
It's not ideal, but I think it might be the best that you can do right now. Get some energy on the board, get ready for next turn. Look, you used 2 Recon Directive, you used a Dunsparce to draw 3 cards. You did what you could while protecting the chance to play Crispin, and you didn't get what you wanted. You didn't end up with an attack. So you attach the energy, do what you can, and then you basically cross your fingers and hope that next turn is a bit better. Yeah, you keep the Darkness Energy, attach the Fire to a Dracloak, bench a Dunsparce for more potential draw next turn. You are giving up a prize to do this. Netty's going to be down to 3 remaining, but then in theory, next turn starts going better.
That previous turn, Recon Directive choice of taking the boss's orders over the Dragapult now looking pretty awkward as those 7-card draws got us nowhere closer to a Dragapult EX, so it's had to be a slower approach from Mateus. And now we're starting to see the Cynthia's Power Weight come out onto these Roserade. These are the Pokemon you have to protect as best you can, because that's how your Garchomp can be so devastating for crucial knockouts. A second energy will now be committed to the active position, and it's actually the Rocky Fighting Energy there, and it's going to be a Corkscrew Dive once again. No, we're just thinking about that. First, it's going to be a quick Champion's Call.
And it doesn't take very much. If you use a second attack, that Draconic Buster, if you've got 2 Roserade, you're already at 320 and getting a KO. So I agree. Protect the Roserade. We KO the Dreepy here. 3 prizes remaining for Netty. And Mateus here really on the back foot. Just double checking what Cynthia's Power Weight does. 70 HP to a Cynthia's Pokemon. And then it looks like we're going to have a look through the discard before we promote our new active Pokemon. You've got to get a Phantom Dive here. Surely, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, we've set ourselves up pretty nicely for it with energy scattered around the board. Once again, that Hero's Cape would have been one of Mateus's best ways to defend himself from a Garchomp, simply announcing multiple Draconic Busters, because Netty only has to go through 1 Dragapult at this stage. He takes out one of those, then finds an easy Boss's Orders option on the bench. And there's no way for Mateus to prevent that with the Monkey Dory. That's the Pokemon that could always stick around. Even if we saw double Runaway and then double evolution into 2 EX Pokemon, that Monkey Dory would still be stuck there. So without that A-Spec, of course, in the prize cards, means there's going to be no way to protect yourself against such a dominant board position on the other side of the field.
And you want that Hero's Cape right now because, well, Garchomp's actually hitting 350 as it stands.
With just the 350.
Yeah, with nothing else if you don't play any Premium Power Pro. So it's going to be difficult, frankly.
Yep. It's going to be Mateusz having a look through. Are there any options here? One thing to bear in mind, he does play that Ace of Roller's Mischief. So even though he starts to go down a huge number of prize cards, he may be having that in the back of his mind, saying that maybe I can try and force my opponent into multiple boss's orders or effects over multiple turns. That might be one of the only things that's still playing on his mind, staying in this game, because he plays no hand disruption whatsoever. So Neddy gets to sit on these large hand sizes every time he uses a corkscrew dive.
Does indeed. Ace Roller's Mischief can only be played if your opponent's got 2 or fewer prize cards remaining, but you get to make one of your Pokemon immune to damage and effects of attacks from Pokemon EX for the turn, or for your opponent's next turn. So you basically get to go, I'm going to play an Ace Roller. Hey, look, now this is invincible. So here comes the Dunsparce onto the Dunsparce. That's going to draw 3 cards in a minute.
We are Ultra Ball first.
Presumably for a Dragapult, one would think.
Yep, we finally found one.
Yay!
We love to see that. And that's before using some Runaway. So Mateusz is definitely looking for other cards right now.
I mean, the Hero's Cape, I know it's not there. I know it's in the prizes. I understand this. I accept this, Joe. But that is a card you want right now. You want to be able to tank a hit. And it's not looking like it's going to be easy or even maybe possible to do. Now, we do have a second Dragapult if you wanted to evolve up here.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you could set yourself up for an Ace Roller. If you run away with both Dunsparce and that Monkey Dory that would otherwise be vulnerable, you can then say, if you knock this out, you're not able to damage it. Or like the Ace Roller would then be the target for this, and just hope that Neddy doesn't have enough attachments to chain Draconic Busters. But even then, it's looking really difficult from this position as the Crispin comes down as a supporter for the turn. There's the Psych Energy committed to the active.
And that's it. No energy to search out.
Unfortunately, when you only have one energy in the deck as a live target, then Crispin basically becomes an energy search on a supporter card. Not exactly what you're looking for.
No, you do get to attach from hand as well if you have one in hand, but if you don't, then yeah, it's literally just an energy search. We do see Risky Ruins come down here from Dragapult, but it is just going to be 200 to the active and then 6 damage counters to the bench. Garchomp does feel like it might be a little bit too little, a little bit too late.
Yeah.
But let's see what we can do with Neddy. We're looking for this Draconic Buster, which is actually already sitting there ready to go. I would want to retreat into the fresh one, though, and pull it off with that instead.
Well, would you? Because if you stay in the active and just remove the energy off your active Pokemon, then the one on the bench will be very safe. It has enough hit points where it can't be picked off from the bench.
And then the one on the active.
Yeah, it's an unintuitive way to protect your energy. Normally, you're in certainly the right position, but...
I concede the point. I think you're absolutely correct.
So Neddy just thinking they're so close to closing out this game number 1. Their board position is stellar.
Now we got a second Garchomp with 2 energy on, so now that's 2 Draconic Buster, 2 turns in a row. That should be all the energy needed to go and finish out the game here.
Yep, here we go, one more Champion's Call.
Oh, and that is going to be it. Mateusz puts his fist forward. We see it, a nice friendly fist bump. Neddy takes game number 1. That Garchomp army is too much to break through, and that is one game won. 1 game away from the pleasure of placing against Crossell in the final.
That would be a pleasure. I think Neddy does have some decent answers in his deck. As we've seen, the Gibble and Gabite can put a shift in that matchup, but he's got to get there first. And this game 1 was a really great display of how to utilize your evolving Pokemon. They're not just engine pieces in this deck. That proactive boss's orders, the Dragon Slice powered up by that benched Roserade was so impactful here to begin taking those prize cards. And Mateusz, he made a good try with the boss's orders, bought himself a turn with Itchy Pollen, but it was a really timely top deck of energy for the turn for Neddy. He really doesn't play that many energy either. He only plays 9 energy in his list. The only other live top decks there were Lilies or the Larry Skill at that stage. So it was quite fortuitous to find that in a timely fashion. And then it once again allowed him to pick off some crucial bench Pokemon and really get ahead in the prize race.
And that was key. It wasn't just that he was stringing together those attacks. It was that he took out those key bench Pokemon at the key times and then was able to get that big one-hit KO on Dragapult. And from there, that is all that was needed. So it looks like Mateusz is going to be going first in game 2 here.
Yeah.
Neddy is up by 1 game to 0. So we shuffle up. And then we wait to see if game 2 is going to go the same way. That certainly was... That was pretty straightforward for Garchomp in that first game.
And unfortunately, it's partly because of that A-Spec, that Hero Escape being unavailable for Mateusz, which would be your best way to just protect one Dragapult for a turn. If you can do that and chain multiple Phantom Dive, that's when it really starts to get dangerous. But when you're only able to weave one in and then you know that you're just a boss's orders away from losing the game, there's not much you can do, especially because you haven't been able to deny any of those Roserade. If you can deny multiple of those, you at least force your opponent to find some combos.
You absolutely do. Now, we did have a mulligan from Mateusz this time. So it looks like Netty is finally, we've seen Netty mulligan a bunch on stream. Looks like Mateusz finally going to get, Netty's finally going to get the extra card from Mateusz. So we are just going to shuffle up, see if we can get a basic Pokemon this turn.
Yeah, a lot of the time, the Garchomp deck is far stronger going first, just because it likes to get those Dragon Slices in that little bit quickly, and you need the Roserade to buff the damage output as well, so you really need to get the Champion's Call rolling quickly. It should be much more routine now for Mateusz to be the one more proactively evolving up, should be submitting less prize cards in the opening, giving him that opportunity to Phantom Dive that little bit more as well. So you have to say that already getting into the second game, he should have a better time of things, provided he has a decent start. Speaking of which, not ideal. A couple of those Drakcloak and a couple of Lily's Determination, that might slow down his opener, but let's see how this hand is treating Mateusz. At least one Dreepy, double Dreepy in the hand, an energy attachment, and Mateusz is now going to be speeding up his pace of play to give himself plenty of opportunity in this top four.
Wow, we are rolling here in game 2 of top 4. Mateusz, like you say, has those 2 Dreepy and an energy. We pass over to Netty, gets a Gibble down, a Gibble in the active, and a Pokepad comes out to try and search out one of those non-rule box Pokemon. Basics here, and then hopefully next turn we can get that Champion's Call to get all of those lovely stage 1s and then get set up and chaining those attacks just like we did in the first game.
Yep, also gets to look through the deck for those prize cards, and as you're seeing right now, nothing too detrimental. There's 4 copies of Boss's Orders in the deck. There's also the 4 copies of Gibble and 4 copies of Roselia as well, so really thick on those early basics, trying to get those out as quickly as possible in a really great number. But this will be quite telling for Netty. It's going to be a Roselia, so that might indicate that either we're going to be using a Lily's Determination this turn, or we're holding on to another means of getting a Gabite on turn 2. That really is how this whole deck functions.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot search for Roselia turn 1 at the expense of getting a Gabite on turn 2. That is just not going to work. We get Cynthia's power banned. Wait, there we go. Cynthia's power weights down onto the Roselia, and then we do get that Lily's Determination. It's going to get a new hand of 8 cards because Netty is yet to take a prize, and hopefully there's going to be something in there that can go and get a Gabite for next turn.
Yeah, I think was holding on to a Gabite, but wants to get the attachments. Once again, one of the reasons why Netty felt so ahead in that game was that not only he was taking those early prize cards, but he felt confident potentially sacrificing his Gabites with energy because he had more stashed around the board, and it allowed him to threaten the chain of Draconic Busters at the perfect time. So that's one thing that Garchomp can sometimes stutter on. If you don't find those Fighting Gong, if you don't find those physical copies, you really can fall short and be locked into just corkscrew diving for a little bit longer. So that's what he's hoping to find from this 8-card hand.
We need an energy attachment, and we wouldn't mind a couple more basics and a way to a Gabite for next turn. So, what have we got?
Well, more power weights, but no. Yeah, well, there is the Fighting Gong, I think, in addition to a Buddy Buddy Poffin. So
that'll do.
That works out really nicely. Means you can get that 3rd Gibble established in addition to an extra Roselia.
And that means we're going to have essentially all the basics we need. We wouldn't mind a 3rd Roselia, but it is really not the end of the world. We've already got a Gabite just in hand. I think he might have given away that he's got the Gabite in hand.
I mean, playing the Pokepad does the same thing here anyway.
I mean, it really does, yes. Because if you play the Pokepad and don't go and search the Gabite, the only reason for doing that would be because there's one already in hand.
Yeah, and there's the Gong as well, so we can even end this turn. Oh, double Fighting Gong, playing around the potential for Itchy Pollen, whilst thinning the deck of some energy.
There is absolutely no way you play all of those cards if you don't have a Gabite in hand without searching out the Gabite. The good news is that Mateusz isn't playing any hand disruption other than Unfair Stamp, and then he hasn't taken a prize. So there's absolutely no way for this to be punished. Your opponent knows what you've got in hand. They just can't do anything about it. Over to Mateusz then. And, well, let's try and get rolling here. Let's see if we can start getting a lot more basics and start getting some evolutions rolling. Energy also going to be important because that didn't go great
back in game 1.
Yeah, the 2-prize Drakloak would be devastating in other builds of Dragapult, but the fact that there's also the backup draw engine for Mateusz really calls back to his deck building decision to have that little bit of extra draw from a different evolution line. That might be really saving him. Otherwise, I'd feel really worried about those prize cards heading into this game number 2. But as it stands, we can at least begin to use Recon Directive and really lean into that second part of the deck list that Mateusz has built towards.
Absolutely. No rare candy, no Dragapult coming out this turn, but you can still afford to evolve one up manually, lose a Recon Directive, and just lean on the Dunsparce. He's a good boy. He'll go and get all of your cards.
It certainly can help out. He's been a core engine to other archetypes. It's quite rare that you see it in the Dragapult build. There's been so much discussion around Dusknoir, Blaziken, playing Dragapult on its own.
Yep.
The Dunsparce has been like really the afterthought, but it's made its way to top 4, the last Dragapult player standing. There were 5 Dragapult builds in our asymmetrical top cut. All of them have fallen to various builds, as it is a Brock scouting on turn number 2 here to grab a second Drakloak for Mateusz, which is a real relief, because once again, he has to give Neddy credit for the option of using Boss's Orders on turn 2 to knock one of these out.
And you need one of them with no rare candy. You need a Drakloak starting your turn if you're going to end your turn with a Dragapult on the board. Now, what we also need, what would be lovely, get energy. I don't think we can get an energy now. We've used all of our draw and there's no energy in hand. Like, I know he's not getting an energy, but I want an energy here. Because now you can still go after the Dragapult, sorry, the Drakloak, and then you're forcing your opponent to have a Crispin to launch an attack.
Mm-hmm. But the hand really isn't great. We're holding on to a poker pad from that final Recon Directive. And normally you'd look at that Ultra Ball and think, oh, Meowth EX, this can save our situation for next turn. But no, we're going to have to be reliant on the Dunsparce next turn, as well as Recon Directive. So there's not much going on right now, but at least Mateusz gives himself a few additional draws in the future. And even establishing a Dreepy here, even though there aren't any more Drakloak in the deck, I think this is a really good hedge for if Neddy finds that Boss's Orders play, which you're so afraid of.
And the good news is it is extremely difficult for this Gabite to go and KO the Monkey Dory. It is possible, but it's essentially only doing 10 damage. So you need 3 Roserade, and then you would also need a Premium Power Pro,
right?
Which there's only 2 in the deck. If you pull all that off, you do get the KO.
Well, here we go. Lots of champion calls already. There are the 3 Roserade.
Well, the Roserade were given because the champion's call. That I'm fine with, especially because there was 1 in hand to start the turn. You also need a Premium Power Pro. I always say this. I would like to get this KO, really force the issue, make Mateusz have to bring something else active and start next turn.
Ross,
don't give them that wall.
I think his last card in hand is the Premium Power Pro here.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm pretty sure it is.
But it's like we said last game. You can guarantee the Garchomp with Champion's Call.
Yeah.
And when Garchomp attacks, you draw till you got 6 cards in hand. It is a Premium Power Pro. He did it. Did it. Did it. And that means you get the KO onto that Monkey Dory. And we start the prize race with Neddy.
Well, Mateusz can at least be happy that a Drakloak wasn't knocked out, but it is still awkward that once again you're leaking those prize cards early on. Neddy was also able to stash an energy on his benched Gabite and has an easy means of getting Garchomp on the next turn. But the good news is that energy wasn't taken out of play, so Mateusz can start getting into that Phantom Dive territory now.
Well, we've got a Recon Directive to start off. And I did not see what that was. I apologize.
So we're happy with that.
Okay, then we get a second Recon Directive. Yeah, it was a Fire Energy, of course. That was the energy you need in order to launch an attack if you get a Dragapult. So we don't actually have the Dragapult yet. It's a boss and...
I think it's Risky Ruins. We do have Ultra Ball in the hand, though.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So we will get the Dragapult then.
I think the awkward situation is what do you want to discard? Because you'd quite like to play the Crispin this turn if you can. You don't really want to get rid of too many Boss's Orders, so maybe this Risky Ruins is a take just to be fodder for this Ultra Ball.
It would not surprise me at this stage. You need to attach Fire Energy. You need to Ultra Ball for the Dragapult. If the Monkey Dory hadn't been KO'd, there is an argument to just take a turn and let the Monkey Dory get 2-hit KO'd. Not an option here. So here comes Crispin. You're going to get 1 energy attached, 1 energy in the hand.
Yeah, there's already the Fire Energy in hand, so stashing the Darkness Energy, also a reasonable choice. But if you assume there's a Draconic Buster coming next turn, you may still want to think about getting that backup Psychic Energy. But what he can do here is hold the Darkness Energy in hand and commit the Fire Energy to the bench Drakloak here. That's probably what you have to do.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly what we get to see here. And then the Ultra Ball will get rid of the Darkness Energy and the Risky Ruins. Once again, Recon Directive just going to be the fodder in this case. And we're going to do an easy knockout into the active and start setting up the only Roserade that does not have a Cynthia's Power Weight, the most in-range Pokemon to deal with. And Neddy now, he's in this strange position where he basically has to corkscrew dive, right? He has to Champions Call out a Garchomp, and he needs a hand to work with. And Mateusz knew this. He knew that he was pretty safe from a Draconic Buster, so he can lean into this one Dragapult for at least a turn.
Absolutely, he can. Worth noting, Roserade has 130 HP, so we will need a Monkey Dory shenanigan in order to go and get a KO on that Roserade in 2 turns.
One shenanigan, please.
Just one shenanigan, that's all we need. That'll do.
And I think we're just debating the second Champion's Call. Is there anything else we want to pull out of the deck, or would we prefer random cards coming into the hand from a Corkscrew Dive attack? I think in this case, Neddy's looking for other options.
Agreed, and once again, that Gabite just sitting there, not evolving up, giving yourself that option to either go and grab a Garchomp, or actually the Garchomp already in hand, or potentially get that Spiritomb at the perfect time.
We will be swinging for 190 damage with our Corkscrew Dive. Sorry,
150 is what they've put on.
150 damage. Should be a little more, right?
Should be 190.
Yeah, 30 more damage from each Roserade?
Yeah, Roserade is plus 30, so it's 100 plus 3 times 30 is 190.
Yeah, and there's no resistance on the Dragapult. We'll try and get that damage fixed for us here. But here we are. There's the first Recon Directive for Mateusz. And there's going to be a second Recon Directive now. A big relief now that we've worked our way towards the Dunsparce as another option in this hand. But there's already the Lily's Determination, and we're getting the math fixed there for you folks.
There we go. It is 190. We weren't lying to you, and it's now nice and corrected. So Recon Directive being played out by Mateusz here. Going getting some extra cards. We're now drawing extra cards with the Dunsparce. Draws free and then goes back to the deck with that runaway draw ability. Oh, we even get a Dunsparce.
Yeah, not so fast. It's straight back out into the action. No rest for the Dunsparce and Dunsparce, unfortunately. That's so often the case that you use this card and then re-establish it for the next turn as well. It's a strange mix and mash of having to search it out every single time, but it's so useful ultimately when one crucial turn of Unfair Stamp is so important to play around.
And drawing 4 cards a turn before your supporter is a lot better than drawing 1 card per turn before your supporter. A second Dunsparce comes down to establish even more potential draw for Mateusz here. And it looks like we've got a boss's orders coming down. Now that's going to be onto the Roserade with a Cynthia's Power Weight. Of course, got 200 HP. So that is the perfect amount of HP to be KO'd by Phantom Dive. And then 6 damage counters on the bench. No Monkey Dory shenanigans. So it's not KO'd yet, but it is mighty close.
Yeah, I really like this choice, even though there seems to be a really promising Gabite knockout in the back there that you could have easily gusted up. I think going after the Roserade so that your second Dragapult can just withstand so many hits is going to be the better option for you. Because Neddy now is in this strange position where he has the KO with Corkscrew Dive. He can commit to a Garchomp and try and find an energy next turn. It really depends on how this Corkscrew Dive has played out for him. Does have energy in the hand at the very least, so can work on that second Garchomp now. That is only dealing 160 this turn with Corkscrew Dive. That will be enough to get the knockout.
It will. Yeah, 160 plus 190 is 350.
Yeah, so KOing this one's not the problem. It really is about the hero's caped backup Dragapult that is waiting in the wings at some point, as long as Mateusz can work towards his A-Spec.
That is going to be a bit more of a problem. Now, we do see... We did have a quick look. He was eyeing up that Spiritomb. Now, Spiritomb would get the KO here. It would do 120 plus 30 from each of the Roserade.
Yeah.
So it would actually do enough. It would do what? It would be 120 was 180, so that would be easily enough. And Rocky Energy might not get the effect, but it still counts as an energy on Spiritomb. Champion's Call coming down for a Gab, just deck fitting a Gabite.
Yeah, deck fitting at this stage. I do like weaving in the Spiritomb because it's going to force Mateusz to get into more gusting positions. I feel like, I mean, you easily have the KO on Roserade, but then you're still going to have to get through Garchomp. So Neddy finding an opportunity to use the single prize Pokemon. Is also going to use a Pokegear here. Maybe even trying to put Mateusz into a spot where Neddy can utilize his A-Spec, the Unfair Stamp.
And this is going to be the Team Rocket's Petrol found from the Poker Gear. So that would open up Stamp for him.
And it would. Now the Petrol comes down. Is it going to be Stamp for which we are searching? It is. I kind of like this, KOing the only Dragapult on the field with a small Spiritomb while also putting your opponent down to a 2-card hand. We have 2 Recon Directive, but there's no Dunsparce established, just Dunsparce. So...
And that's a rare opportunity. You have to capitalize on that while you can. There's been a number of Poker Pad already played. So try and catch your opponent in that few opportunities where there are no runaways available. Trying to make the most of this one disruption option. The format really has shifted from, back and forth from both players with multiple copies. Now it's just one turn of disruption, and Neddy has opted for this turn to be that turn.
And that Spiritomb, if it doesn't get KO'd next turn, will just be sitting there. Now, it would only take 1 energy, but still, if it could survive, it'd be hitting 180 and taking more prizes. Here is a Poker Pad coming down. There's nothing in the deck, just having a quick look, finning a card from his hand.
So actually, what Neddy might be doing is still launching an attack with this Garchomp, and just saying that because I've used Unfair Stamp, it's difficult to find the backup Dragapult, the backup Energy, and have it alongside a boss's orders. If you punch this Garchomp, that's when Spiritomb can be devastating.
Okay, let's see if that is where we go here, because I think you might be right. So, we've hit the Roselia. Again, we're just really finning at this point. Finning is winning, so I've heard.
Certainly helps. And we certainly are able to get the knockout with this Garchomp, but no, we're still going to go in with our Spiritomb.
I don't mind this. I think both are valid options. We've laid out both. I kind of like just making your opponent have to go through all the effort of getting a return KO, but this can be return KO'd by the Dragon's Headbutt from the Dracloak in a way, of course, that Garchomp could not be. And then if Garchomp got hit, that would actually make Spiritomb hit harder in the future.
What a hand. We've just got Fire Energy, Night Stretcher, Boss's Orders already. That's before Recon Directive. We have that guaranteed Dragapult attack, and we can take any target we want here.
That's not too shabby.
It's before we see these additional cards. 2 more from Recon Directive.
And you're, of course, going to KO that Cynthia's Roserade on the bench, which is going to really nullify future Spiritomb damage.
The question is, are you holding on to the boss's orders this turn, happy enough to go down to just 2 prize cards? Then saying that a couple of Phantom Dive can finish off this Garchomp, even if there's a Cynthia's Power Weight. Jumping up to 400 hit points, you can still 2-hit KO that Pokemon.
Well, there's an argument here. If you can go after the Gabite, that could then give you 4 single prize Pokemon, so you don't actually then have to worry.
That's also true.
Like, you can KO the Gabite, KO the Roserade, put like a bit of damage on the, and then next turn it's just you win the game with a Phantom Dive and just ignore the Garchomp entirely. That's what I would want to do here.
Yep, let's see. The action is available for Matesh. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's holding on to the boss's orders.
You don't need the boss. You put 1 on the Cynthia, and then you put 5 on the Gabite.
But Gabite can evolve out, right?
It can. That's why you need it. Yeah, that's why I wanted the Gabite last turn. You're right. I think you have to evolve.
You're forcing yourself through a Garchomp at this stage, but you've really neutralized the Draconic Buster. Normally, well, in game number 1, we saw how devastating it could be. With enough of these Roserade sat in play, it can just be a silly knockout no matter what, even without that Hero's Cape found from Matesh. He's feeling so safe and secure that he has a couple turns to Phantom Dive here. Neddy still to take 3 prize cards. Shouldn't really have an easy way of getting a clean knockout here. Has already played 1 of their copies of Premium Power Pro, and would have to find that second copy alongside Draconic Buster. So might be looking to boss's orders this turn for a single prize.
Well, Premium Power Pro would still get the KO.
It would. It would.
Is there any way to search it in hand?
No, but there is. Yeah, so you can boss's orders, try and lower your hand size as much as possible, take the 1. But here is the Lily's Determination, so we're just hoping to find it from these 6 cards here, Ross.
It would be the KO. You're currently hitting 290. That would put you up to 320, and that would put you in a very nice position. Are we going to find it? And if we do, is Mateus just going to go to Dunsparce Dragapult and make you KO another Dragapult for your last prize anyway? I don't know. We're not there yet.
I mean, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem.
It's a problem. We'll get there if we get there, Joe. Right now, it is all about that Premium Power Pro.
Just a bunch of support cards. Oh, does pick up the Cynthia's Power Weights. Well, I mean, it doesn't change too much math here if your opponent is still going to have to Phantom Dive twice into the active position.
It just means instead of doing 70 more damage, you do the exact amount of damage.
Genius.
It doesn't actually really help very much.
No, still going to go onto the active position regardless.
Might as well.
Just in case there's any other form of attack or any Monkey Dory shenanigans, anything like that afoot. But it shouldn't be changing the fact that Mateus has to attack twice here. and is so happy to be grabbing these damage counters right now and not suffering a KO.
And now that we've seen the unfair stamp played, if I'm Mateus, I really want to use both of those to Dunsparce. I want to evolve to Dragapult and basically say to Neddy, you have to go through both of these now to win the game. You've got 3 prize cards remaining. I'm going to make you take 4 from my 2 Dragapult. Really make you take a long time to win. And I've just got a Phantom Dive twice and I've got the victory.
Well, as it stands, it's going to be the corkscrew dive from Neddy, setting up this Dragapult EX. And that opens the door for Mateus to have this really routine 2 Phantom Dive attack option, whilst also starting to pad out some of these Dunsparce, or Dunsparce, I should say. And with no more hand disruption, Mateus should have an easy way to just attack 2 times here, and we'll be able to sit on a lot of cards to try and get that second Dragapult and Boss's Orders combination.
That is what we're going for. Well, looks like we just attacked into the active.
No reason not to. You can Boss's Orders this card up next turn.
Yep.
Evolve into your second Dragapult EX and close out the game here. I'm not sure how Neddy can play around this.
Well, this is a traditionally in Pokemon where we would say, right, you need a bit of hand disruption. Oh, and Mateus is saying, I've got the rescue stretch around the Boss's Orders. I've got game next turn. And then he goes, well, if you've got game next turn, let's go to the next game. Game 3 is being queued up. Mateus takes game 2 by Phantom Diving to victory, like so many before him.
Yeah, that was getting pretty close towards the end there, but I think really well recognized from Mateus to target down those Cynthia's Roserade. As we get into this game number 2, how it all started to play out. It took a while for us to get towards this Dragapult. And don't forget, Mateus prized 2 of his Dracloak this game. Fortunately, Neddy was only able to get rid of a Monkey Dory, and this is where you get to see the Phantom Dive really trying to capitalize. You see, whenever you see a damaged Dragapult, you know something's going well for Mateus, because in the best case scenario for Neddy, these Pokemon are being knocked out very cleanly. The stamp was quite decent from Neddy here, because it was an opportunity where Mateus couldn't use his Dunsparce, but even then Mateus was able to find just enough to finish off the Spiritomb, whilst also taking out another Roserade, forcing Neddy into this position where he had to Lily and find his one of remaining copy of Premium Power Pro, and he just couldn't find it.
With the Premium Power Pro, which meant he couldn't go and get the big KO, and that opened the door for Mateus here to firstly do a Phantom Dive, and then just say to his opponent, look, I've got Rescue Stretcher, that's going to go and get a Dragapult, and I've got Boss's Orders, so if you retreat and KO, I'm just going to get a second Dragapult. I'm going to Boss's Orders, you're damaged, Garchomp, and I'm going to get the victory here. Why don't we just head on to game 3? And then he goes, excellent idea. Let's do just that.
Well, he has the benefit of going first in this game number 3 as well. And as we saw him do in both of these first couple of games, actually, is get those early prize cards with your evolving Pokemon. You want to be in that position where you can basically go all in, knowing that Garchomp can top you up on cards later throughout the game. Neddy's really played his hand down to basically naught in these first couple of games, relying so much on that corkscrew dive. He's done a great job of that so far. And that's something he's going to have to try and do again in this game 3 to turn things around.
It's been working beautifully. Why worry about changing a good thing? Why not just enjoy it and move on? We've got the prizes coming down here. 2 Garchomp in the prizes. I've got to go and have a look at how many have played. There are 3, so it's only leaving 1 available. We can still play, but here we go. Game 3, top 4, Prague Regional Championships. Neddy starting off with a Rocky Energy on a Gibble and a Gibble on the bench. It's a whoa, nothing else.
Not much else. I think is holding on to Goodbite, though, and that's basically all you ever ask for. But good news for Mateus is that there's no sign of early Roselia, which might mean you're a little bit safer with your Dreepy in the active position right now. In the opening couple of turns, Mateus has been really active at trying to get that Monkey Dory into the active position and protect those Dreepies as best as possible. Now, there are still those Premium Power Pro, so it's not like this Dreepy won't be getting knocked out next turn. There's still a chance it could, but at least Mateus can focus on some other things on this opening turn and already starts the game off with a nice buddy pop in. So we'll have access to at least 2 Dreepy and is also getting a Dunsparce. He's throwing even more basic Pokemon to the front of his deck, though, so it might have even more search here.
I love having the Dunsparce EX, not just in the prizes, but right at the top of the prizes. The most useless card in your deck in this matchup, and it is taking one of those last prize slots, essentially just making your deck way more consistent. So we have 3 basics. Can we go and grab some more, maybe?
There's at least a Pokepad in hand. It's just whether or not Mateus feels like it's worth spending now or holding for a Dracloak or Dunsparce on the next turn. Might also indicate a potential Brock scouting. There it is. Going to grab an additional Dreepy and Dunsparce. A really great opening turn for him here.
It is a great opening turn, but I just want to point out, he plays 2 Brock Scouting and 4 Lily's Determination.
Yeah.
And all 3 games, he's gone turn 1 Brock Scouting.
Yeah, it's the wrong way around, isn't it?
It's not ideal, frankly.
No, it's like, it's pretty ideal.
I mean, it's Lily getting the basics.
Yeah, Lily continues to be amazing, whereas Brock is only really amazing on turn 1.
Okay, I will give you
Mateus
that.
still playing so safely here. Not even giving credit for the... Well, he is giving credit for potential Premium Power Pro. He's going to try and make it as difficult as possible for Netty to have those easy knockouts. Now it would force a Boss's Orders effect onto the fighting weak Dunsparce.
That would be not the easiest to pull off. We did see just the energy attachment there for the manual retreat of the Dreepy, so that we could put that bigger, badder Monkey Dory in the active, just to go and buy a little bit of time. So back over to Netty then. We've got 2 Gibble and we got a Rocky Energy. What else can we come up with here? There was no Roselia turn 1, so we need to try and get some of them. There is a Gabite that we're eyeing up here. There's a Roselia. There's another Roselia off of a Buddy Poffin. So we got 2 of those. And now we're just doing a little bit of deck searching here, figuring out what is available and what is not. I got some news for you. 2 Garchomp. Prized.
Yeah,
sorry.
save you some time. But, I mean, it's awkward, but honestly, the size of these Garchomp, it may not be too big of an issue, especially because Netty, if he's going to be winning this game, he's going to be taking those cheap and early prize cards. That's how he wants to operate. But again, you have to really give credit to Mateus for retreating into this Monkey Dory, because Netty is holding on to that Premium Power Pro. So a great denial early of that easy Dreepy KO. Even with no Roselia in sight, he still wanted to play around those Premium Powers and has done so brilliantly here. He might have just saved himself an early prize deficit.
I really like this. I hate giving rid of the energy early. I don't think that's a fun thing, but keeping your Dreepy and keeping a prize off your opponent essentially gives you an extra turn that you can use to attach that energy anyway, so I'm going to allow it. Now, we did see Champion's Call, of course, going to get a couple of Gabite, and then was that the second Champion's Call for a Roselia? There's 3 down regardless, and this is kind of showing, well, yeah, you went after all of my roses last game, and I didn't enjoy it, so I'm going to go a bit more aggressive this game, getting them out.
Yeah, it does still need them, of course. Will we grab that additional Gibble, or will we just grab a Garchomp for the next turn? This is going to be the Garchomp proactively coming into the hand, knowing now that you could commit Champion's Calls on the following turn to more Roserade.
I mean, 2 of them guaranteed, not too shabby, plus 60 damage. That Monkey Dory might be safe this turn. It's not going to be safe next turn. It is not going to go nearly so well.
But passing action over without a prize card being taken. So again, really big recognition from Mateus to retreat into this Pokemon. It saved him a bit of time. And now we can start evolving into our stage 1 Pokemon. Dracloak into, well, are we going to Dracloak again here? We have multiple Pokepad in the hand. There's also the Scouting in the hand, but 1 energy attachment. What else can we conjure up here?
Right now, it's going to be a Pokepad for a Dunsparce. So it looked like he was going to evolve that Dracloak. He probably will.
Oh, yeah.
But he's only actually evolved 1 for the time being. He's now got that Dunsparce to evolve the Dunsparce. And that means we're going to have a little bit of a stage 1 party here.
Wow.
We see another Pokepad coming down for a third Dracloak. Looks like it. And that's all the stage 1s. Every possible stage 1 to evolve your basics coming out to play.
And that should give him access to his ideal supporter for the turn. I have to feel like, once again, Crispin would be his go-to to try and safeguard himself around some early Boss's Orders and removing some of those energy that he always wants to try and do.
We're trying to take advantage of the longer time limit here. We're down to 27 minutes remaining out of the 75. Really using that clock here to make sure we get a full best of 3. We should have plenty of time to finish out this game as long as we play at a reasonable speed. So we're going to be using that clock, but we're going to be using it to get a proper top 4 game here. The winner is going to be going against Elmar and their Crustle in the final. But first, you've got to take down your opponent in this top 4 to earn your way there.
So a couple more recon directive to go before we commit our supporter for the turn. Still looking for that Crispin. It's a Dragapult TX up against a Buddy Poffin. We'll take the Dragapult for next turn.
Not too shabby.
We have 1 more recon directive.
Here we go. There is was that Crispin?
A couple of Lilies, I think it was. 2 of the same card. So you have to just go for the 1 energy attachment this turn.
Boo.
You can weave in the Brock if you'd like to hold the hand, or we can just get the fresh 8 cards right now.
I like getting the fresh 8 with Lily. You need quite a bit next turn. Now, I know you had a Dragapult in hand and you're shuffling it back in.
Yeah.
But you need energy and you need Dragapult and you really want to be... We didn't evolve that to Dunsparce, though.
He did on the... He retrieved
drew and then redid it.
Dunsparce.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, you would want to maybe redraw that to Dunsparce so you can have more draw next turn as well. There's quite a lot you need, so I think going for the Lily's a good shout.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting 8 cards. Can't be too bad.
8 cards is good. It's not as good as 9, but it's pretty good. Oh, he's got to Dunsparce.
Yeah, it's looking like a decent hand to sit on. Still no access to Crispin by the looks of things, but again, has so many more cards to draw from all of his abilities. This is just the beginning of the story, really. Is there any other actions to come down? Risky Ruins, potentially. Yeah, that's going to come into play.
Could play the Ultra Ball, but you don't need to. You can wait for next turn.
Yeah, just going to pass the action over to Neddy now, who's just picked up their A-Spec, the Unfair Stamp. We'll begin with some Dragon Calling, so we can get some of these Roserade online. One thing that Neddy's not been able to do just yet is find any of those Cynthia's power weights. We've seen in this matchup, he's really been keen on trying to buff up the hit points of his benched Roserade. These really have been the key to the matchup. Really buffing up that Garchomp into a devastating attacker.
Absolutely. You get 200 HP on that Cynthia, and it could be KO'd by a Phantom Dive, but you have to gust it up and Phantom Dive. It's going to take way too long to KO it in any other way. Oh, we have a manual evolution without Dragon Call into the third Roserade and into the Garchomp. So a full evolution line there as far as we want to. That is an extra 90 damage on all of the attacks from Garchomp, and that's good because it means a Draconic Buster is now going to be 340. That's going to be enough. 350. Yeah, going to be enough.
And we're also getting through this Monkey Dory, even with the resistance, which is amazing. And we're sat on 2 item cards right now, so Neddy is going to need that big top-up. 4 cards first, putting up to a 6-card hand, and also gets to take that first prize card of this game number 3. Neddy takes the lead.
Everything going his way right now. He's got the excellent damage buff from the Roserade. He's got his Garchomp rolling. Of course, you're not going to get another Garchomp because those 2 are still in the prizes. So we pass back over to Mateusz. We get a Recon Directive. And we see another Recon Directive. Goes and grabs a Poképad there. That is going to get him. Oh, and another Recon Directive. Hey, finally saw Crispin.
We're zooming. There is Crispin now. As long as we have access to Dragapult, I still like that as a choice. But Boss's Orders is also like a reasonable pick just to start plugging away at these Roserade.
I don't mind either way. There was a Dunsparce there as well, but we can just Poképad for a Dunsparce, and that is exactly what we're going to do. That'll draw an extra 3. So the question is, do you want to get more energy, or do you want to start going after those Roserade? Well, we need a Psychic Energy as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that's why we're going to be running away now before any decision is made.
Nope. Nope. And no.
Ooh, but the Hero's Cape is a pickup.
I like that.
That might again push you towards a Boss's Orders direction. You could bring up one of these Roserade so that even if those premium powers are found in succession, your 1 Dragapult can sit around on the board. Mateusz really has to have a think here. He's actually just put his hand down for a second and put his head in his hands to really think, is this the time to unleash my A-Spec? It wasn't relevant in that game number 1. It was in those prize cards. He was never able to retrieve it.
Never needed it in game 2 when
Correct.
he won either. We've not actually seen it hit the board yet.
Yeah, so this is going to be that moment. Is it time for a Boss's Orders line of play, or is it Crispin? Ooh, with Monkey Dory getting into the equation, maybe it is the Crispin approach. We have plenty of Ultra Ball for this Dragapult EX. That's not the issue.
Oh, there is a Psychic Energy in hand, actually. So we're good with that.
All right, here we go. It is going to be a Crispin then. That may have also been one of the reasons why that was head in hands, just thinking of what energy are available. So he's going to have a quick look with Ultra Ball first. Going to discard Brock and a spare Risky Ruins. And there is the Dragapult. And he'll just double check that there's enough energy for this Crispin remaining in the deck. There he goes.
Play the Crispin. Got a Darkness and a Fire. It looks like we are eyeing up there. Of course, there is a Psychic in hand, so that's not going to be an issue for now. Oh, it's a Psychic and a Darkness, not Fire. So that is going to be 1 attached to the active, and maybe we put it on Monkey Dory. Oh, no, it's a Fire, and it just... Okay, it's going to be fine. We've got a Psychic in hand.
It's going to be fine.
It's going to be fine. We have the energy. That's the key takeaway here. Mateus just trying to figure out exactly the order in which it's going. The main thing is we will be getting a Phantom Dive off here, and we're working on a benched Roserade, which means that without a Cynthia's Power Weight, that benched one gets KO'd next turn, and here comes that Hero's Cape, Joey. Big now.
Oh, we're huge. 420 hit points now on this Dragapult EX. So even though there are 3 Roserades sat on the bench, Garchomp still can't reach this Dragapult EX. And the Monkey Dory has already established a great combination. When there's a Pokemon that's too big to be knocked out in one hit, that takes the hit, that then gives you more damage to play with on the following turn. So a lot of questions being asked of Neddy here. First of all, can he find a Power Weight to protect this Roserade here on the bench? Otherwise, it's going to be easy fodder for a Phantom Dive. Also, he, of course, has a lot of damage on his active Pokemon. Normally, you'd like to weave in Draconic Buster here, but it feels like you're a little bit out of range. So you have to try and 2-hit KO this Dragapult or find a gusting effect and probably try and take out the Monkey Dory.
That is an option. Of course, I'm doing some maths here. Cynthia's Garchomp with both Premium Power Pro and all 3 Roserade will max out at 310. Unfortunately, with the Hero's Cape, Dragapult is sitting there at 420. 410 is 10 less than 420, so there will be no one-hit KO here. It's just not possible.
Yep, and that's what Mateus has figured out. This one A-Spec making a big, big entrance in Game 3. It's taken, well, 50 minutes of play for this card to come up, but
55 minutes we've been here before we saw that Hero's Cape hit the board. But it feels like it might be doing some good now that it finally has made its entrance to the party. We see an energy on the Gabite on the bench, building that up for future turns. And I mean, I kind of like this. Mateus should be taking 3 prizes next turn off of the Cynthia's Garchomp and the Cynthia's Roserade on the bench because of that Monkey Dory dropping those 2 damage counters last turn.
And what's so impactful is this one Dragapult can tank a hit thanks to the Hero's Cape. Your future Dragapult may be able to tank hits because you simply have taken enough of these Roserade out of play. So this is the perfect time to unleash this A-Spec. A really great moment for Mateus, as we're seeing the Larry skill come into the hand from the Pokegear from Neddy here. A really intriguing inclusion that basically works best in the likes of Grimmsnarl and Garchomp. Garchomp can combine this really nicely, where you discard your hand, then you search for an energy card, a supporter card, and a Pokemon. A lot of the times, just grabbing Gabite is good enough. We've seen Neddy so frequently grab just one Gabite and be happy to sit on a 0-card hand. And Larry's skill allows you to top up on cards after you use that Corkscrew Dive. So it's a really great combination in this deck.
Yeah, it works absolutely beautifully.
Another reminder that there are 2 Garchomp currently in those prize cards. So Neddy has to attack with this active Pokemon right now. You can't really do much else. The only other option would be trying to launch an attack with Spiritomb.
I'm kind of tempted to attack with Spiritomb, purely because if my Garchomp goes down, if I can't take a prize next turn, I don't have any Garchomp. There's no Pokemon Recovery played in the deck.
No.
You have to get the Garchomp out of the prizes in order to continue attacking with Garchomp.
Wow.
And the problem is, after this, there should be... Well, there is a way that Mateus can leave very little damage on the board. And I'd be like, what? I think 1 damage will be left on the board. And then Spiritomb isn't doing much damage at all. Honestly, a Cynthia's Power Weight on that bench Roserade could be a way to leave enough damage on the board to make Spiritomb a viable attacker next turn.
A quick use of Premium Power Pro now, before seeing the fresh hand from Lily's Determination.
It's not going to be enough.
It means you're really just pushing as much damage as you can and then hoping that Gabite or Gibble can finish off this Dragapult.
It might be enough.
Roserade.
I mean, yeah.
You do what you got to do at this point.
That might be it. I mean, I want Spiritomb as an option to kind of go and liberate that Garchomp, but you're right. It might be as simple as having to use Gibble or Garchomp and going for it. It's not ideal, though, is it?
I mean, no, but nothing about this situation is ideal. That Hero's Cape is really putting a dent in this board state. 6 cards for Neddy then, having taken 1 prize. The power weight doesn't change too much. Maybe it can protect your 1 Roserade that's seen a bit of damage. There we go.
Well, it stops this being KO'd, but it also then would leave a bunch of damage on the board, which would make Spiritomb a better attacker next turn.
It would, or I mean, Mateus now could target down the Gibble that's just been risky ruined as well, so then the Spiritomb is less viable, but it still would finish off the Dragapult if we are using Draconic Buster here, which you have to think, having used the Premium Power Pro and commit the energy to the active, you have to.
I think you have to. I think you're right. Without that Gibble on the bench, Premium Power Pro on Cynthia's Roserade would be a much more impactful play, but it's irrelevant now at this point. So we go and get another Gabite. It's not really doing anything. It can't evolve yet. It's just thinning out the deck. And there's actually got 2 in hand as it stands at the moment.
Plenty of Gabite available.
Neither of them are doing anything.
And now Neddy's just going to have a think about whether or not to commit the power weight to the Roserade. You're right, Ross. I think just having some damage counters to play with Spiritomb seems reasonable. But yeah, no Night Stretcher in the deck list. Super Rod's rotated. It would only really be something like Sacred Ash, and that's very rarely ever played in a Garchomp deck. Sometimes it's 1 token Night Stretcher, but not in this case. You just rely on the ridiculous size of your Garchomp. So with 2 of them in the prizes, it's getting really rough for Neddy now.
You need to be thinking, when this gets KO'd next turn, and it's going to be KO'd next turn, when this happens, what am I going to attack with? I can get this Dragapult very close to being KO'd, but what am I going to do after that?
Well, Neddy's now thinking that Mateus could, now that if you remove the energy off your active Garchomp, Mateus may keep that Pokemon around. I mean, Spiritomb's definitely devastating, but when you have your own Monkey Dory and whatnot, you can still push the Spiritomb away and KO it in a turn.
There is a world here where Mateus can go Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, and then go double Adrenabrain onto the bench Gabite and actually take out the Garchomp and the Gabite and completely wreck future attacking options.
Yeah.
So that might be why he's thinking of the power weight onto the Gabite. No, he hasn't put it. He's actually putting the Gabite active here, and he's just going to be content to do 160 with the Gabite.
Just 160 with what's a base 40 damage attack is crazy. But I see what you're saying. Oh my goodness, though. The vulnerability of this board position. You commit an energy attachment to a very heavily damaged benched EX Pokemon now. And Mateus has to go hunting for that now, surely.
I mean, Boss Monkey Darkness Energy here would just allow you to completely clear all but that Gabite, which, again, that's going to take 2 turns to evolve up. There's no good attacker here. If you can keep damage off of the board...
Ross, there's already Boss's Orders, there's already Darkness Energy and Ultra Ball in the hand.
Oh, my word.
It might be coming together.
And if you can keep damage off the board and keep your Gabite away, there is just no attacker in this deck.
Yeah, you bring this Pokemon into the active position and then target down your Monkey Dory damage onto this Gabite that's going to be put onto the bench. And if you can do that, the Phantom Dive will be able to knock it out. And that's why Neddy was thinking so hard about the Cynthia's Power Weight on the previous turn.
Oh, see, I wanted to put it on the Roserade, but I kind of think maybe on the Gabite could have been better regardless.
It's the Dunsparce coming into the hand now for Mateus, and it's looking really favorable in this position. He has an absolute catalogue of cards to work through, and that's before a runaway draw, if he even needs it.
He seems to have the free cards he needs in hand. This could be absolutely devastating. This could be the turn that really puts this matchup into Mateus's favor. It's in game 3. Whoever wins this individual game will be in the final of the Prague Regional Championships.
Yeah, there's the Night Stretcher as well, so
that's
the players coming together, Ross.
There's the Night Stretcher. There's your Monkey Dory straight down onto the bench. The damage, kind of irrelevant. There we get the Darkness Energy. Now we're going to get the Boss's Orders onto that bench. Garchomp bringing it into the active. Show me double Adrenabrain onto that bench Gabite. And that means that we can get the KO onto the active Garchomp, onto the benched Gabite. And then you are taking 3 prizes. But crucially, you are removing all of the potential Garchomp attackers for the following turn. That Gibble is going to take 2 turns to evolve up, and it is Spiritomb or bust right now for Neddy.
And this Dragapult has just jumped back up to 320 hit points as well.
And it's also worth noting, because Neddy attacked with the Gabite rather than the Draconic Buster, I don't think Spiritomb's in range of KOing the Dragapult.
No, even with 3 Roserade in play, and just the acknowledgement here that Mateus doesn't want to overcommit too many damage counters. I think just placing 1 additional damage on the Roserade, then floated 1 bonus damage counter onto the Gabite. It only required 4 to finish it off with Phantom Dive, but chose to put 5 counters on it instead.
which you are absolutely allowed to do. We don't check for a KO until all the damage counters have been placed. So we're over to Neddy here, and you potentially could hit 100 with Spiritomb, 190 time you built in. Risky Ruins is there. You could bump it up a little bit, but you're not getting up. That you could. If you've got 2 basics and you bench them with Risky Ruins, you could still do it. I think Risky Ruins, it would then put you up to 14 with the free Cynthia, would put you up to 23 with the 10 on there as free for... No, you'd still be 100 away.
Well, we've just promoted the Gabite as well.
It's not happening regardless, is what I'm saying here, Joe. It's not happening.
It's not looking like it's coming together. Dragon Slice again, I mean, then you're going to have still just not much damage counters to play with that Spiritomb. There it is at the front of the deck now. Basically the only attacker remaining for Neddy outside of a Dragon Slice. Here it comes, Spiritomb. Basically the last stand that Neddy has here. Risky Ruins won't be damaging this Pokemon because it's a dark type, so it can come in safely here.
It can.
Is there a switch in the hand to get it into the active position? Doesn't look like it right now.
There's only 1 in the deck, so it's not something you would expect to have too often.
That's it.
That is a concession. Mateus takes it 2 games to 1. Dragapult will make the final of the first post-rotation event here in Prague. 1 more game against Crossall to see if Mateus can get their first regional championship win since Stuttgart in 2023.
Massive congratulations to Mateus there. What an amazing set that we've just seen here, Ross. In game number 1, it was all about Neddy taking control of those early prize cards. A really powerful boss's orders, taking out the only energy, the only Dreepy in play for Mateus, and it was this slow build-up. Remember, Itchy Pollen was working for Mateus. It was buying him that window of opportunity, but eventually there was the retreat into the Garchomp, and by that stage there was so many Roserade in play, all powered up with those weights, so they were just so difficult for Mateus to tackle. And when Neddy was announcing these massive KOs on Dragapults, Mateus knew to move to game 2.
It absolutely did. It was not happening, but in game 2, Mateus got to go first. Things were a lot different. We got the Dragapult rolling nice and quickly, and then we're starting to take out these Pokemon, but it was Roserade. That was a priority for Mateus here. Take out the Roserade to really limit the damage output of that Garchomp, and also not have to worry too much about going through these big Garchomps. Spiritomb did come up, but then we managed to get rid of that as well, while also taking out a Roserade and just avoiding the power weight as much as we can, avoiding the Garchomp as much as we can, and then just building up enough damage from enough Phantom Dives, while also saying, you can't KO me because I've taken away all your Roserade.
And flashing those couple cards was everything we needed to get to this game number 3 then. A really good opener for Mateus. Neddy had a pretty decent start, but I really have to recognize this as probably the play that won the game ultimately. Yes. Protecting that early prize card really changed as we progressed through the game.
It absolutely did. We finally saw that Hero's Cape come down for the first time of the entire match, 55 minutes in, but then it could not get KO'd. There was just not enough damage on the board, and then we saw the heavily damaged Cynthia's Garchomp get brought back up with a double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain to get the Gabite as well, and that really was the end of the game because Neddy was left with no real attackers anymore, and that was enough to finish out the game.
Yeah, and you do have to call out the fact those prize cards weren't cooperating, but even then, Mateus picked apart the board perfectly. There wouldn't have been Garchomp for many turns. It could have been denied the entire remainder of the game anyway. So it did make Neddy play a little bit more awkwardly, but ultimately, that's not why I'm giving Mateus props for his win.
No, absolutely not. That was a fantastically played game. It was an awkward game. You know, we saw in game 1, that matchup can get away from you. It was a pretty, you know, Neddy won pretty convincingly in game 1. Mateus really did have to make that comeback, but he won game 2, he won game 3, and he sets up a final here with Elmar and their Crossall deck. So Dragapult coming in, everyone thought this is the deck, this is going to get the win. Mateus hoping to prove everybody right, Elmar hoping to prove everybody wrong, and I do feel like that the Dunsparce CX
yes, I was going to say
might be more relevant in the next match.
Yeah, everyone can actually stay tuned and enjoy this final match. It's going to be a really interesting back and forth because the Dunsparce CX gives definitely more than a chance, I think, to Mateus, who has this destructive drill attack. It is a colorless 3 energy attack cost. It's expensive, and we know there's a lot of healing still in the deck for Crustle. There's ways to buff your hit points with not just your A-Spec, but also with those growing grass energy, which could be really vital as we get into a really intriguing final. Elmar has already sort of overcome the odds with a victory against the Mega Starmie that was really plowing through Crustals to get through into that top 4 position. So we have to see if he can once again keep Matej on his toes.
That is going to be the big question as we go forward into the final. Can that Dragapult really, you know, find these answers? We've got the Dunsparce. You've got something in your deck to give you a chance. Is it going to give you enough of a chance, or is Crustle just going to block a little bit too much? We saw it get up to 310 HP, maybe 330 in the previous game. It can be pretty devastating, but it's taken out a Starmie it was supposed to lose to. Dragapult, well, that's a better matchup for Crustle, even with the Dunsparce.
It is, and I definitely think it's going to put Matej between a rock and a hard place, if you will. I think that's really the MO of Crustle. It takes time to get where it wants to be, but with the amount of damage removal effects as well as ways to buff your hit points, that 150 damage a turn does feel like a lot of pressure, but the Dunsparce is still not going to be safe in its own right. It can be taken out by Kangaskhan's, and it can be taken out with Crustle over a number of turns. So it's by no means a done deal.
No, it is absolutely not a done deal, but a lot of... I had to. We have been talking a lot about the regional championships today because we're at the regional championships, but you don't start at the regional championships. You find your footing at local events. What are local events? How do you get involved? Watch this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Alrighty then, there is a QR code on the screen. Might I suggest you get your phone out? I know you've got a phone on you. Everybody does. Scan that QR code and go and find an event near you. You did that recently, Joe. You found a new league.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that I have, because now I have one just 10 minutes away. I couldn't be happier. And now I'm going to bring all sorts of concoctions with me on a Wednesday night and be playing lots of great Pokemon. And what I love about the leagues as well is that there are no stakes. It's all about the fun. You can get your trading in. You can try out new things, put yourself in a good position to then come to these major tournaments knowing that you have enough reps under your belt against a wide variety of decks. That's what I always like to think about at the league level, that everyone's just there for lower stakes, bit more fun, and you can try out these different options and see how they work for you, because very often just those few games here and there can make you think about those final tweaks to your list.
Absolutely it can. Try out decks that you're unsure about, perfect decks that you are quite sure about, and maybe discover something you never would have thought about were it not for the players at your local league. So I cannot encourage you enough to go down there. I did that quite a few years ago at this point, and then I ended up at many regionals and worlds and internationals. And
Be ready.
Yeah, it got a little bit out of hand there for a little while, but then I just accepted it, and now I'm in Prague, and I'm having a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, we all have been. This has been a fantastic weekend. Our Swiss rounds were really intriguing, getting to see the metagame for the first time in the perfect order post-rotation format, and it hasn't disappointed. It's been chaotic at times and really intriguing, and this is just the start of the story.
It is just the start of this perfect order story, but not long ago we had our international championships here in Europe, over in London. We were both there. What happened? We can tell you.
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the 4 decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Car, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Hotarao Matsudaira defeated their friend Rayo Atake, but not before they both confirmed their Worlds invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan EX deck that nobody saw coming, using Proof Lock to prevent damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Master Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
In the Pokemon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favour. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action. Prague is pumping the most phenomenal post-rotation perfect order action we have had a chance to look at. We have the big, bad, scary boss of the format, Dragapult, versus the disruption titan in Crystal. Will Mateus take home his second regional championship of his Pokemon career, or will Elmar topple Goliath and win it himself? There's only one way to find out, and that's by keeping your eyes on this stream for the next 75 minutes. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Freya. How excited are we for this final?
I mean, I'm going to find it hard to match that level of introduction, but I'm so hyped to be casting this finals. Our first post-rotation major finals here in our new perfect order format, with all of G Block gone, and yeah, two decks that were around before but survived rotation, and one of them a little bit of an answer to the metagame, and the other just an evolution of what was already very strong.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, in these post-rotation formats, I always say the older decks that have been quote-unquote solved tend to do well. And we've seen that right now. We have on one side Dragapult, the big, bad, scary, most represented deck, piloted by Mateus, a Stuttgart regional champion, done really well at the last World Championships as well, battling it through the bottom of our bracket there. We saw the last top 4 match in versus Neddy, a terrific masterclass in some of the tips and tricks he has in his deck, which we will get into. But then we have Elmar at the top of the bracket, Freya.
Taking down the mighty Tord Reklev.
Yep.
You know, no mean feat in and of itself. Granted, it was a very favorable matchup. But then, in a very potentially unfavored matchup, managing to rapid fire his combo his way to a victory against Jerome Pires, and then locking his spot in a finals where now he just has to take down one more Titan, the big bad boss of the format, Dragapult, to claim the Prague crown.
Taking it down with the Dragapult, but it's not no ordinary Dragapult list. We've seen it on stream. Has that Dunsparce engine to draw cards. Worth noting that is a non-EX attacker. Also has the Dunsparce EX. Has a shred attack, that Tenacious Tail. Keep an eye on that one, 3 for 150. But also has that Hero's Cape. Plus 100 hit points. We saw how pivotal that was in our last top 4 match. That could prove tricky. So what I'm trying to tell you at home here, folks, is that this final, while it might seem like the Crystal deck might be favored, Mateus has some tools in the toolbox which he can use to snatch this one away.
It makes you wonder, did Mateus think that this could be a possibility going into this tournament, that there might be something a little bit unexpected? And you know what? The Dunsparce EX, it's good into a lot of matchups. You can punish a big wide board of EX Pokemon with a big 1 energy attack, and then, you know, just that little clutch shred attack as a little bonus. But when I'm up against any walling Pokemon, I have an answer there as well.
I think you might be right. I think when you are playing the Dunsparce engine, and when you have that one-off, that burst attack is really helpful as well. But I believe our players are ready. So let's head down to the table for our Prague Regional Finals. On the left, we have Elmar, our disruptive metagame Titan with that Crystal deck. On the right, we have Mateus with the big bag scary Dragapult EX deck. Elmar with a top 32 regional finish at Dortmund, a top 64 at Lille, a top 16 at Seville. That's just gone, by the way. And then a Birmingham regional top 8. No matter what happens, Elmar will have a finalist on his resume there.
A rising star on the up against Mateus, who is already a proven champion. All the way back, Stuttgart 2023, was able to take the crown there. And, you know, goodness me, imagine if he were able to add a second regional title to his resume. He's going to start to make his way up in the conversation of the absolute greats of the game.
Really, so has piloted and cooked a lot of decks. Banner EX springs to mind, the Vikavolt deck that he won that Stuttgart Regional Championship. Him and his testing group have been building them. Let's consult them prize cards here. 2 copies of the Dwebble. Missed Energy.
Free
Pokepad there for Mateus. Keep an eye on that one. That could be interesting. Both prize cards, sets of prize cards, very interesting though for our players. Not the most easiest ones.
No, not exactly game ending, but very, very annoying, I think, in a single word.
But here we go. The Prague Regional Finals is getting started. Who will win? Oh, an attached pass! That's what could happen when you prize 3 of your 4 Pokepad. Is over to Elmar. Going to start the turn off here with that Poke Gear, and has led that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX.
Now, small saving grace, Mateus has had a look at Elmar's list and knows there is not going to be any kind of cheeky KO on Dreepy shenanigans. Elmar's deck is not capable of doing that, so he can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief there. But Elmar's had a pretty decent start here. Finds a Lily's Determination from the Poke Gear, whacks an energy onto that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and just fires off the Lilies straight away.
Okay, so while he's playing that Lily's Determination, let's have a quick run through of this Crystal deck. It's built around that Crystal that has that mysterious rock inability that prevents all damage done to it via Pokemon EX. So Elmar's premise is very simple. He just wants to get as many Crystal out, wall as much as he can, and then any damage that does come his way, try and heal it off with a combination of Pokemon Center Lady, Jumbo Ice Cream, and all that stuff. Worth noting, he did use Mega Kangaskhan EX, so massive effect early on in this top 4 match. Will we see it here? Only one way to find out.
Yeah, just going to be, Lily's Determination and just a pass after that.
No Dwebble.
Yeah, so it is the big bad Titan of the format, but once again, let's also take us through how the Dragapult deck works. So, You want to evolve up into your Dracloak, as Mateos has done there. You want to start using Recon Directive to filter through your deck. Your top 2 cards of the deck go to, you look at them both, one goes to your hand, the other one goes to the bottom. What you really want to be doing is setting up behind that Budu of Itchy Pollen so you can build up your board while stopping your opponent from playing items, and then you evolve into that big bad Dragapult EX with a devastating Phantom Dive attack to wipe your opponent's board.
Yep, and it's worth noting, he is playing that the Dunsparce engine here as well, that runaway draw, letting you draw up 3 cards from your deck and you shuffle it back in. Worth noting, we might have spotted it off the Recon Directive. The Dunsparce EX does have that disruptive tail attack, 3 energy, 150 damage, and does go through all effects. So that will go through Mysterious Rocket, and keep an eye on that one. Right now, though, Mateus is going to use the Brock Scouting to grab a Dreepy. The Dunsparce attaches the Hero's Cape and an energy. That right there tells me he knows Destructive Tail is, or Destructive Drill, I should say, is the key to this matchup.
It's not quite the Dunsparce yet, but that little Dunsparce has suddenly got a 170 HP, going to be very hard to take out. And if you're Elmar, you have to know, I mean, you've seen the deck list, right? But this just telegraphs it very straightforwardly. I am going to be focusing on the Dunsparce EX in this matchup, and it is not prized, so that's important to know. The prizes were all good, but the Dunsparce EX is available.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, having attached an energy to this Cornerstone Ogerpon EX. We know that Elmer does not play any form of energy acceleration, so these turn attachments are really impactful. If he wants to attack with Crustal, he needs to attach 3 energy. If he wants to attack with Mega Kangaskhan EX, he needs to attach 3 energy. If he wants to attack with that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX, he needs to attach 3 energy. That means there is no meaningful damage attack coming out from Elmar this turn.
It's a tricky situation, no matter which way you look at it, but you got your buddy pop into getting on a couple of crosses like these. You've got to force Mateus to actually like try and KO something, and that's going to be another energy onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and then a pass. That can't feel great.
Yeah, no, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's interesting. Has that Cornerstone stance ability. That means it's not affected by damage from Pokemon that have abilities. Not super impactful unless Mateus wants to do a Dragon Headbutt, which I don't think he will. Is going to start to turn off there with the Recon Directive. It has got a Pokegear 3.0.
As you look at the top 7 cards of the deck, and any supporter you find there, you can put one of them into your hand.
I mean, there is a world in which you can actually KO, right? Risky Ruin. Oh, no, you can't, because Risky Ruin plus Monkey Dory, but that would require 2 energy attachments, which you can't do.
No, they're not going to quite be able to do that, but still can have a pretty good turn here. Looks like the only supporter he found, though, was that Ace of Roller's Mischief. That's a sneaky tech card that is in the list, but we've not really had the chance to see it in action yet from Mateus.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. He said in his interview that he's here to steal some game, a supporter card that you can only play if your opponent has 2 or fewer prize cards remaining. Choose one of your Pokemon in play, and that Pokemon will be immune to damage from your opponent's Pokemon EX. Interesting. Boss's orders onto Dwebble.
So we're going to see, oh, there's no fire energy. I mean, a Dragon Headbutt KO could be great, but of course, you know, there's been a Psychic attached already.
Yeah, I mean, you could still use the top attack of the Dunsparce EX. 60 for E. No, only does 60. We need to hit 70. Can't be doing that.
So is it just going to be a pass? I mean, also, is there even access to the Dunsparce EX? We saw it in the deck.
Oh, was it off that Pokegear? I think
yeah, it was off the Pokegear. Exactly.
Oh, no, it is in hand.
Okay, I stand corrected. Okay.
Dark Energy.
No fire.
We're getting there. Tenacious Tail does 60 for each EX your opponent has in place. That would swing for 60 right now. Yeah. Ooh, Jet Headbutt, that gets you there.
Yeah.
70 damage. Mateus takes his first prize card here in our Masters final here in the Prague Regional Championships. Remember, the winner of this final will get themselves an auto invitation to the World Championships in San Francisco at the end of the year in August. Is over to Elmer that has got a Pokegear, can announce Demolish this turn if he wants, but not super helpful. 140 damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing, but yeah, it really isn't where you want to be. Boss's orders coming in, though. Actually, you know what? If Mateus hadn't put that Hero's Cape on the Dunsparce, we could be looking at a Cornerstone Mask KO here. So actually, really heads up from Mateus banking that on the Dunsparce as quickly as he did.
Yep, now bear in mind, Demolish, you would think, oh, it's going to hit for weakness, right? No, Demolish does not hit for weakness or resistance. So that would be a flat 140 if he was going to use it. This is... you can't imagine using Cornerstone Ogerpon is what he wants to do. We are going to see Boss's orders onto that Dunsparce, though. Demolish 140. But thanks to that Hero's Cape, that Dunsparce has 170 hit points. It survives.
Yeah, this is still a sensible decision, I think, because it means that once it evolves into the Dunsparce, you hit it again, and that will be a KO. I believe it's 260 HP that the Dunsparce EX has, if I remember correctly.
270.
270. Either way, 140 twice. Yeah, 270. But either way, 140 twice is enough to deal with it.
With the Hero Escape?
Oh no, not the Hero Escape.
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
Oh,
going to have an
no.
extra, going to have an effective 370 hit points with the Hero Escape.
Right, and we were just like we were talking about. There's no way for Elmar to deal with tools in this deck. There's no jamming tower, nothing like that.
So. We are going to see the Pokepad for the Dunsparce. We are going to see a Buddy Puffin for double Dreepy. Now, because of that Jet Headbutt, that means we aren't going to be seeing. The only attack we could see would be the Destructive Tail, Tenacious Tail, I should say, for 60. We're not going to see Destructive Drill for 150 this turn.
I mean, if a Crispin comes down, we could see it.
No, I apologize. Yeah, you're. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Runaway. Now, this is interesting. Preserves the Hero Escape and preserves the Dunsparce. So if you do go into it eventually, it should have, you know, fresh amount of hit points there. Runaway draw. Now, we could see a turn attachment here and go for a Phantom Dive, perhaps, if we do see the Fire Energy yet.
Well, the Crispin's in hand, so that would do it.
Crispin is in hand. And it's the thing, when your opponent isn't presenting the Crustal threat, you can just go with your normal game plan.
Yeah, I mean, the walling capability of that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX is against Pokemon with abilities. Dragapult EX does not have an ability. You can Phantom Dive it all day, every day.
Yep, so we are going to see the Crispin grab 2 different type of energy from your deck. You can attach one, put the other one in your hand. Ultra Ball now for the Draclurk. And now it's just like Mateus's a bit more free reign to get the business as usual. Remember, coming into this final, both players are allowed to look at their opponent's deck lists. He knows that Elmar does not play any energy acceleration, so Crustal is not a threat he has to worry about right now. Would you try and develop another Dunsparce if you could? I don't think the hand supports it yet. Yeah. Ultra Ball could get you there.
You know, hold on a second. If there is a universe, if you can find yourself a Risky Ruins here, you could actually get
for the KO.
Yeah, you could actually get KO on the Drabble, but not finding the Risky Ruins, offer the Recon Directive, so it's just going to have to be content with, you know, 260, which, to be fair...
I mean, if the board doesn't change, that's game 1 done.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, there is an Ultra Ball in the hand, though, so Elmar does have a way to get another Pokemon in play, so it's not going to be over yet.
Not going to be over yet, but this is not looking great. Hilda can find you an evolution Pokemon and an energy card, so that could grab you Crustal and the Mist Energies. That would put you outside, that would prevent the damage sprinkling from Phantom Dive.
Yeah, this is an important thing to remember. So Phantom Dive, the damage counter placement, because it places damage counters rather than doing damage, that's an effective an attack. So a card like that Rocky Fighting Energy on the active and the Mist Energy, which just gets committed now to the Crustle, those 2 cards will actually prevent those Phantom Dive damage counters from being placed.
Yep, so as it stands now, outside of Adrenabrame, that Crustal is immune to damage right now. From a Dragapult EX, of course, and the damage counter placement.
And something you could do here, I mean, Elmar's decided not to, but you could have actually retreated that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon into the Crustle, and then you wouldn't be able to, the Dragapult wouldn't be able to say anything.
Quickly say, he did opt to pass, didn't want to get extra damage into play for that from that Demolisher, did actually not attack, just passed it over, so Mateus is able to start his turn off here with that Lily's Determination.
But yeah, because if you retreat, you force the boss's orders for KO Tapper, right? Because the active damage from Phantom Dive would be prevented by Mysterious Rock In, and the residual damage from the Phantom Dive would be prevented by the Rocky Fighting Energy.
That is a good point, actually. Opted not to do that, though, so we are going to see the Lily's Determination for 6, as he has taken a prize card, of course. Let's see what we're going to work towards here. Recon Directive. I imagine we'll have to try and threaten a Dunsparce at some point. You have to at least leave one there.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you have access to the Dunsparce EX at some point if you want to...
I think the EX is in hand. It has floated back into the hand again.
And there is an Ultra Ball ready to go, so that at the very least could fetch...
This is going to KO active, right?
Oh yeah, you move one over and that will do the trick. It currently has 200.
Does he want to leave it there, perhaps? We'll find out.
You have to be so careful here because you know that if you get too over-eager, you could give Elmar the opening to make his walling strategy effective.
There we go. Mid-turn KO from that Adrenabrain. Cornerstone Ogerpon has been sent to the discard pile. Crustal forced into the active spot. 3 prize cards taken for Mateus. He's doing well, marching towards victory here. Now, this will give us insight into what he's playing for here. Will this find another Draclurk or will this find a Dunsparce? It is going to be Dunsparce. I like this, Space Ed.
It has to be, right?
I'm going to put you on a timer here. You can't just sit behind that Mysterious Rock In, my friend. I'm going to come get you. There's the turn attachment as well.
And the turn attachment is scary because that does mean 1 Crispin and that the Dunsparce EX can come in with the attack and finish off that Crustle.
What can Elmar do? It's going to be a pass over now. Hero Escape himself could be helpful. Does he have a way to fetch it? The Petrol does get you there. So that gives you, what does that give you? That gives you an effective 190 hit points. That does put you outside of range of the destructive drill from a Dunsparce EX. However, I feel as if Wincon isn't advancing. I feel as if we could just be losing slower here. We need some healing as well, perhaps. Well, that gives you an extra 20 hit points, actually. The growing energy.
I think Elmar recognizes that, yeah, back against the wall situation, knows that
Mateos
here's
the Crispin Freya,
there in
just as
hand.
you said.
So he's going to go ahead and, I imagine, or I can only imagine at least, load up those 2 energy onto the Dunsparce, evolve into the Dunsparce, and start putting some hurt into this Crustle and force Elmar to find another way to try and continue on.
So here's Mateus's counter to the counter, right? You could argue Crustle is already a counter deck. He has the Dunsparce EX. How does Elmar respond to that? We'll have to try and heal out of this damage. There's the Hero's Cape as well.
Found it again.
That is a heroic the Dunsparce EX. That could be a regional winning the Dunsparce EX. Here comes a Disruptive Drill. 150 damage goes through all effects. Mysterious Rock-In is useless right now. Elmar will have to try and heal out of this. If there is no healing, that will be game 1.
1 card drawn. What does he find?
Mega Kangaskhan EX. Now, I know Pokemon Center Lady is currently in hand. That heals at 60, I believe, Pokemon Center Lady, right?
Yeah, it does, but that's not going to be enough.
That's not enough. We need some Jumbo Ice Cream. We need a turn attachment as well, actually, to activate Jumbo Ice Cream.
We need a lot.
We need a lot.
Elmar needs a lot here, and I think he recognizes the situation that he's in.
We need to heal. That's a non-negotiable. I guess a bench Pokemon also does get you, well, it means you don't lose the game immediately, but
I mean, again, you need so much. You need another Pokemon down at the very least. You need more healing. You need to use your supporter on a healing card, but you can't because you need to draw more cards and you need to find item healing as well.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There goes the Mega Kangaskhan EX. This was pivotal for Elmar's win in top 4. Run errand, draw you cards, rapid fire combo. I mean, what is going to bench it? We can't even pay retreat right now. We haven't got 3 energy for that. Pokegear.
Not even going to bother looking at the cards for Pokegear.
Yeah,
Just wants to get out of the hand.
Determination. So at the bare minimum, what, turn attachment plus double ice cream code, Jumbo Ice Cream, a switch. Also does, you know, switch would be handy because that miss energy does mean you are immune to that damage counter placement from Phantom Dive.
Just to wall a little bit with Mega Kangaskhan, maybe.
Just get 8 cards, of course, because no prize cards has taken. Elmar, what can you do? Jumbo Ice Cream, energy,
1.
double Jumbo Ice Cream. Okay, that is, you know, that is what we need. We can even fire off an attack now as well.
I mean, double Jumbo Ice Cream and energy is pretty much about as good as you could ask for. Spiky energy as well means that the Dunsparce now is going to take damage when it attacks.
That's going to heal 160 damage, 80 for each one. The yummy, delicious, nutritious Jumbo Ice Cream. Healing back up to 210 hit points remaining. And then the superb scissors for Elmar. Back over to Mateus now. But remember, that is a very heroic the Dunsparce EX, 250 hit points remaining.
No, I need to point out here, this spiky energy is putting in a lot of work right now.
Why is that then?
Because with the 20 damage from the spiky energy, if the Dunsparce attacks into the Crustle, it turns the Superb Scissors from a 4-hit KO to a 3-hit KO.
Okay. Okay, Spike Energy, not card we see too often, a special energy. Whenever, we are just going to see the Destructive Drill for 150. And here's the problem with Elmar's deck right now. He's not used to taking this much damage so often. He has got healing, but he's going to need to find it all over again.
Yeah, 150 every turn is so much pressure.
That is a lot of pressure. Only has 30 hit points remaining.
I don't think the healing that Elmar has access to can keep up with this. I think that's one of the big problems.
Yeah, maybe you have to start attaching to Mega Kangaskhan and say, right, see if we can rapid fire combo our way out of this mess. This is not looking good. There's a Petrol, though, letting you grab any trainer card you like from your deck. Maybe you go for the switch. Yeah, I don't know. Jumbo Ice Cream, that does heal 80. I don't think that doesn't...
No, that won't be
realistically change things, though. That heals off 80, of course. But that gives you an effective 110 hit points remaining.
Yeah, but that means that...
it doesn't really get you outside of Destructive Duel range. We are just going to see... It's just going to be a Superb Scissors. It is a turn attach and a Superb Scissors. Crustle, the mysterious Rock-In, could be collapsing this turn.
Recon Directive finds a Pokepad and a Boss's Orders. Going through the discard pile, just having a look at what resources. Again, we can't overstate how important this is to mention both players have perfect knowledge of each other's deck list. So Mateos just counting through that discard pile now, and you literally see him doing the maths in his head. He's thinking how many copies of each card is being played here, and is using that perfect knowledge to make the best decision for this turn.
This right here, folks, this is Pokemon trading card game right here. High octane gameplay. Gonna consult discard piles as well. That the Dunsparce TX has 140 hit points left. That means a rapid fire combo would KO it. Ultra Ball are gonna go for a Dracloak. Mateos basically saying, well, if there's no crystal threat, I can just go on business like normal. Let's start getting out all my fellas. Let's get the Dragapult EX out. We still had that one on the bench, by the way. That's just waiting. Recon Directive number 3. He is filtering through that deck. Seeing an extra 6 cards a turn here. Does have boss's orders as well. Can't use that yet. Adrenaline Brain going to move over 30 damage onto that Mega Kangaskhan, basically saying, right, if that's going to come up, I want to soften it up.
Yeah, just make it as much easier to KO as possible, knowing that this Destructive Drill will be able to KO this Crustle regardless. Has a Night Stretcher as well. Wants to get back the fire energy. Get that now. That Dragapult is ready to go with a Phantom Dive for good measure, and actually just going to go for it now. Boss's orders.
Wow. Is that a concession from Albert? Said he's had enough. Mateos wins game 1 here at the Prague Regional Championships. One more game for Mateos, and he will leave here the winner. What a masterclass that was.
We were saying, don't count Mateos out. He has got the tricks to deal with the Crustle Wall, the mysterious rock in. It's being undone one wall at a time here, and it's via a Destructive Drill.
Yep, you are 100% correct. Now, that was an interesting one, because Elmer did lead that Cornerstone Ogerpon. I bet if you were to ask him right now, would you ever consider using that in this matchup? He'll be like, definitely not. However, had to play the cards he was dealt, and did actually announce Demolish a couple times, I believe. But this was such a heads-up play for Mateos. But he's saying, right, I need my Dunsparce EX coming in fresh. So you want to try and get damage in, put him back in the deck. He'll come back out later. That's exactly what happened.
I would not be surprised at all if kind of you're squirreling away the heroes back into the deck with runaway draw is something that Mateos has done multiple times during this tournament. It's the same reason why, you know, when you play Enriching Energy with the Dunsparce, the fact he gets to use that multiple times over just makes it even stronger than it already is. And yeah, the Dunsparce just ended up being too much for Elmar to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think Elmer's used to having his Crystal taking 150 damage turn after turn. You can probably absorb one of them. You can maybe absorb 2, but when you're hitting it turn after turn after turn, when you have an effective 370 hit points, that's not what Elmer wants to deal with.
Yeah, he knows that his back is against the wall now. He's facing the Titan of the format, but the version of it that's prepared to deal with his wall that he's gotten him through all the way to the finals. He's managed to demolish every single matchup up until now, but now both players said have a mulligan. So now we've mentioned what happens when one player has a mulligan and the other one doesn't, but if they both have a mulligan, no extra cards drawn, both just shuffle up and draw again.
Yep, you are correct. Wow, so if you're Elmer now, what do you think is going through your head? I think if it was me, I'm thinking, don't lead Ogerpon. That's a good start.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, what do you think is going through his head right now?
I think he's thinking to himself, I know I need to deal with this to Dunsparce, but it's a little bit, not completely out of my hands, but it is a little bit out of my hands in that sort of sense, because it's clear that Mateos has thought about this matchup and knows exactly how to approach it with the text that he has. And with the way that Elmar's deck is built as well, the Dunsparce as an answer, there isn't much that he can do to kind of counter the counter to the counter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's what, I knew this would be an interesting matchup going into it, because, was that was a Mega Kangaskhan lead, I believe, there for Elmer.
Oh, hold on, this is a bit of unusual. We have a mulligan from Mateos. Elmar's found the basic. That seems statistically unlikely.
Yeah, very statistically unlikely, that's for sure. So Elmer will get to start the game with 1 extra trading card. That's what you want.
Yes.
Going into a game 2, if you want game done, you need as much extra resources as possible. I imagine Elmer will be looking to go first. Try and get those energy developed on the Pokemon he wants, Crustle and or Mega Kangaskhan. We saw him use Mega Kangaskhan in top 4 to fantastic effect. But if you're Mateos, I think I'm as cool as a cucumber right now.
I mean, I'm thinking, that was a very confident game 1 win, let's be real.
It was. It never really seemed to get away from him. And it looks like he has led that Buddha. At the very least, a free retreat cost. At the very most, can item lock your opponent as well.
I mean, there's a lot of important items that the Crustle deck plays, so especially for early setup, right? That can be really disruptive.
Let's consult those.
Oh no!
Uh-oh! That could be disastrous. If he can't take a prize card, that the Dunsparce EX will stay there. Keep an eye on that. For now, though, we are getting our game 2 started here at the Prague Regional Championships. He has led
that Mega Kangaskhan EX, opening up with that Buddy Buddy Poffin, immediately getting down 2 double. For Elmer, those prize cards, they're fine. Spark Energy, Dwebble, you know, Jumbo Ice Cream. If you were Elmer, I'd take those prizes.
I mean, that changes absolutely everything. We mentioned how in game 1 there was no worries about it, but there wasn't in the prize cards. He was able to put it down at the right time. Now, I mean, it's not like it's completely unwinnable for Mateos. It's early on the prize card, so if he takes him from the bottom, he can maybe get out early, but this is something we need to pay attention to.
No, 100%. This is an interesting thing. Had Elmer not led that Mega Kangaskhan, I think he'd really run away with this. However, that Mega Kangaskhan could give up 3 prize cards. If that gets KO'd, Mateos probably liberates the Dunsparce EX, so keep an eye on that. For now, that Elmer is going to use that run errand, letting you draw the top 2 cards of your deck when Mega Kangaskhan is in the act. That is why it is here as a draw engine. It is over to Mattel. Does he have a way to search his deck and work out what's been prized yet? We see bench, we see a turn attachment, we see a Lily. You know, he's attached that energy, not knowing that the Dunsparce EX is prized. However, that will keep Elmer honest. He isn't to know that, so it does keep him on his toes.
Yeah, and I think Mateos is thinking, well, he's probably not thinking about this specifically, but to be honest, even with this being the case, an attachment on the Dunsparce is probably fine because you eventually want to get to a point where you're attacking with it.
And you are probably going to Itchy Pollen. Yeah. That doesn't need an energy attachment, of course. It is going to be the big lead determination for 8, though. What are we looking for here, Fred, do you think?
I mean, a Buddy Poppin and a Pokepad seems like a good way to start.
Okay.
But now he is going to look through the deck and, get the bad news that not only did Dunsparce the Access Prize, but actually one of his regular Dunsparce is too.
Yeah, and 2 copies of Ultra Ball as well. I mean, not the greatest of prize cards there. But
so that's an understatement, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, it's an understatement, you're right. Okay, this does change things. However, has got Itchy Pollen developed. I think if you are Elmer, all you want to do here is just evolve up into those Crustal as soon as possible. You've already got 1 Mist developed. That's fantastic. Although, we know that Elmer only plays 1 copy of Switch. So under Itchy Pollen lock, in theory, that Mega Kangaskhan is going to stay there.
Yeah, and that could spell trouble because, as you rightly pointed out, Shay, that Mega Kangaskhan is worth 3 prizes. So if Mateos gets to the point where he can even just a 2-shot Phantom Dive KO it, more than likely he's getting that the Dunsparce CX out of the prizes, and then suddenly he's back to the races.
Oh yeah, the second that the Dunsparce comes out of the prizes, it's game on. It's going to be Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, and no item cards for Elmer. Let's see what else is in that hand. We see a Petrol, we see Growing Energy. We don't see Crustal, I can tell you that. And Petrol can't grab a stat, because you could grab Ultra Ball, can't play it though. We do have 1 errand though. Are we going to see Crustal? Remember, 1 is prized. No.
It's a Spiky Energy and a Boss's Orders. Not too terrible cards, mind you, but really not what you want to be seeing.
No, not too bad. Not the best though. We are just going to keep attaching to the Dwebble.
Build it up.
Oh, you just don't want it to get KO'd though, do you? I mean, I guess we're quite far away from that right now, but we are going to have to evolve up into that at some point. Fred Dwebble has not got that mysterious locking ability. Ooh, Lilies.
I mean, you tell he's hesitating with playing it, and honestly, I kind of understand because you have a lot of cards in your hand already that you would really like to keep holding on to, but given that you're under item lock, there are other things which are more important to prioritize right now. So recognizing that, thinking, I still get to draw 8. I mean, the odds that I Lilies myself into a worse hand is not very large, so I'm just going to go for this now because I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Here we go. A lot of those cards were helpful. As you do say, you need to get into Crustal. Oh, no. Whoa. Crustal, where are you?
Mr. 6, 7.
Hero's Cape.
Yeah, you played out.
Oh,
the last card.
Oh, that was a determined Lily right there. And the Hero's Cape. That Crustal isn't going to go anywhere for now. And that will be Elmar's turn, and it is over to Mateos.
I think those are pretty much 2 of the best cards you could have asked for off of the Lily's Determination, so ended up being a very, very smart choice. But now we head over back to Mateos, who does have a Pokepad, so we are going to start to see, as we have seen so many times on the stream, and we're going to see so many times more still, that chain of recon directives start to be fired off. But not before Mateos plays the Lilies.
Yep, that is going to be for a fresh new hand of 8. Definitely, I think no arguments, the best supporter in our post-rotation format. Shuffle your hand into your deck if you have 6 prize cards remaining. You draw 8. If you haven't, you draw 6. If you are just joining us here, this is our Prague Regional Championships Game 2. Mateos won Game 1. If Mateos wins this game, he will be our Prague Regional Champion. Elmer needs to win this game.
Finds another Dracloak off of this Lily's Determination, and a Dunsparce for good measure. Oh, hello, going straight away with the runaway draw. Finds the Hero's Cape and the Fire Energy.
Cape. You love to see that early. You don't want to be faffing about trying to find that. You want to keep that in hand. You know that Elmer doesn't play, I believe, any hand disruptions. So keep that in your hand so you can use it when you want.
Now I was just thinking if he wants to do anything else. He's not shuffled the deck yet, so this to me telegraphs he might be thinking of searching the deck before doing anything, but no, now he's going to go ahead and shuffle up the deck. So I'm going to think we're going to start to see some Recon Directive. Maybe one of the strongest Stage 1 abilities currently in the game, at least certainly on a Pokemon that goes into a Stage 2.
Yeah.
Look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one in your hand and put one onto the bottom. Oh, finds another Cloak as well. That's brilliant. That means we're going to see all 3 this turn.
That's what you want to see right there. Does take a Crispin. You love that as well. Energy acceleration and your card draw. Start to see why Dragapult is such a good deck. It can draw cards, it can attach energy, it can take 6 prize card turns. We've seen it before on stream. What can't it do? It can item lock with the Budu.
It's the whole package, and it's the reason why it's considered the Titan of the format. Both one of the Titans before, and now maybe standing alone as the Titan of the format now. And this new build that Mateus is kind of really heroing here with the Hero's Cape.
Here we go.
Absolutely phenomenal SPEC. Really heads up choice there, as we've already seen be used super effective on stream.
For both players, the Hero's Cape is the SPEC of choice. We are going to see the Itchy Pollen. So back over to Elmer. Hasn't got items, remember. Run errand before the supporter. 1 and 2. What was that? That was fighting energy and a jumbo ice cream. Here's a Hilda letting you grab an evolution Pokemon and an energy card, so we can get the double crustal out here if you like, and your energy card of choice. Remember, that can search for special energy, Hilda.
Yeah, but there is already a growing grass in hand, so then maybe you might be the choice to grab something else, or if you want to just boost up the HP of your crustal even more, you could go for it again. Nope, just going to go for the spiky energy instead.
Is there an argument here for maybe attaching a spike energy to active? Crustal can attack, with one more attachment, I should say. So he's going to, Budu might start to KO itself for Itchy Pollens twice. Does get damage into play for Monkey Dory, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the one thing that makes it a little bit tricky. I think, just commit the Rocky Fighting Energy instead. You know you're not going to put it onto a Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pony X, so just start to get that powered up. Maybe threaten a rapid fire combo at a future date.
I think the longer that, I don't know, this is an interesting one, isn't it? I feel as if Mateus is being able to do exactly what he wants here. Had he had access to the Dunsparce X, he would definitely be in the driver's seat. Here's a Crispin, though. Going to grab Dark Energy and Psychic.
Oh, and this is like so good already. Just being able to fin the deck of 2 cards, already power up this Cloak, and now there's a Monkey Dory, I believe, already in hand. So if you can go ahead and do a Chain of Recon Directive, find a Dragapult and a Risky Ruins, you can actually put a lot of hurt into this Mega Kangaskhan EX, whilst also taking out the Crustle with the Drenabrain.
Take the Dwebble?
Yeah, the Dwebble, sorry. Sorry.
I was going to say, that would be a monstrous turn if we can reach the Crustle. You're right, the Dwebble would be, yes, that is in range of the Phantom Dive plus Adrenabrain combination.
Actually, although it does bring out important point of distinction. So were it not for the Mist Energy, Phantom Dive's damage counters on the bench can actually hit the Crustle because it only prevents damage from attacks, not effects. But the Mist Energy protects from those damage counters anyway.
Well, we saw Elmer actually grab a Crustle via that Hilda not evolving. Why do you think that was? There's the Risky Ruins, might I say. Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh my God.
There's the Risky Ruins, 2 damage counters. There is the Adrenabrain.
Just move one over, that's what we need to move.
Just move one over. Do we have a Dragapult EX? That hand is absolutely massive. Here's
that's Viddy's missing. Oh, the Ultra Ball.
Here we go. This is going to be an absolutely mammoth turn. 200 damage into the active, KO in bench treble with 6 damage counters. That is what he needs. Might even take the Dunsparce EX this turn via this KO. Dragapult EX hits the active spot.
Just deciding if he wants to do anything else before doing this.
There we go, yep. 200 damage into the active, 6 damage counters on the bench. Well, that's going to be a KO, Freya. On the bench, will he take the Dunsparce EX from the prize cards now?
Oh, he takes it straight away.
And he took it as well. He's back in the match. The crowd is loving it here. You can tell he thought, yes, okay, back in the game. We can hear you. The crowd is loving it here. It is over to Elmar, though. What can he do? Starting off the turn with that run errand. This is looking dicey. The only saving grace for Elmar is there is no Dunsparce, Dunsparce in play yet.
But to that, I think the reason why Mateus didn't put it down is because he was aware that maybe there could be... Actually, no, I was about to say there could be a way to maybe use Boss's Orders to KO it, but no energy acceleration. That was never a possibility.
You could Boss's Orders plus switch.
Oh, so yeah, it would have to be switch, of course.
Would be switch.
Boss's orders plus switch.
Take Boss's orders from a Pokegear for what it's worth.
So not benching the Dunsparce there, looking very heads up as Mateus really wants to put both Dunsparce down at the same time to prevent that from happening.
Okay, Elma. It's going to be the missed energy and a pass.
Oh, and that feels so bad because you know you're just going to get hit with Phantom Dive and get KO'd.
Yep, that's going to be 4 prize cards taken, and it will be Crystal versus the world here. There is Dunsparce. There is a Crispin.
Yeah. Oh, but hold on, this could get very dicey, right? Because you're putting the Dunsparce down, but...
we know he's got a Boss's orders.
No, we know he has Boss's orders, and I kind of misspoke earlier. Of course, he can't put down 2 Dunsparce because there's only 1 bench slot left.
Exactly, yep. So Elma can play a game of whack-a-mole of the Dunsparce. Whack a Dunsparce, try and stop it. Okay, now he can't. With that Hero's Cape, that is an 170 hit point Dunsparce. Mateus knows exactly what he's doing. Now, this could get scary. 170 hit point to Dunsparce. How often is that the key to victory? But it is right now.
There is, we know the list, we've looked through, there is no way for Elmar to boost the damage of the Superb Scissors. So that is going, that Dunsparce, there is no way for it to be knocked out now. And here we go, Phantom Dive, it's going to do 200 to the active, nothing to the Crustle, but I don't think you really care at this point.
No.
3 prizes taken, only 2 more to win.
3 prize cards taken from that KO. Only 2 prize cards remaining. Here we go. This is Elma's Crystal against the world. Here is the growing energy. There is the Boss's orders. Had it not been for that Hero's Cape, that would have been a KO of that Superb Scissors. 110 damage. There we go, Superb Scissors Freya, but we know the Dunsparce EX is in hand. And this is where it's going to get dicey. This is Pokemon trading card game, everyone.
We know that there's going to be 180 damage every single turn with a combination of the Adrenaline plus the 150 from the drill. It's going to be very, very hard. It's going to be just like game 1. Elmer needs to find so much healing, and he just doesn't have enough healing in his deck to deal with this.
I don't think he does. There is the Dunsparce EX hit in the field. We still need 1 more energy for Destructive Drill. Here come the Recon directives. That hand is enormous. There must be energy in there. There definitely is. Does have Adrenabrain usage as well, Freya. We can even heal this. 280 hit points remaining now after the Adrenabrain.
Taking that Crustle down after the Destructive Drill. It's going to go down to, what, 100 HP left. Crustle against the world. Elma, what is your answer? Do you have anything? You're shaking your head.
70 hit points remaining. We're going to need to see some Jumbo Ice Cream. There's the first one, 80.
Really needs to find another one.
We see a Pokemon Center Lady. That's going to be a 60.
That's going to take it out of range for 1 more turn. Is this going to be enough? There is another Jumbo Ice Cream in the hand.
What are we deciding here?
Whether to attach another growing grass.
Energy. I mean, you're not going to set up another attacker, surely. You have to just make this mysterious rock in as reinforced as possible.
You're only 2 prizes away from losing the game at this point. Yeah, you have to go all in on this Crustle. Oh, actually, Spike Energy.
Spike Energy, okay.
I can also see it. That is going to be more damage now being done in retaliation to the Dunsparce.
Superb Scissors, 120 damage, Freya. Going down to 140 hit points remaining. With the double spike. Oh, now we have to do some maths now. 140 hit points remaining. You can heal 30 with Adrenaline. I put it to 170, but you take 40, bring it down to 130. That means you'll have 10 hit points left after a Superb Scissors. That right there is mathematics.
And I think that maths that you just did, I think that's what Mateus was working through in his head as well. So he's thinking to himself, how else can I play around this? Remember, there's no Professor Tourist scenario or anything like that anymore. So this board is basically locked as it is, which is definitely making things a little bit more complicated for Mateus.
This right here, this is edge of your seat gaming, everybody. We are just going to see the Destructive Deal for 150. Elma needs to play.
No, he's actually not done it yet.
Sorry, I apologize.
Just the Adrenabrain, and now he's giving it some thought. But yeah, he's going to go for it.
All right, Elma needs to play musical chairs with this damage again. He needs to get this off this Crystal. Here we go. 30 hit points remaining.
And 130 HP left on this Dunsparce means that Superb Scissors, like you rightly said, Shay, is going to be 10 short of a KO.
10.
Hanging on by a thread.
10 damage remaining. if we see a Superb Scissors. What we need to see, well, we would love to see some healing. At the bare minimum, we need to see some basic Pokemon at the very least to not instantly lose after a Destructive Tail next turn.
There's a Jumbo Ice Cream in the hand that can heal 80, but that won't be enough to prevent another, Destructive Tail or Destructive Drill KO. Yeah, you need to find another Pokemon off an Ultra Ball here, but it just feels so bad because, you get another Pokemon down. That could just be slim pickings for Mateos to just take the win via Phantom Dive.
There's Jumbo Ice Cream. That's 80 damage removed. Going up to 110 hit points remaining. The last Jumbo Ice Cream is prized now. That's 3 we've seen. Is you seen?
Yeah, that's the third one.
That's the third one.
I believe.
The last one's prized. Center Lady, we've seen that. Only plays that as is that a one? Like, is a one of? I think that. Oh, one of Super Potion. That would actually get you there, funnily enough.
It would, okay. But does he have a way to dig for it?
Oh, I don't think he does.
I don't see any draw cards, no. So now it's just Ultra Ball to find another Pokemon. Yeah, it has to be another Crustle, right? Just to keep yourself in the game.
It's going to have to be the little Dwebble. We can even turn attached to it as well. Oh, Scott. Oh, wait, we need a Mist Energy then, right? Otherwise, oh no, I guess we're not going to Phantom Dive this turn. You want to get through the Crustle.
Well, actually, you say that, but with that Dwebble down, it probably makes more sense to just deal with the Dwebble first and preserve your Dunsparce, force Elmar to have a boss's orders, because as soon as this Dunsparce attacks, because it's going to get hit by Superb Scissors, it's only going to have 10 left, an attack will essentially result in a double knockout.
The only problem is the Dunsparce EX's retreat cost. He's a big one. 3 retreat costs.
Ooh.
Oh, a Zerosic Machinations.
Okay.
Mateos will have to discard till he has 3 cards remaining in hand. He has been filtering a lot of cards via Recon Directive. They will now have to hit the discard pile.
Yeah, with that many cards in hand, it comes to a point where you just have to, instead of, choosing what to discard, you're choosing what to keep.
Hand? I thought it was his... Wow, look how many cards are in that hand. Is this going to be the biggest Zerosic Machination you've ever seen on stream?
And it's not even Alakazam.
It's not even Alakazam. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards so far. We've got a lot more to go. Wow. And Mateos is checking everything.
Can afford to get rid of
10,
some
11,
boss's
12,
orders.
13, 14, 15.
Yeah, that Night Stretcher is vital. You're going to need it to get back the Dunsparce when it inevitably gets KO'd. So it's just a matter of what gets KO'd, what gets discarded otherwise.
I think that's a 16 card Zerosic Machinations, Freya. 16 cards. That's a quarter of your deck. That is the Elmer's like, give me that. Let me consult that again. Wow.
Just want to make sure I paid attention to just what exactly was discarded in that massive pile.
No, he can't evolve that. Even Forest of Vitality. He does play one of he does play one of those. Hasn't got it in hand though. Can turn attached though. That's an extra 20 hit points from that growing energy.
Could be relevant.
Superb Scissors. 120. Is over to Mateos now. Recon Directing can start to immediately fill that hand back up.
It's so tough now because even if you move 30 off with the Adrenabrain, it's going to go up to 40 HP left, and that will still get KO'd by the 2 spiky energy. So it's going to be a very key decision for Mateos here as to how he wants to approach this.
The double KO because of the spike energy. That's not something you think we'd be saying too often, but here we are at the final of Prague Regional Championships, and that is what we're staring down.
Adrenabrain. I mean, obviously you would move it to the Dwebble here,
right, yeah.
because you already have enough damage with the Destructive Drill to take a knockout on this Crustle.
Yeah, we are doing our mass credit. So 10 hit points left. Adrenabrain. Move off 30, I take you to 40. Spiky energy is 20 for each one if you attack into it. That would be a double knockout. Oh, dearie
Fire
me.
energy. But again, yeah, it is beefy retreat cost, but maybe it's just worth it here.
Here we are. It's
double
going to be the
knockout.
double KO, the Destructive Drill. That will KO the Crustle, thanks to damage, but the Spiky Energy Recoil will KO the Dunsparce EX as well. It's Elma's first prize cards here in this game. Mateos promotes Budu. Dwebble hits the active. Will become, I imagine, a Crustle very soon. There we go. But at this point, with so much healing gone, Dragon Headbutt might be enough. Just start announcing Dragon Headbutt.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like really not ideal no matter what. It gives Elmar a chance, but because Mateos only has 1 prize card left to take, he might have just done, or rather, Mateos might have just done enough to take this last cheeky prize and a title of Prague Regional Champion. It's just going to be a pass from Elmar. Mateos, what do you have?
How much hit points does it have left? 120 hit points remaining on the Crustle. I don't think we can get there this turn. Dragon Headbutt would be 70. You can Adrenabrain off 10. I guess you could Risky Ruins actually get 20 in play, I guess. There we go. Gonna get back the Dunsparce.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing to do anyway, right?
Nice Stretcher, we know that's one of the cards he kept.
Yep, so you can get the Dunsparce down, ready to evolve into Dunsparce.
Although one thing I want to keep an eye on, does he have enough energy to use Destructive Drill again?
Well, that's a good point. That's why he was so keen on preserving them, right? That's why he opted to preserve the energy over the boss's orders.
We know Nice Stretcher can get back the Dunsparce EX, but there's a lot of energy in play, and let's have a look. How many in that discard pile there? One. Okay, well, get to see one.
Well, there's a lot on board already.
There is a lot on board. Only plays, what, 12 in total. There's going to be the Adrenabrain.
But yeah, I think you're right, Shay. I think you imagine there's got to be a Dragon Headbutt here. And actually, hold on a second.
Yeah, I think we're going to... Energy cards might be a problem, so we're going to go for Dragon Headbutt plus Mind Bend combination.
But you're focusing on... No Dragon Headbutt.
Mixed energy. That's going to be confused.
Yeah, so this actually makes a huge difference. Is going to go for the Mind Bend, prioritizing that over the Dragon Headbutt, prioritizing the confusion.
Does missed energy remove?
No, it's effective attacks. It just denies the confusion from happening.
Yeah, so it doesn't heal it. It's not like a therapeutic energy. And there's the missed energy. It's going to be a concession from Elmer! Mateus, the one-man demolition crew, destroying all of Elmer's walls, toppling the mysterious rock in. Mateus, your Prague Regional Champion!
3 years ago, he took the title in Stuttgart, and here in Prague, he takes it down again and joins an elite group of multiple regional champions in the Pokemon trading card game. And he's got the fan base to prove it.
The crowd are loving it. Make some noise for your Prague Regional Champion, please. Woo! What a final it was. Staring down a horrible matchup, but he is a tricky deck builder. He always has some cards to navigate through awkward matchups. And that the Dunsparce engine with the Hero's Cape, with the Dunsparce EX was enough to get round Elmer's Crystal deck. Let's consult this replay, Freya.
This play right here, this was cheeky in the best way possible. The Hero's Cape protecting the Dunsparce.
It was.
Then runaway draw back into the deck so that it can later be put on a Dunsparce to boost it up to an HP that the Crustle just couldn't overcome.
Honestly, it was a masterclass for Mateus. He played everything. In this game one, I think it was kind of sad that he led the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Probably doesn't want to use that, but Mateus still identified. You're not going to get any cheeky damage on my Dunsparce. Shuffle it away. His time will come. And here his time did come. Clutch boss's orders, and that's all Elmer said. You know, I had enough of that game one there. Destructive Tail was just too destructive. Now, in game two, I think Elmer's game plan definitely came to fruition a little bit more. Did get the run errand in play, was able to start drawing some cards, but I think wasn't able to apply pressure fast enough.
Not fast enough, especially not to match like the Dunsparce EX, which
was
started in the prize, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, hold on, things could get a bit dicey, but that first KO with the Phantom Dive with the residual damage carrying a Dwebble was able to get the Dunsparce EX off of the prizes, and Mateus just really, apart from a few shaky moments, really never lost control from there.
Yep, and there we go. Not used to being able to sort of absorb so much damage, was able to out-heal, actually did KO the Dunsparce from a double KO thanks to spiky energy of all things. Elmer thought he probably hopped out of the frying pan here by himself a turn. Mateus said, no, 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 you've jumped out of the fire, jumped out of the pan and into the fire, my friend. Mind Bend, confusion, Elmer's had enough, and that right there was the turn that Mateus becomes a two-time regional champion, crowning himself here in Prague.
Huge congratulations to him, and as ever, commiserations to Elmar. Played a phenomenal Galaxy Brain Metacal for this tournament, especially. So many people were not respecting Crustle. The conversion rate alone, I think, proves that, and he has done himself a great service at that second place finish as well.
Yeah, was even able to navigate his way out of that Mega Starmie in top 4, right? Using that Mega Kangas card, definitely showing he knows his way around the archetype. He knows his way around the metagame. As you do say, probably that and Festival Leader seems to be was the call for this event. He called it perfectly, got his way all to the final, and had it not been for that the Dunsparce EX package, probably will be as champion right now.
And that in turn goes to show from Mateus' side how Galaxy Brain he was prepared for basically everything. I don't know for sure if he was going to this tournament thinking, oh yeah, I'll put in the Dunsparce EX for Crustle, but there's every possibility that would have crossed his mind. And of course, the fact that it was in there meant that he was well prepared for every eventuality. And it really goes to show, I think sometimes people underrate deck building still in the Pokemon trading card game. But in these formats especially, when we just had a rotation, when we just had a new set come in, really clever deck building can still have massive payoffs. And Mateus is reaping the rewards of that with the Dragapult list. Yeah, the Dunsparce deck is a card I'm actually very familiar with. And if I had to ask Mateus, I think that was mostly there for like the basic EX heavy decks like Raging Bolt or Terrorbots because of that burst attack of the 60 for each EX. However, the fact it has a shred attack is a very handy dandy bonus. Yeah, you probably thought that thinking, oh, you know what? Actually, this fits multiple roles. And some of the best tech cards and the best like deck inclusions are ones that can do multiple things at once. Like they're in there for one thing, but you think, hold on, if I run into this situation, it's a nice bonus. And in this instance, the nice bonus is winning Prague Regionals. Yeah, $10,000 in your back pocket and the auto invitation to the World Championships. Now we mentioned how good of a meta call Crustle was. Let's have a little look at how our metagame here in Prague did actually pan out. Remember, this is our first post-rotation event in the perfect order format as well. Dragapult EX, the most played deck, and does take down the title. It's been actually, I feel like it's been a little bit since like the top deck in day 2 actually went on to take the whole tournament. Like, it's been a few instances where that hasn't been the case. But yeah, Crustle and Festival lead. Nowheresville in phase 1 and phase 2 with insane conversion rates. Mind you, no Festival lead in top 8. No Festival lead in top 8. They had a terrific showing. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of them. We'll have a look afterwards when we're off air, looking at like top 64, top 32s and beyond. But yeah, that was another deck that had a really fantastic showing. But I think you're right. It's been very rare that we've seen the most played deck actually take the event home. And it could be argued that because this deck was so, Mateus's deck was a bit tricky with the Dunsparce, and that's how I was able to take it all home. But yeah, let's actually have a look now. Yeah, our final standings. This is how our top 8 actually panned out and all those decks. Remember, there was another copy of Crustle in the top 8 there. And Neddy with that Cynthia's Garchomp trying to play dodge and weave the grass type decks. And then Mega Starmie could have maybe taken down the whole thing, but undone by a rapid fire combo too many and too many heads. So really impressive performance from all these players. And you know, Tord, no surprise to see him in top 8, but bowed out at Elmar's hand. Let's not forget. That's the thing, Elmar did battle through a Dragapult EX already via the one and only Tord Redcliffe, and many people's opinions, one of the best players in the game. Had Mateus not played that Dunsparce package, I think he could have taken it home. Alas, he didn't. But what an amazing top 8 and beyond that was. Perfect order. A lot of people's opinion hasn't been the most impactful of sets. However, the Mega Starmie gets in the mix. We saw Meowth plenty of time during the stream. I think it's been rather fun. And you know what? There's another really important takeaway here. I think the most kind of mind-blowing takeaway of all is unfair stamp a fraud. I think that is going to be the question on everyone's minds. No copies of Unfair Stamp in this final. I just want to point it out. Double Heroes Cape. I know Henry Brand might be watching in the audience and thinking, hold on a second, I think I called this a while ago, but that might be the question on everyone's lips right now. Yeah, here's Unfair Stamp for fraud. Heroes Cape seemed to be the call for Prague. That's enough from us now. Let's throw it down to Joe. We're going to hear from our finalist and our champion.
Thank you so much, Shay. Yes, well, what a weekend it's been. What a way to welcome in this brand new format. It was a perfect start to perfect order and rotation. It's left my head spinning. It's been absolutely thrilling throughout. In phase 1, it was a festival. We were dancing along. We were grooving to the beat. In phase 2, the Crustles began to climb. The Dragapults, they were flying high as we made it through those Swiss rounds. The asymmetrical cut. It was absolutely thrilling. Some nail-biting games and coin flips involved as well. A really exceptional performance that led us to a wild and incredible final. But now it's time to crown our 2 finalists. First of all, put your claws together for our Prague Regional Championships finalist, Elmar Tresp! I never thought I'd see such a reaction for Crustle, but there you go. Elmar, you brought us so many great moments over the entirety of the weekend, a really close final as well. Can you try and give me 1 or 2 highlights of this weekend for you?
Well, I started the tournament by losing to Festival Lead. And then I managed to face 5 Festival Elite in total. And even my win-in was against Festival Elite, and somehow I won. And it was such a great experience because Festival Elite was also a deck I considered playing. But then you're obviously the top 4 match, where my Kangaskhan somehow flipped 3 heads in a row, twice. Yeah, that was definitely a highlight.
Yeah, I think everyone was out of their seats for that one, and I never expected it myself. Well, Elmar, you've been a fantastic competitor. Congratulations again on your second place finish. Let's hear it one more time for him. The claws are growing crazy out there. Incredible performance. But then there was just one. Somehow he's done it again. He's cooked up another regional winning concoction. One of the best chefs in the Pokemon trading card game. Let's hear it for Mateusz Laskowicz! Wow, Mateusz. Crazy final, huh? How's it feel?
It feels amazing, finally to come back at the high tables. I have no words.
A really bizarre final facing that Crostal. There was a lot of intricate math going on there. Monkey Dory, the ice creams. It could have gone either way in that final. Well, tell me, that deck list choice in the first place, coming together so beautifully, especially in the final, in a way that basically no other Dragapult could do it. How does it feel that your deck building has been so rewarded this weekend?
I feel amazing about this. I mean, I'm always trying to play something different than others. So coming up with something so fun and also something unique was very important for me this tournament.
Yeah, not just your prowess on stream, but also the prep beforehand definitely shown how you made it to this final. Do you have any shout outs before we let you go for those who have helped you along this way to another regional win?
Shout out to my whole testing group for cooking up this deck. Shout out to my family, friends, and everyone.
Amazing, gracious as ever. A phenomenal performance from you. Congratulations, there's nothing else to say. Let's hear it for him.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas para Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
I gotta say, this weekend, my favorite Pokemon is Prague. We've had a wonderful weekend here on Mammoth One if you want an actual Pokemon. But let's start off here quickly, have a quick highlight from everyone here. Freya, start us off. Best part of the weekend.
Honestly, a bit of a cop-out, but getting to Cash O'Shea again. Like, honestly, it's such a pleasure. I've been since Liverpool, so we got to cast together and, like, you know, have such a rip-roaring time on the desk. Other than that, just how many surprises there were this weekend in general. I think there was some stuff that we predicted, but there was a lot that I would have not thought of in a million years.
That one. Jay, you're kind of on the spot here. You kind of have to say casting with Freya or you're going to be judged.
That's fine.
Oh, no, being able to cast with Freya, obviously, we haven't done it since Liverpool, like 2022. That was a long time ago. However, my favorite gameplay moment, though, had to have been the Dunsparce EX getting KO'd, the double KO with the Spike Energy. That's not something anyone would have had in their bingo card, and I was there furious to try and do maths. Like, wait a minute, it's going to be a double KO, and that's exactly how it panned out.
I mean, you nailed it, to be fair.
You don't see them too often, Joe. Finish us off. Quick highlight, buddy.
Well, Kangaskhan flipping 3 heads. That was pretty cool. That completely changed the complexion of the entire tournament at that stage. Elmar making his way through the final after seeing Joao dismantle so many Crostal before him. Seeing that he could turn the tables and make a way to a final was really impressive stuff.
Sometimes you got to take that 1 in 8 chance of getting free heads. Sometimes it worked for me. Seeing Starmie represent when everyone told me coming in it wasn't that good. Oh, that was a thing of beauty. So let's take a look then at our 2 finalists. Remind ourselves exactly who was in the final. We've got Mateus there, who was our champion, defeating Elmar in the final. 2 great players, 2 wonderful decks. That was an absolute joy to see. And that means we have a new regional event champion, which means we can add someone to the graphic. 7 of 9 down, and still only Europeans winning European majors.
I think it's very important to mention as well with Mateus specifically, the fact that he won a regionals in kind of like the modern era, but some time ago, was able to come back and do it again. That's why, when I mentioned earlier with him doing that, he kind of starts to enter into the conversation of like the true greats, especially in Europe at least.
Certainly in the past few years, one of the best players that we have seen. Now, we are unfortunately... well, we're done with Prague. We've had all of our games, but there's more action coming up. We're heading to Los Angeles in a couple of weeks' time for our next US event. Joe, you've become somewhat of a US traveler lately.
Yeah, I try and get over there as often as I can, and Los Angeles is a fantastic location for those regional championships. Players, take note of what's happened this weekend. I don't know what you make of it, to be honest with you. There's Festival League, there's Crostal to worry about as well. There's a lot to digest from this weekend and translate it over there.
Starmie, that's what you take away from this weekend. I could not have been much clearer. But we have got more events coming up in Europe. There is Utrecht as well coming up in the near future. Shay, you hyped for this one?
Yeah, of course. I'm just really intrigued to see, as Joe pointed out, how does the player base react to this? You got Festival League getting in the mix in a lot of places as well. You got the Dunsparce engine getting popularized in Dragapult. So yeah, I can't wait to see how our European players combat that, and we'll find that out at Utrecht.
It's going to be a fun one. I've been to that city a bunch. I adore that city. But we want to hear, of course, from all of you guys. We want you joining in the broadcast. So you know the deal. Pokemon.com/broadcast. Go there. Make sure you never miss an event. Watch LA, watch Utrecht, watch the other events coming out throughout the year. You don't want to miss a moment of the action. But of course, maybe you don't stay at home and watch the action. Maybe you join us at an event in the not too distant future. Well, we've got a website for that as well. So make sure you are joining us to compete, and make sure, even if you don't want to compete, maybe you want to join as a spectator, make sure you check out arcanine.gg, where you can come and, well, join us in the future. That's going to be fun, right, Joe?
Oh yeah, of course. There you go. Spectate today. arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon. If you're going to be playing, going to be spectating out in the halls, plenty of side events, collecting, finding like-minded trainers, just getting into the game for the first time. You're going to find so much more than we can even describe from this broadcast.
It's so much more fun being here. No, if you watch a broadcast, watch the broadcast. It's a lot of fun, but I'm telling you, being here in person, it is significantly better. But now it's time for the saddest part of every regionals broadcast. We need to look one more time at the regional schedule for Europe. And it's a little bit more sad than it was before. There's one more piece of grey than we had last time.
There is. Prague is done, but the good news is there's plenty more still to look forward to. We just mentioned Utrecht, but it's not just Utrecht. We are rounding off the European season in Turin. Beautiful city. Can't wait to see what happens there. And then, of course, ending off the season in New Orleans, and then San Francisco, the Pokémon XP, and the World Championships double header.
That is, we don't know exactly what that is, honestly, but it's going to be an awful lot of fun. There is a website where you can get a little bit of a taste and see me wearing an Arcanine shirt if you're into that. The point is, it's going to be a very fun event. And if you can get yourself along there, you absolutely should. But we still want to hear from you. The event might be over, but we always want to hear from you, lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. And there are a bunch of ways to do so on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram with /Pokemon or Play Pokemon. And of course, that hashtag Play Pokemon. Tell us your memories of the events. Maybe you were at the event and you're watching this a week or two in the future. It's not too late to send us a tweet with hashtag Play Pokemon and let us know how it all went. But the Prague Regional Championship is unfortunately over. We've had many rounds, many games. We have crowned our champions. So the only thing left to do is wish you guys a very lovely rest of the weekend. Look after yourselves until our next tournament. And we're going to leave you with a lovely look at the highlights of the event. See you next time.